The collision of modern weaponry and ancient magic. The contest between enigmatic abilities and traditional martial arts. A prologue to the era of kings unfolds amidst a fragmented realm. The mysterious youth, Xia Tianyu, embarks on a journey in the game sky, driven by a significant promise, inadvertently selecting a race scorned by the gods. Yet, he acquires a mystical class-changing scroll and, through sheer determination, rises to instill dread in the hearts of all as a formidable demon. He is a powerful protector, burdened with heavy responsibilities. He is a demon, destined for solitude and loneliness. A game shrouded in astonishing secrets unveils a legendary tale that traverses the boundaries between reality and the virtual world. Mr. Tianyu, from this day forth, you are the new master of this villa. In front of a high-end villa community in Shanghai, a sharply dressed, middle-aged man with a straight posture smiles at the young man before him, who appears at least 20 years his junior. Despite the smile, it is evident that the middle-aged man is attempting to conceal something. The youth, however, remains impassive, his expression cold, and his deep-set eyes exude an intangible sense of pressure. Tall and strikingly handsome, he stands at least 1.78 meters. With features more refined than those of many women, his clear contours complemented by tousled black hair that adds to his vibrant demeanor. Acknowledging the middle-aged man's reminder with a mere nod, the youth takes the key and opens the door, closing it behind him. Once he departs, the middle-aged man hastily retrieves a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Gazing at the slowly closing door, he exhales deeply. Finally, I can breathe easy. How strange. Every time I meet that youth's gaze, I feel an involuntary shiver. Shaking his head, he glances at the check in his hand and quickly leaves the premises. The door swings open. Within the opulent villa, in the expansive room, only the youth remains. His name is Xia Tianyu, a name he frequently adopts. Casually setting down a large parcel, he lazily reclines on the leather sofa, seeking a comfortable angle, and lights a rare, special cigarette. Wisps of white smoke drift from his lips as his gaze falls upon the package he brought. Gently, he opens it to reveal a heavy metallic object and a blood-stained picture frame, the crimson hue resembling flowers, adorning the cover. However, only Xia Tianyu understands that these are not mere decorations, but the remnants of coagulated blood, which he has refrained from cleaning, preserving it to this day. As he flips through the aged photo album, images depict several youths of similar age, their faces beaming with joy, albeit their appearances marred by chaos, with an endless desert stretching behind them. Among them, one boy bears a striking resemblance to Xia Tianyu. It is likely a glimpse into his youthful days. The soft rustling of pages reveals not just photographs, but a tapestry woven with happiness, sorrow, and heartache. Upon reaching the 5th page, a hint of warmth flickers in the boy's otherwise stern gaze. The album contains an image of Xia Tianyu in his youth, alongside an enchanting beauty, her flowing black hair and sparkling eyes radiating joy in their shared laughter. Xia Tianyu's hand instinctively caresses the image of the beautiful woman, revealing the depth of his feelings for her. At that moment, his eyes glisten with unshed tears as he gazes at the photograph. "Sister Xue, do you know how much I miss you?" he murmurs to himself, flipping through the cherished old photographs taken in various locations, from deserts to marshes, and even blood-soaked battlefields. What experiences has this man, Xia Tianyu, endured? At merely 20 years of age, he carries the weight of a seasoned man, his melancholic and weary eyes harboring unfathomable secrets. Each page of the album is filled with memories steeped in emotion for Xia Tianyu. Yet, when he turns to the final page, tears brim in his eyes, and he cannot suppress the silent stream of sorrow. The last page appears incomplete, as if one final photograph is needed to achieve closure. Uncertain of why, the final image is absent, leaving the album with an imperfect conclusion. Suddenly, Xia Tianyu retrieves a blood-stained photograph from his pocket and places it within the album, finally granting it the closure it sought. However, upon closer inspection, one can see that the individuals in the last photograph captured it through tears. The previously beautiful woman is now marred by blood. Staring at that final image, Xia Tianyu remains unable to forget the departure of Xue. The girl in his heart, named Helan Xue, is an exquisite beauty, his sister, and the love of his life, despite being 5 years his senior. Xia Tianyu's journey to Shanghai is intrinsically linked to this woman, Helan Xue. He promised Sister Xue to care for her long-lost sister. Utilizing his connections and intelligence, Xia Tianyu located Shue's sister, Helan Xian, within half a month. However, Helan Xian is now adopted by consortium as a foster daughter, under the name Xian Lan Xian. According to Intel, Xian Lan Xin's sister, the heiress of the consortium, has a stipulation. If she can prove her abilities and establish a family business within 3 years, she will attain freedom from her family's control. Xia Tianyu's acquisition of this villa is to prepare for Xian Lan Xin's arrival tomorrow. To fulfill his promise to Sister Xue, he will not allow anyone to hinder him, for this is his final task bestowed by the woman he cherished most. As he arranges his belongings, he holds the helmet-like metallic object from the large package, a symbol recognized by all in this century. It is the game helmet for Sky, a black gold model valued at 180,000 renminbi, boasting a virtual immersion level of 100. Sky, after numerous revolutions in the realm of virtual gaming, emerges as a collaborative achievement of the Virtual Alliance, successfully opening a new frontier for humanity's virtual gaming experience. This fully immersive virtual game features autonomous NPCs, absolute fairness, and the absence of any bugs. It not only pioneers an unprecedented experience, but also represents a groundbreaking evolution in traditional gaming. Within Sky, players can experience the clash of modern weaponry and ancient magic, transcending typical online gaming to usher in a new era of conceptual gaming. The battles between modern arms and ancient sorcery evoke imagery of players wielding rocket launchers amidst a flurry of spells. Yet, these are not insurmountable challenges. The game ensures perfect balance, with each profession possessing strengths and weaknesses relative to one another. Furthermore, Sky is touted as a fully autonomous game, impervious to interference even from its developers or parent company within the Virtual Alliance, creating an entirely self-governing game world. With passionate battles and adventures brimming with fantasy and challenge, all can find their path within Sky, regardless of their real-world occupations or identities. This is the essence of Sky's promotion. With only 3 days remaining until the launch of the ultimate online game, Ascension, which unites players from around the globe, anticipation builds among gaming enthusiasts. Xia Tianyu is not an avid gamer. His childhood and adolescence were not marked by such pursuits. His sole purpose for entering Ascension is rooted in a tragic event from his past, the departure of Xuejia, a fact he finds unbearable. In the final moments of confronting her assailant, Xia Tianyu compelled the murderer to utter a chilling phrase. Do you wish to know the answer? Go to Ascension, perhaps you will uncover the truth. These words echoed in his mind as he avenged Xuejia, tears mingling with blood. The perpetrator turned out to be a teammate, a betrayal Xia Tianyu cannot fathom. Thus, he resolves to enter the game, not only to uncover the mastermind behind Zuji's fate, but also to care for her only sister, Helan Xian, who is also set to join this virtual realm. His mission is to provide Helan Xian with unwavering protection and support. Xia Tianyu opened his belongings and began his preparations. Outside the villa, he installed state-of-the-art pinhole cameras, though he refrained from similar actions indoors. After ensuring these precautionary measures were in place, he tidied the room and retrieved a photograph. The young woman in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Xuejia, yet was evidently not the same person. The girl, radiating youthful charm, was indeed of breathtaking beauty. Helan Shue's sister, Helan Xian. However, in this moment, she is referred to as Xian Lanxin. The awaited arrival of this girl was imminent. The following morning, despite the vibrant sunshine of March, the air in Shanghai remained biting cold. A lively and youthful group of 3 girls approached the entrance of Huading Garden Villa District. Dressed in alluring black stockings, they seemed undeterred by the lingering chill of winter. Are you truly set on this? A concerned young man in a black Audi A6 gazed at the elegant girl clad in a fitted black down jacket. Brother, I have made my decision. Regardless of the outcome, I will know that I tried, she replied, her beauty captivating, with delicate features and a hint of a rosy glow on her cheeks due to the winter cold. Her slender waist was accentuated by the black stockings, while her down jacket struggled to contain her alluring figure. Very well. If possible, I will assist you, he said with a resigned tone. Thank you, brother. Foolish girl, no matter what, you are still my sister. Sheener, I entrust your sister to you, he remarked, glancing at another stunning girl. The girl smiled brightly and nodded. Brother, rest assured we are off now. With that, the young man drove away, while the trio of beauties made their way toward the villa, their destination being the very residence Xia Tianyu had acquired the previous day. Ding ding ding. The 3 enchanting young women stood before the entrance of Villa 202, Yet despite their persistent ringing of the doorbell, no one came to answer, causing their brows to furrow in discontent. However, their patience held firm, for they were aware they had arrived an hour earlier than planned, and it was possible the owner was still asleep. "Oh dear, what's taking Meng Jia so long? Didn't we confirm the arrangements? Why is there no response?" The most charming girl among them pouted, clearly impatient. "Qian, don't complain. Perhaps the owner is resting. Let's wait a bit longer. There should be a servant around," the alluring beauty replied with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. "Sister, should we inquire with Meng Jia?" Xia Tianyu, who bore a striking resemblance to her sister, spoke, though her youthfulness was evident as she had only recently turned 18. "Let's wait a little longer," the alluring beauty replied calmly. In the early morning, Xia Tianyu had grown accustomed to rising early, jogging around the expansive villa district. Even he was taken aback by the vastness of this luxurious enclave. Upon completing his lap and returning to his villa, he spotted 3 graceful young women at his doorstep, just in time to hear Qian's complaint. "My apologies, ladies, I did not expect you to arrive so early," Xia Tianyu greeted them warmly. The 3 girls turned, encountering a remarkably handsome young man approaching them. They had speculated about the owner's appearance, but were unprepared for such youthful charm. As Xia Tianyu turned to face him, Xia Tianyu momentarily lost his composure, for all 3 were stunningly beautiful. However, his moment of distraction left a less than favorable impression on the trio. The more mature and alluring beauty furrowed her brow, suspecting that such youth could only belong to a privileged lineage. "Hello, I am Xia Tianyu, and this is Lin Yuqian, my sister, Xia Tianyu." The alluring beauty introduced herself, her irritation tempered by politeness. Xia Tianyu remained momentarily speechless, his breath caught in his throat, for Xia Tianyu and her sister bore such uncanny resemblance, exquisite features, and charming dimples when they smiled. Yet, compared to Helan Shui, Tianyu exuded a more innocent aura. "My apologies, you remind me of a friend," he stated honestly, gazing into Xia Tianyu's eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as she could not deny the young man's charm and the warmth of his demeanor. "Please, come in." Xia Tianyu finally regained his composure, reverting to his usual aloofness, showing no particular regard for the striking beauties before him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia Tianyu, the new owner of this villa. According to the agreement left by the previous owner, the 2nd and 3rd floors belong to you," he explained, his gaze clear and devoid of ulterior motives. "The former owner?" Xia Tianyu questioned, puzzled by the sudden change in ownership. Nonetheless, she recognized her current vulnerability and understood that this villa was the most affordable in the district. Sacrificing their allowances, her friends had supported her, so despite her doubts about Xia Tianyu, she chose silence. Xia Tianyu's initial impression of Xia Tianyu was not unfavorable, for he had conducted his research before arriving in Shanghai. However, he noted that her thoughts seemed more intricate compared to Qian and Lanxin, a trait he found unappealing, regardless of her beauty. "Very well, if there are no objections, please sign your names," Xia Tianyu said, presenting them with the contract. The 3 women reviewed the document carefully. It matched their prior discussions. Xia Tianyu promptly signed her name, thus becoming a resident of the villa. As for Xia Tianyu, he embarked on his journey as a landlord. Though the moment he resolved to look after Lanxin, he unwittingly invited a series of troubles into his life. "Handsome, could the rent be a bit cheaper? I really want to buy more food." Qian, a beauty in her own right, though merely 17 at present, would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating enchantress in the future, as Xia Tianyu well knew. Yet, the current Qian radiated innocence and charm. Observing her naive smile, Xia Tianyu, despite his impassive demeanor, nodded slightly. "Yes, that's fine." His casual response to Qian's request caught the 3 women by surprise. They had not anticipated that Xia Tianyu would genuinely acquiesce. This unexpected agreement altered the way they regarded him, their gazes turning peculiar. Xia Tianyu, however, was not one to dwell on their reactions and simply retreated to his own room. The 3 women carried little luggage, which was why he had not offered assistance. Nevertheless, he noticed that they all possessed identical celestial helmets, a detail he found intriguing, yet he refrained from being overly cordial, lest it raise their suspicions. "Sister Yu, do you think this handsome guy is trying to pursue you or Sister Lan?" Qian asked innocently. Sister, Xia Tianyu shared a similar doubt. "That seems unlikely. We've never met this person before, and given our family situation, who in Shanghai would dare to help us?" Xia Tianyu pondered, though she soon felt a dissonance in her thoughts. The way this man looked at her was unlike any other where others displayed unabashed desire. Xia Tianyu's gaze was chillingly devoid of warmth. Among the three, Xia Tianyu's eyes softened only for Xia and Lanxin. Recalling their previous encounter, Xia and Yuexin could not help but believe his words. Perhaps it was due to the striking resemblance between Xia and Lanxin and his friends. Despite her skepticism, Xia and Yuexin found herself nurturing a tentative trust towards him, a conflicting sentiment that left her in a state of uncertainty. Nevertheless, the three women quickly composed themselves and entered their rooms, where everything was in order. On the first floor, Xia Tianyu sought a quiet room. Each night, when the world around him fell silent, he cherished the moments spent perusing his treasured photo album, for it was only then that a smile would grace his lips. Chapter 3. Entering the game. It has been 3 days since the three ladies, Xinyue, Xinxin, and Linyu, moved into the villa area. During this time, apart from the polite nods and greetings exchanged, they remained strangers to one another. Xia Tianyu had taken to early morning runs as a habit, while the three ladies enjoyed their leisurely sleep. However, on the third day, the ladies finished their breakfast early and returned to the villa area, while Xia Tianyu surprisingly remained in his room, occasionally glancing at the time displayed on his watch. As day turned to night, after a busy stint in the kitchen, Xia Tianyu retreated to his room, firmly closing the door behind him. He glanced at the clock, 7:56. Only 4 minutes remained until the launch of Songqiong. Although Xia Tianyu was not an avid gamer, he found the tranquility of his current life unsettling, having grown accustomed to a life filled with conflict and valor. What captivated him most about Songqiong was, perhaps, the exhilarating player-versus-player combat and the epic battles. It was this allure that had prompted him to invest in such an expensive helmet. A game where one could not die? An ultimate game that faithfully recreated reality? Such concepts were not only enticing to game enthusiasts and professional players, but also held a profound appeal for individuals like Xia Tianyu. In truth, he held a more intimate moniker for Songqiong in his heart. It was a battlefield where death was a mere illusion. Ding dong. You may now enter the game. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Without hesitation, Xia Tianyu chose to enter the game. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a vast palace. Before him loomed a colossal projection, displaying a fierce war within the game world. The clash of ancient magic and modern weaponry. The struggle between differing beliefs, and the adventure-filled challenges of the Songqiong world concealed secrets known only to a select few. A resonant voice echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, and as the animation played before him, it depicted a grand war. This battle appeared to be a conflict among gods and humans, as deities unleashed their wrath upon the human realm, engaging in a relentless massacre. The heroes of humanity transformed into symbols of justice, rising against the divine. Amidst the chaos, ancient sorcerers chanted lengthy incantations as storms of thunder and flames surged forth, reminiscent of apocalyptic scenes from films, captivating the player's gazes. Within the animation, a man clad in tight-fitting robes wielded a bizarre modern weapon, unleashing terrifying lasers upon the divine realm, striking down a dragon and causing a formidable deity to fall. The battle raged on, with humans utilizing their innate talents to combat the gods. However, as the scene unfolded, it became increasingly apparent that this was not merely a war between races. It was a grand conflict that enveloped the entirety of Songqiong, dragging all races into a harrowing struggle. The ferocity of the battle was unparalleled, as forces of both gods and humans engaged in a gruesome confrontation. The might of the gods was overwhelming. As humanity struggled to endure, the God King descended, leaving the heroes of the human realm utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Xia Tianyu was profoundly captivated by the animation. The vivid imagery of blood-soaked battlefields resonated deep within him. This was the war he yearned for. This was the world he longed to inhabit. With the arrival of the God King, the human army began to crumble. People started to retreat, and even the powerful dragon allies of humanity found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, forced to withdraw from the fray. At this point, Xia Tianyu felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. He yearned to plunge into this magnificent battlefield and engage in combat with the strongest warriors. Just as Xia Tianyu marveled at the God King's formidable power, a shadow emerged from the ranks of the human army, cloaked in a flowing black trench coat. The figure bore no visible weapon, yet in an instant, it stood before the God King, with a raised fist. A thunderous sound erupted as the shadow unleashed a devastating punch, sending the God King flying. At this moment, Xia Tianyu lost track of time. The God King's silhouette gradually descended to the ground, leaving an indelible impression upon Xia Tianyu's mind, while the recent battle continued to stir his thoughts. This figure was astonishingly powerful, capable of striking down the formidable God King with a single blow. When Xia Tianyu finally regained his composure, the animation had concluded, yet he remained in a state of shock. Ding dong. You have completed the animation and gained the opportunity to randomly enter a hidden map. Hidden map? What does this mean? Xia Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information when the animation vanished, and before him floated fragmented glimmers of light. A pure, ethereal elven maiden appeared before him. At this juncture, Xia Tianyu was unaware that he had spent a full 5 hours engrossed in the animation. A rare occurrence in the early stages of the game when few would indulge in such prolonged viewing. Soon, the sweet voice of the elven maiden chimed in his ears. Esteemed player, would you like to create a game character? A three-dimensional image materialized before Xia Tianyu, reflecting his own likeness. However, numerous options lay before him, allowing him to enhance or alter his appearance, even increasing his height to nearly 3 meters. The array of races available was overwhelming. Leaving Xia Tianyu momentarily dazzled, he decided to begin by slightly altering his appearance, reducing it by 10%. As his character emerged, apart from a somewhat lackluster skin tone, it bore a striking resemblance to himself. Xia Tianyu felt content. He was not one to seek the spotlight. Ding dong. Please name your character. The elven maiden fluttered around Xia Tianyu, delivering the prompt. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu mused, naming? What should I choose? Rainy day. After a moment's contemplation, that name slipped from his lips. The elven maiden raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, albeit faint. Xia Tianyu caught this subtle expression, noting the NPC's surprisingly human-like demeanor, affirming the game's promotional claims. Please select a race. Human. After a moment's hesitation regarding the myriad of races available, Tianyu found himself disinterested. Are you certain you wish to choose the human race? Please decide carefully. The elven maiden inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Yes. Tianyu thought the system NPC was being a bit verbose. Please proceed with the tribute allocation. You may distribute points randomly, use initial values manually, or, for realism, allocate based on your own physical attributes. What is the difference? Xia Tianyu inquired. The first two options are quite similar. They follow traditional gaming mechanics where attributes determine everything. The third option allows for growth based on the player's physicality. Alright, I choose the third option. Confident in his physique, Xia Tianyu felt this method suited him best, allowing for greater freedom. Hello, the system will now scan your body. A light circle enveloped Xia Tianyu, ascending to his head. The light lingered there for some time before finally dissipating. Your attributes have been generated. You are now entering the game. The elven maiden announced cheerfully as Xia Tianyu vanished from the reception hall. After his departure, the elven maiden displayed a look of alarm. That person was formidable. His mental strength, power, and speed, truly terrifying. However, it's a pity he chose the human race. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu, after selecting the human race, the option to choose a profession had disappeared altogether. Chapter 4, Desolate Wasteland. A flash of white light engulfed him, and darkness enveloped his vision. As if caught in a whirlwind, Xia Tianyu was inexplicably transported by the elfin maiden, leaving him with unanswered questions about the hidden map he had acquired. Words left unspoken before he vanished from sight. He descended from the sky, a tragic fall akin to a meteorite plummeting to earth. When he regained his senses, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears as he landed on a blood-soaked expanse of yellow sand. Struggling to emerge from the crater, he brushed the dust from his body and looked up. What a dreadful game. First things first, I suppose I should level up and slay some monsters. Xia Tianyu endeavored to recall the game's lore, lifting his gaze to the vast wilderness before him. The sight took his breath away, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Taking a step forward, the yellow sand whipped around him, revealing a patch of crimson earth beneath his feet. He could unmistakably identify the scent of blood. So hauntingly real, it mirrored reality itself. With each step, the wind carried the sand, and as it parted, it unveiled a stark white skeleton. A glimpse at the desolate landscape beyond the bones elicited a foolish grin. So this is what a novice village looks like. Quite different from the divine realms and the promotional materials. A gust of sand swept across Xia Tianyu's face, and ahead lay an imposing sea of bones. A graveyard of human remains haphazardly piled, as if in a forgotten necropolis, weathered by the passage of time and the elements. The haunting scene would unnerve most. Yet Xia Tianyu, accustomed to such sights, felt no discomfort. Instead, he ventured deeper into the chaotic burial ground. Among the remains, not only humans lay, but also dragons, dwarves, elves, demons, giants, longhands, catfolk, and beastfolk. Almost every race from the game was represented, And what astonished Xia Tianyu was the sheer magnitude of the skeletal ocean, stretching endlessly before him. What had transpired here? With a heart full of curiosity, he followed the sea of bones further. In the distance, he glimpsed a village and rushed towards it, only to be met with disappointment. The anticipated players and NPCs were absent, replaced by an overwhelming desolation. Silently, Xia Tianyu sat at the entrance of the novice village, gazing at the vast expanse of bones with furrowed brows, allowing the biting winds to whip around him. No players, no NPCs. Was this truly the hidden map? He hadn't expected to be transported to such a forsaken place. If only he had entered the game directly. The battles he longed for seemed a distant dream. Yet, in this barren wasteland, a flicker of adventurous spirit ignited within him. With a smile, he rose to his feet. This is where the real fun begins, isn't it? I shall uncover the truth of this place. Continuing along the path of bones, an instinct urged him forward, a sense cultivated from years on the brink of life and death. As he traversed the skeletal landscape, he opened his character page. ID, Rainy Day Guild, none race, human reputation, 0 achievements, none title, none level, 0 current experience, 0 100 health, 100 mana, 100 hunger, 0 strength, 20 constitution, 20 spirit, 20 agility, 20 perception, 20 destruction, 20 creation, 100 everything appeared standard. Yet the terms destruction and creation were unfamiliar to him. In this blood-soaked world of bones, he could not communicate with anyone, and even his doubts remained buried within his heart. Time transitioned from night to day, the game's passage mirroring reality. Xia Tianyu grew weary of the relentless skeletal scenery. Checking the time, he prepared to log off. Ding. The map you are currently on is unique. Once you log off, you will vanish. Do you wish to log off? The system's prompt left him momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow before ultimately deciding to shut down the login device. He gazed upon the vastness of the world with a wry smile. I am curious to see what unfolds next. Unable to log off in this suffocating hidden map, many would find the atmosphere unbearable, yet Xia Tianyu was different. He had faced danger in countless places across the globe. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Tianyu wandered through this desolate realm aimlessly, devoid of both purpose and peril. After 2 days, he stumbled upon a living creature, a rat, larger than a rabbit. Its body a striking black-red, particularly its vivid purple eyes. The thrill of encountering life compelled Xia Tianyu to wield the novice sword gifted by the system and charge at the magical rat. Unfortunately, as soon as he drew his sword, the rat launched an attack, and with a mere ordinary bite, Xia Tianyu fell lifeless to the ground. Ding! You have been slain by a level 150 magical rat. You are in the novice protection phase. No losses incurred. Xia Tianyu, bewildered by the system's message, resurrected not far from the sea of bones, his expression one of disbelief. This seemingly insignificant rat was a level 150? Where exactly had he arrived? Glancing at the rat, he shook his head and continued onward in the blood-drenched world. Meanwhile, players facing the same fate as Xia Tianyu languished in solitude and the unknown, making the heavy decision to log off, a choice they would regret for a lifetime. Enduring loneliness and isolation. Xia Tianyu had been in the game for 3 days, 3 long days without life, without players, utterly cut off from the outside world. At last, he confronted a fundamental challenge of gaming. His hunger level had reached 90%. He felt his strength waning, his mind burdened with exhaustion. Xia Tianyu understood he could no longer endure. Grasping a golden bone from the ocean of remains, he pressed on. Thoughts of logging off had crossed his mind, wishing to end this tedious venture, one devoid of challenge or thrill. If not for his extraordinary resilience, he would have faltered long ago. Yet, after 3 days, he had no inclination to give up. The predicament before him was dire. Hunger was a basic game mechanic, influencing the duration of gameplay. The more he consumed, the more he needed to replenish. He hadn't eaten anything in 3 days, even in reality. In the endless blood-red landscape, Xia Tianyu, clutching the golden bone, trudged on until one dark night. His vision faded, and he collapsed. His hunger level had reached 100%, rendering him unable to continue. However, in this special map, the system did not forcibly log him off. It was a test of great endurance for the player. Chapter 5. The demon scroll before him lay a visage of unparalleled beauty, a gentle yet resilient woman, her blood scattering across the darkened sky on that fateful night. A youthful lad, drenched in crimson, wept bitterly as he cradled her in his arms. Shuijia! A cry pierced the silence. On a massive stone bed, Xia Tianyu awakened from his virtual slumber, striving to calm the tempest within his heart. He surveyed his surroundings, a rudimentary chamber constructed of stone, adorned with tattered cloths for concealment. Upon inspecting his attributes, he noted that his hunger level had risen to 50%. He was now free to move. Yet, a question lingered. How had he been transported from the desolate desert to this place? Had someone rescued him? Regardless of the intent, he surmised that the individual bore no malice. However, he found himself alone. Rising from the bed, he placed the golden bone into his pack and stepped outside the stone dwelling. Before him unfolded a scene that elicited both astonishment and a chilling silence. The landscape was dotted with gravestones, and he instinctively turned to examine the nearest epitaph. Here lies Karl, the hero of humanity. His life story was inscribed above. Born with divine strength, he became the youngest holy knight of the empire at the tender age of 10, a beacon of power in the human realm. He vanquished the Black Dragon, slew the demon clan, and claimed the lives of 382 gods in the War of the Deities. Meeting his end at the mere age of 35. Here lies Xiao, the dwarven clan's prodigious blacksmith. At 20, he forged the legendary artifact Soul Extinction, and in the War of the Deities, he dispatched 400 divine generals and 300 demon lords, living to the ripe age of 186. The epitaphs continued to unveil tales of formidable human champions who had slain gods and demons in staggering numbers. Each step Xia Tianyu took, as he absorbed the gravestone stories, left him breathless. This place was a resting ground for the mightiest, their lives resplendent, yet ultimately extinguished in the War of the Gods, leaving behind only these desolate markers to signify their existence. He realized with a heavy heart that the majority of the deceased were human, an unfathomable loss of valiant souls. The cemetery rose like a mountain, and at its pinnacle stood an enormous gravestone, distinct from the others. Compelled by curiosity, he approached it. The back bore no inscription. But as he turned to face the front, he was struck with horror, instinctively drawing his weapon. Before him stood a gaunt, almost skeletal figure resembling a zombie, an elderly man with sunken eyes, tattered clothes, and a visage so weathered that it obscured any semblance of youth. Dead. Xia Tianyu pondered as he approached the old man, wanting to discern whether he still drew breath. Just as he reached out, the elder's eyes shot open. "Young one, you have awakened." The old man's voice resonated with the weight of ages. Startled, Xia Tianyu quickly composed himself. The desolate graveyard, devoid of life, was home only to this enigmatic elder. He surmised that the old man had saved him. "Thank you, elder," Xia Tianyu spoke with reverence. The old man's countenance remained impassive, perhaps lost to the passage of time, as he replied, "I have awaited your arrival for a long time." "Waited for me?" Xia Tianyu was taken aback. The elder's cryptic words stirred a whirlpool of confusion within him. "It has been 10,000 years, too long. Yet I have finally awaited your presence," the elder declared, his frail visage betraying a fierce glint in his eyes. 10,000 years. Xia Tianyu gasped, but soon rationalized it as a mere aspect of the game. "Elder, where is this place? Why are you here, and why is it so desolate? I encountered a sea of bones and countless gravestones. What transpired here?" The old man's expression remained stoic. "This is a forsaken land. All that was beautiful has perished in the ravages of war. You stand amidst the resting places of human champions. And what of me? How did I end up in such a peculiar place?" Xia Tianyu queried, bewildered. The elder slowly raised his gaze, fixing his piercing stare upon Xia Tianyu. "You are the one chosen by the demon. This is all part of the demon's design." "Demon?" Xia Tianyu was perplexed. In a world that revered gods and spirits, how could demons hold sway? "He dwells upon this land, the demon." The elder spoke, his eyes shimmering with tears and fervor. The realization hit Xia Tianyu as he gazed at the monumental gravestone, which bore the inscription, "The Tomb of the Demon," the only one devoid of an epitaph. "You are humanity's last hope, a mission bestowed upon you. The demon awaits your arrival. When you do, this shall be entrusted to you." Ding. "Do you accept the offering of the human prophet?" Human prophet? Xia Tianyu understood the gravity of the moment. He had either encountered a monumental task or an extraordinary boon. After wandering this desolate world for 4 days, he finally had a glimmer of hope, lifting his spirits. "Ding. You have received the demon scroll." "A scroll?" Xia Tianyu examined the obsidian scroll in his hand, inscribed with enigmatic runes. He cautiously unfurled it, the system's melodic notification echoing in his ears. "Ding. Do you wish to change your class to demon?" Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow at the system's prompt. A cautious individual by nature, he refused to be swept away by the sudden revelation. He scrutinized the scroll, only to be shocked by its contents. "Ding. Please choose wisely whether to become a demon." The demon, a being scorned by all races of gods, humans, demons, and dragons, an outcast. To become a demon meant shouldering a fate unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Adventurers who chose this path would require 5 times the experience to level up, and upon death, the demon class would vanish, reducing the player to level 0. Xia Tianyu hesitated, uncertain of the benefits of embracing the demon-s path. The flood of crimson notifications extinguished any joy he felt. The elder seemed to pierce through his uncertainty. Regardless of whether you embrace the demon now, you are forever marked by the demon's choice. Your fate is unalterable. The elder's words darkened Xia Tianyu's expression. I do not relish having my destiny dictated, especially not by a game. He stowed the demon scroll back in his pack, resolute in his decision to decline. My mission is fulfilled. Yours, however, is just beginning. Young one, you are destined to become a demon. This may be our final parting. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Ancient Battlefield Ruins quest. You have gained 1,000 human reputation, 100 gold, and 20,000 experience. Ding. You have received the Ruins Belt. Ding. In 5 seconds, you will be teleported to the newbie village of the Divine Continent. Please prepare yourself. 5, 4, 3. Xia Tianyu remained astounded by the elder's words, yet the system's incessant notifications resonated in his ears. When had he even accepted a quest? A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and in that moment, Xia Tianyu's figure and gaze revealed his inner turmoil. The old man's words echoed persistently in his mind. Could he truly transform into a demon? The days had been shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. In recent days, Xia Tianyu had lost count of how many attempts he had made. Yet, this time, as he opened his eyes, a rare expression of excitement and joy graced his features. At that moment, he found himself in a place adorned with mountains, rivers, villages, and people, both NPCs and players alike. He suddenly perceived the world as exquisitely beautiful, and unable to contain his elation, he let out a triumphant howl in the square of the novice village. This immediately drew scornful glances from countless players. But Xia Tianyu remained unfazed. With a broad grin, he gazed at the demon scroll in his inventory, declaring, "Let us challenge fate. Whether or not I am destined to be as the old man foretold, the choice shall be mine." Chapter 6. The Forgotten Belt. On the 4th day of the Celestial Game World, after successfully completing the system's default hidden quest, Xia Tianyu returned to the novice village. Yet, his first action was not to indulge in the game, but rather to promptly log off. 4 days spent immersed in the game had made even the most steadfast realize that one cannot survive solely on virtual sustenance. Thus, he decisively chose to disconnect. Fortunately, it was the cold season. Had it been summer, he would have been quite unpleasant to be around. He hurried to the first-floor bathroom and took a quick shower, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he made his way to the kitchen, swiftly retrieving eggs, tomatoes, and chicken wings from the refrigerator. After a brief flurry of cooking, steaming dishes emerged, and Xia Tianyu, with a heightened appetite, devoured the meal voraciously. "Ah, big brother Xia Tian, are you home?" Just as he was savoring his meal, a sweet voice echoed throughout the building. Qian, with her sparkling eyes, gazed curiously at him. Xia Tianyu quickly wiped his mouth and smiled. "Yes, I'm at home." Behind Qian were the alluring Xinhua Xian and the pure-hearted Xian Lanxin. Xia Tianyu offered a smile to Xian Lanxin, who returned the gesture, while both Xinhua Xian and Xian Lanxin nodded and smiled at him. In truth, the 3 women had been perplexed. They had not seen Xia Tianyu for 4 days and had assumed he no longer resided in the villa. Yet, witnessing his ravenous appetite now left them with the impression that he must have been starving for days. After exchanging polite greetings, the 3 women exited the villa. Xia Tianyu cast a puzzled glance, wondering if these 3 girls were incapable of cooking. It was clear to him that they had likely gone out for dinner. However, he paid them no mind and continued to enjoy his meal heartily. "Sister Yuexin, when can we establish our studio? Leveling up in the game is so challenging." Qian has been playing for 4 days and is only at level 3. As the 3 women stepped out of the villa area, they became a striking sight. Drawing admiration from passers-by, Xian Lanxin felt a weight in her heart and turned to her sister Xinhua Xian, realizing that the challenges in the game were far greater than they had anticipated. For now, all we can do is wait for Sister Mingyao. Xinhua Xian understood that time was not on her side. With only 2 years in reality, she feared she might not have the opportunity to change their circumstances. Yet, the emergence of the Celestial Game had ignited a flicker of hope within her. She had just 2 years to seize this chance. Yes. After the studio is established, Sister Mingling and Sister Mingjia will come to stay here too. Qian beamed with a sweet smile. Observing Qian's joy, Xinhua Xian and Xian Lanxin shared an infrequent smile. Despite the numerous difficulties ahead, Xinhua Xian perceived unlimited opportunities within the Celestial Game, affirming that her aspirations were indeed valid. Meanwhile, Within Xia Tianyu's villa, a clandestine conversation was taking place. "So, this has been Miss Land's activity over the past 4 days." A respectful voice came through the phone. "Ah Fei, thank you for your hard work. Please, do not mention it." The voice on the other end replied respectfully. After hanging up, Xia Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Xinhua Xin and her sister's residence there. He felt no particular emotion about it, as it was their affair, and he merely needed to protect Xin Lanxin. For Sister Shui, anyone who harmed Lanxin would be considered his enemy. Returning to his room, Xia Tianyu donned the black and gold helmet. The world spun around him, and he found himself back at the place where he had logged off. Ding! Welcome back to Novice Village number 0987. Xia Tianyu smiled, relieved to have returned to the Novice Village. By the way, wasn't there a reward for yesterday? He quickly opened his backpack and noticed a light blue belt shimmering within. A silver sheen? Could it be a silver item? Xia Tianyu was astonished. The most basic equipment in the game was the plain white gear, followed by the gray iron gear, dark gray mysterious iron gear, silver gear, gold gear, and dark gold gear. This was the hierarchy of low-level equipment in the Celestial game. High-level gear included red celestial artifacts, black demonic artifacts, and ghostly artifacts, all varying in power but comparable in rank. Legendary items were the purple divine artifacts and holy white artifacts, yet these were mere myths. The belt before him was named the Forgotten Belt, and its attributes elicited a glimmer of excitement in Xia Tianyu. Forgotten Belt, defense, 20 agility, 10 strength, 10 constitution, 10 luck, 1 additional, storage space of 100 slots. Additional, hit rate, 1 level requirement, none class requirement, none without hesitation. Xia Tianyu equipped the belt, and immediately, his attributes underwent a significant transformation. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had reached level 3. ID, Rainy Day Guild, none race, human reputation, 1,000 achievements, none title, none level 3 current experience, 78 20,000 health, 400 magic, 200 hunger, 0 strength, 35 constitution, 35 spirit, 30 agility, 35 perception, 20 destructive power, 21 creativity, 100 Xia Tianyu mused. That pitiful destructive power has only increased by 1. How disheartening. In his backpack, he also had a golden dragon bone he had retrieved from the ancient battlefield. Golden dragon bone spike. Purpose unknown, dragon bone spike, sharp and incredibly tough. He tossed the bone into the belt's storage and equipped his novice sword. With a grin, Xia Tianyu stepped out of the novice village, sword in hand, garbed in novice attire, wandering across the vast grasslands. He spotted an old hen and struck it down with a single blow, an elegant kill. Of course, it was merely a test. As a level 3 player, Xia Tianyu encountered a small gray wolf among the monsters. He drew his sword and charged toward the wolf, his novice sword glowing faintly with skill energy. The small wolf, sensing hostility, rushed toward Xia Tianyu. The silhouettes of the wolf and human intertwined as the novice sword emitted a soft glow, leaving a shimmering trail in the air. With a howl, the small wolf collapsed onto the emerald grass, taken down by Xia Tianyu's attack power of 13. Gazing at the Celestial game, which felt so vividly real, Xia Tianyu flashed an excited smile. "Celestial, here I come." Thus began Xia Tianyu's journey within the game, a mere prologue to what lay ahead. Chapter 7. The Challenge Beyond Levels. The game Tsang Qiong has been in operation for 5 days, reportedly amassing an unprecedented 30 million concurrent players. A remarkable milestone in the annals of gaming history. Summer Yu is fortunate to be among the first cohort of players. Currently, the leaderboard has yet to be activated, but according to the notifications displayed, the highest level achieved by a player stands at 8. However, despite the passage of 5 days, no player has reached level 10. In the 3rd level monster zone, Summer Yu finally comprehends the difficulty of leveling up. A throng of fervent players surrounds a level 3 wild wolf, engaging in a relentless cycle of slaughter. The leveling area is a scene of utter chaos. Summer Yu, who prefers tranquility, is disinclined to join the fray. Thus, he ventures deeper into the novice village, towards the 5-level monster zone. Upon arriving at the 5-level monster area, he is met with a disheartening sight. Players crowd the space, and among them are even those clearing the area. Summer Yu feels a pang of helplessness. Yet, when one possesses exceptional skill, they often exhibit extraordinary behavior. Therefore, Summer Yu presses on. Ding! Your level is too low, you are entering a danger zone. Summer Yu disregards the system's warning and steps into the thicket to the north and south of the novice village. After taking just a few steps, he senses an unsettling tension in the air. The bushes rustle without wind, as if something lurks nearby. Drawing his novice sword, instinct tells him that danger is encroaching. The sound of rustling grows nearer. Summer Yu positions his novice sword defensively before him, feet slightly apart, enabling him to counterattack swiftly or escape should the need arise. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunges at him without warning. Summer Yu barely has time to react, rolling away in a desperate evasion of the creature's attack. He rises swiftly to find himself face to face with a pitch-black leopard, its sharp teeth bared, drool dripping from its maw. An 8th level beast? Instead of fear, an exhilarating thrill courses through Summer Yu at the prospect of challenging a foe stronger than himself. The black leopard, realizing its attack has missed, lunges at Summer Yu once more. At level 3, he is outmatched by 5 levels. Yet, one must remember that this game boasts a claim of complete virtuality. While attributes are significant, a true expert possesses reflexive instincts. Indeed, Summer Yu's mental acuity is remarkable. As the leopard charges, he acts decisively, the ground kicking up dust as he charges forward, striking. The leopard's defense is 50, while Summer Yu's attack barely registers 2 points of damage. However, he remains unconcerned by the numbers. The battle persists. His priority is to evade, for being struck by the leopard, with its superior attack power, would spell certain doom. The leopard's claws swipe perilously close to his forehead, a harrowing near miss. Crouching low, Summer Yu adopts a stance reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, thrusting his novice sword into the creature's right eye. With a roar, the leopard suffers 5 points of damage, and the injury causes its life force to wane over time. Ding! You have struck the leopard's right eye, causing target damage over 5 seconds. Truly, this game lives up to its reputation for realism. Summer Yu's excitement intensifies. Every creature, be it animal or human, harbors its own lethal vulnerabilities. If this game were akin to others, Sangqiong would not be hailed as a realm of infinite possibilities. The wounded leopard becomes increasingly ferocious in its attacks, moving with greater speed and aggression. Summer Yu finds himself struggling, especially as he faces this formidable opponent under the constraints of 3rd-tier attributes. Had he been a player with 1st or 2nd-tier attributes, he would likely have faced instant annihilation at level 3, though endowed with superhuman reflexes and adaptability. The disparity in attributes ultimately renders him unable to contend with the 8th level leopard. He must choose to evade. Seizing the moment when the leopard leaps towards him, Summer Yu scatters dirt from the ground. The leopard hesitates, and in that fleeting instant, he seizes the opportunity to escape the thicket. Thus, his first attempt at a level-up challenge concludes in failure. What a magnificent realm Sangqiong is. I find it utterly captivating. After a brief moment of silence, an unquenchable excitement fills Summer Yu's eyes. In this instant, he has truly fallen in love with the game, no longer merely seeking to pass the time. The 8th level beast, though daunting, has taught him a valuable lesson. He decides to challenge a level 5 toad, and after a fierce battle in the toad's territory, he earns 3 copper coins and finally attains level 4. Unable to resist, Summer Yu returns to confront the 8th level leopard once more, only to endure a brutal defeat that sends him fleeing. Over time, his unusual behavior catches the attention of other players, who aptly nickname him Masochist Brother. For no other player would dare engage a leopard at level 4. Undaunted by the mockery, Summer Yu, through his battles with the leopard, begins to experience a sense of reality akin to actual combat. During his next encounter with the leopard, he successfully evades all of its threatening attacks. As day yields to night, he finally pierces the leopard's chest with his novice sword. A battle that has raged throughout the day draws to a close at this moment. The 8th level leopard yields a dazzling array of light as it falls, granting Summer Yu an immediate ascension to level 5. His previously weary body is rejuvenated, and he rises, reclaiming a solitary copper coin. Turning back, he encounters a stunning woman, clad in white as pure as snow, her garments fluttering in the evening breeze. She is a player of the elven race, her fair arms and long, elegant legs subtly revealed by the wind. The most striking feature is her ample bosom, which seems inadequately concealed by her ordinary attire. Her face, delicate as snow, combined with the elven gracefulness, renders her akin to a celestial being. One of the most exquisite women Summer Yu has ever seen. Their eyes meet, yet neither speaks. Ding. Player Feng Feiyang has become the first in the Huaxiao region to reach level 10 and enter the city. The system rewards him with 1,000 reputation points, 100 gold coins, and a piece of Xian iron equipment. The system's announcement shatters the tranquil silence of the night, drawing both Summer Yu and the enchanting woman back to reality. They pass each other in the stillness of the night, the beautiful woman and Summer Yu, mere moments apart. Chapter 8. Leveling conflict in the depths of night. A brisk wind swept across Xia Tianyu's face, rustling his garments. Like most players, in just 5 short days, he had entirely fallen in love with this world, Immersed in the palpable reality of the game, Xia Tianyu discovered that the strategies he employed in real life could be effectively utilized within this virtual realm, experiencing the thrill and excitement of challenging monsters beyond his level. And realizing that the game mirrored reality so closely, his attacks became increasingly precise and adept. With a keen understanding of critical strikes, Xia Tianyu could challenge creatures half a level above his own, though he was not yet strong enough to face a boss. Beneath the cloak of night, he ventured deeper into the novice village. Guided by the system's prompts, he learned that he was in a place called the Wasteland Cemetery, reeking of decay. The low growls from the graves, mingled with the wind, added to the eerie atmosphere. Yet, Xia Tianyu's expression remained unchanged as he faced a creature known as the Biozombie. Level 9 life, 500 defense, 70 ordinary humans, poisoned by biological weapons, become mindless corpses upon death. The formidable stats of the Biozombie presented a challenge that most players would avoid. However, to Xia Tianyu, this was indeed a treasure trove for leveling up. With a decisive strike, his novice sword shimmered faintly as it plunged into the zombie's heart. A vivid red number 10 appeared above the creature's head, a critical hit, albeit a modest one. Yet, Xia Tianyu's face radiated excitement. Most players viewed such monsters as insurmountable obstacles, but to him, they were mere sources of experience. As the zombie retaliated with a bloodied hand reaching for him, Xia Tianyu swiftly evaded, his cheek brushing against the creature's palm as he drew back for another strike. With a powerful motion, he positioned his left hand firmly on his right wrist, his gaze sharp and determined, thrusting the novice sword towards the zombie's head. Swish. 430. Critical hit. A vivid burst of crimson damage erupted from the zombie's head as it was sent soaring into the air before crashing to the ground, lifeless, dropping 3 companions. And an item? Xia Tianyu's excitement peaked. After half an hour of farming zombies, this was the first time he had obtained equipment. Bio-corrupted garb grade. None. Defense. 10 strength. 3 level. 9 class. None. Xia Tianyu sighed in frustration. Such an item was utterly useless to him, being only level 5 after just leveling up. Suddenly, he noticed 5 players above level 8 in the vicinity. Among them was a player named Feng Huashuiyu, and the others followed closely behind. They regarded Xia Tianyu with indifference, choosing not to engage. Feng Huashuiyu frowned upon seeing Xia Tianyu alone, practicing in this area. He asked by himself, "Ignore him. Let us hurry and reach level 10 to enter the city. Our leader does not tolerate weaklings." The group began to level up, engaging in combat with a biozombie. Feng Huashuiyu, a novice mage, unleashed a small fireball that dealt a surprising 100 damage to the creature. Xia Tianyu watched in astonishment. As he observed their battle, he realized a perplexing issue. Why did others possess skills while he was limited to novice abilities? In response, he opened his character panel. To his dismay, he found no class listed. ID, Xiaotian class, none. Despite his grievances, this only fueled his determination to level up. He resolved to reach level 10, then transition to a class in the city to unleash formidable skills. Thus, he began to grind fervently, attracting biozombies with fluid movements. His damage output may not have been high, but his combat style left the 5 players astounded. Upon closer inspection, they noted that his agility and technique were unlike that of a typical player. The 5 became captivated by Xia Tianyu's performance. If his battle were to be described in words, it would be a dance of death. Each attack from the biozombie seemed to be anticipated, allowing him to evade and counter with lethal precision. When a biozombie's head fell to the ground, the 5 players were left dumbfounded. Remarkably, Xia Tianyu's speed of defeating monsters rivaled theirs, and soon the area was devoid of biozombies. Gone. Xia Tianyu smiled, gradually attuning to the rhythm of combat. He realized that the skills he honed in reality could be effectively applied within the game, revealing the true allure of this virtual world. However, as he became engrossed in his battles, his range of engagement expanded, inadvertently slaying a biozombie that the Feng Huashuiyu group was targeting. Damn it, that brat. Hey, don't go too far. The warrior from the group stormed over to Xia Tianyu, shouting. His demeanor suggested that Xia Tianyu had wronged him deeply. Xia Tianyu remained unfazed, his expression as cold as ice. Too far. The warrior glared at him, but upon catching Xia Tianyu's gaze, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predator. Nevertheless, recalling that it was merely a game, he shouted to bolster his courage. "You dare to steal our monster and act all high and mighty? You're asking for trouble. Steal your monster? What a joke. In this vast leveling area, why don't you claim that these monsters belong to you?" Xia Tianyu scoffed at the warrior's absurdity. "Just now, that monster was clearly ours, and you killed it without a second thought. Do you think we, the dark dragons, are easy to dismiss?" The warrior seethed with rage. Dark dragons? What is that? Never heard of it. If you're interested in a beautiful woman, do you think she is yours just because you fancy her? Xia Tianyu was disinclined to engage further with such nonsense. Friend, you've crossed the line, the warrior retorted. We may not be top tier, but we are not to be insulted. Xia Tianyu's words ignited anger among the 5 players, who had long awaited this moment. Aligning themselves with the warrior, exuding an air of intimidation. Xia Tianyu smirked. Conflict and competition for resources were common in online games. Yet, he never expected to find himself at the center of such a situation. Unfamiliar with the significance of the dark dragons, he remained unperturbed. What do you want? He asked, his grip tightening around his novice sword. What do we want? We want you to know that while food may be shared, words must be chosen wisely. Feng Huashui's eyes glinted coldly under the night sky as the tension escalated, weapons drawn. Chapter 9. The first battle. The wind swept across the graveyard, where biochemical zombies roamed, yet 6 individuals stood in a tense standoff on a safe patch of ground. Xia Tianyu, wielding a novice sword, remained composed as he contemplated his strategy for combat. He felt he might have a chance against 2 opponents, relying on his skills from the real world. But facing 5 players, all of whom were at a higher level than he, weighed heavily on him. You want me dead? But I doubt you can manage that. Xia Tianyu scoffed. How dare you act tough when death is imminent? The warrior, incensed by Xia Tianyu's taunt, charged at him, swinging his novice axe. With a disdainful snort, Xia Tianyu sprang into action, his body leaping like a predator. Heavy strike, the novice's most powerful skill. He executed a 2-handed sword strike that took everyone by surprise. The novice sword found its mark on the warrior's head, leaving him aghast and unable to evade, resulting in a staggering 500 damage. Curse you. Feng Huashuiyue, witnessing this, erupted in fury, casting a fireball spell without incantation. Xia Tianyu, noticing this, sprang off the warrior's body, leaping to escape the melee. Don't let him get away. Feng Huashuiyue shouted, realizing the formidable Xia Tianyu was attempting to flee. This man possesses such vitality. A lethal blow of 500 did not kill the warrior. A level 8 warrior, with a focus on stamina, must have over 1,000 health points. Given that Xia Tianyu was only level 5, he had no hope of a one-hit kill. Thus, he understood that prolonging the battle would lead to his demise. Adopting the strategy of retreat, he bolted without hesitation. Think you can escape? Leave that to me. Feng Huashuiyue unleashed another fireball, causing Xia Tianyu to momentarily falter. One of the gunmen among the 5 took the opportunity to shoot Xia Tianyu in the leg. Ding! You have been hit by a bullet in the calf. Agility decreased. Xia Tianyu's expression darkened as he limped onward, but the effect on his attributes slowed him down. The wind rustled. Xia Tianyu sensed a palpable aura of death in the air. Just as he took a step, he suddenly leaned back. A flash of a dagger streaked past him as an agile rogue dashed by, the blade nearly grazing his face, strands of hair flying in the wake of the attack. Xia Tianyu halted, but was swiftly encircled by the 5 pursuing players. Damn it! Why don't you run now? You were so quick earlier. The warrior puffed, standing before Xia Tianyu, seething with rage, while the others regarded him with predatory eyes. Xia Tianyu remained silent, his mind racing. In this predicament, his death was certain, yet he would not allow them to have an easy victory. If he must perish, he would take one of them down with him. Attack! Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Tianyu lunged at Feng Huashuiyue, the weakest among them, knowing that even at level 8, the mage only possessed 300 health. If he could inflict a fatal blow, he might eliminate Feng Huashuiyue. The idea was sound, but execution proved difficult. As Xia Tianyu moved, the warrior, knight, and rogue swiftly advanced on him. Xia Tianyu's expression hardened as he faced the trio's assault, yet he closed his eyes. Now, he suddenly opened his eyes, and as the trio attacked, he spotted a gap in their formation. Charge! Xia Tianyu's agility rivaled that of the rogue. Had he not been shot in the calf, the rogue would have had no chance of catching him. Feng Huashuiyue believed Xia Tianyu was doomed, yet at the moment he mocked him. Xia Tianyu miraculously slipped through the trio's defenses, the novice sword aimed directly at him. The novice sword was released from his grip, hurtling toward Feng Huashuiyue like a bullet. He was taken aback, attempting to evade, but how could a mage, without the ability to blink, dodge such a close-range attack? The novice sword pierced Feng Huashuiyue's neck, impaling him instantly. Feng Shui. The 4 others snapped back to reality, terror etched on their faces as they realized that their leader had been slain by a single player. Such news would surely be a source of ridicule if it spread. You scoundrel! They roared in unison, their attacks landing on the ground as Xia Tianyu, though quick, was suspended in the air for a moment, and under the combined assault of the 4, he was swiftly brought down. Being a novice, he suffered no losses upon death. The group glared at Feng Huashuiyue's corpse, then turned their cold stares back to Xia Tianyu. You dare oppose us? We'll kill you every time we see you. Return to the village and find Feng Shui. Death as a novice incurs no penalties, but upon reaching level 10, death results in becoming a corpse and dropping equipment. If a player fails to resurrect within 5 minutes, their items become unclaimed. Xia Tianyu was randomly teleported back to the novice village, whether by fate or coincidence. Fenghua Shuyue revived just a moment before him. Upon encountering his nemesis again, fury ignited within him, yet he could only glare at Xia Tianyu. For the village was a safe zone, forbidding PK. Rainy days, huh? I'll remember you. Fenghua Shuyue glared at Xia Tianyu, fuming, for he was incensed at having been killed despite the numerical advantage. Having a man obsessed with me is not a favorable situation. Xia Tianyu shot a disdainful glance at Fenghua Shuyue. I'll remember this. You wait. Fenghua Shuyue, furious at Xia Tianyu's nonchalance, nearly exploded, his words swiftly censored by the system. Xia Tianyu, damn it. On this rainy day, you wait. You better never leave the novice village, opposing our dark dragon. I'll ensure you meet a miserable end. Fenghua Shuyue, enraged by Xia Tianyu's indifferent demeanor, let out a roar that drew the attention of players within the village. Dark dragon. Xia Tianyu paid little heed, yet those around him gasped, their expressions turning grave. Oh dear, this kid has crossed paths with the dark dragon. The dark dragon's members were known for their ruthlessness towards the weak. Xia Tianyu overheard the murmurs. Seems your dark dragon's reputation is rather lacking. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Once you leave the novice village, you'll learn what true suffering is. I will not rest until you are reduced to level 0, to quench my thirst for vengeance. Fenghua Shuyue bellowed. We shall see. Xia Tianyu, disinterested in further banter, logged off, for hunger had struck him. Since the day he was born, he had never feared anyone, except perhaps his eccentric father. First update of the morning. Bidding for an invincible character is underway. Do you wish to become a superpower among the kings? Do you aspire to be a renowned super player? The bidding for the king's character is now open. Chapter 10. The enchanting Meng Yao in the novice village, upon seeing Xia Tianyu log off, Feng Waguiyu, in a fit of rage, could not restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of curses. His 4 underlings, returning from their leveling point, looked on at Feng's outburst. Brother Feng, what is the matter? One of the warriors asked with a troubled expression. What is the matter? What the hell? Leveling up? Let us get back to leveling. Damn it. I will make that bastard named Xia Tianyu know my capabilities. Feng Waguiyu declared as he pulled his 4 companions out of the novice village. As they departed, the players remaining in the novice village exchanged contemptuous whispers, though they refrained from doing so openly, clearly aware of the formidable influence of the Dark Dragon faction. Just a few days into the game, Xia Tianyu had already attracted a colossal amount of trouble, and Feng Waguiyu threatened that if Xia Tianyu ventured out of the novice village, he would be hunted back to level 0. Nevertheless, after logging off, Xia Tianyu quickly forgot about the incident. After finishing a late-night snack, taking a shower, and planting a tender kiss on a photo of Shuejia, he fell into a deep sleep until dawn. As usual, Xia Tianyu rose early, stepping out for his morning run. In truth, running in such an environment had little effect on him, but he was reluctant to alter the habit he had cultivated. At the break of dawn, shrouded in a misty haze, Xia Tianyu completed 10 laps around the villa area in just about an hour, at which point the sky began to brighten. While returning from his run, a luxurious car slowly entered the villa area, aligning perfectly with Xia Tianyu's path. The driver inside appeared to notice him, but drove straight into the villa compound without a word. Xia Tianyu paid him no mind and continued his run, soon watching the car disappear from view. Upon entering the villa area, the car stopped at building 202, which was also Xia Tianyu's residence. Miss, we have arrived, the driver, a burly middle-aged man, announced, his gait indicating a seasoned fighter. Wow, we finally made it. I'm exhausted, chirped a lively young beauty, approximately 17 or 18 years old, as she emerged from the vehicle. Her sweet and charming visage, accentuated by large, bright eyes, resembled that of a doll. From the trunk, she retrieved her luggage and opened the car door, revealing a tall woman clad in luxurious black stockings that hugged her exquisite legs, standing at around 170 centimeters. She matched Xia Tianyu's height, her long legs radiating an alluring charm that evoked thoughts of summer temptations. Her stunningly delicate features were captivating, adorned with a flowing princess dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her softly curled, light red hair exuded maturity and allure. This place is rather nice. That guy didn't deceive me, right, sister? Meng Jia glanced back at her breathtakingly beautiful sister. The enchanting beauty smiled gently. Meng Yao, you finally arrived. The door to building 202 swung open, revealing 3 stunning women who greeted her with joy. even eclipsing the charm of the likes of Xin, Xin, Lon Xin, and Qian Qian. Hee. I've missed you all so much. The woman was not as aloof as she appeared. Upon seeing the three come out to welcome her, she broke into a radiant smile, 1,000 charms on display. Qian Qian, did you miss your sister? Meng Jia and Qian Qian immediately became engrossed in playful banter. Who is your sister? I'm the sister, Qian Qian retorted, as she and Meng Jia, both born on the same day, had been playfully arguing over who the true sister was for over a decade. To welcome Meng Yao back, we can take a day off today, Xin Yuexin suggested with a bright smile. However, the stunning Meng Yao chuckled and replied, Xin, we cannot afford to slack off even for a day. Today marks the establishment of the Xin studio. Let us save the celebrations for the evening. Xin Yuexin understood this, but the joy of reuniting with good friends made it hard to resist the urge to chat. Meng Yao, what is your name in the game? What level are you? Qian Qian inquired with genuine curiosity. It had been nearly 6 days, and she, Xin Yuexin, and Lon Xin had barely reached level 9. Finally poised to leave the novice village. Meng Yao smirked mischievously, hee, I can't reveal that just yet. You'll find out in a few days. Hey, handsome, you're back. The girls were animatedly discussing when Qian Qian noticed Xia Tianyu standing at the entrance, looking somewhat dazed. With Qian Qian's remark, all eyes turned towards Xia Tianyu, who felt quite helpless. He had been back for quite some time, but had been overlooked by the radiant beauties, and most importantly, they were blocking the entrance, preventing him from entering. Xia Tianyu was taken aback by Meng Yao's beauty. In his mind, only Shui Jie could compare. Meng Yao, this is our landlord, Xia Tianyu, sharing your surname, Lon Xin said with a smile. The innocent-looking beauty's impression of Xia Tianyu was rather favorable. Hello. Out of courtesy, Xia Tianyu instinctively extended his hand, but Meng Yao hesitated, creating an awkward silence. Just as Xia Tianyu was about to withdraw his hand, Meng Yao, displaying her politeness, shook hands with him and gracefully introduced herself. The sight left the surrounding beauties in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the interaction between the goddess of countless men and Apos, dreams, and Xia Tianyu. Many had longed for a fleeting touch, yet Meng Yao had often ignored their advances. I shall not intrude on your sisterly gathering, Xia Tianyu said, his tone unusually gentle, before stepping into the villa. Meng Yao, you can't possibly have a crush on that handsome guy, can you? That hand, you've never let anyone else touch it, Qian Qian teased, along with Jia Jia, as they playfully touched Meng Yao's fair hand. What are you talking about? Let us go, we have much to discuss. Meng Yao replied with a serene smile, pondering the reason for her gesture of greeting, a question she had contemplated for quite some time. Xin studio? Now I understand why Xin Yuexin has such audacity to engage in this gamble with her father. Xia Tianyu had overheard enough of the girls' conversation to grasp the essence of the situation. The presence of so many breathtaking beauties in one studio would undoubtedly create a significant butterfly effect. If Xin Yuexin and her friends could capture the hearts of a few young men, Meng Yao would undoubtedly become the goddess of their dreams. A studio like this, with a mere wave of its hand, could likely rally great support within the game, carving out a unique niche. However, to establish an entity akin to a new-style consortium, Xin Yuexin and her companions still had a considerable distance to cover. Of course, these matters were of no concern to Xia Tianyu. Little did he realize that the issues he wished to avoid would soon entangle him, and due to his existence, the Xin studio would undergo earth-shattering transformations. Chapter 11. The King of Zombies. Summer Yu re-entered the game world once more. The novice village appeared unchanged. However, the bothersome flies seemed to have lost their patience waiting for him to continue their tirade. With the absence of these annoying creatures, Summer Yu felt a sense of relief. Gradually, as he began to comprehend the interplay between power in the game and reality, his curiosity and fondness for this virtual realm grew. According to the game data, among the initial 30 million players from Huaxia, over 2 million had already reached level 10. Yet, the game had not released any rankings, leaving the information scarce. Aside from the announcements regarding the top 3 players, no further details about other formidable players were available. Nonetheless, Summer Yu remained unconcerned by this matter, for his purpose in the game was to seek the key he had once discovered. However, as is customary in games, the primary objective remained to level up and depart from the novice village. Once again, he returned to the land of biozombies. The atmosphere remained eerie and foreboding, with monsters still resembling tattered, slow-moving zombies. Now at level 5, and equipped with combat skills honed in reality, Summer Yu dispatched these biozombies effortlessly. His movements resembled a dance upon the edge of death, fluid and graceful, weaving through the ranks of creatures that outclassed him in levels. while precisely striking at the zombies' vital points, claiming their lives and experience. The skill strike was executed by Summer Yu with remarkable finesse, as his somewhat slender figure navigated and battled amidst the biozombies. The sensations from reality began to blend into the game, rendering his form somewhat ethereal. The novice sword in his hand swung toward a biozombie's head, and in an instant, the creature's lifeless head fell to the ground. The damage of his fatal strike standing out starkly in the gloomy cemetery filled with zombies. However, it wasn't long before Summer Yu noticed a troubling trend. The number of players in the zombie territory was increasing with time, and these sluggish zombies no longer held any allure for him. Thus, he ventured deeper into the cemetery. Amongst the myriad of graves, he wandered alone, feeling no discomfort. Compared to the graveyards he had encountered on ancient battlefields, this one seemed trivial. As he traversed through the zombies' gathering spots, Summer Yu appeared to arrive at the cemetery's center, where the surrounding monsters gradually diminished from his view. After approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he focused on a point roughly a kilometer away. Something felt amiss. Previously, there had been nearly no monsters in his vicinity. Yet at the center of the cemetery, a horde of biozombies lingered, and ahead loomed a tomb larger than the surrounding ones. Summer Yu furrowed his brow. Excitement mixed with apprehension building within him. He feared he might have encountered the legendary boss. As he focused, the deep yellow letters under the night sky stood out vividly. King of Biozombies. Elite Reinforcement Level. 10 health. 3,000 skills. Zombie Roar. Zombie Venom. Zombie Roar. Stuns the target for 3 seconds. Zombie Venom. Slows the target's movement for 3 seconds. The King of Zombies. Prowling with suffocating venom. A level 10 elite boss? In the novice village, this was undoubtedly a dominant force, yet Summer Yu was merely at level 5, and aside from a belt, he possessed nothing capable of combating this King of Zombies. Moreover, numerous lesser monsters surrounded him. After much deliberation, he reluctantly chose to abandon the confrontation. After all, it was still a game, despite its realistic feel. Nevertheless, Summer Yu opted to remain in the vicinity, targeting biozombies for experience points. Leveling up was inherently solitary, and he was entirely capable of enduring the loneliness. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, a dark, ominous group appeared in the land of biozombies. The leading man was already at level 10. Logically, he should have left the novice village, yet he had brought along a cadre of players nearly all at level 9. The arrival of this group astonished the players grinding in the biozombie territory. Was that the Dark Dragon Guild? Currently, no guilds existed in the sky. Yet those familiar with online gaming knew that many large studios had infiltrated this popular realm. The appearance of these dozen individuals immediately captured the players' attention. Wind and Snow, are you really certain there is a boss in this biozombie territory? Among the 12, if Summer Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of them, a mage among the crowd, unmistakably Fengwick Suiyu. Dragon brother, do you still not trust me? When I, along with Gao Fushua and the others, discovered this boss, our levels were too low to act. Now, with 5 of us at level 10 and 7 at level 9, we can surely handle that boss. Fengwick Suiyu spoke with unwavering confidence to the rugged man before her. All right, let us move quickly. Hopefully, the boss is still there. Black Dragon, a prominent member of the Dark Dragon Guild, had been eager to change classes, yet Fengwick Suiyu informed him of a boss remaining in the novice village, prompting their venture to the biozombie territory. It was indeed remarkable that 12 members of the Dark Dragon Guild had managed to assemble in a mere novice village, indirectly indicating their formidable strength. Summer Yu continued to slay the slowly respawning biozombies in the nearby forest. Accustomed to the night, he preferred solitary combat. Under the night breeze, as he awaited the monster respawn, Summer Yu suddenly turned to the dark, empty expanse ahead, falling silent as he murmured, "Are there players nearby?" He was unsure, but he could distinctly sense the approach of others. Finding a concealed spot, he concealed himself, and soon, a group emerged into view. Observing them, Summer Yu's expression shifted. The world of this game felt alarmingly small, as Fengwick Suiyu and her familiar companions were among them. Gazing at the well-equipped group, Summer Yu furrowed his brow. Their intentions were undoubtedly, "Look, the King of Zombies is still there." Fengwick Suiyu exclaimed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, it remains. Shuiyu, you've done a great service for our Dark Dragon Guild this time." In the early stages of the game, what was most essential? Certainly, it was equipment. Especially for guilds and studios, a single piece of gear could elevate their prestige, while a coveted item could immortalize one's name. Thus, upon witnessing the King of Zombies still in existence, exhilaration spread across the faces of the group. "Let's move." The group, brimming with enthusiasm, advanced towards the boss, oblivious to the lurking fangs in the shadows. Fengwick Suiyu, Didn't this fellow mention something about the Dark Dragon Guild? Summeryu grinned sinisterly in the darkness, revealing a devilish smile. Chapter 12. The battle for spoils. The shield guard stood firm against the surrounding minions, while the mage and archer were instructed to maintain their aggro. The rest of the team focused on dealing damage, and the rogue was tasked with interrupting the boss's abilities. Black Dragon cast a glance at the boss's attributes and immediately commanded the attack. The team swiftly adjusted their formation, employing a strategy specifically designed for tackling outdoor bosses. As the battle commenced, Black Dragon charged forward, drawing the attention of a biochemical zombie from the horde. The zombie, in its confusion, struck at Black Dragon, only to meet its demise as it was overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of the team. The first biochemical zombie fell swiftly, and soon, all the minions surrounding the boss were eradicated, leaving only the zombie king. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Tianyu nodded in approval. Under Black Dragon's leadership, the method of assault, albeit time-consuming, was undoubtedly the most reliable approach. With only the zombie king remaining, Black Dragon's expression turned serious, his heart racing with excitement. This elite level 10 boss had an 80% chance of dropping silver tier equipment, a rarity at this stage of the game. It was no wonder Black Dragon was brimming with enthusiasm. The 12 players checked their potions, aware that in the early stages of the game, both potions and copper coins were incredibly valuable, unlike Xia Tianyu, who possessed 100 gold coins. With a sufficient supply of potions, they felt ready for the challenge. Fixated on the zombie king, the group envisioned the treasure and gold that awaited them. The battle began. One of the novice shield guards charged forward, successfully drawing the zombie king's ire. The zombie king roared in fury, lunging towards the shield guard. The 12 players quickly formed a line and unleashed their attacks on the zombie king. Black Dragon, a formidable warrior wielding a black iron greatsword, swung it with precision, the whoosh of the blade cutting through the air. Watching the orderly assault from his concealed position, Xia Tianyu felt a twinge of unease. If this continued, the zombie king would undoubtedly perish, and he would be left watching as the others claimed the boss's loot. It seemed he had no choice but to take a risk. Preparing for battle, Xia Tianyu knew of the concept of finishing blows in the game. The player who delivered the final strike would receive 20% of the experience and the right to loot the equipment. Now, Xia Tianyu aimed to execute a successful finishing blow while dodging the risk of being annihilated by the boss amidst the 12-player onslaught. As the group held their breath, their eyes fixated on the diminishing health of the boss, it became evident that although their coordination was seamless, they were not an elite team. The shield guard soon fell, unable to keep up with the healing demands. In this early stage of the game, players lacked sufficient healing skills, and with the shield guard down, the remaining players found themselves in a precarious situation, with Black Dragon barely managing to hold the line. Quickly, keep up the damage. The boss's health is down to 10%. Black Dragon shouted anxiously, worried that at any moment, a rogue or another team might intrude, jeopardizing their hard-won spoils. 9-8. Xia Tianyu's heart raced as he kept his eyes glued to the boss's health bar. In reality, he was confident in his ability to eliminate the enemy. But within the game, despite employing real-world combat techniques, he could only muster a fraction of his true potential. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. In this battlefield where death held no consequence, Xia Tianyu felt liberated, ready to act decisively. 5. Observing the boss's health, Xia Tianyu silently prepared to strike. He was not far from the zombie king, and under the cover of night and the graveyard shadows, he swiftly approached the enemy. With agility akin to that of a level 15 rogue, he was poised for action. The boss had only 500 health remaining. The exhilarating shouts of Black Dragon and his companions spurred them to intensify their attacks. Xia Tianyu felt the thrill surge within him. Now was the moment for the finishing blow. With a swift strike, he aimed to sever the head of the boss, sure it would be fatal. 3. Roar. But just as the boss's health dipped below 200, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The zombie king's eyes turned blood red, and in a fit of rage, it stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack and releasing a cloud of toxic mist. The remaining 10 players were enveloped in a purple haze, indicating they were poisoned. The boss seized this opportunity to retaliate mercilessly, claiming the lives of a mage and a gunner in an instant. Damn it! Black Dragon gritted his teeth. In such a critical moment, nothing could go wrong. He downed a small health potion and charged at the zombie king, who, despite its transformation, still had 200 health left. Seizing the moment was crucial, and even Black Dragon understood this principle. Xia Tianyu was equally aware. Kill. Amidst the dusty graveyard, a lithe figure darted ahead of Black Dragon, wielding a novice sword and boasting a mere level 5. With both hands gripping the sword, the player delivered a powerful strike, slicing through the zombie king's head. Simultaneously, Black Dragon's greatsword arrived, their figures colliding at the edge of the boss's body. A player? Black Dragon's expression darkened. Yet he had no time for anger, for at that moment, the boss's head was severed, and its health plummeted to 0. The realization of stealing the kill dawned upon Black Dragon and his team, but there was no time to ponder. All of them rushed toward the boss, for upon its death, the ground would scatter with coins and 3 pieces of equipment. Silver Gray? Xia Tianyu's reflexes kicked in. He had already prepared himself. As soon as the boss dropped its loot, he bent down to collect it and sprinted away at full speed. Damn it, you bastard. Don't you dare run. Black Dragon roared in fury. Although Xia Tianyu had only claimed 1 piece of equipment, to Black Dragon and his team, it was an undeniable humiliation. A critical hit. A modern gunner fired a shot at Xia Tianyu's back, a bright red 87 damage floating above him. Stinging from the blow, Xia Tianyu dared not linger. Fleeing at full speed. Damn, it's that bastard. As Xia Tianyu made his swift escape with the boss's loot, Feng Hua and Shui Yu caught a glimpse of his face, erupting in anger. They wanted to pursue, but Xia Tianyu's figure, cloaked in night and shadows, vanished from their sight. Black Dragon and his team remained frozen in place, seething with rage. Shui Yu, do you know that guy? Black Dragon's eyes flared with fury. To have been robbed of a kill in the novice village by another player was a disgrace that would tarnish the reputation of the Dark Dragon Guild. Feng Hua and Shui Yu were equally incensed. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. It was evident that they recognized Xia Tianyu as the player who had clashed with them during their level-up sessions. Damn it, only a black iron weapon. Though they had been robbed of the boss, Black Dragon understood that such occurrences were commonplace in the game. Knowing who the culprit was, he felt assured that as long as they remained in the game, Dark Dragon would have its chance for revenge. Shui Yu, gather intel on that guy. To steal our Dark Dragon's boss, he's clearly seeking trouble in this game. Black Dragon's murderous intent radiated uncontrollably. Feng Hua and Shui Yu were eager to comply, embellishing their account of events, and Black Dragon's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 13. Ascending to level 10 in a cave not far from the realm of biochemical zombies, a young man clad in novice attire, wielding a beginner's sword, gasped for breath as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Only after assuring himself of his safety did he exhale deeply and recline against the earthen wall. This young man was, of course, Xia Tianyu, who had just seized a monster's loot. Once relaxed, Xia Tianyu did not believe the crisis had passed. Rather, being recognized by Feng Wagweiyu meant that his future journey would be fraught with difficulties. Nevertheless, Xia Tianyu was unfazed, for it was merely a game. A far cry from reality. Had he not leveled up earlier? After completing his last hit, he had gained 20% experience, allowing him to ascend 2 levels. Now reaching level 7, with only 3 levels remaining to achieve 10. Ah, the weapon. Excited from his first experience of snatching loot, Xia Tianyu hastily retrieved his spoils, dimming the silvery sheen. Before him appeared a humble dagger-like weapon. Biochemical blade, silver, attack, 100134 strength, 20 required level, 15 class requirement, assassin, swordsman, gunner, archer, undiscovered. With such impressive stats even before identification, one could only imagine its potential post-identification. It was indeed a silver weapon, yet level 15 seemed a distant goal. He stored it within his forgotten belt, feeling a sense of relief. However, it was likely that he had thoroughly offended the Dark Dragon Guild. After the initial delight, Xia Tianyu confronted this reality. While he was unperturbed, excessive nuisances could become bothersome. Reflecting upon his solitary nature, Xia Tianyu concluded that even if he had made enemies, it mattered little. They could not relentlessly pursue him. Gathering his thoughts, he felt no attachment to the novice village and resolved to strive for level 10. Not far from the zombie territory, Xia Tianyu engaged in combat with the mole monsters, quite literally playing whack-a-mole. Exhausted after navigating through numerous caves, he finally reached level 8 after approximately 30 minutes. At this point, his supply of potions had dwindled. Deciding to return to the village for supplies, he proceeded with utmost caution, wary of any disturbances. Upon reaching the novice village, he did not immediately enter but instead concealed himself on the hillside behind the village. Observing the situation within, these individuals were indeed troublesome. Xia Tianyu's expression turned serious. His intuition had proven correct. The Dark Dragon Guild and Feng Wagweiyu appeared intent on locating him within the novice village. Undoubtedly, they were searching for him. Humph. I wonder how long you can hold out. Xia Tianyu scoffed, choosing not to enter the village. Lacking potions, he dared not engage in further leveling, opting instead to sit on the hillside and see who would tire first. Brother Dark Dragon, it's been 2 hours, and that rascal hasn't returned. At this rate, we stand to lose. The group, now at level 10, found themselves unable to gain any experience in the novice village. If they continued to waste time, they would be left behind by the larger group. With a dark expression, Dark Dragon remained silent for a moment before declaring, "Let us go to the city and change our class. I refuse to believe that scoundrel can evade us forever. Once we reach the big city, he will surely regret everything he has done today." With a final ominous remark, Dark Dragon led his level 10 companions to the teleportation point, their figures vanishing from the novice village. Meanwhile, after logging off to have dinner, Xia Tianyu returned online, ensuring that the others had departed before stealthily re-entering the novice village. He purchased 10 sets of red and blue potions from the apothecary, spending 5 gold coins, and began his solitary leveling journey anew. By this time, few players remained in the novice village. Even the most inexperienced players were nearing level 10, with Xia Tianyu being the only exception. Therefore, it was imperative for him to attain level 10. The leveling areas for level 10 were numerous, and Xia Tianyu randomly selected one. After laboring throughout the night, he finally reached level 10 as dawn's golden light cascaded down. Upon attempting to slay monsters and realizing he gained no experience, Xia Tianyu resolved to leave this place and enter the big city. "Young adventurer, you are the pride of our village. Are you now willing to follow the gods into their realm?" The NPC, an elderly transporter, extolled the deities of this continent in Xia Tianyu's ear. "Indeed," Xia Tianyu replied. "Please choose the town district you'd like to enter." 3 town districts appeared before him: Baisher Town, Windmill Town, and Coastal Town. For someone like Xia Tianyu, who had not perused any game materials, these towns were utterly unfamiliar. After a moment of hesitation, he chose Coastal Town. "Great adventurer, may your deeds be immortalized through the ages." The transporter praised Xia Tianyu, though he recited such words to every adventurer. With a flash of white light, the environment around Xia Tianyu transformed dramatically. Had he finally departed the novice village? Xia Tianyu felt a surge of excitement within him. Coastal Town, reputed to be a settlement established upon the sea, could accommodate a population of 200,000. For players in the early stages of the game, this town was impressively vast. As Xia Tianyu emerged in the town, he observed the bustling NPCs and hurried players, grinning broadly as the exhilarating adventure commenced. However, as he roamed the streets, he soon sensed something amiss. Despite the vibrant streets and throngs of people, he felt that something was lacking. Yet, as a novice, he could not pinpoint the issue. Dismissing his concern, he prioritized his class change. "Excuse me, where's the class change guild?" he inquired, aware that the first change occurred in the town district, while the second required a trip to the big city. The warrior he asked glanced at Xia Tianyu with curiosity, contemplating before directing him. Xia Tianyu expressed his gratitude and sprinted toward the class change location. Once Xia Tianyu had departed, the warrior chuckled derisively. "Can you believe someone would choose the human race? Does he not know? Perhaps, just perhaps, he is simply a novice." With a smirk, he turned and left. Although Xia Tianyu was one of the earliest players to enter the game, he was unaware that his seemingly arbitrary choice of race would lead him to become part of the most challenging race on this divine continent, where every step would be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 14. The twists of job change. Xia Tianyu was brimming with excitement, completely intent on not logging off as he hurried to the job change center. At this moment, the job change venue was relatively empty, and the professions in the game sky had truly transcended traditional boundaries. In addition to the fixed professions, players could also undertake certain tasks or seize opportunities to transition into hidden classes. The game boasted a plethora of professions, with 3 modern ones currently available: gunslinger, psionicist, and alchemist. The gunslinger wielded weapons such as pistols, cannons, and heavy firearms, while the psionicist could manipulate the elements of nature, wind, fire, lightning, and other imaginative powers. The alchemist was said to be a group capable of harnessing mysterious forces. The ancient martial professions included traditional warriors, archers, mages, priests, and rogues, along with a variety of subclasses like swordsman, blade master, shield guardian, priestess, and assassin. The advancement within each profession was also a source of great enjoyment, adding layers of fun to the progression system. Truth be told, Xia Tianyu was somewhat hesitant about his choice of profession. In his heart, he wished to become a psionicist, as this modern profession suited him best. Upon arriving at the job change center, his first stop was the NPC for the psionicist class. "Hello, I wish to become a psionicist," Xia Tianyu stated at the counter, his voice steady and respectful. "Oh, young adventurer, do you truly wish to join our ranks as a great psionicist?" The NPC replied, seemingly dulled by the influx of players seeking to change jobs. "I do," Xia Tianyu affirmed. However, immediately after he spoke, the NPC scrutinized him from head to toe and, with a sudden sharpness in his tone, declared, "I'm afraid, adventurer. You may not become a great psionicist." Taken aback, Xia Tianyu's expression darkened as he looked at the psionicist NPC in confusion. "Why?" he inquired. Not angry, but rather bewildered by the abrupt refusal after initial agreement. "Apologies, but the great gods do not permit me to do so," the NPC replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sighing in resignation, Xia Tianyu suppressed his frustration and approached the warrior job change master next. "Adventurer, I fear your talents are insufficient to become a warrior." Xia Tianyu remained patient. "Young adventurer, perhaps you are not suited to be a mage." Xia Tianyu was losing his composure. "You may not be able to become a..." He had tried every job change master, only to be met with rejections. This time, he could no longer hold back his anger. "Who told me that players cannot change jobs? What is going on? I will file a complaint with the Virtual Alliance." Fuming, Xia Tianyu was indignant at the audacity of the NPCs denying him the opportunity to change jobs. Even a Buddha has its limits, and Xia Tianyu, despite his generally good temperament, was not one to be trifled with. "Young man, this is a system dictated by the gods of the continent. There is no need for anger. If you truly wish to change jobs, there is a way. However, it will require more effort than others. You desire to become a psionicist, do you not?" Just as Xia Tianyu was about to explode, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor descended from the second floor of the guild job change area. "Cain, grant this young adventurer the human job change task," the old man commanded. The job change master, without further ado, assigned the task to Xia Tianyu. "Ding, do you wish to change jobs and become a great human psionicist?" Gritting his teeth, Xia Tianyu hesitated before accepting the task. "Ding, you have accepted the job change task. Task difficulty, 4 stars. 4 stars? Xia Tianyu was taken aback. How could a level 10 be assessed as a 4-star difficulty task at this stage? What kind of task was this? Job change task. Hunt the rogue psionicist, Luo Tianba, and obtain his head. Task difficulty, 4 stars. To kill the rogue psionicist? Obtain a trophy? And it had to be a single individual. Luo Tianba, level 30. Task reward, job change to psionicist. The task details were thorough, yet the clarity only fueled his desire to give up. To face a level 30 psionicist boss, a humanoid monster at that. Xia Tianyu clenched his teeth, glaring at the NPCs before him. This task was outright impossible. Moreover, the reward for such a daunting challenge was merely a job change to psionicist? Was this some kind of cruel joke? "You seem perplexed," the elderly man remarked coldly, leaving Xia Tianyu with an unsettling feeling. Casting a cold glance at them, Xia Tianyu silently turned to leave. At the threshold, he glanced back and declared, "There's nothing to be confused about. I will bring you that rogue's head." As he departed, the elderly man's deep-set eyes seemed to contemplate something, while the other job change masters exchanged nervous glances and murmured, "Humans, their gazes are always so fearsome." Xia Tianyu stepped out of the job change venue late at night. Though he felt a twinge of anger at their behavior, the greater the challenge, the more it ignited his competitive spirit. Since this task appeared insurmountable, he was even more determined to accomplish it and prove to those NPCs just how capable he was. With this resolve, Xia Tianyu quickly made his way to the apothecary, using the gold he had received from the system to purchase a plethora of potions. Pondering how to defeat Luo Tianba, as he had not yet changed jobs, he lacked experience in combat, and he mulled over the task's details, which seemed to hint at Luo Tianba's location. Luo Tianba was reportedly injured and hiding in the outskirts of coastal town in the southwestern direction. However, this scant information felt like searching for a needle in a haystack for Xia Tianyu, explaining why the task was rated 4 stars. Xia Tianyu was not one to give up easily, but once he committed to a task, he would dedicate himself entirely. To gain further insight into the job change, perhaps the forum would provide assistance. He opened the in-game forum and searched for information regarding the psionicist job change task, but he found nothing of value. Xia Tianyu felt a flicker of disappointment. However, during his brief search, he discovered that the items required for others to change jobs to psionicist were only rated as 1-star difficulty. Although the tasks varied, none seemed as absurd as Xia Tianyu's. What on earth is going on? Xia Tianyu felt as if he were being toyed with by the system, and his frustration mounted. "Ding. You have been online for 36 consecutive hours. For your physical and mental well-being, please log off to rest." Just as he finished typing, the system message appeared, revealing that he had been logged in for an astonishing 36 hours. Reluctantly, Xia Tianyu chose to log off. Upon returning to reality, Xia Tianyu had a light dinner and fell into deep contemplation. His purpose for entering the game was far from simple, yet he found himself ensnared by a job change task. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to find a way to change jobs upon logging in the next day. If only Xia Tianyu had entered the town sooner, he might have understood why his job change was proving so troublesome. Because the forum was already in an uproar. The humans, a race scorned by the gods of the continent. Chapter 15. The abandoned race. On the following morning, Xia Tianyu, who usually slept soundly until dawn, rose early due to the turmoil in his heart regarding the class change. He logged into the game, finding himself once again in the bustling center of coastal town, not far from the class change facility. Unlike the dead of night, the town was now alive with the chatter of players. Although the initial batch of players numbered only 30 million, the absence of factional divides prior to the second class change meant a significant number of players were present. Hey, let's go? I heard someone else about to jump off the class change building. As Xia Tianyu pondered how to approach the class change task, he was startled by the alarming news that someone was actually about to leap from the heights of the game. What on earth was happening here? Turning around, he spotted a figure on the rooftop of the class change facility, surrounded by a throng of onlookers below. Following the crowd, Xia Tianyu joined the gathering beneath the facility, where players buzzed with speculation. Despite his confusion about the events unfolding, he couldn't help but wonder, was jumping off in a game even plausible? Curiosity piqued. He contemplated how the player managed to climb that 15-meter structure. Another player who has been led astray, a nearby Tauren warrior lamented, evidently aware of the situation. Though Xia Tianyu was keen on meddling, he felt compelled to inquire about the reason behind the jump. Brother Tauren, you seem to know why he is jumping. Xia Tianyu asked, intrigued. The Tauren, momentarily taken aback by Xia Tianyu's stature, hesitated before responding. A human player, right? Xia Tianyu nodded. The Tauren warrior looked at him with sympathy. You truly do not know the reason for his leap? Perplexed, Xia Tianyu wondered why he should be privy to such knowledge given that he had just logged in. Please enlighten me, he urged. Sensing that Xia Tianyu might be a novice, the Tauren sighed and explained, rather than saying he is jumping, it's more accurate to say he is deleting his account. Have you noticed his race? Xia Tianyu glanced over. Human. Indeed, the reason he is deleting his account is precisely due to being human. Tell me, you haven't yet undergone your class change, have you? Have you accepted the class change task? The Tauren patiently elaborated. Xia Tianyu nodded. As he processed the Tauren's words, an ominous cloud of dread began to envelop him. You accepted it, so you must understand now. For us humans, regardless of the profession chosen, the difficulty is quintuple that of other races, and so far, the number of players who have successfully completed the human class change task is. At this juncture, the Tauren paused, as if overwhelmed with emotion, then raised a single finger. Xia Tianyu instinctively asked, 1,000? The Tauren shook his head emphatically. Not a single one. Xia Tianyu gasped in disbelief. In a vast nation like Huaxia, among 30 million players, surely there must be at least 100,000 who chose human? Yet, none had succeeded? He suddenly realized that his assumptions had been overly simplistic. Indeed, not a single one. Hence, the human class change task has been deemed the most difficult novice task in the game, unparalleled in its challenge, and is regarded as an impossible task. The Tauren affirmed with a shake of his head. Xia Tianyu fell silent, as the Tauren's words stirred tumultuous waves within him. That player jumped. I will never choose human again, he exclaimed, as a shadow fell from above, illuminating the white light of account deletion in midair. In an instant, the human player vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers to sigh, their expressions suggesting this was a frequent occurrence. Has this happened often? Xia Tianyu asked, astonished at the Tauren warrior. Often. Just the day before, statistics revealed that out of 3 million human players, fewer than 10% remain. The Tauren bid farewell, his massive form disappearing from Xia Tianyu's view. The Tauren's words and the sight of human players deleting their accounts lingered in Xia Tianyu's mind, evoking a sense of missing something crucial. Resolutely, he opened the forum interface, searching for all available information regarding human players and class changes. The results were staggering. What he unearthed far exceeded the information on human level 10 class change tasks by thousands of times. With the forum filled with complaints and outrage from human players, they outlined the task's difficulty, revealing it to be 5 times that of other professions, with the lowest rating being 3.5 stars. Xia Tianyu's heart sank, overwhelmed by shock, as he continued to delve into the background of humans in the divine continent, only to discover that their description was alarmingly simplistic, almost disheartening. Humans, a race scorned by the gods in the divine continent. In stark contrast to the detailed descriptions of other races, the human entry seemed almost trivial, hinting at their mysterious yet utterly unsatisfactory existence as a forsaken race. In a land dominated by deities, the treatment of such a scorned race was evidently different. As Xia Tianyu scrolled through messages about human players deleting their accounts, it became apparent that among the millions who had chosen to be human, Fewer than 300,000 remained in the game. What did this signify? The game had only been live for 6 days, and the deletion rate among human players had already reached a staggering 10%. Closing the forum, Xia Tianyu was engulfed by a tumult of questions. Recalling the tombstones he had encountered on the ancient battlefield, where the number of deaths among humans was the highest. You are chosen by demons. You cannot escape your fate. The words of the frail old man echoed in his mind, resonating with profound impact. Clenching his fists, Xia Tianyu, a stubborn and resolute individual, gazed at his task and the demon scroll in his inventory. He lifted his head, determination in his eyes, and faced the horizon, unable to clash change. An impossible task? Demon scroll? A smile broke across his face as he felt not a trace of despair, but rather a fervent anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 16. The impossible task. Xia Tianyu commenced his actions, undeterred by the disheartening scene he had witnessed during his class transition. Instead, it ignited the competitive spirit within him. Following the task's guidance, he set forth towards a ruin located in the southwest, encountering numerous level 10 monsters along the way. He chose to evade combat whenever possible, and even when he faced 1 or 2 foes, he managed to defeat them with great effort. His experience points stifled at level 10. As he had yet to transition classes, his experience was confined within the experience bar, awaiting proper calculation upon successful class advancement. The struggle against level 10 monsters proved arduous for Xia Tianyu, a novice player devoid of equipment or skills, attempting to tackle tasks rated at 3.5 stars or higher. It was no wonder that the human race's class transition task was deemed the most challenging for beginners, without exception. One could only imagine the hardships Xia Tianyu faced. In the southwest direction, he began his search for the so-called ruins, uncertain of how to complete this task. However, relying on real-world methods and experiences, he recognized that engaging in battle without knowledge of the enemy's appearance would be futile. As a novice, he ventured into the southwestern region, navigating through monsters ranging from level 10 to 20, narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions, until he finally arrived at a site he deemed a ruin. It resembled a village, overrun with a chaotic mix of stones and dirt, yet aged and dilapidated, now a mere remnant of its former self, with level 20 monsters wandering nearby. This must be the place. My abilities cannot be mistaken. Xia Tianyu gazed at the ruins, questioning himself with a tone of both certainty and doubt. For this was merely a game, and he could not wholly guarantee the accuracy of his abilities. Hesitant to delve deeper, he understood that this was not reality, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Concealing himself amidst the rubble, he remained vigilant. For 3 days, apart from the mundane necessity of logging off to eat, Xia Tianyu became a statue, fixated on the surroundings of the ruins, yet his level remained stagnant at 10. Meanwhile, it was rumored that the highest-ranked player in the Huaxiao region had surpassed level 20. After 4 more days, Xia Tianyu began to waver. Realizing the vastness of the southwestern area and the countless ruins therein, he could not assure himself that his abilities would function flawlessly in the game, nor could he ascertain whether the enemy lurked nearby. He finally comprehended why this task was labeled as an impossible class transition mission, understanding why some players, unable to transition, despaired to the point of deleting their accounts, preferring to wait a month for a fresh start. On the final day, the 10th day, Xia Tianyu still had not detected any trace of the enemy, signifying he had squandered the most precious initial 10 days of the game. As night fell, enveloping the dark ruins, Xia Tianyu's expression remained devoid of change. The stillness surrounding him was palpable, yet the elusive renegade psychic remained absent. With a resigned smile, he seemed prepared to depart. Just then, a disturbance stirred the air. Footsteps. Xia Tianyu's eyes brightened, a smile of delight gracing his lips. Indeed, his instinct had proven correct once more. Before him stood a blood-soaked figure amidst the ruins, a dark elf and a psychic. His crimson name in the shadows confirming that this was his target, Luo Tianba, a level 30 elite boss. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tianyu, not one to shy away from confrontation in reality, felt a rush of adrenaline as he sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Luo Tianba. This adversary was undoubtedly a merciless killer, and given the disparity in their levels, he hesitated to engage. However, should he alert the foe, the opportunity might slip away, prolonging the completion of his mission. After much deliberation, Xia Tianyu refrained from acting, akin to a hunter concealed in the night, patiently awaiting the right moment. Though his abilities were lacking, he was not one to let his prey escape from beneath his watchful gaze. Rapidly processing strategies in his mind, he pondered how to confront Luo Tianba. Observing the wounded state of his target, he realized that he lacked the capacity to inflict harm directly. Hence, he would have to outwit the elite boss instead of overpowering him. As night deepened, so too did the tension, for Luo Tianba, as Xia Tianyu had surmised, was severely injured and incapacitated in the ruins. The cursed psychic association and the detestable bounty hunters. Luo Tianba muttered darkly, his face shadowed with ire, revealing a gruesome knife wound inflicted by the bounty hunters, exposing the bone beneath. In the game, psychics were not particularly formidable. They lacked the robust physique of warriors or knights, the vitality of strong classes, and the overwhelming power of mages. However, the allure lay in the unique abilities that psychics possessed. Such capabilities drew players to choose this class. The abilities were categorized into 5 tiers: E, D, C, B, and A, with A being the stuff of legends. Rumors spoke of an even more mythical S-class, denoting immense power. Psychics could enhance their abilities through rigorous training. For instance, an E-class ability could potentially evolve into an A-class with dedication and exploration. The task records indicated that Luo Tianba possessed a D-class ability, enhancing his physical strength. This enhancement allowed him to fortify any part of his body, rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. Yet, observing his current state, Xia Tianyu noted that the boss had evidently endured a fierce battle, sustaining multiple injuries. Still, Xia Tianyu refrained from immediate action, facing such a formidable adversary. Every decision must be precise. Thus, he remained steadfastly focused on Luo Tianba throughout the night. Luo Tianba, though cautious, was weary and in need of rest. Eventually, around dawn, he closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. After approximately half an hour, his breathing became even and tranquil, indicating he had succumbed to deep sleep. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyu, remaining hidden, unfastened his novice sword beneath the dimming sky, inching closer to the level 30 elite boss. Now, only a step separated him from the boss. And should he succeed with this strike, Xia Tianyu would become the first to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Chapter 17. A narrow escape. Luo Tianba, deeply wounded, lay in a deep slumber. For Xia Tianyu, this seemingly insurmountable task finally presented a glimmer of hope. However, the journey ahead proved to be far more intricate than anticipated. To begin with, Xia Tianyu possessed only a level 10 strength and remained an unclassed novice. Even though the Forgotten Belt had enhanced his attributes to rival those of a level 15 warrior, he was still a novice, and that fact remained unchanged. Moreover, his adversary was a level 30 elite boss, a detail that had not altered either. Though Xia Tianyu had pinpointed the opportune moment, he approached Luo Tianba with heightened caution. Should he fail, the awakening of the boss would spell his demise, and he would inadvertently alert the enemy, resulting in a loss that would outweigh any potential gain. Success was paramount, but failure could lead to his utter obliteration, all hinging on a singular moment of decision. Yet, one thought provided Xia Tianyu with solace. This was merely a game, a battlefield devoid of true death, which emboldened him to prepare for action without reservation. He initiated his move, not with a standard attack, but as an adept combatant in reality, perceiving assassination as an art form. Silently, he approached Luo Tianba from behind. The novice sword rested against Luo Tianba's neck. A firm thrust could sever the head from the body, thereby fulfilling Xia Tianyu's mission. He steadied his breathing, observing the stillness of the bearded giant before him. With a fierce determination, he hesitated no longer, his sword slicing through the darkness with blinding speed. Blood erupted forth, and a damage indicator of 100 appeared above Luo Tianba's head. For Xia Tianyu, such damage was a point of pride at this novice stage. However, the appearance of that 100 signified the failure of his assassination attempt. Hunter? Bounty hunter? Luo Tianba awoke to the sight of a crimson mark upon his neck. Upon recognizing Xia Tianyu's face, he erupted into laughter. Huh, a novice dares to attempt my life? Realizing Xia Tianyu posed no threat, Luo Tianba chuckled heartily. Yet a chill ran through him. Had he been confronted by a true assassin today, he might have met his end. Xia Tianyu, too, was taken aback. His full-force strike had not severed the giant's head. Killing zombies had never proven so arduous. Soon, he grasped the reality of their level disparity. Understanding that his novice sword was ill-equipped to behead a level 30 boss, frustration welled within him. 10 precious days wasted on a single failed strike meant his mission was doomed. The resolute Xia Tianyu felt a surge of indignation. Child, report to the King of Hell. Attacking me was your gravest mistake, Luo Tianba declared, despite his injury, as he prepared to eliminate Xia Tianyu effortlessly. Raising a fist, he charged forward. Xia Tianyu's fighting spirit ignited. As the fist approached, he seemed to anticipate the attack and deftly evaded, countering with a strike aimed at Luo Tianba's waist. A paltry damage of 1 emerged. Luo Tianba was astonished that Xia Tianyu had evaded his assault, yet he soon erupted in laughter. You cannot even breach my defenses, and still dare to fight? Your courage is commendable, but such fools often meet an early demise. In a frenzied retaliation, Luo Tianba proved to be a relentless force. He hardened his fists, which became as unyielding as stone. Xia Tianyu's novice sword faltered, soon shattering under the immense pressure, sending him hurtling backwards several meters, a residual damage of 10 appearing above his head. Xia Tianyu felt the vast chasm separating them. Aware that defeating his opponent was a near impossibility, yet Luo Tianba offered no time for reflection. The winds of his punch roared towards the disarmed Xia Tianyu. Should it land, it would surely obliterate him. Die, brat! Luo Tianba bellowed as his iron fist descended. In that critical moment, a sharp, resonant clash echoed through the ruins, reverberating persistently. In the midst of chaos, Xia Tianyu managed to grasp a golden bone spike, successfully blocking Luo Tianba's reinforced punch. Xia Tianyu, now almost frenzied, retaliated with the golden bone spike against Luo Tianba's hands. The boss quickly raised his fists in defense. The sharp sounds of clashing and combat resonated throughout the desolate battleground. Impossible! Luo Tianba exclaimed, astonished that his reinforced hands bore scratches from the golden spike. Xia Tianyu, equally astonished, realized that this spike, lacking attributes and salvage from the ancient battlefield, was unexpectedly formidable. Xia Tianyu grinned, revealing a devilish smile. His attributes may have been lacking, but his agility was commendable. While the novice sword could not pierce Luo Tianba, the bone spike could indeed inflict damage. In an instant, an idea sparked in Xia Tianyu's mind. If he could sever the boss's head with the bone spike, his mission would be within reach. This meant that, armed with the bone spike, he possessed a viable weapon against the boss, rekindling hope for the seemingly impossible task. Curse you, human adventurer! What manner of object is that in your hand? Luo Tianba, shocked, recognized that the golden bone could harm him, and the wounds were tearing rather than healing. This strange bone instilled fear in the level 30 elite boss. Indeed, Luo Tianba was afraid. Already wounded, his attributes diminished, and with Xia Tianyu wielding such a weapon, the opportunity was ripe. Without hesitation, Xia Tianyu charged at Luo Tianba, radiating an aura of deadly intent. Upon witnessing Xia Tianyu's fierce demeanor and the glimmering bone spike capable of injuring him, Luo Tianba's heart quaked with trepidation. Instinctively, he contemplated retreat. Seeing Luo Tianba attempting to flee, Xia Tianyu was momentarily stunned by the dramatic turn of events. Yet, the enemy's flight signified something profound. He feared for his life. Xia Tianyu had many ways to confront a foe gripped by fear. However, this boss was more familiar with the terrain and possessed greater agility, making his escape all the more likely. Though it was merely a game, Xia Tianyu was determined to give chase. At this moment, a silvery glow of moonlight flickered in his eyes. Chapter 18. Successful class change. At this moment, the dual pupils of Xia Tianyu radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Luo Tianba, as a novice, you dare to flee? How cowardly! Luo Tianba turned around, disdain etched on his features. You foolish child, were it not for the severe injuries I suffered, how could a mere novice like you inflict any harm upon me? Yet, in that fleeting moment, his body became rigid. Upon meeting Xia Tianyu's gaze, an involuntary tremor coursed through his very soul. What have you done to me? Amidst the ruins of shattered stones, Luo Tianba appeared frozen, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion as he gazed upon the seemingly insignificant human adventurer before him. He could not comprehend the reason for his impending defeat. The adventurer appeared feeble in comparison. Yet, Luo Tianba found himself ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendered immobile. Only 3 seconds? Can I still speak? The power seems, but the outcome rests upon this very moment. The pale silver hue in Xia Tianyu's eyes gradually faded as he lifted the golden dragon bone spear, now wielded with both hands for assurance. Witnessing his own demise was undeniably a torturous ordeal for Luo Tianba. Just moments ago, Xia Tianyu was on the brink of death. Yet now he stood as the sovereign of life and death, a transformation so profound. I shall claim your head. With the severing of Luo Tianba's head, Xia Tianyu would become the first player to complete the human class change quest, most importantly, proving his capability. The golden dragon bone shimmered under the moonlight, emanating an otherworldly glow. As the sharp blade aimed at Luo Tianba's neck, the latter roared in defiance, enveloped by an earthy hue, an indication of his fortification. In the face of death, an instinct for survival ignited a flicker of astonishment within Xia Tianyu. Yet, at this juncture, hesitation was not an option. He must strike. With a fervent shout, Xia Tianyu thrust the dragon bone spear through Luo Tianba's neck, blood gushing forth. Astonishingly, Luo Tianba did not succumb. Instead, He retaliated with full force. Xia Tianyu, taken aback, unleashed a frenzied series of attacks, each aimed at his adversary's head. Under the encroaching darkness of night, Xia Tianyu became drenched in blood, while Luo Tianba lay sprawled in a pool of crimson. When Xia Tianyu finally regained his composure, Luo Tianba's head was left in tatters. With a newfound calm, he severed the head from the body, which trembled violently, a crimson aura of immense damage spiraling above it. Within moments, Luo Tianba's life force dissipated entirely, leaving behind a scattering of radiant gold coins and equipment. Exhausted, Xia Tianyu collapsed to the ground, his hunger level plummeting to 10. Glancing at the coins and gear, he swiftly stowed them in his pack and sighed with relief. Staring at Luo Tianba's lifeless form, Xia Tianyu recognized that defeating this level 30 boss required an extraordinary stroke of luck. Firstly, Luo Tianba had been gravely injured, and during their confrontation, Xia Tianyu's dragonbone spear had posed a significant threat. The cowardice of his opponent had provided Xia Tianyu with an opening, and the fact that Luo Tianba had been immobilized was a secret known only to Xia Tianyu. In retrospect, it was primarily luck that had favored Xia Tianyu. Without it, defeating Luo Tianba would have been impossible. Although his experience points were suppressed, the rewards he reaped were exceedingly bountiful, 132 coins in total, supplemented by the system's rewards, bringing his total to over 200 coins. Luo Tianba dropped 3 items, a robe, gauntlets, and boots, the robe being of silver quality, while the other 2 were crafted from dark iron. Spellbreaker robe, silver defense, 120 strength, 50 stamina, 50 agility, 10 required level, 30 bonus, 15 increased magic recovery bonus, 3 evasion rate required class, mage, scion. Magic-based classes, dark iron gauntlets, attack, 92 to 102 strength, 20 required level, 30 required class, scion. Brawler, earthshaker boots, dark iron agility, 45 strength, 30 stamina, 30 required level, 30 required class. None as a silver item. Xia Tianyu already possessed the Forgotten Belt. Yet this silver robe with no level requirement clearly surpassed the attributes of the Forgotten Belt in terms of value. The equipment for a level 30 scion was indeed a tremendous reward for Xia Tianyu, dispelling any prior frustrations. Shortly after, the sun bathed Xia Tianyu's face, breathing life into the game world. Upon receiving the system notification for completing the class change quest, Xia Tianyu restored his hunger and made his way to Coastal Town. The moment he stepped into the town, it became clear that he was destined to be the first human player to undergo a class change. Familiar streets led him back to the class change center, a place he had departed from amidst countless disdainful gazes. This time, however, he returned adorned with glory, eager to inform all that the human class change quest was indeed achievable. The class change center buzzed with activity, the number of players steadily increasing, though the human players had dwindled significantly. Upon entering the center, Xia Tianyu noticed many aspiring scions awaiting their turn. When it was finally his turn, the mentor's expression shifted as he recognized Xia Tianyu, the adventurer who had undertaken the human class change quest. "What brings you back? Have you completed the task?" the mentor inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. In his view, no one could possibly defeat a level 30 boss during the novice phase, not even the timid Luo Tianba. Xia Tianyu remained silent, placing Luo Tianba's severed head before the class change mentor. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, all eyes, players and NPCs alike, fixated upon the young man. "Did you really kill Luo Tianba?" the Psion mentor stammered, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Could this be a deception? Ignoring the incredulous stares of the NPCs, Xia Tianyu's singular desire was to undergo the class change without delay. After reviewing the quest, the Psion mentor confirmed the completion of Luo Tianba's task, regaining his composure. For the various races across the Divine Continent, a human player accomplishing this feat was not something to be taken lightly. "Young human adventurer, you have proven your worth to become a Psion through your prowess. I shall bestow upon you the qualification of a Psion. Ding. Do you wish to change to the Psion class?" The system prompted Xia Tianyu. Yes. After enduring countless trials and near-death experiences, was it not all for the sake of a successful class change? Xia Tianyu would certainly not decline what a tedious system. Ding. Ding. In Coastal Town, a player emerged as the first human to undergo a class change suddenly. An announcement reverberated throughout the entire Huaxiao region, echoing across the expanse of the continent. Though it was merely a simple system notification, it ignited a frenzy within the gaming community. The seemingly insurmountable task, renowned as the most difficult of them all, had been accomplished by someone. Chapter 19, Extraordinary Abilities. Ding. The player Rainy Day has become the first human to successfully change classes. earning a reward of 100 gold coins and 100 human reputation points. An exhilarating announcement reverberated through the skies of the Huaxia region. A human player has completed their class transition in the stillness of the night. This news pierced the darkness like a shooting star. The player known as Rainy Day had achieved this feat, creating ripples throughout the game. How could a rookie accomplish a task deemed impossible for beginners? In the vast expanse above, the human race, often scorned by the divine. How could a novice player exceed expectations in a class transition quest? So far, every human player who undertook such a task faced insurmountable challenges. Was it truly possible that this player, Rainy Day, had struck a stroke of luck, randomly receiving a simple quest, and succeeded like a fortunate soul? In the shadows of the quiet night, at a secluded leveling spot, a man wielding a battle blade looked up at the sky. Could it be that Rainy Day managed to complete the human class transition? I don't recall hearing of such a player. It seems unlikely they belong to the top 3 rankings of the realm, unless they have changed their ID. As he spoke, the man, clad in dark attire, continued to slay monsters over level 25. Meanwhile, at a coastal town, Rainy Day was the topic of conversation among a group of well-known players from the Dark Dragon Guild. The Black Dragon, adorned in dark iron gear, spat out the name Rainy Day with barely concealed animosity, revealing his deep-seated hatred for Xia Tianyu. This rookie has managed to make you suffer, Black Dragon? Could they possibly be among the top 3 rankings? A psychic asked coldly. Humph. That individual is certainly not one of the top 3. Their ID remains unchanged, and judging by their combat experience, they don't seem like a professional player. They resemble more of a assassin. The Black Dragon's expression darkened as he recalled the encounter with Rainy Day, causing the Dark Dragon Guild members to gasp in shock. Regardless of who Rainy Day was, opposing the Dark Dragon Guild would only lead to ruin. Since he was also in the coastal town, matters would be much simpler to resolve. Just then, a player bearing the ID Dark Dragon stepped forward. A formidable presence within the realm's rankings. That player has just changed classes and is still at the transition location. Black Dragon, handle this matter. I will not allow a rookie to challenge the prestige of the Dark Dragon. Simultaneously, in another town, a newly revived novice player murmured to himself, pondering. Has anyone completed the quest? How did they manage to do so? With a difference of 20 levels, what made it possible for some, while others struggled? Rainy Day? Who exactly are you? Upon closer inspection, he realized his race was the same as Xia Tianyu's, human, a race often looked down upon. How could he defeat a level 30 elite boss? How had Rainy Day accomplished the quest? The man furrowed his brow in contemplation. Strength, speed, agility. None of these seemed sufficient. What, then, could be the key to overcoming the boss? His gaze drifted skyward, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, propelling him towards the quest location. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu, his small announcement had stirred a storm within the game, inciting outrage among players who had deleted their accounts, while simultaneously inspiring those still persevering within the game. Was he truly Rainy Day? At the class transition venue, he stood as the only human player to have successfully changed classes, unmistakably identifying him as Rainy Day. Amidst the envious whispers surrounding him, Xia Tianyu remained unfazed, engrossed in examining his newfound abilities. He had leveled up from his previous encounters, rising 8 levels in total. Now, he stood at level 18. ID, Rainy Day Guild, None Race, Human Reputation, 1100 Achievements, None Title, Novice Psychic Level, 18 Current Experience, 29383584490 Health, 1290 Magic, 2100 Hunger Level, 20 Strength, 120 Constitution, 120 Magic Power, 120 Agility, 120 Perception, 210 Destruction, 50 Creation, 100 Physical Attack, 240 to 280 Magical Attack, 450 to 500 Physical Defense, 300 Magical Defense, 500 Observing his current attributes. Xia Tianyu felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could equip the silver gear dropped by the boss, he would be considered a true expert. However, the level 30 threshold still felt somewhat distant. Nevertheless, exhilaration coursed through him as a newly transitioned player, though he sensed an elusive element was still missing. You may choose skills of the psychic class, the mentor interjected as Xia Tianyu contemplated his skill acquisition. Ding. Would you like to learn the beginner psychic skills? Yes. Active skill, Binding. Instantly immobilizes a target for 2 seconds, cooldown time of 10 seconds, 13 MP cost, upgradable, current level, beginner. Active skill, Repulsion Ring, repels targets in proximity, dealing 120 area splash damage, ineffective against targets exceeding the caster's level, cooldown time of 12 seconds, 26 MP cost. Passive skill, Perception, enables detection of information on targets within 10 levels of the caster, as well as weak phenomena within a 5-meter radius. Current level, beginner. Psychic talent. Upon acquiring this talent, congratulations, you have become a psychic. Simply activate this skill to have a chance of gaining formidable and mysterious psychic powers. Young one, good luck in becoming a great psychic. All 3 skills were decent, yet Xia Tianyu was particularly intrigued by the last one. Reading the text before him, he was not surprised. This psychic talent was a common ability among all psychics. Some might be fortunate enough to obtain a B-level ability, starting at a higher threshold, while others might receive an A-level talent. However, thus far, no players had been reported to possess superior abilities, and even if they did, they would likely keep their prowess concealed. After careful consideration, Xia Tianyu took a deep breath and activated the psychic talent skill. 5, 4, 3, 1. Ding. You have acquired the psychic talent, Shadow Eye. Ding. You have obtained an E-level skill, Shadow Eye. The system's prompt echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, revealing that he had received the most basic of psychic abilities. Chapter 20. The strongest and the weakest. The echo of the system's notification still lingered in Xia Tianyu's mind. Without further contemplation, he promptly activated his unique talent to examine the true essence of his ability, Ghost Eye. Upon reading the description, Xia Tianyu's countenance darkened instantly. To speak frankly, this ability was as useless as it could possibly be. Firstly, it was indeed an upgradable skill. However, any seasoned players who laid eyes upon it would undoubtedly scoff at the sheer weakness of such a power. To begin with, it possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever. This meant that even if a player toiled tirelessly to elevate it to an S rank, it would still remain a purely supportive ability. Yet, in Xia Tianyu's perspective, Ghost Eye was unequivocally one of the most formidable powers. Ghost Eye, E-rank ability. Basic Ghost Eye, no attack effect. Gazing into the eyes of the target will ensnare them in a phantasm for a duration of 10 seconds within a 2x2 range. The ensnared target will continue to experience illusions while under attack from the user. If attacked by teammates or others, the illusion dissipates. There is no cooldown time, consuming 10 MP per second. Current skill level, basic. E-rank abilities are often deemed the weakest, and when compared to the devastating enhancement skills, size-increasing skills, and elemental powers, this utterly non-offensive Ghost Eye appears nearly redundant. However, only Xia Tianyu comprehended the true value of Ghost Eye. To him, this ability transcended even SSS-level powers. Admittedly, its current utility in battle was limited to support. Moreover, if interrupted by an attack, the illusion would vanish. Nevertheless, at least when the user initiated an attack, the effect remained intact, serving as a consolation prize amidst disappointment. Yet, Xia Tianyu chuckled to himself. Ghost Eye? It has truly found a worthy master. If it were to fall into the hands of another, it would only ever reach A rank at best. But in my hands, a self-assured smile graced Xia Tianyu's face. Content with his newfound knowledge, Xia Tianyu departed, having learned that humanity was a despised race. He had no illusions of receiving any favorable treatment from the mentor and did not expect to receive a quest like those fortunate others. Thus, he turned to leave. But at that moment, a player with an air of disdain blocked his path. Could you please step aside? Xia Tianyu said coldly. Are you the so-called rainy day? The lucky fool. This place is vast. I hardly think I'm obstructing you, the player scoffed. The game world was rife with such individuals. Unperturbed, Xia Tianyu moved to the side, yet the player followed suit. Observing this, the onlookers in the vocational hall exchanged curious glances, anticipating a spectacle. The rogue seemed particularly displeased with Xia Tianyu, as the latter retreated while the former advanced, leading the crowd to speculate about an impending conflict. Xia Tianyu raised his head indifferently, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes, causing the rogue to suddenly halt, frozen in place. Xia Tianyu then walked away. 10 seconds later, the player jolted back to reality, bewildered to find that Xia Tianyu had vanished without a trace. What just happened? The rogue pondered, recalling the earlier events with an unsettling feeling. He activated the voice system. President, this rainy day is no ordinary player. A voice responded from the other end. Understood. Prepare for the show. Those from Dark Dragon seemed quite interested in this rainy day. Hearing this, the rogue fell silent, contemplating the implications of Dark Dragon's involvement. Xia Tianyu exited the vocational hall with a sense of joy, now at level 18. He believed he could soon catch up with the first wave of players if he exerted effort throughout the night. Unbeknownst to him, he had already garnered the attention of various factions within the game. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his unique ability, having discreetly ensnared a player in an illusion moments ago. In truth, had anyone else possessed this ability, they might not have achieved the flawless execution that Xia Tianyu had demonstrated. Yet, as he stepped beyond the gates of coastal town, his passive skills sensed an impending threat. prompting him to halt before the entrance. With a mere step back, he could retreat to absolute safety. The game's PK settings were straightforward. Battles could occur freely in the wild, yet within city limits, certain boundaries were enforced. Unlike before level 10, where death resulted in the loss of equipment and a corpse run, now players faced the risk of being killed while awaiting resurrection. Xia Tianyu's actions caused many players at the city gate to break into a cold sweat. None had anticipated his heightened vigilance. Had it been another player, they might have retreated, logging out to return the following morning. Yet, for Xia Tianyu, retreating was not in his nature. He despised evading challenges. Approaching within 10 meters of the gate, he found himself surrounded by over 20 players of assorted classes and races, the highest level player being at level 20. You have guts. Knowing there's danger, you still dare to step out, rainy day. You truly deserve to complete the human class transition. As Xia Tianyu was encircled, a burly figure emerged from the crowd, an unfamiliar minotaur. Dark Dragon. Xia Tianyu observed without surprise. He had few enemies in this game. It was undoubtedly the notorious Dark Dragon, accompanied by Fenghua Shiyue. Fate had conspired to bring them face to face in Coastal Town. Don't be so shocked. We have our people in every town. It seems you've chosen Coastal Town by some stroke of luck. Destiny must have willed it for me to deal with you. Dark Dragon chuckled, while Fenghua Shiyue mirrored the sentiment. Recalling how Xia Tianyu had snatched their boss in the novice village. I'm merely contemplating how to resolve this, Xia Tianyu replied, tilting his head with a cold gaze directed at Dark Dragon. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the city gate, the tension palpable. How could this human, rainy day, dare to utter such arrogance in the face of over 20 players from Dark Dragon, all above level 18? A strong presence among the ranks of the three lists? Why did this ID seem so unfamiliar? The onlookers exchanged glances filled with confusion and speculation. Chapter 21. The initial display of talent. Who on earth is this person? How dare he challenge the Dark Dragon? Though I know not who this rainy day is, I stand in support of him. An excited troll warrior declared, clearly indicating that the Dark Dragon's reputation was not as formidable as one might think. What did you just say? The Black Dragon questioned, believing he must have misheard. In truth, he wished that were the case. After all, their group of 23 players boasted levels all above 18, making them elite members of the Dark Dragon Guild, which consisted almost entirely of skilled players in Coastal Town. Yet, despite this, the man before them displayed no fear and instead spoke brazenly. The Black Dragon was no fool. He was a key member of the Dark Dragon Guild. Damn it, who is this guy? Has some board master changed their ID? Indeed, it was best to avoid conflict in the early stages, as per the guild's rules. Often, animosities arose during the novice phase. At that moment, the Black Dragon felt compelled to act, regardless of who this individual was. With over 20 members of the Dark Dragon Guild present, to do nothing would tarnish their reputation. I shall see what skills you possess to oppose us, Dark Dragon, and defeat us all. To kill you, one is enough. A fierce elf swordsman glared at Xia Tianyu. An 18-level swordsman. Xia Tianyu scoffed. If all 20 of them attacked at once, he might find himself in a predicament. However, if they chose to do so, kill. Xia Tianyu acted decisively. He would not waste time exchanging pleasantries before engaging. Utilizing a binding skill, he directly targeted his opponent. With his level 15 iron sword raised, he charged forward, delivering a blow that cleaved the elf swordsman from the head down to the waist. The elf's health, barely above 1200, was instantly reduced to 0 before the eyes of all present. Once again, the front of Coastal Town was filled with an eerie silence and the sound of heartbeats. In a mere moment, this man had eliminated an elite member of the Dark Dragon Guild. A precise strike, an extraordinarily high hit rate, resulting in a devastating critical hit? Who on earth is this individual? The question echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Damn it, I will kill you. Xia Tianyu's actions incited the fury of the Dark Dragon members, one of whom, a rogue, stealthily advanced towards him, fueled by rage. The rogue was oblivious to the fact that he faced a foe who could kill with the ease of slicing through tofu. As the rogue approached Xia Tianyu from behind, Xia Tianyu suddenly unleashed a ring of repulsion. He spun around 180 degrees, withdrawing his sword to pierce the rogue's head, dealing a staggering 1398 damage in a glaring red critical hit. As a killer, you are still lacking, Xia Tianyu remarked coolly. The Black Dragon's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, this rainy day had slain 2 members. A grudge was undoubtedly formed. It seems you do not wish to remain in this game. Today, I, the Black Dragon, shall send you back to level 0. The Black Dragon roared, drawing forth his level 18 dark iron battle axe. Paired with his minotaur physique and fierce visage, he radiated menace. Full charge. As a warrior of the minotaur race, The Black Dragon was fortunate to possess a bowl charge skill, which would not only inflict damage on his target, but also stun them for 3 seconds. However, as he drew near Xia Tianyu, he suddenly froze. Oh no, it's the immobilization of a psychic. Kill him. The Black Dragon was paralyzed, and the surrounding Dark Dragon members could no longer remain passive. In an instant, they all surged towards Xia Tianyu. Zero just in time. Ring of repulsion. Xia Tianyu suddenly jolted, unleashing a powerful force that sent the 20 players attacking him reeling back. Oh no! Feng Huashuiyu exclaimed in alarm. Just as she raised her head, she witnessed Xia Tianyu's blade pierce the heart of the Minotaur. Die! Xia Tianyu did not let the Black Dragon escape easily. After penetrating his heart, he sliced through his body, revealing a blood-red sheen, a result of the gruesome dismemberment. Damn, is he truly a psychic? To be able to breach a Minotaur's defenses. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Although psychics possessed unique abilities, the game was designed for balance. A psychic's power was not on par with a warrior's, nor was it comparable to a mage's magical prowess. The only advantage they had was their psychic abilities. It's impossible. This bastard must have utilized his abilities. Otherwise, he could not have achieved such a feat. Feng Huashuiyu was astonished. The Black Dragon was at level 20, and as a Minotaur, his defenses were formidable, fortified by dark iron armor. How could he be so easily breached? With Feng Huashuiyu's shout, the onlookers began to realize the possibility. Yet, they were unaware that Xia Tianyu had not yet used a single psychic ability. Kill. Be mindful of his immobilization and ring of repulsion. The cooldown is brief. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. At this juncture, Feng Huashuiyu wore no smile. Having believed their victory was assured, she was taken aback by Xia Tianyu's sharpness, which had already felled the Black Dragon. Rogue, stealthily approach. Maneuver through the chaos. Do not let him detect you. Feng Huashuiyu had to admit, she possessed some tactical acumen. Xia Tianyu had slain 3 individuals, all by surprise. As a professional, he had a knack for seizing opportunities. Charge. A knight without a mount is not a worthy knight, yet to Xia Tianyu. The knight's rapid assault appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. With leisurely evasive maneuvers, he effortlessly dodged the knight's attack. Just as he sidestepped, a fireball hurtled toward him. As everyone anticipated a certain hit, Xia Tianyu's figure flickered, leaving behind an S-shaped drift that astounded all present. S-drift. Damn, he is definitely a master who has changed his ID. Xia Tianyu's adept S-drift nearly blinded the spectators with its brilliance. Feng Huashuiyu felt a sinking sensation. She realized that the Dark Dragon had offended a significant player. Just as she contemplated her regret, Xia Tianyu's form appeared before her like a wraith, sword raised. How could Feng Huashuiyu, at level 18, withstand Xia Tianyu's piercing assault? Her head and body were severed in an instant. Xia Tianyu coldly turned back. Do you wish to continue? The rogue, who had just drawn his dagger to strike, found himself frozen in place, captivated by Xia Tianyu's eerie gaze. A gentle breeze swept by, and under the moonlight, the shadows of the onlookers elongated, creating a scene that felt both surreal and oppressive. Chapter 22, The President of the Dark Dragon Incredible. Slot. Lethal strikes. Unafraid of the Dark Dragon. This individual must undoubtedly be a formidable presence, ranking above the earthly tier. Outside the coastal town, the air was filled with the gasps of players. Although the Dark Dragon was said to be considerably distant from the strongest guilds in the country, its genuine power was not something ordinary players could provoke. Within the Dark Dragon, there were indeed masters from the leaderboard, along with a cadre of elite players nearing that echelon. The Dark Dragon may have a tarnished reputation and dubious conduct, yet it stands tall in the gaming realm, indicating that its existence is far from superficial. Before them stood a novice player named Rainy Day, an unfamiliar name to the earthly leaderboard. Yet he exhibited no fear of the Dark Dragon, possessing extraordinary strength. Surely, he could not merely be an ordinary player. At this moment, even if Rainy Day were to confess his novice status, few would believe him. In truth, Xia Tianyu was not a complete novice. He had dabbled in a game during his early childhood, though memories of that time had nearly faded away. Shall we continue? The indifferent words echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. The rogue before Xia Tianyu froze not due to any supernatural ability, but rather the palpable aura of death that enveloped him, creating an illusion that the player was the hunter, while he was the prey. A mere glance was enough to intimidate the rogue player, revealing Xia Tianyu's exceptional prowess. As Windflower and Snowmoon fell, so did Black Dragon. The remaining players, daunted by Xia Tianyu's display, stood frozen in place, their combat awareness dissipating. Boredom overwhelmed Xia Tianyu, and he withdrew his piercing gaze, striding past the members of the Dark Dragon with an air of confidence. leaving an unusual silence in his wake. Even the onlookers held their breath, fearing the disruption of the serene atmosphere. Step by step, each footfall resonated like the chime of a bell in the hearts of the spectators. Just as they presumed the encounter concluded, and Xia Tianyu was about to depart, a terrifying crack echoed in their ears, shocking everyone present. This thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the night. The earth trembled, boom, with the roar that reverberated through the darkness. The ground beneath Xia Tianyu cracked, and he suddenly lost his balance. The perception of an ability user made Xia Tianyu feel as though he were being hunted by a malevolent spirit, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, Xia Tianyu turned to defend himself, but a fierce gust rushed toward him, and a blade swept perilously close over his head. In that fleeting moment, as the blade descended toward him, his gaze trembled with realization. At that instant, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. The wind howled, and a shockwave radiated from the ground, the sound of clashing blades echoing in the minds of the spectators. Amidst the tempest, Xia Tianyu's figure suddenly emerged. Yet, as he appeared before the crowd, his shoulder was stained with blood, a deep crimson gash evident. Xia Tianyu glanced at his shoulders wound. In that brief moment, he had lost half of his vitality. Had he not evaded the final strike, the outcome would have been far graver. "Oh, did you evade?" Truly not an ordinary player. A coarse voice emerged from the other side of the shockwave. When his figure came into view, all players around him were left stunned. After a prolonged silence, a gasp pierced the night sky. The Dark Dragon. Good heavens, the president of the Dark Dragon is here in Coastal Town? A master from the leaderboard, the Dark Dragon. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. The rogue, who had previously been in the transfer station, observed the arrival of the Dark Dragon with a sly smile, finding the unfolding events increasingly entertaining. The Dark Dragon. Level 23, profession hidden? The information of the newcomer appeared before Xia Tianyu, and in an instant, his expression darkened. This player was clearly on a different level compared to the likes of Black Dragon, utilizing the power of the Earth's tremor to strike him head-on. What audacity it took to accomplish such a feat. Yet, to dodge my frontal attack, you must also be a master of the leaderboard, correct? Friend, do share your name. Perhaps we are acquainted. The Dark Dragon was acutely aware that his recent strike was executed with a confidence of 90% certainty of victory. Otherwise, as a master of the leaderboard, failing would tarnish his reputation. Nevertheless, the fact that Xia Tianyu had evaded it led the Dark Dragon to regard him as an equal. Of course, he had anticipated unforeseen circumstances, so when Xia Tianyu successfully dodged, the Dark Dragon declared his position, elevating his opponent's status. Thus, even a stalemate in the clash of leaderboard masters would not diminish his standing. Xia Tianyu remained silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the Dark Dragon waited for 3 seconds before impatiently inquiring, "Do you have nothing to say?" Xia Tianyu continued to hold his silence, his shoulder wound slowly healing. "Humph, if you choose silence, then I shall seek the answers myself." Clearly, Xia Tianyu's reactions had caught the Dark Dragon off guard. Given Xia Tianyu's attitude, the Dark Dragon understood that his opponent did not regard him as a threat. Earthquake. The Dark Dragon's concealed profession implied he might possess a hidden vocation. As he charged at Xia Tianyu, the ground trembled violently, causing Xia Tianyu to lose his footing. Seizing this opportunity, the Dark Dragon swiftly approached, raising his blade towards Xia Tianyu. Upon witnessing this, Xia Tianyu's expression hardened. With a sword in hand, the two engaged in a direct clash, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. "Do you believe the same tactics will work on me?" Xia Tianyu scoffed, his posture shifting, his footwork fluid. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the Dark Dragon's attack and retaliated in an instant. His fighting style once again drew the attention of the crowd. However, if the Dark Dragon were to be so easily struck, he would not be the president of the Dark Dragon, nor a master of the leaderboard. "You seem to underestimate me and the prowess of the masters on the leaderboard." Just as Xia Tianyu prepared to launch an attack on the Dark Dragon, the latter's figure inexplicably vanished, executing a swift Z-shaped maneuver with remarkable finesse, appearing directly behind Xia Tianyu. With a stern countenance, the Dark Dragon coldly declared, "This game ends here." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu turned, the blade reflecting ominously as it descended toward his head, and his eyes involuntarily widened in shock. Chapter 23. The Master of the Human Rankings. The so-called human rankings are not mere lists within the game, nor are they the rankings of the Celestial Sphere. Rather, they represent an authoritative classification throughout all of China. Those who ascend to this esteemed list possess their own unique combat styles and stand as the elite among players. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu, at this moment he is engaged in a battle against an extraordinary opponent. In his eyes, there exists only the simplicity of prey and predator. Throughout his decade in the academy, Xia Tianyu has learned the most crucial lesson, the survival of the fittest. This principle remains unwavering, whether in the game or in reality. The game is at an end. The chilling words of Dark Dragon echo in the ears of the spectators. His mastery of the Z-drift technique and the overwhelming aura he exudes surpass Xia Tianyu's prowess. Moreover, Dark Dragon's level is higher than Xia Tianyu's. Should he land a strike from behind, as he has proclaimed, the game would indeed conclude. But is it truly that simple? In the instant Xia Tianyu's pupils dilate as he turns around, it coincides precisely with the moment Dark Dragon's attack descends. The clash of gazes reveals the pivotal moment when Dark Dragon's blade strikes. With a swift motion, the blade trembles, emitting a delicate ringing sound. The onlookers widen their eyes in disbelief as Dark Dragon's assault inexplicably halts before Xia Tianyu. In this peculiar moment, while Dark Dragon's blade remains poised, he is oblivious to the reality that Xia Tianyu stands before him, drenched in crimson, collapsing. Counterattack. The 10 seconds of the illusory I cannot last much longer. For Xia Tianyu, this represents his most potent retaliation. The iron sword pierces Dark Dragon's chest, and immediately a blood-red numeral ascends from Dark Dragon's head. 357. What is happening? The players present are engulfed in astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Xia Tianyu and Dark Dragon. The crimson digits elicit gasps from the crowd. Why has Dark Dragon ceased his attack? Why is Xia Tianyu retaliating while Dark Dragon remains seemingly unfazed? This fellow possesses astonishing defense. Xia Tianyu has successfully inflicted damage upon Dark Dragon, yet it amounts to a mere 357 points, and his iron sword fails to penetrate Dark Dragon's armor. Boss. The cries of Dark Dragon's guild members reverberate in Xia Tianyu's ears. The number of players gathering under the darkened sky continues to swell. Xia Tianyu contemplates that if the battle persists, he may ultimately be the one who perishes, perhaps even falling victim to a corpse looting. Lacking offensive auxiliary abilities and with all his primary skills leaning towards support, Xia Tianyu realizes that he is unlikely to defeat Dark Dragon with his present strength, especially with a formidable guild backing him. Retreat. Xia Tianyu is a courageous soul. He understands the art of advance and retreat. No matter how strong a warrior may be, without life, their existence is reduced to mere inscriptions upon a tombstone. Seizing the moment while Dark Dragon is ensnared in his 10-second illusion, Xia Tianyu withdraws his sword. One day, I shall return to challenge your prowess, Dark Dragon. With haste, he dashes into the city, his figure vanishing from the eyes of the crowd. It is only then that most of Dark Dragon's guild members come to their senses. A cacophony of furious exclamations rising around them. At this moment, Dark Dragon, akin to a bolt from the blue, regains awareness. Is this blood? Gazing at the wound upon his chest, he stands frozen in disbelief, surveying his guild members. Where is Rainy Day? Dark Dragon demands, suppressing his ire. The members of Dark Dragon are bewildered. They too wish to inquire why their leader suddenly halted during what seemed to be a victory, only to be counterattacked by Rainy Day, all occurring in plain sight. A member recounts the events to Dark Dragon, leaving him shaken. He had lost consciousness for over 10 seconds. Striving to recollect the events of the battle, he recalls vividly attacking, witnessing Rainy Day drenched in blood. Suddenly, an eerie memory resurfaces in his mind. At the moment of his final strike, Rainy Day's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Then, he had descended into his subconscious. Damn, what power did that fellow wield? In retrospect, Dark Dragon feels a chill run down his spine. If, as others claim, Rainy Day's level and equipment had been even slightly superior, he might have already met his demise. Let us return to the city. Dark Dragon's mood is far from pleasant. Overshadowed by the enmity he has unknowingly forged with an enigmatic adversary. This battle has stirred tumultuous waves within him, and as Dark Dragon and his companions depart, the gathered players leave in a state of confusion. This battle, strange, indeed, exceedingly peculiar. Boss, that Rainy Day, a member of the Black Dragon Guild, resurrected from the dead, seems reluctant to accept defeat. Silence. This is your doing. Dark Dragon, incensed, recalls the final words of Rainy Day, which continue to resonate in his mind. As the leader of a grand guild, Dark Dragon understands the peril of crossing fierce foes. Yet he is equally wary of hidden enemies, for they are far more terrifying. Even now, he remains unaware of Rainy Day's true identity, a fact that instills trepidation within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hastening towards the city, Rainy Day harbors sentiments not unlike those of Dark Dragon. Had it not been for the illusory eye, he might well have met his end today. Not strong enough. I must grow stronger. Xia Tianyu feels no particular ambition for supremacy within the game. He is a free spirit, relishing a life unburdened by constraints. Yet, He is no mere victim waiting to be slaughtered. He recalls the words of his mentor, take a step back, and if the horizon does not open before you, then take another step forward, pressing your enemy into a corner. Thus, Xia Tianyu's nature is not that of a meek lamb. Should anyone harm those dear to him or himself, he will unleash a fervent vengeance, especially in a world governed by games. Casting a glance at the time, Xia Tianyu recognizes that nightfall approaches. He surveys the bustling coastal town, a smile gracing his lips. The master of the human rankings, is it? How intriguing. With that, his figure flickers and vanishes within the coastal town. Yet, Xia Tianyu understands that until he grows sufficiently powerful, a direct confrontation with Dark Dragon may remain beyond his reach. The tale of the clash at the gates of the coastal town swiftly spreads among the populace. News of the master of the human rankings, Dark Dragon, battling a mysterious strongman under the cover of night sweeps through the coastal town, stirring considerable commotion that night. Though Rainy Day remains blissfully unaware of the ensuing ripples. Chapter 24. The Rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Man. The following morning, on a rainy day, Rainy Tian rose early as usual. After a brief jog, he returned to the villa to prepare a simple breakfast. Sister Mingyao, have you heard? Last night in coastal town, that Dark Dragon group seemed to have clashed with a mysterious master, and the outcome was rather bizarre. In the villa's three-story structure, there were kitchens on both the first and second floors, which meant that Rainy Tian was situated on the second floor. Right above the dining area where the beautiful women gathered. Even though the sounds from above were faint, Xia Tianyu could still hear them. Well, from the news. It's indeed a good thing that the Dark Dragon felt so constrained, he thought. On the upper floor, a splendid scene unfolded as the ladies donned simple yet elegant attire. Their alluring figures subtly highlighted. Particularly, Xia Mingyao appeared almost bare, her ample curves enough to ignite one's passions. I heard that this person could be a formidable force on the human ranking, even surpassing the Dark Dragon, said Qianqian and Mengjia. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Xia Mingyao and Xinhua Xian. You know, whether or not this person is a master on the human ranking, I can't say, but despite his peculiarities, his strength doesn't compare to the Dark Dragon, right, Sister Mingyao? A melodious voice resonated from upstairs, and the goddess-like Xia Mingyao nodded. Indeed, this player's judgment and thought process are quite impressive. Even top-tier experts fall short. Yet, there are areas where he seems somewhat inexperienced. His drifting technique is not yet polished, and during his battle with the human ranking expert, the Dark Dragon, he exposed his back to danger. Of course, the most enigmatic part was the last 10 seconds of the fight. Even Xia Mingyao was filled with curiosity about those final moments of combat. What caused the Dark Dragon to halt, and what led that person to attack without eliciting a response from the Dark Dragon? Listening to the discussions above, Xia Tianyu was astounded. Just from the information about the battle, one could deduce so much. This woman was anything but ordinary. However, what truly piqued Xia Tianyu's interest wasn't merely that, but rather the human ranking master. Contemplating, he took out his phone and dialed a number. You actually called me? Is there something you need? Came a man's voice from the other end. What's the deal with the masters of the three rankings of heaven, earth, and man? Xia Tianyu inquired, perplexed. You, please don't tell me you've actually started playing games. The voice on the phone seemed to be imagining Xia Tianyu's gaming persona, fully aware of what he truly did. Xia Tianyu replied, if you keep rambling, you'll find out what deep-throated tastes are like. He was growing impatient with his friend on the other end of the line. Fine, I won't say anything. But tell me, how are you in Shanghai? All right, I won't ask further. I'll send you the information on the three rankings immediately. After hanging up, Xia Tianyu opened his computer, and a document soon appeared on his screen. Xia Tianyu glanced at it. Could this guy have hacked into a satellite to send me this information? He had neither disclosed his location nor his email, yet the document was transmitted effortlessly. However, recalling who it was, Xia Tianyu felt relieved and promptly opened the file, revealing the details of the three rankings of heaven, earth, and man. The three rankings had existed for 5 years, originating from a globally popular online game that had ushered in an era of virtual gaming a decade ago. However, the good times did not last long. 5 years ago, a game of gods and demons emerged, giving rise to the three rankings. The human ranking, followed by the earth ranking, and atop it all, the heavenly ranking. The human ranking is next in line, with the earth ranking above, and the heavenly ranking housing the most powerful, often shrouded in mystery. Many players were unaware of their existence when they gained fame. Interestingly, the three rankings had been dominated by a woman, which, as a man, made Xia Tianyu feel immense pressure. After all, the top of the heavenly ranking was held by a woman, and there were more than just one woman among the players above the three rankings. The three rankings did not only list the top 10, but Xia Tianyu quickly memorized the majority at a glance. Ding ding ding, the phone rang again. Have you finished reading it? The carefree voice on the other end chimed in, barely 5 minutes after sending the document. Yes, Xia Tianyu replied. How was it? Are you curious about the girl at the top? But if you wanna, you can give it a try. You can shut up now. Xia Tianyu retorted irritably. If you really started gaming, that might be a good thing. But if you want information on the strong players in the game, this isn't enough. The tone on the other end suddenly turned serious. Oh, what do you mean? Xia Tianyu asked. Above the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man, there is, in fact, another list. The news from his friend once again made Xia Tianyu's expression turn grave, and he felt a burgeoning interest in the players on this other list. There's another one? Yes, those who can make it onto this list, whether in the game or in reality, are all formidable individuals. If you encounter them, try to avoid provoking them, his friend advised earnestly. Do you think I'm afraid? Xia Tianyu asked coldly. A groan came from the other end. I fear you'll incapacitate someone. Remember, when encountering players on the Battle King ranking, you must exercise caution. With that, the call ended. The Battle King ranking? Xia Tianyu gazed at his helmet, his interest in the game growing ever more intense. Chapter 25. A struggle to move forward once again. It was a splendid beginning as Xia Tianyu logged in. The familiar streets were bustling with players of various races. However, amidst these figures, not a single human player could be found. Xia Tianyu's human form stood out conspicuously in this game. At present, he was likely the only player of the human race undertaking a job change. Moreover, following the battle at the coastal town S-Gate last night, his reputation had spread like wildfire throughout the area. Upon logging in, he immediately felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. For the low-profile Xia Tianyu, such attention was far from welcome. Under the vast sky, he felt as though he were a rare beast on display in a zoo, a sensation he found quite unpleasant. Wandering through the streets, his primary objective was to level up. In the throng of players, Xia Tianyu observed them receiving satisfactory quests from NPCs at the blacksmith shop. Numerous players were claiming tasks, prompting his curious approach. Greetings, how may I assist you? He inquired politely of the NPC. However, his courtesy did not yield a favorable response. The dwarf blacksmith glanced at him with disdain and replied, I am afraid I do not require the assistance of a human. The blacksmith's attitude made Xia Tianyu furrow his brow, reminiscent of the treatment he had encountered during his job change. Laughter erupted nearby as an elf player, having accepted a blacksmith's quest, mockingly remarked, a human player still wishing to take on quests? Perhaps you should consider deleting your account. Xia Tianyu clenched his fists and silently departed, surrounded by scornful glances. At the tailor's shop, he was met with a somewhat gentler demeanor. Young warrior, I believe I do not require your help, the tailor's matron stated, though her gaze made Xia Tianyu wish to find a hole to hide in. Sighing as he exited the tailor's shop, Xia Tianyu lamented that both in reality and in this game, there would always exist such oppressive forces. The NPC's expressions were so vividly real that he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against them. As a novice, his priority was to level up and complete quests, yet, as a human, he found himself deprived of such privileges. He often contemplated whether he had made a mistake in choosing his race. Since the start of his job change, he had faced discrimination at every turn. He finally understood why players who initially chose humans would endure a 2-week penalty of not logging in just to delete their accounts. It was indeed a struggle. Regardless of his efforts, human players had no inherent advantages. In such moments, many would choose to give up. But Xia Tianyu was not one to concede. The more dire the predicament, the more resolute he became. Unable to complete quests, could he not still slay monsters? Yet, the thought of the dark dragon made him realize he needed to tread carefully. He selected a hidden route and made his way to the coastal town's gate, ensuring the surroundings were clear before dashing out of the city with utmost speed. Upon opening the map surrounding the coastal town, he targeted monsters of level 20 and above. Soon, he arrived at an area inhabited by the flying phoenix monsters, only to be intercepted by another player. Friend, this area has already been cleared by our Blood Moon faction. The newcomer was courteous, yet the arrogance in his demeanor was unmistakable. Xia Tianyu wished to avoid conflict, so he quietly left and chose another leveling spot. However, he noticed that the player had already fled, as members of the Dark Dragon and Black Dragon factions were also present. Frustrated, Xia Tianyu ventured into a zone populated by level 20 monsters. As he arrived, he found it to be an excellent location, free of monopolization and enemies. Yet, the scene of players swarming a single monster to snatch it away left him speechless. He felt as though the world had gone mad, and simultaneously, he experienced a sense of tragedy. He could neither complete quests nor defeat monsters. He suddenly wondered if this game was simply incompatible with him. Silently, Xia Tianyu turned away, yet he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he walked with determination toward the depths of the blood wasteland forest. As onlookers watched him stride past the leveling groups and enter the forest alone, they were left speechless. Friend, within lies a zone of high-level monsters. If you don't mind, let us form a party, an orc warrior called out, addressing Xia Tianyu, the solitary human player. Xia Tianyu turned and met the orc's gaze, memorizing his ID and replying with a smile, "Thank you." Under the scrutiny of others, he continued on his solitary path into the forest. "Big guy, mind your own business," a rogue in the party sneered. The burly warrior chuckled, watching Xia Tianyu's retreating figure before returning to his own battles. The monsters surrounding the blood wasteland forest ranged from levels 15 to 20, but within the forest, one must be prepared for the challenge, for even the outskirts housed creatures above level 20. As a lone human scientist, Xia Tianyu ventured into this perilous forest, facing numerous challenges. Suddenly, a monster charged at him, a black minotaur, level 23, with 2,000 health. As it swung its massive spiked club toward him, Xia Tianyu lifted his gaze and swiftly retaliated with a sword strike, slicing deeply into the minotaur's side and inflicting significant damage. After a fierce battle, he successfully defeated the level 23 beast. The distribution of monsters in the forest was uneven, yet for Xia Tianyu, it felt like a sacred ground. Players were sparse, and though the number of monsters was not as abundant as outside, it was sufficient for leveling up. Xia Tianyu, exhilarated as if discovering a new continent, charged deeper into the forest, wielding his level 15 iron sword against the formidable and fearsome creatures. Ironback Wolf, level 25 health 3499, a carnivorous monster of the blood wasteland forest, densely populated and known for its pack behavior. A vicious predator. One must be cautious of its sharp teeth. Reading the monster's description, Xia Tianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Facing such adversaries would allow him to continuously enhance his combat skills. Bind. The scientist activated his skill, charging at the Ironback Wolf like a ferocious tiger, unleashing havoc within the forest. Chapter 26. Deep in the jungle for a novice. Undertaking tasks is the key to survival. However, Xia Tianyu found himself unable to accept even the most fundamental quests of the game. Thus, he ventured into the Blood Wilderness Forest, an area reputed to host monsters with levels soaring as high as 50. According to the game's description, as long as one does not tread into the innermost depths of the Blood Wilderness, terrifying encounters can be avoided, allowing for safe leveling in the periphery. At the entrance of the forest, Xia Tianyu engaged in fierce battles against formidable creatures such as the Ironback Wolf, the Dark Panther, and the Crimson Black Bear. The speed of the Ironback Wolf, the attacks of the Black Panther, and the sheer strength of the Black Bear delighted him. His movements in combat resembled a mesmerizing dance. Drift. Critical hit. This fellow is extraordinarily strong. Bystanders gazed at Xia Tianyu with astonishment. Indeed, he was a novice. Yet his gaming talent rivaled that of any seasoned prodigy. Most notably, Xia Tianyu possessed an extraordinary ability, photographic memory. Anything he wished to learn, he could grasp in mere moments. Consequently, he was deemed an eccentric at his prestigious academy. As more players flocked to the outer forest, Xia Tianyu recognized that he could no longer remain there. Having spent considerable time at one of Huaxia's most enigmatic academies, his temperament leaned towards the quiet, and he found himself more drawn to darkness than light. He relished the thrill of slaying prey in shadows. Had it not been for the matter concerning Sister Xue, he might have never wished to stain his hands with blood. A fleeting glance at the surrounding players, and Xia Tianyu, relying on his speed, ventured deeper into the jungle. At this moment, an increasing number of players began to penetrate the inner blood wilderness forest, for the monsters in the periphery could no longer satiate their desires. With 30 million players in the Huaxia region and 10 towns for novices, each town averaged 3 million players. Naturally, the number of players online at any given time was far fewer, indicating that it was now an opportune moment for the first batch of players to gain an advantage. Even a player like Xia Tianyu understood the necessity of seizing time. Thus, he ventured alone into the heart of the forest. Corrupted Druid, level 30, elite monster. Health 5,000. Corrupted elves, tainted by the malevolence of the Blood Wilderness Forest, have transformed into dark spirits. Be wary of their transformations, which can imperceptibly threaten your life. Humans. Even the corrupted elves are superior to you. What brings you here? The druid spoke, clearly an intelligent elite monster, more challenging than ordinary creatures. Xia Tianyu, now at level 20, had just slain an elite monster and acquired a level 20 Xian iron weapon with an attack power of 102,113, a commendable weapon, coupled with his strength. His physical attack had surpassed 300, while his magical attack soared to 600. Unfortunately, Due to his currently low-level abilities, he could not unleash his formidable magical prowess. Xia Tianyu remained silent, advancing with his sword. I am thoroughly weary of your discrimination against humanity. If you choose to scorn us, I shall ensure that the human race becomes the strongest faction in this game world. Shadow Eyes. Stun. With a swift downward strike, Xia Tianyu's weapon connected forcefully with the druid's head, a vivid 400 damage floating above the corrupted elf. Driven to near madness, he relentlessly continued his assault after the stun wore off, and when the druid's life points dwindled to 0. He disdainfully collected the spoils and an ordinary whiteboard piece of equipment before delving deeper into the jungle. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. No sooner had he entered the depths of the jungle than he was ambushed. Had it not been for his heightened senses, he might have suffered severe injuries. Yet he still could not discern the enemy's presence. Sensing, a 2-meter radius enveloped Xia Tianyu's awareness, and with the activation of Shadow Eyes, he skillfully utilized this E-grade ability to facilitate swift upgrades, undeterred by the consumption of mana potions. Observing the surroundings with calm precision, he concluded that the enemy was not a thief. If that were the case, he raised his sword, delivering a strike, following up with a stun skill. Ding. Target afflicted by stun skill for 3 seconds. Indeed, the druid had succumbed to his attack, revealing its true form. It had transformed into a chameleon. Upon identifying the enemy, Xia Tianyu wasted no time in launching an offensive, and with 3 critical hits, the fallen elf became his experience. Continuing to slay corrupted elves within the forest. Aided by Shadow Eyes, he found the task nearly effortless. Yet, he recognized that his skills and attack options were limited. His primary objective now was to elevate his level to 30. Once he equipped the magic-dispersing gear and gauntlets, his attributes would experience a transformative enhancement. Each corrupted elf yielded 600 experience points, a significant amount considering the 80,000 experience needed at level 20, a daunting hunting endeavor. For someone as audacious as Xia Tianyu, such monsters no longer sufficed to meet his aspirations. Thus, he set his sights on the deeper recesses of the Blood Wilderness Forest, the ominous jungle abyss. The blood-red earth exuded a macabre aura, saturating the landscape with a scent of carnage. It was evident to the naked eye that this was an unknown and enigmatic forest. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Tianyu resolved to venture forth. Fortune favors the bold, and experience awaited him. As he stepped onto the crimson ground, an overwhelming ferocity enveloped him, heightening his senses. The once dim glow of his shadow eyes now shimmered with a faint lunar luminescence. In the next instant, Xia Tianyu's gaze transformed, imbued with a silvery sheen. His vision sharpened, allowing him to discern the distribution of nearby monsters. Xia Tianyu's audacity stemmed from his possession of a mysterious power, one that he must conceal, for its revelation could provoke upheaval across the entire world. The creatures here were significantly stronger than those outside. It appeared that caution was warranted. Withdrawing his gaze, he activated Shadow Eyes and cautiously penetrated the most perilous depths of the Blood Wilderness Forest. Chapter 27. The mysterious powerhouse deep within the heart of the Blood Wasteland Forest. A fierce spectacle of violence unfolds, echoing with the clash of blades. Xia Tianyu, armed with his sword, engages in a relentless battle against monsters. Yet the reality of this path diverges sharply from his expectations. His adversary is a colossal Blood Wasteland demon, its body drenched in crimson, with a head engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a fiery harbinger of death. Although Xia Tianyu is not overly concerned for his own safety, he cannot help but recognize the stark exposure of his vulnerabilities. Lacking formidable skills, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the level 35 demon, struggling to make any headway. With its formidable defense, substantial health, and superior attack power, the encounter becomes increasingly arduous for him. Nevertheless, Xia Tianyu refrains from lamentation or dismay. He wields his mysterious iron sword, striving to make the most of his efforts. The journey to mastery is inherently solitary, a reality he has long since accepted, for he has grown accustomed to solitude. As the battle commences, Xia Tianyu executes his S-drift technique with remarkable finesse, while he may still fall short compared to the so-called elite of the 3 rankings. For a novice who has not engaged with the game for a considerable time, this achievement is commendable. The blade whirls with precision, even without the support of game skills. The weaknesses of the monster remain evident to him. The flaming head of the Blood Wasteland demon stands as its most glaring vulnerability. With deft strikes, Xia Tianyu's attacks target the demon's head, though the gap between him and beheading it remains significant. He contemplates the prospect of equipping the Golden Dragon Bone, curious about its attributes despite its lack of discernible properties. If it possesses no attributes, Why is it so sharp and capable of inflicting damage? This puzzle eludes him. Yet he understands that its efficacy in aiding him is paramount. With the golden dragon bone in hand, Xia Tianyu launches a ferocious onslaught, showcasing his lethal prowess. Should an experienced player observe his methods, they would undoubtedly discern certain discrepancies. At this moment, his actions and movements do not strictly align with conventional killing techniques. Rather, they evoke the essence of ancient martial arts. As the Blood Wasteland demon attacks, targeting his head and torso, Xia Tianyu deftly evades with uncanny agility, countering with effective strikes. To his astonishment, this level 35 demon, 15 levels above him, seems utterly incapable of mounting a defense. In pursuit of swifter leveling, Xia Tianyu even lured two demons simultaneously, narrowly escaping defeat through sheer will and nearly suffering a loss of experience. The leveling process is monotonous and tedious. Once the surrounding demons are vanquished, Xia Tianyu finds himself at level 21. This rate of advancement is neither too swift nor too sluggish. Had he been amidst a bustling crowd in the outside world, he might still be languishing at level 19. Facing two Blood Wasteland demons proves challenging enough, hence his leveling speed remains modest. However, the experience gained from defeating foes above his level is substantial, making it a more enticing option for a challenger like Xia Tianyu. With the nearby monsters dispatched, he must venture deeper into the forest in search of new adversaries. Adjusting his senses and maximizing his visibility, Xia Tianyu marches into the depths of the woods. After 10 minutes, his expression shifts to one of confusion. He has yet to encounter a single creature. Perplexed, he quickens his pace, but after advancing a mere 100 meters, he is met with a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of combat. Xia Tianyu does not presume he alone occupies this territory. He speculates that other players may have arrived before him. Indeed, as he steps forward, the sight that greets him is nothing short of astonishing. 10 Blood Wasteland demons stand poised, alongside a level 40 elite boss, the Blood Wasteland demon leader. However, the individual confronting this formidable horde is neither a team nor a 6-member party, nor a mercenary group or adventuring team, but rather a solitary figure. Yes, amidst the shade cast by the dense trees. Xia Tianyu is certain he is not mistaken. It is a lone warrior clad in gray armor. This figure bears an uncanny resemblance to a human. Yet the single horn atop his head reveals that he is not of the human race. Xia Tianyu, entranced by the battle before him, momentarily forgets to use his senses. The armored warrior deftly navigates the 10 elite demons, engaging the demon leader with astonishing skill. The scene is surreal, as the man wields a peculiar sword-like weapon, its dull sheen suggesting it may be of silver or perhaps even superior. His movements, akin to a Z-drift, rival that of a shadowy dragon. No, they exceed it by 5-fold. Xia Tianyu is left in awe. The power of this gray-armored warrior is staggering. Acknowledging the strength of the Blood Wasteland demons, he understands that facing even 2 would be a daunting task. Yet this horned man confronts 10 with ease, even challenging the boss. Effortlessly employing the defensive skills of a warrior, his Z-drift movements dazzle the onlooker. Xia Tianyu, still a novice, is unaware that this player is a sword-wielding master, not merely a warrior. Were he to grasp the magnitude of the swordmaster's abilities in harnessing the warrior's tanking skills, the astonishment would be profound. The prowess displayed by this formidable player captures Xia Tianyu's full attention. He recalls his friend's words about the War King ranking, which surpasses even the 3 rankings. Acknowledging that such individuals are far from ordinary, Xia Tianyu had previously dismissed this notion, but the battle unfolding before him suggests otherwise. This individual is undoubtedly remarkable, exhibiting extraordinary martial prowess. Could this warrior be one of the War Kings? As he observes the gray-armored figure dispatching Blood Wasteland demons with ease, even the leader succumbing to peril, Xia Tianyu regains his composure. After a grueling 15 minutes, the battle reaches its conclusion. Xia Tianyu remains motionless, watching as the horned man collects the abundant gold and equipment dropped by the defeated demons. When the warrior lifts his gaze, it meets Xia Tianyu's, and he realizes he has been discovered. Caught off guard, Xia Tianyu contemplates his intentions, stepping forward to clarify, "I mean no harm. I recognize, otherwise, you would have perished." The horned man replies coldly, turning his back without a second glance. Yet, his presence stirs a tempest within Xia Tianyu's heart, leaving an indelible impression. Chapter 28. The leaderboard. The words of the enigmatic powerhouse stirred little within Xia Tianyu's heart. After 20 years, he had experienced much that exceeded the imaginations of his peers. Within their academy, the events Xia Tianyu had undergone were far too numerous to recount. However, the combat style and formidable skills of that individual had left a profound impression upon him. As he gazed at the retreating figure, Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow and found himself venturing deeper into the forest. Witnessing the other's battle ignited a fervor within him. He yearned for a life filled with the brilliance of blades and the clash of swords. 10 blood-wasted demons, you say? Ha 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 ha. Xia Tianyu chuckled. Of course, by the time he plunged into the forest's depths, the shadow of the mysterious strong man had long since vanished. He did not seek to pursue it. Instead, he commenced slaying the blood-wasted demons within the woods. 2 blood-wasted demons. That was his objective. After successfully luring one into a trance, he unleashed his assault on the other. The demon's roar echoed through the forest, and within 10 seconds, the first blood-wasted demon fell to Xia Tianyu's prowess. The second demon, regaining its senses, charged at him. With an S-shaped maneuver, stirring dust and leaves in its wake, Xia Tianyu skillfully evaded the second demon. However, his expression suddenly sharpened as he turned around. 3 seconds. The spectral gaze flickered to life. The blood-wasted demon's form seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, rendering it immobile. Xia Tianyu surmised that his spectral gaze could at most induce illusions or immobilization in his foes. If he combined immobilization skills with the illusion, the potency would amplify. Unaware of the impending danger, the blood-wasted demon felt the sting of Xia Tianyu's blade. For 8 continuous seconds, the massive creature succumbed to the ground, a stark contrast to the earlier struggle. Now, under the influence of the mysterious strongman, Xia Tianyu handled 2 blood-wasted demons with ease. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Compared to that enigmatic figure, he was woefully inadequate. Determined, Xia Tianyu attempted to lure a second wave of enemies, this time escalating the count to 5. As 5 blood-wasted demons were drawn in, he executed S maneuvers alongside immobilization and illusion, ensnaring all 5 in a trance. The monsters possessed limited intelligence, perceiving Xia Tianyu's gaze as normal. Nevertheless, the spectacle was breathtaking. As Xia Tianyu's speed in dispatching the demons dwindled to 6 seconds, he still found himself unable to vanquish all 5 in time. The colossal spiked club swung down, and each of his evasions was a hair's breadth from disaster. Should he be struck, retaliation would be futile, resulting in a grim fate. In this tumultuous arena where myriad factions clashed, the novice was often the greatest tragedy. Monsters overwhelmed them, and inter-faction conflicts left them vulnerable. Thus, players like Xia Tianyu were common. Yet few dared venture into the depths of the blood-wasted forest at level 20. The 6th demon was now in his sights. Xia Tianyu had begun to lure the 6th blood-wasted demon, but fortune was not on his side. He narrowly escaped being felled by the final creature. With the aid of a healing potion, he barely managed to eliminate the blood-wasted demon. As he retreated, the surrounding demons were eliminated, and he recognized the necessity to delve deeper into the forest to encounter more foes. It was here that he once again came across the mysterious powerhouse, but this time, the number of demons he attracted left Xia Tianyu in disbelief. 20. A full 20 blood-wasted demons. Xia Tianyu questioned whether his eyes deceived him. What was the highest level of players currently? Wasn't he at merely 26? This player before him undoubtedly did not exceed level 30. Facing 35-level blood-wasted demons without being 30 himself, the prowess displayed was staggering. The way he toyed with the demons, his movement, technique, and lethal strikes, was nothing short of a performance. It was a dazzling display of monster-slaying artistry. In just 15 minutes, the man's exquisite demeanor left Xia Tianyu in awe and stirred tumultuous emotions within him. In the shadowy woods, the man slowly turned his head, revealing a strikingly handsome face complemented by a pale blue horn, an image of both beauty and dominance. As their gazes locked, a resounding system notification echoed across the ears of all players. Ding! Player Arrogance has reached level 30. Becoming the first player in the Huaxia region to attain level 30, earning a reward of 10,000 reputation, 1,000 gold, and a piece of silver equipment. Ding! Player has reached level 30, unlocking the leaderboard. The system's announcement reverberated throughout the entirety of Huaxia, shaking players who averaged level 18. Who was this audacious individual? Regarding Xia Tianyu's confusion, others gazed skyward in astonishment. The name Arrogance, so bold and commanding, was known to few, those like Xia Tianyu or some novice players. If one did not recognize Arrogance, they might as well have been from Mars. Arrogance, a king among warriors of an era, a player perpetually at the zenith. In a secluded valley, a stunning elven beauty gazed skyward. Arrogance, has he truly reached level 30? As she spoke, her graceful swordplay engaged a foe 10 levels above her, 8 monsters in total. With Arrogance having entered the fray, it was likely that none would escape to the skies. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. How thrilling it was. A pale-faced man, upon hearing the system notification, could not suppress his excited, trembling smile. The Warrior King leaderboard. Indeed remarkable. Yet in this vast expanse, everything must begin anew. The one to surpass the Warrior King era shall surely be me. A player exuding dominance shouted to the heavens. The name Arrogance spread like wildfire throughout the Huaxiao region while, deep within the blood-wasted forest, the second encounter between the two men foreshadowed the unfolding of a legendary saga. Chapter 29. Ranking. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing leaves to dance and swirl around. In the dimly lit blood-wasteland forest, two men encountered each other for the second time. One of them boasted a legendary history and an abundance of glory within the game, while the other, in the realm of reality, possessed a name that struck fear into the hearts of the world's strongest. It was he. Xia Tianyu once again laid eyes on him, and this time, the shock was even greater than before. The Horned Man recognized Xia Tianyu, and under the system's prompt, neither seemed affected. Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow, while the other man maintained an unusual calm, as if anticipating the system's notification. Xia Tianyu observed his expression intently. Silence enveloped them until, after 10 seconds of mutual scrutiny, they began to approach one another, only to brush past each other. After walking 10 meters, the man suddenly turned back. If you wish to continue playing this game, I advise you to delete your account and start anew, he said coldly. Xia Tianyu turned his head, questioning, why? Just trust me on this, the man replied, turning to leave. Deep down, he knew that human players were indeed scorned in this game. However, those who persevered might achieve extraordinary heights. Yet, with a discerning glance, the Horned Man recognized Xia Tianyu as a novice, and thus held little faith in his potential. Are you suggesting that human players cannot ascend to the pinnacle? Xia Tianyu inquired, intrigued. The man nodded indifferently. As for peak human players, I dare say there are none. At least you, perhaps, will not reach such heights. Surprisingly, he found himself sharing so much with this man, for those who knew him understood his demeanor as one of cold solitude. Listening to the Horned Man's words, Xia Tianyu's face broke into a grin instead of displaying any dejection. Then what if I do? The man, poised to depart, chuckled. You? Impossible. Let us make a pact. The day I succeed, you shall grant me 3 requests. Xia Tianyu proposed casually, harboring his own intentions. 3 requests? That sounds intriguing. By all means, give it a try. The Horned Man responded, amused. The pinnacle of human players was an undefined wager, and in truth, Xia Tianyu bore no loss. Should he achieve it, he might gain the assistance of a formidable ally. If he failed, it would merely signify his own inadequacy. The man turned and left, while Xia Tianyu quietly ventured into the forest. Little did they know that a mere exchange of words between these two men would herald a new era and a new monarch. Xia Tianyu pivoted and accessed the newly updated leaderboard. Numerous categories existed, including levels, reputation, wealth, and equipment, even a beauty ranking yet to be unveiled. The newly activated lists only featured equipment and level rankings. At the pinnacle of the equipment list was a high-grade silver item, owned by a player known as Arrogant. Xia Tianyu's forgotten belt had also made it into the top 10. He silently opted to hide his information, causing the ID of Rainy Day to vanish. Next, Xia Tianyu opened the level leaderboard, where the solitary figure of Arrogant stood proudly at level 30, the only one on the list. It appeared that only players above level 30 could enter the rankings. Ding! Player Arrogant has chosen the Guardian faction. The faction selection is now available at level 30. Ding! Player Arrogant has activated the faction. The system rewards this player with faction reputation and gold. As the system's voice echoed across the skies, the entire Huaxiao region erupted in astonishment. Arrogant. His name resonated once more throughout the gaming world. The first to reach level 30 and activate a faction. Could it be? Xia Tianyu paused mid-stride, glancing back at the spot where he had just stood. Most crucially, the timing aligned perfectly with the man he had spoken to, leading Xia Tianyu to firmly believe that the formidable figure was indeed. Upon contemplating this possibility, Xia Tianyu's resolve to ascend to the pinnacle of human players grew stronger. Just then, another announcement reverberated throughout the Huaxiao region. Ding! Player Dreaming Beauty has successfully reached level 30. Player Dreaming Beauty becomes the second player to achieve level 30. Dreaming Beauty, the strongest among the celestial rankings? Xia Tianyu inhaled sharply, recalling the lists of the heaven, earth, and human rankings, where he had once mocked players for being outdone by a mere woman. Yet, upon hearing Dreaming Beauty's name, he began to regard her with newfound respect. Clearly, she was not merely a pretty face. Her ascension to level 30 sent ripples across the Huaxiao region, igniting waves of excitement. In stark contrast to Arrogant's impressive presence, Dreaming Beauty emerged as a goddess revered by countless players. In Baisher Town, her enchanting figure and stunning beauty captivated all. Clad in a pristine robe of a mystical practitioner, she radiated brilliance. Level 30 already? Her melodious voice concealed an unparalleled glory beneath a veil. Upon attaining level 30, she shattered a return scroll, vanishing like an ethereal being. Dreaming Beauty, truly deserving of the title of the first goddess. However, this meant that the formidable Lu Mei would no longer remain in obscurity. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Who would have thought your system announcement would summon forth these remarkable individuals? In another town, a silver-haired man smiled broadly. Dreaming Beauty, Lu Mei, two unparalleled women atop the celestial rankings. As Xia Tianyu reflected on the game's lore, having first encountered the enigmatic Horn Master, and now witnessing a female player ascend above countless male counterparts, a surge of pride and indignation ignited within him. He had no reason to concede defeat. The pinnacle of human players? It seemed there were no defined limits. However, once he reached the summit, it was certain they would not be his match. Xia Tianyu brimmed with confidence, his expression radiating determination. With fervor burning within him, Xia Tianyu activated his shadow gaze and gazed into the depths of the Blood Wasteland Forest, where he boldly ventured into its most perilous depths. Chapter 30. The upgrade of the Shadow the Blood Wasteland Forest is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. Beneath its veil of snow and mist lies a secret unknown to most. Deep within the forest, the crimson hue grows steadily more vivid. Beneath an enormous blood pine, a dark figure sits in profound solitude, seemingly immobilized. This gaunt figure's existence hangs in the balance, yet its bright, clear eyes occasionally gaze longingly towards the distant depths of the forest. Time is of the essence. The echoes of ancient words resonate at the forest's edge. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Xia Tianyu, wanders through the depths of the Blood Wasteland Forest. In truth, he finds himself struggling against the monsters that inhabit this treacherous land. The deeper he ventures, the more he encounters creatures exceeding level 40. At his current level of 22, he finds the battles increasingly arduous. Yet, the sole source of motivation for Xia Tianyu is the remarkable growth of his Shadow Eye ability, which now creates illusions lasting up to 12 seconds. 12 seconds. Coupled with his immobilization skill, Xia Tianyu theoretically stands a chance to defeat a level 40 elite monster within a span of 14 seconds. Indeed, for Xia Tianyu, a 12-second illusion can be fatal for any player. Although this ability may seem inconspicuous in the early stages of combat, as he grows stronger, his dual-eyed prowess could elevate him above his peers. The Hunter, level 43, health 3200, roams the depths of the Blood Wasteland Forest, a fallen elven rogue. Once a battlefield rife with peril, the Blood Wasteland Forest is fraught with danger. The confrontation between Xia Tianyu and the Hunter resembles a duel between assassins. The fallen elven assassin possesses the ability to stealthily approach, while Xia Tianyu has the gift of perception, effortlessly deflecting the Hunter's relentless attacks. You underestimate me. Xia Tianyu's cold words reverberate as the fallen elf meets its demise, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a supreme assassin. After witnessing the defense and lethal attack patterns of a mysterious powerhouse, Xia Tianyu begins to master this skill himself. Luring two hunters, he immobilizes one, but their cunning intelligence allows them to evade his gaze, turning the battle into a formidable challenge. In truth, Xia Tianyu prefers the thrill of genuine combat, engaging in direct confrontation rather than relying on subterfuge. Yet, in this game, he must harness the power of his abilities, for he is engaged in battles beyond his level. As Xia Tianyu continues his skirmishes, the system's notifications resonate throughout the air, announcing that 10 players have already reached level 30, with the foremost player, Proud, soaring to that level at an astonishing pace. This serves as a blow to Xia Tianyu, who struggles to attain level 23 while others surge ahead like rockets. He wonders how they manage such rapid advancement. Though perplexed, Xia Tianyu feels no envy. He seeks to understand the reasons behind his own slow progress. As a novice, he remains unaware that other players gain substantial experience from completing quests, a privilege that clearly eludes him, indicating he has strayed from the optimal path. For most human players, the journey is fraught with challenges. Beyond the monotony of grinding levels, they face oppression from various races and the game's demands. Kill. The more desperate the circumstances, the more Xia Tianyu's indomitable spirit is ignited. The hunt within the forest unfolds as a dazzling display of assassination, where, despite being an ability user, Xia Tianyu moves with the swiftness of lightning. Most crucially, his combat style mirrors that of a true assassin. In a moment of stillness, he awaits the hunter's approach. As the hunter lunges towards him, Xia Tianyu springs into action, turning, drawing his sword, and delivering a fatal strike. A lethal blow. The critical damage hovers above the hunter's head. And in an instant, Xia Tianyu successfully embodies the rogue. Given Xia Tianyu's prowess, encountering a rogue player would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Just as he takes a step forward, 10 assassins materialize before him, their bright eyes the only visible feature of the fallen elves. Xia Tianyu tightens his grip on his weapon. If only he were at level 30. He could equip the Dispel and Fist, significantly enhancing his attributes. Facing 10 hunters, Xia Tianyu once again brandishes his golden dragon bone. The golden dragon bone is exceptionally sharp, possessing no inherent attributes like a typical weapon. Yet it can still deliver deadly strikes. As long as Xia Tianyu wields it skillfully, the dragon bone becomes a formidable weapon. The 10 hunters simultaneously activate their stealth. Yet, they forget, in that fleeting moment of gazing at Xia Tianyu, they have already succumbed to his illusion. Let us not forget, the range of Xia Tianyu's shadow eye is 2 times 2. All the hunters fall prey to the illusion. The pressing question now is whether Xia Tianyu can eliminate all the rogues within the span of 12 seconds. If his shadow eye could grow even stronger, it might cause them to turn against one another. In truth, Xia Tianyu eagerly anticipates the ability to control them into infighting. Ding! Your shadow eye has leveled up. Acquiring a new ability, Chaos. As Xia Tianyu adeptly employs the shadow eye in battle, a wave of exhilaration washes over him at the system's notification. Akin to the arrival of spring. He scarcely has time to examine the new skill, for he must eliminate all the hunters in this crucial moment, lest he becomes the prey. The process is electrifying. Xia Tianyu combines his agility with the precision of real-world movements, ultimately utilizing the narrow passage to withstand all monster attacks. At this moment, however, his health dwindles to a mere 10 points. Finally, Xia Tianyu's taut nerves relax as he lets out a heavy breath, redirecting his focus to the upgrade of his shadow eye. The new ability is named Chaos. Chapter 31. The power of chaos in a forest stained with blood. Xia Tianyu excitedly opened the skill panel to reveal his newly acquired ability, the Spectral Eye. The moment he beheld this new power, an unmistakable joy illuminated his face. The ability of chaos had undeniably elevated his overall prowess to an entirely new echelon. Although the Spectral Eye remained an E-level ability, its capabilities had reached an exquisite pinnacle. Spectral Eye, E-level ability, intermediate Spectral Eye, non-offensive effect. Targets gazed upon by the user will become entranced within their environment for a duration of 10 seconds, within a radius of 3 by 3. If the entranced target is attacked by their own allies, the effect is interrupted. The user's attacks maintain the effect, with an indefinite cooldown, consuming 20 MP per second. Capabilities of the Spectral Eye. 1. Immobilizing illusion. 2. Chaotic ability. The chaotic ability induces a state of disarray in the target's nervous system, leading to erroneous judgments that cause them to attack their own companions. It can also attract the ire of monsters towards the user and incite hostility among the monsters themselves. The prospect of the chaotic ability dazzled Xia Tianyu. Just moments ago, he had been pondering his circumstances, and now, fortune seemed to have opened a door, bestowing upon him this extraordinary power. This significantly bolstered his confidence in becoming a premier player and provided him with an added layer of safety as he ventured deeper into the blood-ravaged forest. Xia Tianyu's gaze instinctively drifted towards the innermost reaches of the forest, where he felt an inexplicable calling, as if something were beckoning to his very soul. Despite the knowledge that this was merely a game, he couldn't shake the growing intensity of the sensation. Yet, even with this distraction, his foremost desire was to test the chaotic ability. Rising immediately, he proceeded towards the forest's end. Having traversed less than 100 meters, he encountered a horde of beasts that blocked his path. Upon counting more than 20 monstrous creatures, a grin spread across Xia Tianyu's face. What better way to test this chaotic ability than with you? With a broad smile, he activated the Spectral Eye to ensure his safety. He first immobilized the creatures before unleashing the chaotic ability, drawing their ire entirely upon himself. In a heartbeat, Xia Tianyu muddled the beast's senses, and the scene within the forest became eerily surreal. He remained still, while the famished beast stood motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until 12 seconds had passed under the immobilizing illusion. The once ferocious creatures finally unleashed their chilling roars, yet shockingly, none turned their fury towards Xia Tianyu. Instead, they launched themselves at one another. A chaotic melee erupted as the monsters savagely tore into each other. While Xia Tianyu was astonished, he had anticipated this outcome. Silently counting down, he observed as the injured beasts slowly realized they were attacking their own kind, their murderous gazes then shifting towards him. But it was too late. 3 seconds? I can grow even stronger. With a triumphant grin, Xia Tianyu plunged into the fray, wielding the golden dragon bone. Its sharp edges mercilessly reaping the lives of the monsters, transforming them into his experience. Emulating this strategy, Xia Tianyu continued to battle throughout the night, fully immersing himself in the power of chaos. Though the ability lasted only 3 seconds, it was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. He firmly believed this newfound strength would prove to be a formidable force in the future. Glancing at the time, Xia Tianyu, devoid of any sense of professional decorum, decided it was time to log off for a late-night snack. However, just as he turned to leave, a powerful calling echoed within his heart. Here it comes again. Uncertain whether it was merely his imagination or a figment of his mind, the intensity of the call grew stronger. He found himself gazing into the abyss of the blood-colored forest, where the monsters had reached level 40. What manner of being dwelled deeper within? The resonance of the calling surged within Xia Tianyu, furrowing his brow as he resolutely ventured into the depths of the forest, determined to uncover the source of this mystery. As he approached the heart of the blood-ravaged forest, the calling intensified. Carefully avoiding nearby monsters, he skillfully navigated through the trees, drawing ever closer to the source of the summons. Not yet there. In the mind of an ability user, Xia Tianyu understood that the call was growing stronger, yet its distance remained elusive. Along the way, he narrowly evaded detection by a level 50 super boss, causing a cold sweat to break out across his brow. After a brief pause, Xia Tianyu pressed onward, soon arriving at a vast grassy clearing. Before him lay a scene of blood-red pines, their roots entwined with countless white bones. Another scene like this? Xia Tianyu recalled his previous encounters on ancient battlefields, wondering if he could endure it a second time. However, this time he had not entered a special map, as no notifications had appeared. At that moment, the echo of the calling suddenly vanished, leaving Xia Tianyu with a profound sense of loss. Walking upon the blood-stained earth littered with bones, his gaze was drawn to a towering blood-red pine that soared into the sky. A mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursed through him as he approached this crimson tree. Blood-colored leaves fluttered down. The entire scene exuded an aura of the bizarre and terrifying. Were it not for Xia Tianyu's formidable mental fortitude, he might have been rendered senseless by fear. Here it comes again. Is this the source? The calling intensified, and in that moment, Xia Tianyu could finally ascertain that the voice emanated from this enormous blood-red pine. What could it be? Who is calling me here? The game had taken on an enigmatic quality. At last, you have arrived. Just as Xia Tianyu pondered this, an ancient voice reverberated through the depths of the blood-ravaged forest, sending chills down his spine. Who is here? Xia Tianyu exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 32, The Human Prophet. Oh, the awaited one, you have finally arrived. In the blood-tinged silence of the forest, chilling words echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, filling his expression with perplexity despite his daring nature. Who is it? Who dares to call out here? Xia Tianyu activated his perception and immediately scanned his surroundings. In that very moment, beneath the blood pine, an ominous premonition tugged at him, compelling his gaze downward. An elder? A human? Xia Tianyu's expression shifted once more. Beneath the towering blood pine, he beheld an elderly man. His hair as white as snow and his frame frail, curled in upon itself. Only his bright, piercing eyes betrayed the fact that he was indeed alive. Is it you? Calling for me? Xia Tianyu stared in astonishment at the old man. Indeed, I have awaited your arrival for 10 millennia, young one. The elder spoke, his aged voice resonating in Xia Tianyu's ears, leaving him in awe. A millennium? Another elder claims to have waited that long for him? How could these beings possess knowledge of past lives and future destinies? Xia Tianyu scoffed at the absurdity. As a player, he naturally harbored skepticism towards the words of these NPCs. 10 millennia? His ancestors likely had not even been born at that time. Do you doubt me? In truth, it is an object you possess that has led you here. The elder raised his head, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light beneath the crimson hue. An object? Xia Tianyu's expression turned serious. Apart from a few silver pieces of equipment, he only had a dragon bone. No, that was not right. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The demon scroll. Yes, it was indeed the demon scroll. Xia Tianyu's countenance changed. Is it because of the demon scroll? Precisely. A millennium ago, I foresaw your arrival, and thus, I awaited you. Moreover, I knew you would become a demon. The elder's words stirred ripples in Xia Tianyu's heart. Xia Tianyu smirked. For us players, this is merely a game. How could you possibly know I would be here a millennium later? As he spoke, he felt his question was somewhat foolish. Why engage in such lengthy discourse with an NPC? Based on his novice experience, it was evident he had stumbled upon a hidden quest, and the first order of business should be to accept the quest post-haste. A game, you say? Haraha. Perhaps that is indeed the case. The elder's laughter sent shivers down Xia Tianyu's spine, particularly when paired with his wrinkled visage. Especially when the elder declared it was merely a game, Xia Tianyu hesitated. Was this truly just a game? The elder's expression seemed so genuine, and the world around him felt palpably real. You will become a demon, do you believe it? The elder, having laughed, suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu shook his head. Why are you all so certain? We? The elder countered, as if recalling something, then muttered to himself. You must have encountered that old fellow. How is he faring? The elder inquired. The elder he referred to was likely the one who had given Xia Tianyu the demon scroll on the ancient battlefield. He has passed away. Xia Tianyu replied coldly. The elder's eyes trembled. Dead. Perhaps it is for the best. Living too long becomes burdensome. For humanity, we have shouldered too much. The elder seemed lost in recollection, and his once bright eyes dimmed with sorrow. Humanity, it appears you understand well why we have come to this state. Since Xia Tianyu chose the human race, his journey through the game had been fraught with peril, the path was riddled with obstacles, and he often found himself in dire straits. Had he not been human, he would not have been reduced to such a wretched condition. Understand? Ha ha ha. Young man, how much do you truly know? A millennium ago, we humans were the mightiest race in this world. Gods, demons, and even Buddhas were all beneath us. Yet those wretched gods and demons, envious of humanity's gifts, ignited a cataclysmic war. In that fierce battle, all our strongest perished. A conflict that raged for a millennium. A battle that lasted a full millennium, with the ultimate outcome being our disgrace as a race, transforming this world into the damned continent of the gods. The elder's voice boomed, nearly erupting in fury, his eyes shimmering with tears. Humans were not the strongest? Why did we lose? Xia Tianyu asked, bewildered. Why did we fall? While humanity was indeed powerful, there existed far stronger beings among the gods, entities that stood above kings. Only one could contend with them. Yet during the divine war, they were treacherously worn down and ultimately perished. The elder spoke passionately. That battle shook the heavens and moved the earth, resulting in the sacrifice of 3,000 divine kings, which ultimately led to our hero's demise. Xia Tianyu listened intently, remaining silent. The thought that 3,000 such formidable beings had perished for the sake of one individual left him pondering the identity of that singular, immensely powerful figure. Do you wish to know who that individual is? The elder fixed his gaze upon Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu's mind raced, conjuring an idea that left him stunned. Could that figure be the demon? Indeed, the demon. That is how the gods referred to him. He is the hero of our entire race. Young man, do you wish to become a demon and carry the mantle of revitalizing humanity? The elder finally broached the crux of the matter. Yet Xia Tianyu remained hesitant. Humanity struggled to survive. What hope did a demon possess? The cost of transforming into a demon was immense, and Xia Tianyu was reluctant to squander time on such matters. Fear not, for you need not refuse. It is your destiny to become a demon. Now, I shall entrust my wishes to you. Fulfill my desire. Ding. The human prophet entrusts the will of the demon. Will you accept this quest? The will of the demon. Xia Tianyu gazed intently at the elder. Why were they so certain he would become a demon? Why did both human prophets respond with such unwavering certainty? What then was the nature of the demon's will? And what role did he play in all of this? The entire game had taken on an air of ambiguity and enigma. Chapter 33, Legendary Quest in the Blood-Soaked Forest. A heavy gloom enveloped the surroundings. Beneath the towering blood pine, Xia Tianyu's fate intertwined once more with the concept of demons. Before him lay a singular legendary quest. Indeed, the will of the demon. Entrusted to him by a human prophet, left Xia Tianyu utterly astonished. This was the only unique legendary quest in the entire firmament. There was but one. Ding. Do you accept the will of the demon? If you accept, the quest is unique. If you refuse, the quest will vanish. Listening to the system's prompt, Xia Tianyu's expression shifted. It felt akin to a monumental gamble, a legendary quest, one of a kind. If he chose not to embrace it, it would simply disappear. This was undoubtedly a double-edged sword, placing Xia Tianyu in a state of profound dilemma. To accept or to decline. He pondered rapidly over this pressing decision. Accepting this quest does not necessarily mean I must immediately transition into a demon, does it? Xia Tianyu had other ambitions within the game, and the penalties associated with becoming a demon would undoubtedly hinder his gameplay. Although he recognized the immense power of such a class, the dangers were far too great. Everything seemed to be a matter of destiny. The human prophet cast a glance at Xia Tianyu, not answering directly. Yet his words hinted that Xia Tianyu would inevitably become like a demon in the future. If this is indeed fate, then let us see what unfolds. I accept. Xia Tianyu exhaled, reassuring himself that he could treat this as merely a game. Before him lay a singular legendary quest. He had no reason to refuse. Ding. You have accepted the legendary quest, the will of the demon. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xia Tianyu promptly opened the details of the legendary quest, intrigued by what it entailed, especially as he had never before accepted such a quest. The will of the demon, legendary unique quest. Upon accepting this quest, it signifies that you will become a demon. Ding. You have not transitioned. You cannot obtain the entirety of the will of the demon's quest. Phase 1 of the will of the demon. Seek the lost demon weapon quest details. Once, a demon possessed a formidable weapon, yet it was lost during battle. Now, you may inquire with the human prophet to discover the whereabouts of the lost weapon. The lost weapon? Xia Tianyu gazed quizzically at the human prophet. Familiarizing himself with the game, his need for equipment and weapons grew increasingly urgent. Currently, he found himself in a dire situation. If this legendary quest bore no rewards, how could he continue? Indeed, the lost weapon is a powerful and fearsome tool wielded by demons, infused with the hopes of all humanity. Alas, it was lost in that fateful battle. Xia Tianyu's obsession with weapons overshadowed his interest in the game's lore. How am I to find it? This weapon resides in the lost world, the ancient battlefield. To seek it, you must return there. The human prophet spoke to Xia Tianyu with an impassive expression. What? Xia Tianyu's expression changed. Having just emerged from that desolate sea of bones, and now he was to venture back? Moreover, that was a hidden map. Was it truly as simple as just entering? Xia Tianyu bore a look of distress. He had initially thought that accepting this legendary quest would grant him access to extraordinary equipment and powerful skills. But given the current circumstances, it appeared to be an elusive prospect. Young man, I understand your yearning for power and your desire to grow stronger. I am well aware of your thoughts. So how about it? Do you wish to become more formidable? Just as Xia Tianyu pondered, the prophet unexpectedly smiled at him. Undeniably, he had grasped the essence of Xia Tianyu's innermost desires. I do yearn to become stronger. However, what does that have to do with demons? I could achieve the same with other classes, Xia Tianyu replied. You will come to realize that this is all part of destiny's design. So, do you wish to return to the ancient battlefield to search for the lost weapon? The human prophet smiled faintly. Xia Tianyu's expression turned serious. The ancient battlefield is vast. I doubt I will find it. Investing so much in a nebulous fantasy seems futile compared to striving to create something tangible. Indeed, you are correct. Yet, do you truly not desire the legendary weapon? The elder's words stirred an inexplicable thrill within Xia Tianyu. A legendary weapon? Xia Tianyu retorted. This weapon embodies the hopes of humanity and is indeed legendary. When speaking of the lost weapon, the human prophet's demeanor revealed a profound respect. Such things are too ethereal. Moreover, I do not believe I possess the skill to locate it in the ancient battlefield. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Xia Tianyu was well aware that he preferred to forge his own path to realizing his dreams. You can. Only you can find it in this world. If you are willing, I shall use my power to open the path to the ancient battlefield and send you back. The words of the human prophet echoed once more in Xia Tianyu's ears. Return? In truth, Xia Tianyu was not as indifferent as he appeared. Players naturally desired powerful equipment. And he was no exception after engaging with the game. So what will it be? Are you willing to give it a try? The elder continued, his words laden with temptation for Xia Tianyu. There is no risk of failure, and if fortune favors you, perhaps you will obtain that legendary weapon. Observing Xia Tianyu's still hesitant countenance, the elder's aged face revealed a hint of a smile. This weapon is named Heavenly Retribution. Remember this name. The elder spoke once more. Heavenly Retribution. Unique, and I have seldom heard of a weapon bearing such a name. What could it signify? So, what do you say? Are you interested? If you wish to try, I can assist you. The elder smiled, reminiscent of a demon enticing Xia Tianyu into his intricate design. Xia Tianyu bowed his head, and after a prolonged silence, he finally lifted it, grinning. In that case, send me back to the ancient battlefield. Chapter 34. Return to the secret realm. In a desert realm shrouded in twilight and crimson hues, a vast ocean of bones lay scattered across the desolate landscape. Here, amidst the multitude of white skeletons and graveyards, along with fearsome creatures formidable to players at this stage, the world appeared almost devoid of life. Yet today, the silhouette of a human player emerged once more. Standing atop a graveyard, he gazed down upon the scene before him, his expression somber yet flickering with excitement. Once again, he had arrived. This man, clad in simple cloth armor, was Xia Tianyu, who had ventured through the blood wasteland forest. At the moment he made his decision to attempt this journey, an elderly figure had infused him with a powerful force, as if tearing through the void, transporting him to this place. Returning once more, Xia Tianyu's understanding of this land had evolved significantly since his last visit. Previously, he had stumbled upon a demon scroll aimlessly. This time, however, he sought the sole legendary quest. The initial phase entailed the search for a lost weapon. According to legend, a dagger once wielded by demons, known as inimical, possessed unique attributes, though Xia Tianyu remained unaware of its specific characteristics. Nevertheless, even a novice could discern that it would be a fabled weapon. For Xia Tianyu, grinding levels and completing quests elsewhere was exceedingly arduous. Why not attempt something different? Perhaps it would yield some change. The ancient battlefield was vast enough to ensnare any wanderer, and Xia Tianyu found himself in a graveyard, a resting place for humanity. He had seen it before, indicating that it was not far from where he had previously encountered the old man. Compared to his first random teleportation, fortune smiled upon him this time. The will of the demons, the task of the first phase, and the information imparted by the elder in the forest echoed in Xia Tianyu's mind. The lost weapon lay somewhere in this expanse, with the greatest likelihood found within the demon's grave. Thus, his primary objective was to locate the largest tombstone he had previously seen, the tomb of the demon. The enormity of the graveyard was difficult to fathom, and once again, Xia Tianyu endured a challenging existence amidst uncertainty. In this realm of bones, he would not repeat past mistakes. Though the golden dragon bones lacked attributes, their remarkable sharpness had been his greatest asset in completing tasks before. This time, he scoured the skeletal ocean for these bones. Had it not been for his limited inventory, he might have endeavored to carry away every last one. Though the forgotten belt proved invaluable. However, unlike the golden dragon bones he had encountered before, he now stumbled upon divine bones, fairy bones, albeit with unclear attributes and purposes. Xia Tianyu remained indifferent. After all, he had come this far and intended to leave with something. Thus, on the first day of his return to the ancient battlefield, he spent his time searching for bones. On the second day, he navigated routes. By the third day, he had grown accustomed to this rhythm of life, pausing and proceeding as he relied on his keen eyesight to seek the correct path. And so, 5 days passed, yet the tomb of the demon remained a distant goal. At times, Xia Tianyu found himself questioning how the old man had transported him after he fainted. With such perplexities in mind, he persevered through the 10th day in the ancient battlefield, remaining online because this was a singular legendary quest. To abandon it would result in failure. 10 days elapsed, filled with myriad events. The gaming world began to stir with turbulence. In the Huaxiao region, the rankings shifted dramatically, with players of level 30 surpassing 3 million. Fierce battles erupted in towns as players aggressively pursued advancement, and the audacious had ascended to level 35. Just 5 levels remained until the second class transfer at level 40. In less than a month, players had achieved level 35, and the date for the release of the next batch of helmets drew ever closer. Many fervent players had begun grinding levels and completing quests in hopes of securing the greatest advantage in the early game. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyu found himself languishing at barely level 22. His journey appeared deceptively close, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Wandering through the barren desert, he was even wary of the small mice and rabbits that surrounded him, fearing they might whisk him away with a mere clap of their hands. It was hard to fathom how Xia Tianyu had endured these 10 days. Few could withstand such solitude, loneliness, and monotony, devoid even of a single conversation partner. What others might find unbearable, he seemed to accept with ease. Fortunately, he had brought provisions to stave off hunger. Otherwise, the game's hunger mechanics would have posed a significant challenge. Having stocked up on potions, including those to replenish hunger, he managed to avoid fainting from starvation, a fate that would have compounded his struggles in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, Xia Tianyu remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, unaware of how he would appear upon his eventual return. His mind was singularly focused on one goal, finding the grave. As the sun dipped below the horizon one fateful evening, Xia Tianyu, absorbed in his own musings, opened his attributes and the leaderboard. Upon marveling at the swift ascent of his peers, he realized just how far behind he had fallen, fueling his resolve not to give up. He must complete this legendary quest. The time and opportunities squandered were far too great. Had he finally arrived? Upon discovering the largest tomb amidst the towering grave markers, a flicker of joy broke through his previously somber demeanor. He raced to the summit, panting as he reached the pinnacle. This was the place. Yet the elder who had once bestowed upon him the scroll was nowhere to be found, leaving only the solitary, imposing tomb standing in silence. Reflecting on the elder's words, that they would not meet again, Xia Tianyu pondered why he had not been informed of the lost weapon's location. Why had he been guided back to the game only to trigger this quest? Though he did not understand, time was of the essence. Completing this legendary task was paramount, after which he could return to pursue his desires within the game. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tianyu followed the elder's guidance and ventured to a corner of the graveyard, searching for a way to enter the Tomb of the Demon. Chapter 35. The Tomb of the Demon. Atop the highest peak, amidst a sea of gravestones, stands the solitary and monumental tomb inscribed as the Tomb of the Demon. It is the only site within the cemetery devoid of an epitaph, shrouded in mystery. For no one knows who the demon truly is, nor even his name. Yet, in the era of his existence, foes trembled at the mere mention of the demon, while allies revered him with unwavering respect. Alas, Xia Tianyu was unaware of these historical sentiments. Returning to the cemetery where his journey began, Xia Tianyu sought the elusive entrance to this enigmatic burial site, guided by the prophetic hints bestowed upon him. He believed the entrance lay hidden among the periphery of the graveyard. Once discovered, it seemed he could delve into the tomb and search for the fabled lost weapons. For Xia Tianyu, there was no room for failure. Only success was permissible. In the blood-red realm filled with towering gravestones, Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow, diligently searching for the key to entry. With his astute gaze, it was nearly impossible for him to overlook the entrance. Moreover, the layout of the cemetery appeared uncomplicated, as if its master held no intention of deterring those who dared to enter. Xia Tianyu soon uncovered a concealed compartment behind a gravestone, and upon opening it, a seemingly bottomless passageway revealed itself before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the staircase, descending into the depths of the tunnel. The path twisted and coiled like a serpent, and as he ventured deeper, he activated his ethereal vision and heightened senses, yet no unexpected dangers manifested, leaving him perplexed. As he continued further, Xia Tianyu's expression grew increasingly grave. The tomb's depths exceeded his expectations. Upon successfully emerging from the staircase, he found himself before a colossal iron door, which made him realize that the Tomb of the Demon was far grander than he had ever imagined. Before him stood a magnificent iron gate adorned with ancient motifs, and to his astonishment, a faint glow illuminated the entire cemetery. What could the stones on the walls signify? Curiosity piqued. Xia Tianyu gazed at the stones and was instantly taken aback. Crystal, quality, high grade, suitable for forging and alchemy, can also serve as decoration. The quality of the crystals astounded him. The tomb's master utilized such exquisite materials for adornment? This revelation left Xia Tianyu in disbelief. He intended to collect them, but soon realized he lacked the requisite gathering skills. With a regretful shake of his head, he turned his attention back to the immense iron door, understanding that this entrance was key to accessing the Tomb of the Demon. Upon closer inspection, the door was an awe-inspiring and monumental structure. Although he knew the identity of the demon was extraordinary, Xia Tianyu was still shocked by the wonders that lay beyond the door after he easily pushed it open. This was no mere tomb. It resembled a grand palace. Behind the door sprawled a hall of golden splendor, surrounded by divine armaments and treasures, akin to a paradise for the affluent. Yet, the more opulent the surroundings, the more unease settled in Xia Tianyu's heart. It was all too easy. From the moment he entered, everything had unfolded with unsettling simplicity. He had traversed into the resting place of a great figure without encountering any peril. Was this not overly simplistic? Of course, for Xia Tianyu, it was indeed a breeze, especially given his relatively low level. If a formidable monster were to appear, he would be at a loss. If he could obtain the lost weapons so effortlessly, he would be elated. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the entire hall transformed dramatically. Countless divine armaments radiated with brilliant hues, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Xia Tianyu stood dumbfounded. He had perused the descriptions of game equipment. Equipment of dark gold quality was already considered exceptional. Yet the resplendence of these weapons suggested their extraordinary nature. Rushing to examine the weapons closely, he was once again left speechless. Void Blade, Ultimate Artifact Attack, 1, 029, 312, 398 Strength, 10, 000 Critical Hit, 10 Additional. Ability to alter weapon shape, at will additional. Void Blade additional. Additional. Upon reading the artifact's attributes, a tempest of excitement erupted within Xia Tianyu. These weapons, glowing in radiant colors, were indeed ultimate artifacts. Wait a moment. His gaze shifted to the flickering lights around him. The quest for the lost weapons, the ultimate artifacts within the Tomb of the Demon. Were all of these artifacts? What if he were to take them all? What need would he have for the lost weapons? Staring at the plethora of artifacts and riches, He realized that seizing them all would grant him unrivaled supremacy in the gaming world, provided, of course, that everything was genuine. Suddenly, a spark of intuition flickered in Xia Tianyu's mind, and his expression shifted. Everything before him felt too implausible. He was currently on a quest, and yet, such treasures appeared at the outset. If he were to abscond with the wealth and artifacts and log off, would he not strike it rich? What then was the purpose of this quest? Furrowing his brow, Xia Tianyu perceived that while everything appeared real, it also felt ethereal. Unable to fathom the situation, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze shimmered with a moonlit hue, distinctly different from his ethereal vision. So it was. Upon gaining clarity, Xia Tianyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was all revealed. Young one, congratulations on passing the first trial. You are the master of the tomb? As Xia Tianyu's eyes returned to their normal state, the scene around him had transformed entirely. The divine armaments and treasures had vanished without a trace, replaced by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with only their eyes visible. Master? No, you overestimate me. I am merely a servant of this tomb, a humble attendant to the master. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. A servant? The being before him, shrouded in darkness and exuding immense power, was but a mere servant? The tomb guardian possessed such formidable strength. Xia Tianyu was not blind to the terror radiating from this entity. What of the quest? Let us commence. I have already squandered enough time. Xia Tianyu understood that the subsequent tasks would undoubtedly begin with this enigmatic figure, and he felt a growing impatience. Chapter 36. The Tower of Trials. The chosen young warriors of the tribe yearned to acquire the weapons once wielded by their master. To achieve this, one must now enter the Tower of Trials and demonstrate their prowess before the master. Only upon earning the master's recognition can they hope to obtain the coveted weapons. The dark-clad servant spoke these words in a detached manner. At that moment, Xia Tianyu received a system notification. Ding. Do you accept the mission, Tower of Trials? Without hesitation, Xia Tianyu chose to accept the task. The Tower of Trials. Enter the Tower of Trials, showcase your strength, and earn the acknowledgement of the Lord of the Demoness Tomb. The task description seemed rather straightforward. Yet Xia Tianyu found himself perplexed by many unclear aspects. He turned to the Demoness servant, hoping for clarification. The levels of monsters within the Tower of Trials will vary according to your strength. However, if it were that simple, it wouldn't be a trial. The monsters are categorized into levels E, D, C, B, and A. To illustrate, an A-level monster possesses strength 5 times that of your own. Naturally, these monsters respawn randomly. If fortune favors you, perhaps you may not encounter any until the final level. The servant smiled faintly, yet to Xia Tianyu, it appeared disconcertingly sinister. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu's expression shifted. The initial conditions seemed manageable. Determining opponents based on one's own strength gave him confidence in completing the task. However, the servant's words sent a chill through him. The strength of an A-level monster was quintuple his own. If he were to face a multitude of B-level beasts, he feared he might return defeated. If there are no further questions, I can transport you into the Tower of Trials, the demon's servant continued. Xia Tianyu nodded impassively, and the servant's hands emanated a faint light. Suddenly, a magical array appeared beneath Xia Tianyu's feet. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a vast hall. Ding! You have entered the first level of the Tower of Trials. Monsters remaining. 2020 task progress. 0 victory condition. Annihilate all enemies. Alone in the Tower of Trials, Xia Tianyu stood solitary. Before him, less than 50 meters away, a staircase led to the next level, yet an iron door barred his path. To proceed to the next layer, it seemed he must defeat all the monsters present. Just as he was scanning for the monsters, a horde of 20 beasts suddenly materialized within the hall. All were minotaurs, wielding massive weapons and roaring ferociously. One minotaur, sensing a target, charged at Xia Tianyu with a fierce assault, swinging its enormous warhammer down. Unfazed, Xia Tianyu effortlessly dodged the attack. As anticipated, the 20 minotaurs launched a simultaneous assault against him. Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow. Indeed, this task was proving to be more complex than it appeared. With a flash of his eyes, pale moonlight flickered within them. He had squandered too much time on this task. Failure was not an option. Bind. In a 2x2 radius. For minotaurs were successfully immobilized. Xia Tianyu then fixed his gaze upon them, unleashing his chaotic abilities. 3 of the minotaurs suddenly turned on their companions, and simultaneously, Xia Tianyu struck at the bound minotaurs. With a damage output of 102, he realized these monsters were likely the lowest tier E-level creatures. After a grueling half-hour of chaos, he successfully eliminated all 20 minotaurs. What astounded Xia Tianyu was that these minotaurs not only provided him with a wealth of experience, but also left behind a considerable amount of gold and equipment. Minotaur Warhammer material, mysterious iron attack, 98 to 102 strength, 20 required level, 25 usable by melee classes in the first level battle. Xia Tianyu accrued 3 gold coins, 100 copper coins, and 4 pieces of equipment, all of mysterious iron quality, while his experience edged him closer to level 23. Yet, in comparison to the larger forces, he found himself significantly behind. With a clang, the iron door to the second level swung open. Xia Tianyu cast a glance before stepping inside. The second level was even more expansive than the first. Upon entering, the system notification echoed once more in his ears. Monsters remaining. 30 task progress. 0 monster level. D victory condition. Annihilate all enemies. As the monsters appeared before Xia Tianyu, his expression darkened. Compared to the minotaurs, the towering trolls were far more intimidating. The realistic depiction of these creatures could easily terrify many. However, Xia Tianyu was not easily frightened. He regarded the D-level monsters with grave concern. If all went as expected, he faced 30 trolls, each at level 30. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Xia Tianyu could utter nothing but resolve. He must rise to the challenge. Attack. This time, he would not allow the monsters the first strike. With his eyes gleaming, he charged into the throng of monsters. He knew he lacked the strength to combat so many creatures directly. His strategy was to employ his chaotic abilities perfectly. His first action was to ensure all monsters laid eyes upon him. Bind. Though he appeared diminutive among the trolls, this did not hinder his skill. The moment the trolls beheld Xia Tianyu, the battle's outcome seemed determined. Utilizing his chaotic immobilization and illusions, he adeptly maneuvered through the trolls with Z and S-shaped movements. In under 5 seconds, several trolls had begun to turn on one another. Their roars echoed throughout the second level of the hall. Xia Tianyu unleashed his attacks with utmost speed, swiftly raising the task progress to 29. When the final troll fell, the ground was strewn with the remains of comrades and equipment, and a radiant light enveloped Xia Tianyu. His level ascended directly to 23. With a clang, the door to the third level revealed itself before him. Chapter 37. The third level of the tower. Before Xia Tianyu stood the entrance to the third level, a pitch-black door. Upon entering, he was unaware of what awaited him, yet the entire desolate space resonated with an ominous aura. The third level bore little distinction from the first and second levels. As Xia Tianyu's figure loomed within the grand hall, he could even hear the sound of his own breath amidst the stillness. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds passed. And still, the emptiness before him persisted. Furrowing his brows, Xia Tianyu sensed something amiss. The monsters on the first and second levels respawned rapidly. Yet this third level remained eerily stagnant. He dared not to lower his guard, his perceptive abilities enveloping his surroundings, while his sword remained unsheathed, vigilance unwavering. The silence was palpable, punctuated only by the sound of Xia Tianyu's own breathing. 10 seconds, 30 seconds elapsed, yet no monster emerged. What could this mean? A chill ran down his spine. He would not entertain the notion that the third level was devoid of creatures. The very tranquility of the atmosphere heightened his trepidation. Where, then, were the monsters? Just as Xia Tianyu pondered this, his pupils suddenly quivered, his body instinctively arching backward. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. As tendrils of dark hair soared through the air, Xia Tianyu rolled several times, his heart pounding with shock. Just as he attempted to raise his head, an overwhelming sense of danger loomed from behind. With both hands planted on the ground, he propelled himself into the air, leaving behind a gash in the ground where he had stood. After tumbling, he swiftly retreated to a corner, sword in hand, holding his breath and surveying the vicinity. The monsters were silently launching their attacks, yet he had not even glimpsed their forms. What enemy could be more terrifying than one that remained unseen? The air was pierced by the sound of a blade slicing through, echoing in Xia Tianyu's ears. The enemy's assaults were relentless, and he could only rely on instinct to defend himself. In a matter of moments, his body was drenched in blood. Drawing a ragged breath, he cast a grave gaze around. Were these fiends reveling in the thrill of slaughter? 3 assaults revealed to Xia Tianyu that the enemy could extinguish his life in a single second, yet they refrained from doing so, seemingly relishing in the sight of their prey's panic. This notion irked him greatly. Once more, the sharp sound of a blade resonated, this time alarmingly close. In the silent air, an invisible rogue brandished a dagger, lunging at Xia Tianyu. "Humph, you possess no advantage before me." Just as the rogue's dagger was about to pierce his brow, the thief halted mid-advance, bewildered, unaware of how he had been immobilized. Xia Tianyu's weapon had already pierced through his throat. Throat seal. This was a skill of the rogue, yet when Xia Tianyu executed it, there was not a hint of awkwardness. as if it were second nature. The immobilized rogue succumbed quickly, and the atmosphere turned chaotic. As if his companions had not anticipated that Xia Tianyu could discern their presence under such circumstances. However, the moment their gazes locked onto Xia Tianyu, the battle's fate was sealed. Phantasmic immobilization. Xia Tianyu had long prepared for this moment. When all eyes were directed at him, it became his opportunity to counterattack. Chaos. Xia Tianyu unleashed the unique abilities of an anomaly master. The immobilization and phantasm could not be executed simultaneously. Once all monsters were immobilized, they were compelled to meet his gaze. Thus, when the phantasm dissipated, chaos erupted. Instantly, a dozen rogues manifested before Xia Tianyu, engaging in a frenzied melee. Observing the scene, Xia Tianyu finally exhaled in relief. After harnessing the power of chaos, he promptly joined the fray, and soon, the ground was littered with the fallen rogues. This bounty was more substantial than before. While the first 2 levels yielded melee gear, this time it was equipment befitting a rogue. Fortunately, Xia Tianyu's sturdy belt of oblivion allowed him to carry these spoils. Just as Xia Tianyu reveled in his triumph, he remained oblivious to the looming danger. The scythe of death was creeping up behind him. Swish, the ethereal blade in the air, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, surged toward the unsuspecting Xia Tianyu. If struck, the level 24 Xia Tianyu would meet his demise, for the wielder of the dagger was the boss of the 3rd level. Instinct is a remarkable phenomenon. It can save one in dire straits, just as it did for Xia Tianyu in that moment. As the dagger neared him, he instinctively bent forward, the blade grazing the back of his head. With a powerful push, he spun around, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he countered. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding reverberated throughout the hall. Another enemy? Xia Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. How could he not have sensed the presence of this rogue? No wonder he was so taken aback. That fleeting moment of surprise seemed to grant the enemy an opening. The dagger surged forward, aiming for Xia Tianyu's neck, intent on sealing his throat. This was a common tactic of rogues. Xia Tianyu retreated, the attack missing its mark, but the rogue lunged at him without hesitation. The dagger plunging into Xia Tianyu's right chest, a crimson numeral hovering above him. Xia Tianyu hastily downed a health potion, his expression grave as he beheld the rogue's silhouette. A boss? Dark Hunter, elite boss, level 45 health. 30,000, the guardian of the 3rd level of the trial tower. Only by defeating him can one ascend to the 4th level. A level 45 elite boss dealt a staggering 2,000 damage with a single thrust. The threat was palpable. He could endure such an attack only once. How would he respond? Contemplating the foe before him, Xia Tianyu fell into deep thought. However, the Dark Hunter would not afford him such luxury. His movements became erratic, his body swaying precariously. Yet in that instant of instability, the Dark Hunter vanished. When he reappeared, Xia Tianyu's pupils dilated in alarm, for the boss materialized behind him, the dagger poised at his throat. A crisis. Chapter 38. Ascension of levels. The 3rd level of the trial tower was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, devoid of fervent battles, yet permeated by a deadly silence. At any moment, the rogue lurking behind Xia Tianyu could strike, and his demise would be swift and merciless. This entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving one unprepared. Faced with the formidable Dark Hunter, how would Xia Tianyu respond? The attack commenced. Just as Xia Tianyu found himself in a dire predicament, he executed a move that left the Dark Hunter astounded. With a forceful push from his back foot, Xia Tianyu hurled his entire body towards the rogue behind him. The rogue lost his balance in an instant, allowing Xia Tianyu to roll on the ground and narrowly escape the lethal grip of his dagger. Freeze. After evading the rogue's assault, Xia Tianyu activated his immobilization ability. The Dark Hunter, indeed, found himself unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Tianyu launched his assault without hesitation. 182, 120, 102, 293. The final critical hit dealt nearly 700 points of damage to the rogue. However, in comparison to the elite boss's 20,000 health points, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Xia Tianyu knew he had to exert more effort to overcome this rogue. The Dark Hunter regained his mobility, consumed by a singular desire to rend Xia Tianyu apart. As an elite-level boss, it was intolerable for him to be suppressed by a human of significantly lower level, filling him with indignation and a thirst for release. Yet, the Dark Hunter overlooked a crucial aspect. A killer, especially an assassin, must never waver in heart. Maintaining a calm demeanor at all times is paramount. In contrast, Xia Tianyu embodied the essence of a hunter, his expression unwavering, his spirit unshaken. The Dark Hunter charged again, intent on annihilating Xia Tianyu. As the hunter bore down on him, Xia Tianyu's gaze sharpened, his ghostly pupils radiating a faint glimmer. Although he could not discern the hunter's facial expression, he sensed a shift in the dark hunter's emotions, a development most advantageous for Xia Tianyu. Z-drift. At the moment the hunter lunged, Xia Tianyu inexplicably appeared behind him and immediately struck. The dark hunter, being an elite boss, instinctively sensed danger and turned. But in that fleeting instant, Xia Tianyu flashed a grin. Illusory freeze. Their eyes met, igniting not sparks but fierce intent. The hunter fell into an illusion. Capitalizing on this moment, Xia Tianyu unleashed his most potent attack. Regrettably, as an anomaly master, he had yet to acquire any offensive skills. Had he done so, this battle would not have been so arduous. Xia Tianyu attacked with newfound composure, each strike aimed at vital points, and above the Dark Hunter's head, damage values of 129, 384, 459 appeared in succession. Once the illusion dissipated, the enraged hunter sought to strike Xia Tianyu again, but Xia Tianyu's immobilization skill had cooled down, allowing him to ensnare his foe once more. Employing the same tactic, Xia Tianyu continued his assault. When the cooldown for the illusionary freeze was insufficient, he activated his confusion ability, leaving the hunter disoriented. With no targets, the hunter flailed at the air in a frenzy. After the cooldown elapsed, it was again time for the illusionary freeze. Thus, after 10 arduous minutes, Xia Tianyu flawlessly dispatched the elite boss. Clang. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Your level has reached 25, and you may visit the class change location to learn new skills. The system's notification, accompanied by a shower of golden light, invigorated Xia Tianyu. Yet, this was not his greatest joy. That honor belonged to the equipment left behind by the elite boss. Next to the corpse lay a finely crafted dagger, exuding a faint silver glow. Xia Tianyu couldn't suppress his glee. It was yet another piece of rogue equipment, though regrettably, it was not for him to wield. 30. Stun resistance. 10. Bonus. Critical hit 1. Required level. 30. Required class. Rogue. Archer. Gunner. Undiscovered. Exquisite earrings. Xian iron. Strength. 10. Stamina. 10. Critical hit. 1. Luck. 1. Required level. 25. Required class. None the attributes of the exquisite earrings dazzled Xia Tianyu. Moreover, earrings, as decorative equipment, were a rarity in the game. Even this Xian iron piece could fetch a handsome price. However, the most valuable item remained the Blade of the Hunt. Once identified, its true worth would surely far exceed expectations. Clang. The iron gate to the 4th level swung open due to Xia Tianyu's victory. After gathering the equipment and coins strewn across the ground into his pack, Xia Tianyu entered the 4th level with a beaming smile. Yet, his battles had only just begun. At the entrance of the trial tower, the demon's servant observed Xia Tianyu's every move on a colossal screen. Behind an obscured visage, those blood-red eyes seemed to ponder. The 4th level, is it? This fellow's prowess appears to be much greater than it seems. A reevaluation may be necessary. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu, he was under constant surveillance. The monsters on the 4th level remained at C rank, but this time their numbers had swelled to 50. However, the increase in foes worked to Xia Tianyu's advantage. With the continuous use of his confusion ability, he could effectively enhance his combat prowess. Utilizing a combination of confusion and immobilization, vanquishing monsters became a seamless endeavor. At this juncture, Xia Tianyu's level was ascending at a meteoric pace. He had already reached level 27, amassing a wealth of equipment and gold. Tasting the sweetness of victory, Xia Tianyu found himself increasingly enamored with the trial tower, as if it had been crafted specifically for him. His inventory now boasted a staggering 500 gold coins. Little did Xia Tianyu realize, the current worth of that sum was equivalent to tens of thousands. Furthermore, he had accumulated over 10 pieces of Xian iron equipment, alongside 5 pieces of silver equipment from earlier encounters. At this moment, Xia Tianyu yearned to reach level 30, to don the silver equipment of an anomaly master. He anticipated a significant leap in strength and speed, believing that overcoming the trial tower would be but a trifling task. Filled with such expectations and excitement, Xia Tianyu finally stepped into the 5th level of the trial tower. Chapter 39. A grueling battle, the Celestial Expanse. 1 month since the server launch, the players of the Vanguard have nearly breached level 40, entering the Grand Cities. Throughout the game world, a tempest brews as factions vie for supremacy, while Xia Tianyu remains ensconced in solitude within the trial tower, diligently leveling up. With a meteoric rise in experience, he is on the cusp of reaching level 30, donning superior equipment. Yet, he is unprepared for the formidable adversaries lurking on the 5th floor, which present an insurmountable challenge. Here lie 50 monsters. Had he been at a lower level, Xia Tianyu might have confidently charged into the 6th floor. Alas, fortune does not favor him. Calamity is his constant companion. Immobilization, hallucination, assault. Xia Tianyu deftly maneuvers through the throng of beasts, employing Z-shaped and S-shaped dodges. But the overwhelming strength of the foes leaves him feeling powerless. 50 B-grade monsters. Gasping for breath, he finds the sheer number of adversaries beyond his expectations, their levels far exceeding any predictions. No one anticipated that the creatures of the 5th floor would be elite monsters of level 45. Each beast possesses over 5,000 health points, and they are none other than the formidable night demons, dark, relentless combatants with menacing visages. Their gaping maws drip with saliva, as if eager to rend Xia Tianyu asunder. After employing immobilization and confusion, he finally secures a momentary reprieve, retreating 50 meters from the horde. Breathing heavily, his ghostly eyes fixate on the night demons, his mind racing with strategies on how to conquer these foes. The damage inflicted by his attacks is woefully inadequate, while the night demons can fell him in but 3 strikes. What course of action should he take? Xia Tianyu ponders, grappling with the reality of his limitations. As the number of monsters dwindles to 40, a glance at his experience bar reveals he is but 1 level shy of reaching 30. Perhaps a change of equipment could provide him with a fighting chance. Just as he contemplates his next move, a night demon materializes behind him. Terrible. Is the confusion spell about to expire? The night demon lunges at Xia Tianyu, who instinctively dodges. However, upon regaining his bearings, he discovers he is encircled by a multitude of monsters. Cursed be this fate. The night demon unleashes a sonic attack, sending a jolt through Xia Tianyu, who suddenly finds himself afflicted by dizzying damage. This is dire. With the disorientation taking hold, he realizes he is utterly powerless. The night demon's assault will surely spell his doom, rendering his previous efforts futile. No, I refuse to succumb to failure. I have overcome numerous adversities. I cannot yield within this game. Xia Tianyu's heart swells with defiance. How can I falter in this realm? Ding. Your spectral eyes have leveled up. Ding. You have acquired a new ability, transformation. Transformation allows the caster to ensnare enemies in hallucinations, while also enabling oneself to transform into a non-targetable entity, causing the foes to lose aggro for 1 second, consuming 15 of MP, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The sudden system notification fills Xia Tianyu with elation. Without hesitation, he activates the transformation skill. As the monsters strike, he miraculously survives, having transformed into a night demon, causing the creatures to lose their animosity towards him. At last, he breathes a sigh of relief, while the night demons, bereft of their target, frantically search for him. What must I do to secure victory? In a mysterious corner of the demon-esque grave, a cloaked servant observes Xia Tianyu's every move, their face obscured by the hood, leaving their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Yet, their eyes brim with confusion. This is unexpected. His abilities should not be so formidable. What is transpiring? The servant's doubts are not unfounded. They discern a crucial detail. Xia Tianyu is unervingly calm. Each step he takes appears meticulously calculated, as if he weighs every action. Yet, this very deliberation leads him to overlook a fundamental aspect of gaming. Fixated on the night demons, Xia Tianyu checks his experience bar. He is merely 30% away from level 30, at which point he would possess a fighting chance. But how can he draw the monster's ire one by one and eliminate the night demons in the interim? Confusion. The ability is unleashed once more, catching the night demons off guard. 3 of them are drawn in, while the remaining monsters descend into chaos, turning on each other. Seizing the moment, Xia Tianyu attacks the night demons. 293, 120, 192. Damage numbers hover above the night demons, who boast 5,000 health points. With each second, Xia Tianyu must land at least 30 strikes to vanquish them. Yet the duration of the confusion ability is perilously short. As the night demon's health dwindles to half, Xia Tianyu is compelled to activate transformation once again. The monsters lose their aggro, but their health also begins to regenerate. Time is of the essence. Immobilization. Attack. The trio of monsters yield 9,000 experience points, enough to elevate Xia Tianyu's level, albeit at great risk. He must confront all 3 night demons simultaneously. Attack. Xia Tianyu launches a frenzied onslaught against the 3 beasts, yet at this moment, the other monsters regain their senses and converge upon him. He disregards their presence, fixated solely on the battle before him. 5%, 3%, 1%. In this critical moment, the other night demons strike him simultaneously. Disaster. As Xia Tianyu lands his final blow, the monster's attacks rain down upon him. Even the cloaked servant of the demon grows tense. Clang. In this dire hour, a radiant golden light envelopes Xia Tianyu, and he miraculously levels up at this moment. Observing Xia Tianyu's form, the demon's servant's eyes widen with realization. I understand now. That dissonance I felt. He has leveled up? It appears the outcome of this battle is drawing near, yet the trials ahead shall not be so easily surmounted. Chapter 40. The Dark Lord. The dim light enveloping his body jolted the weary Xia Tianyu, invigorating him significantly. In an instant, he equipped the Iron Fist gauntlets and the Annihilation, both level 30 gear. The moment the armor embraced him, a nightmarish creature lunged ferociously at him. Xia Tianyu's expression hardened as waves of silver light surged from the gauntlets. Now, it is time for you to repay a fraction of your debts. Abandoning his weapons, he opted to use his fists, a feat perhaps only achievable by an extraordinary practitioner. The forceful blow from his ironclad fist collided with the towering creature's abdomen, producing a resounding boom that sent the assailant flying. The surge of power coursing through him ignited a fervor within, even as numerous foes remained. With his significantly enhanced attributes, he began calculating a strategy to annihilate his enemies. Binding illusion. His mastery of the shadow gaze had grown increasingly adept, proving invaluable in combat, especially for Xia Tianyu, who had just attained level 30. It felt like a timely boon. As he activated his chaos ability, the battlefield descended into pandemonium. Remarkably, Xia Tianyu stood unfazed before the horde of monsters, who seemed oblivious to his presence, a sight that would astonish any observer. The power of illusion allowed him to navigate the throngs of adversaries with ease. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, his prowess amplified by the silver equipment, he decimated half the monsters in less than 10 minutes. Once all his skills cooled down, Xia Tianyu retreated without hesitation, employing his illusion to erase the monster's enmity towards him. Although daunting, facing such a multitude of foes at level 30 was manageable compared to his previous encounters. The earthquake boots, despite being mere black iron gear, significantly enhanced his mobility, granting him an edge in evading the monsters. The augmented strength from the black gauntlets further empowered him. As the battle commenced, he charged into the fray, unleashing his might. With the combined effects of chaos, binding, and illusion, he eradicated the remaining monsters in under 10 minutes. Ding! You have completed the quest. With the task fully accomplished, the ground was littered with a plethora of copper coins, a smattering of gold, and some inconsequential gear, all of which Xia Tianyu deemed valuable, for even the black iron pieces could surpass expectations in worth. The trials within the tower, though exhausting, had bestowed upon him significant gains in both level and equipment. Most crucially, time was of the essence. The entrance to the 6th floor lay before him, an ominous iron door concealing what lay beyond. Xia Tianyu could not fathom the challenges ahead, yet his mind raced with strategies for the impending battle. Given the distribution of monsters from the 1st to the 5th floor, it was certain that the 6th floor would present an even greater challenge, possibly housing a boss. The elite creatures in the 5th floor hinted at formidable adversaries waiting for him. Unbeknownst to him was the total number of floors within this tower. However, with his newfound strength, Xia Tianyu felt confident in overcoming the trials of the Tower of Trials, especially after recently reaching level 30. His spirits soared as he mentally prepared for the forthcoming skirmishes. Yet, in his eagerness, he overlooked a paramount sensation. Climbing the stairs to the 10th floor, each step weighed heavier on his heart. With every ascent, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. What was this feeling on the 6th floor? Glancing at the entrance, Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling within him. This oppressive force hinted at the formidable monsters he would soon confront. With trepidation and intrigue, he stepped into the 6th level of the Tower of Trials, only to find a scene that defied his expectations. There were not the vast hordes of monsters he had anticipated, nor the terrifying entities he had envisioned. The grand hall was eerily vacant, and to his astonishment, his quest notification revealed that there was only a single monster to confront. Surveying his surroundings, Xia Tianyu's confusion deepened. As he examined the quest conditions, his expression tightened. Tower of Trials, quest notification. Eliminate the 6th floor monster quantity. 1 victory condition. The enigma of the victory condition, coupled with the solitary monster, immediately conveyed the unique atmosphere of the 6th floor, compelling him to search for the creature's whereabouts. In the dimly lit hall, a single throne stood out, upon which a menacing armored monster with blood-red eyes fixated on Xia Tianyu's every move. It was evident that both had acknowledged each other's presence, and an unusual chill enveloped the air. Dark Lord Kid level. Health. The series of question marks sent a jolt through Xia Tianyu. though he had anticipated formidable foes on the 6th floor. The sight of this named boss indicated that he would face the most formidable adversary since entering the Tower of Trials. Yet, faced with such a powerful opponent, Xia Tianyu instinctively prepared for battle, his fists gleaming with energy, and his shadow gaze radiating a moonlit hue. You are cautious and prudent, adopting the correct combat stance upon my arrival. However, do you not comprehend? Suddenly, the Dark Lord spoke. You can speak? Xia Tianyu's heart raced at the revelation that this boss could articulate, elevating his understanding of such entities to new heights. Surprised, are we? Your mind seems preoccupied with calculations and strategies to counter me. Hee, we appear to be kindred spirits. Have you forgotten this fundamental truth? In the face of absolute power, all your techniques are futile. With that, the Dark Lord vanished in an instant. Such incredible speed, such rapid movement. By the time Xia Tianyu processed the event, his body had already been sent hurtling away, without having witnessed the Dark Lord's strike. Chapter 41. Silver Eyes. The body soaring through the air reverberated with laughter echoing in the Grand Hall. The words of the Dark Lord Kid lingered in Xia Tianyu's heart, refusing to fade away. Had he truly forgotten? In the face of absolute power, were all techniques rendered futile? This phrase felt hauntingly familiar, for Xia Tianyu had once uttered it to an adversary during a mission, in the presence of absolute strength. Everything else is but an illusion. Kid's assault was swift and fierce, yet inexplicably, it did not result in Xia Tianyu's demise. Stabilizing himself midair, Xia Tianyu glanced at his health bar, which displayed a mere solitary point of life remaining. Was it deliberate? A mere coincidence? Or had fortune favored him, allowing him to cling to a thread of existence? He raised his gaze toward Kid, the fully armed boss, pondering his underlying motives. In that fleeting exchange, Xia Tianyu comprehended that he was no match for Kid. The disparity in power was insurmountable. At this juncture, Xia Tianyu's mind was still calculating how to emerge victorious from this battle. Stand up. Kid's voice resonated as he approached Xia Tianyu, commanding him to rise. The authoritative tone deepened the furrows in Xia Tianyu's brow. Are you burdened by too many doubts? A man should fight boldly, not hesitate, and ponder how to engage in battle. Crack. Boom. A sudden explosion shattered the silence of the hall, as the formidable Kid appeared before Xia Tianyu in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. Xia Tianyu could only watch helplessly as his body was sent hurtling away. Blood spilled from his mouth, his stomach churned. Though the damage he sustained was far greater, his life remained stubbornly at one point. Now, Xia Tianyu was nearly certain that this boss was intentionally tormenting him. Are you feeling defiant? Kid's words were more numerous than Xia Tianyu had anticipated. As their eyes locked, Kid lifted Xia Tianyu by the neck, speaking with a tone of arrogance. Xia Tianyu struggled, not expecting to experience asphyxiation within the game. The system warned him of his suffocation. He might become the first player to perish from such a fate. Xia Tianyu continued to ponder Kid's attitude towards him. Despite possessing overwhelming power capable of annihilating him, Kid chose not to do so, instead provoking him relentlessly. What was his true intent? At a critical moment, the phantom eyes proved their worth, freezing the boss in place and granting Xia Tianyu a brief respite to catch his breath. However, the immobilization effect on Kid lasted less than half a second. How could this be? Xia Tianyu found himself at a loss for words, tasting the bitterness of defeat for the first time. The boss's might exceeded his wildest imaginings. If he could not even delay the boss, this battle was futile. Kid, observing Xia Tianyu's disarray, remained silent for a moment before raising his sword, aiming it at Xia Tianyu. The atmosphere turned eerily tranquil, and Xia Tianyu held his breath in anticipation. Swish! The sound of the sword echoed through the hall. The powerful sword energy surged towards Xia Tianyu. His eyes widened, and his body instinctively twisted as he narrowly evaded the strike. The aftermath of the blow sent a deep rumble through the hall, though Xia Tianyu managed to evade. A deep gash marred his shoulder, revealing bone beneath the wound. The residual force had inflicted grievous harm. Had he been struck directly, the consequences would have been dire. What is your purpose? Xia Tianyu sensed that Kid had shown him mercy. He realized that Kid could have ended him in an instant, his speed and strength far surpassing Xia Tianyu's capabilities. Kid shook his head. With your current state, how can you earn the master's recognition? How could someone like you be worthy of demonic power? It is truly disheartening. His words pierced Xia Tianyu's throat like a dagger, leaving him in profound discomfort. Let me inflict a little pain upon you. Kid's cold voice echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears. Following his proclamation, he unleashed his extraordinary speed once more. Bang! The sound of a silent fist struck Xia Tianyu, creating a surreal scene where he stood frozen, relentlessly battered by Kid, who seemed to unleash all his pin-up rage. Yet, Astonishingly, Xia Tianyu's health remained at that solitary point. This is impossible, so strong, utterly unbeatable. I cannot endure this. Xia Tianyu could only withstand the onslaught. Despite his pride urging him to fight, the overwhelming power left him utterly helpless. You pathetic wretch, you do not deserve to wield legendary weapons. Fight! Fight! Have you forgotten the thrill of battle? Have you truly forgotten what it feels like? Kid's roar resounded like a thunderclap, awakening Xia Tianyu from his daze. If you cannot, then vanish completely. With that, Kid launched another fist aimed at the reeling Xia Tianyu. Just as the fist neared his head, Xia Tianyu, bloodied and battered, raised his gaze. His eyes transformed to a brilliant silver, and Kid's fist halted before him, unable to advance an inch. The feeling of battle. Ah, you are correct. I have forgotten this sensation for far too long, for in reality, few are my equals. As the silver eyes gleamed, Xia Tianyu received a system notification. His phantom eyes had once again leveled up, resulting in a mutation. Kid was not immobilized, rather, he was shaken by an overwhelming force emanating from Xia Tianyu's very soul. The sight of this man with his silver-white eyes instilled a sense of fear and trembling within Kid's own essence. Yet moments later, Kid burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. A man should engage in battle with vigor. As you wish. At that moment, Xia Tianyu's silver eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. Chapter 42. Indomitable will in the vast expanse of the sky. Each profession stands apart. Among the adept psychics, the leading players have begun to shine brilliantly, and the leaderboard has witnessed a flurry of changes. Much like the familiar rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity, their IDs continuously glimmer before the eyes of the masses. Yet, it is precisely this brilliance that has plunged the gaming world into chaos. Xia Tianyu remains unaware that players at level 30 have already begun to select their respective factions. Among the human players, he stands alone as the sole level 30, and he has yet to receive any notification regarding faction selection. Thus, he finds himself within the trial tower, engaged in the most arduous of battles. To describe it as difficult would be an understatement. It feels more akin to torment, indeed. Xia Tianyu is enduring a veritable ordeal. The formidable boss, Lord of Shadows, Kid, is astonishingly powerful. Even with the activation of his silver pupils, an ability that shatters the limits of the game and does not belong to the Shadow Eyes, Xia Tianyu's capabilities are significantly diminished. He struggles to unleash even a tenth of his true strength in reality, and despite the mutation induced by the Shadow Eyes, he appears as weak as a mere child before Kid. What's the matter? Have you already reached your limit? The momentum that once surged within him has dissipated. With a fierce strike of his sword aimed at Xia Tianyu, the latter can only resist with the resilient dragon bone, yet he is still sent flying several meters away, leaving a long mark upon the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Gasping for breath, Xia Tianyu feels an unprecedented turmoil rising within his heart. He has been online for 10 consecutive days, yet fortunately, the black gold helmet he purchased can sustain him for up to half a month. However, for Xia Tianyu, time is rapidly running out. Should he fail to overcome Kid, he knows that his mission will be in vain. This sensation is one he detests. The notion of failure has never existed in his lexicon. Shuejia. I vowed never to fail again. That night, amidst the chilling winds and bloodied tears, his promise to Shuejia resonated as the greatest and final pledge. Xia Tianyu swore that he would not allow any failure to mar his path. Thus, he gradually forgot the essence of combat, preferring to engage in meticulous calculations for every endeavor. He fears failure, for to falter would mean losing something of utmost significance. Your expression is commendable, yet your strength is woefully inadequate. Kid ceased his assault, purposefully creating distance, seemingly granting Xia Tianyu the opportunity to recuperate. Though I am unsure of your intentions, I must admit that I am no match for you. However, if you continue to hold back, I shall fight you to the death. Xia Tianyu's gaze sharpened, his entire being radiating a chilling aura, complemented by his silver pupils. Even the mighty Kid could not help but tremble. As they locked eyes, Kid was internally astonished. Xia Tianyu's eyes appeared to be imbued with a magical essence. Anyone who stared too long would find themselves entranced in an unknown state. Kid was both concerned and relieved that Xia Tianyu's power posed no threat to him. Silence enveloped the grand hall, creating a somewhat disconcerting atmosphere. 3 minutes passed before Xia Tianyu could no longer contain himself. You are truly insufferable. Kid remained silent. Shortly thereafter, he relaxed and spoke with a grin. Congratulations, you have passed. Are you jesting? Xia Tianyu's expression remained unyielding, ever vigilant. Kid's intellect surpassed that of any human, which kept Xia Tianyu on high alert. Do you truly believe I am so dull? If I wished to kill you, you would have perished long ago, Kid replied coldly. Xia Tianyu's demeanor shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Kid continued. In truth, this trial was merely a test of your willpower. From the moment you entered the tomb, the examination commenced. You have indeed performed admirably. A test? No wonder. Xia Tianyu had suspected as much. But only now did he dare to confirm it. He realized that if Kid had slain him earlier, his mission would have ended in failure. So, does this mean I have completed the task? The thought of the long quest nearing its conclusion lifted a portion of the gloom from Xia Tianyu's heart. Completed? Ha ha. Kid's laughter echoed throughout the hall, causing Xia Tianyu's expression to darken, rendered speechless and silent. Suddenly, Kid's gaze shifted, his mouth curling into a sinister grin. The true trial has only just begun. Do you know how many floors this tower has? 100 in total. To complete your mission, you must conquer the entire trial tower. If you seek the lost weapon, you must venture deeper. Have you not noticed that you have been progressing downwards all along? Kid's words left Xia Tianyu in a state of bewilderment. I am moving deeper? But why does it feel like the trial tower is ascending? Xia Tianyu could not comprehend, nor did he need to, for the difficulty of the task was clear. 100 floors? What an overwhelming prospect. If he had already reached the brink of despair on the 6th floor, what awaited him on the remaining 94? Are you afraid? Kid inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed on Xia Tianyu. Afraid? You are mistaken. I am growing increasingly exhilarated. Xia Tianyu met Kid's gaze, his silver pupils gleaming with an unprecedented fervor for battle. Engaging Kid had awakened the dormant instincts within him. Deep down, Xia Tianyu relished the thrill of blood and fire. Ha! I truly did not misjudge you. But fear not, you shall not encounter another as formidable as I. However, if you wish to reach the 100th floor, you must strive diligently. The 7th gate opened as Kid, still laughing, vanished from sight. Watching Kid's retreating figure, Xia Tianyu exhaled deeply, then turned to face the entrance of the 7th floor, awaiting the challenges that lay ahead. With 90 more layers to traverse, would Xia Tianyu succeed in acquiring the lost weapon? And what of the heavens above? Xia Tianyu yearned for his return. Chapter 43. Overcoming challenges on the 10th level of the trial tower, Xia Tianyu was engaged in an intense war of attrition. Powerful monsters surrounded him, with flashes of blades and swords illuminating the battlefield. His agile movements and fierce punches complemented each other, as the surreal illusions and sharp chaos allowed him to play a significant role amidst the swarm of monsters. The 10th level was not as overwhelmingly difficult as one might assume. 100 C-grade monsters appeared daunting, but to Xia Tianyu, it felt like a divine gift. With his current attributes and level, confronting these level 40 monsters was far from a challenge. His techniques for monster aggro and Z-shaped dodging transformed the entire encounter into a magnificent performance. This was a dance of fists, and Xia Tianyu had never anticipated his martial prowess to be so remarkable. Even he was taken aback as Kid awakened the long-dormant warrior spirit within him. Free from the constraints of weapons and equipped only with his black gauntlets, Xia Tianyu thrived, delivering powerful yet precise strikes. His attack density may have been low, but the impact was immense. Combining real-world combat methods, he navigated through the throng of monsters without suffering a single hit. Any onlooker would have been left speechless. For at that moment, Xia Tianyu's gaming skills were on par with the elite on the leaderboard, a fact he remained oblivious to. Moreover, a smile graced Xia Tianyu's face. Yes, amidst such a massive horde, he radiated excitement. Although he had yet to reach the point of effortlessly dispatching monsters or fending off multiple foes simultaneously. Achieving a flawless victory under these circumstances was no small feat. The battle raged on, and even Xia Tianyu himself lost count of how many times he had thrown punches. So consumed was he by exhilaration. His combat instincts operated on autopilot, focused solely on vanquishing his foes. Illusions, immobilizations, and chaos became extensions of his own body, seamlessly integrated into his every move. In that moment, Xia Tianyu had reached a realm that countless players aspired to attain, a state of unity between man and the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved a remarkable milestone in a very short time. This state of unity was only attainable by the pinnacle players of the game. As time flew by, Xia Tianyu cleared the monsters on the 10th level with little hesitation and stepped confidently into the 11th level. 11th level task log: monsters to eliminate, over 150. Before him appeared a multitude of night demons, half-beasts, and minotaurs, all hovering around level 40. Gazing at the sheer number of over 300 monsters, Xia Tianyu smiled broadly. The task prompt required him to eliminate more than 150 creatures. But the sheer quantity posed a challenge. A single attack could potentially attract overwhelming aggro, which would be highly disadvantageous for him. His eyes transformed into a silvery hue, excitement mingling with a chilling intent to kill. Immobilize. Chaos. With a fierce shout, He charged at the monsters before him, fearlessly. Kill. On a massive screen, Xia Tianyu's imposing figure captured the attention of two observers. As they watched the fervent Xia Tianyu, brimming with combat spirit, they couldn't help but exclaim, "His talent is astonishing." But is this truly a test for him? It seems more like a gift from you. The speaker was Kid, the very one who had once ensnared Xia Tianyu in a grueling battle. The other figure chimed in, "A gift? Perhaps." In truth, this trial is not difficult at all. If it continues like this, he should be able to surpass 100 levels. The speaker was none other than the demon's servant. What sort of test is this? Even past the 70th level, those monsters are merely providing him with equipment, and plenty of high-level gear at that. Kid remarked, somewhat regretfully, considering that the monsters in the trial tower were his subordinates. As time passed, the viewers had unknowingly spent over half a day observing. On the screen, Xia Tianyu gasped for breath, employing ruthless tactics. Even when struck by a monster, he wore a sinister smile, retaliating with a powerful punch to its chest, an awe-inspiring spectacle that would overwhelm any ordinary observer. At the 50th level, Xia Tianyu had surpassed this milestone and was in the process of disposing of a plethora of worthless equipment. His haul was unimaginable, even discarding lower-grade items made of mysterious iron. Now, his inventory boasted silver gear at a stage that most players could only dream of. However, thus far, no golden or dark gold equipment had surfaced, which left Xia Tianyu feeling somewhat disappointed. After breaking through the 50th level, 2 days passed. While the game surged with excitement, Xia Tianyu relentlessly pursued the 100th level, with two loyal figures serving as devoted spectators, witnessing the rise of a future king. Ding. You have reached level 40 and may choose a better development path. Ding. You may now learn new skills. Ding. You have reached level 40. And due to being a human player, the system defaults your faction to rebellion. Upon successfully surpassing level 40, Xia Tianyu was bombarded with numerous system notifications. But he paid them little mind, for he had already ascended to the 70th level. Only 30 levels remain. With unwavering determination, Xia Tianyu delved deeper into the lower levels. The day of task completion drew nearer, and his equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation. His level and strength far surpassing his previous self. At the 70th level, based on his current progress, he indeed possessed the capability to complete the task. Yet, Kid was curious to see how he would fare against a level 50 elite boss. The smile on his face grew ever wider as he observed Xia Tianyu ascend beyond the 70th level. The demon's servant, shrouded in mystery, chuckled, "Hee. Watch closely, for he is the one chosen by the master." From the moment he set foot upon this land, his extraordinary fate was sealed. Xia Tianyu remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. His power surged, and he was solely focused on breaking through the 100 levels and leaving this place. If one were to pay attention now, they would notice a man named Xia Tianyu rising rapidly through the ranks, competing fiercely with others for supremacy. Chapter 44. A fierce confrontation at the trial tower. The 70th floor. In the dimly lit expanse, an unsettling atmosphere pervaded. Yet it did not dampen the spirit of Xia Tianyu, whose heart brimmed with excitement and an insatiable yearning for battle. Throughout his journey, Xia Tianyu had not been oblivious. He sensed the monsters growing stronger and more numerous. Nonetheless, in his heart, he perceived these challenges as divine gifts, for their strength and numbers remained within his grasp. Thus, upon stepping into the 70th floor, hope surged within him. And the mere thought of soon surpassing the 100th floor to return to a normal gaming state transformed his expression entirely. Before entering the 70th layer, he took a moment to glance at his status. ID, Xia Tianyu level, 41 race, human prestige, 1200 health, 4300 hunger level, 30 physical attack, 400 to 430 magical attack, 500 to 520. His equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The black gauntlets had been replaced with silver weaponry, the hunting sword, boasting an attack power exceeding 300, and, as a silver weapon, it bore the additional skill of hunting slash. His movement speed had also reached 300, rivaling that of an average boss. Most importantly, Xia Tianyu was now fully clad in silver weaponry, though his skills remained unchanged. The classification of the rebellion faction, assigned by the system at level 40, lingered in his thoughts. The rebellion faction, a grouping viewed as insurgents on the divine continent, stood apart from the two primary factions of guardians and chaos. For Xia Tianyu, this was a rather unfortunate predicament. The system had cautioned him about the distinct nature of the rebellion faction. However, within the trial tower, he had yet to gain access to the cities of this faction. Yet, with Xia Tianyu's intellect, he surmised that few would align themselves with the rebellion faction. Considering the scarceness of humans in the game, Song Qiao. As he pondered, The system's notification chimed in his ears once more. Ding. You have entered the 70th floor of the trial tower. Quest log. Eliminate the enemy. Vagril. Vagril, the guardian boss of the 70th floor. Upon reading the quest log, Xia Tianyu fell into deep contemplation. The log indicated a singular task, to defeat the boss, implying that this floor housed only one adversary. Yet, precisely because there was but one foe, Xia Tianyu's demeanor grew grave. A named boss, could it possibly be on par with Kid? No. Kid had mentioned that no one would rival his strength beyond this point. But this boss could not be underestimated, Xia Tianyu mused. Suddenly, within the expansive hall, a radiant light flashed before Xia Tianyu's eyes, an unmistakable sign of the boss's arrival. Indeed, a humanoid figure clad in armor materialized before him. There was no doubt. This was Vagril, the guardian boss of the 70th floor. Vagril appeared to notice Xia Tianyu's presence, a smile emerging from behind his thick helmet. So, it is you, young challenger. I hardly believe you came here merely to chat. Xia Tianyu raised his sword in a defensive stance, ready to engage in battle. Defeating me is not so simple, Vagril grinned, seemingly eager for the challenge posed by Xia Tianyu. Hunting slash. Without further ado, Xia Tianyu unleashed his attack. The hunting slash could inflict a staggering 350 damage to its target. This formidable move, bolstered by his silver weapon, struck with ferocity. Vagril, caught off guard by Xia Tianyu's sudden assault, swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Yet, as he smiled at Xia Tianyu, he was startled to find Xia Tianyu already before him. Mysterious gaze. Their eyes locked, Vagril became ensnared in an enchanting illusion, a landscape of mountains, waters, and beauty unfolding before him, oblivious to the trap he had fallen into. The mysterious gaze, due to Xia Tianyu's silver eyes, had mutated, granting him a new ability, illusion. If the target fell under the caster's control, the scene could be altered at will, lasting for 3 seconds. Disaster. Vagril's thoughts raced, realizing he had succumbed to the illusion. He had been aware of Xia Tianyu's peculiar eyes, yet had underestimated him. Hunting slash. The cooldown for the hunting slash was brief. Xia Tianyu's first strike had been a feint, but this time it would be a genuine attack. The powerful slash struck Vagril point-blank, dealing an immediate critical hit of 1,000 damage. However, for Vagril, a level 50 boss, 1,000 points of health was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, as an elite boss, Vagril's identity as a named humanoid boss made the direct hit from Xia Tianyu, a swordsman, an undeniable humiliation. Roar. Like the roar of a ferocious beast. Vagril unleashed his pent-up frustration. Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow. The sharp roar momentarily disoriented him, a foreboding sign. Indeed, Vagril regained his composure and, targeting the briefly dazed Xia Tianyu, launched a fierce strike. Boom. The powerful attack sent Xia Tianyu hurtling backward. Damn. Realizing his overconfidence, Xia Tianyu sought to retaliate. But his body was already out of control. As he locked eyes with Vagril, he suddenly noticed that Vagril had vanished. Impossible. Xia Tianyu's expression hardened. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a massive sense of peril surged from behind. Vagril, brandishing his sword high, loomed before him as Xia Tianyu's head flew into his line of sight. Shattering slash. A skill reserved for swordsmen at level 50. The shattering slash was said to rend its target asunder. A chill ran down Xia Tianyu's spine, yet his body was unresponsive. As he soared toward Vagril, a thunderous crash echoed, Vagril's blade descending with force, creating a deafening sound as dust erupted from the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the hall of the 70th floor. Chapter 45, Mysterious Change within the vast, silent hall. The sounds of fierce combat erupted. 2 figures stood transfixed before the enormous screen, their eyes unwavering as they observed the unfolding battle. Though their expressions betrayed no emotion, tumultuous waves surged within their hearts. Xia Tianyu, at a mere level 40, faced the elite boss, the level 50 Vagril, a humanoid swordsman, yet he showed no signs of faltering. His combat style was peculiar and astonishing to behold. This fellow's prowess is increasingly formidable. I am even tempted to challenge him. Before the screen, Kid's eyes glinted with fervent intensity as he watched Xia Tianyu, a spark of combativeness igniting within him. Alas, it seems he has yet to contemplate the inheritance of the demons. A sigh echoed in Kid's ears from his demonic servant. Kid grinned. There will come a day when our human race will reclaim its rightful place, making those so-called divine beings pay dearly. As he spoke, blood trickled from his clenched fist, a testament to his deep-seated hatred for the gods. The scene returned to the grand hall, where the astonishment of the two was entirely due to Xia Tianyu's unconventional fighting technique. Any seasoned player witnessing Xia Tianyu's combat would surely exclaim, This is not merely a battle. It is akin to a cinematic martial arts spectacle. Amidst flashing blades, Xia Tianyu and Vigril had exchanged blows for numerous rounds, neither gaining the upper hand, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. With a shout, the clash of swords resonated. Both combatants sustaining injuries, though it was evident that Xia Tianyu bore the brunt of the damage, given his attributes paled in comparison to the level 50 boss. Yet, with each encounter, Xia Tianyu seemed to grow stronger, a fact that increasingly unnerved Vigril. Void Step. Vigril launched another attack, his movement akin to treading upon nothingness. His speed augmented by 500%, invisible to the naked eye, though this was only true for others. His silver eyes glimmered with a shadowy hue. The moment Vigril initiated his assault, Xia Tianyu also sprang into action. His gaze sharpened, his weapon suddenly drawn back, and with a resounding clash, their weapons collided, sparks flying. Vigril dared not meet Xia Tianyu's gaze directly, opting instead to sidestep coldly. Your eyes are truly unsettling. Likewise, Xia Tianyu loathed Vigril's terrifying speed. Feeling utterly distracted, a moment of inattention could lead to a blade at his throat. Retreating from Xia Tianyu, Vigril inhaled deeply, gazing at him before breaking into a smile. But isn't it time for the warm-up to conclude? Vigril's words caused Xia Tianyu's expression to shift slightly. He could not discern the truth in Vigril's statement. However, he knew he had given his all, while Vigril remained relaxed, indicating he was not jesting. Xia Tianyu's gaze intensified, gripping his hunting sword tightly, wary of any complacency. It is that very look. But I shall not make the same error. I shall advance. Void Mirage. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions echoed as Vigril's figure vanished instantaneously. Upon witnessing this, not only did Xia Tianyu's face change dramatically, but even Kid and the demonic servant exchanged glances. Realizing Vigril was deadly serious, he had unleashed the highest realm of Void Step, the Void Mirage. This was the pinnacle of aerial maneuvers, and the speed was such that even Kid could not afford to be careless, let alone Xia Tianyu. Invisible, the silver eyes scanned the surroundings, yet Vigril's form remained elusive. Anxiety began to gnaw at Xia Tianyu, but he reminded himself to remain calm, composed. His silver eyes surveyed the tumultuous atmosphere around him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Xia Tianyu held his breath, intently observing, Vigril finally struck, appearing out of nowhere. And he did not attempt a sneak attack, but charged directly at Xia Tianyu. This was unexpected. After all, anyone would typically choose the most advantageous method of assault. Even Xia Tianyu would prefer a flanking maneuver over a frontal assault. Xia Tianyu had grossly underestimated his opponent's intellect, but this was not entirely his fault. Who could have anticipated that a boss would display such unorthodox tactics? Void Blade. Swish. The sword seemed to slice through the very fabric of reality. Aimed mercilessly at Xia Tianyu's chest, he found himself unable to evade. In truth, he wished to escape, but found it impossible. Is this how it ends? The moment the Void Blade struck his body, Xia Tianyu felt excruciating pain, resigned to this fate, for his mission had failed. Accompanied by the echo of the sword's cry, Xia Tianyu's body was sent flying, crimson blood spraying into the air, and his health plummeted to nearly 0 in an instant. Unwilling to accept defeat, having reached the 70-floor mark, Xia Tianyu could not bear to concede. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he desperately reached for a healing potion. Just as he grasped the vial, his silver eyes abruptly widened. Vigril, having utilized the Void Mirage, suddenly stood before him, both poised midair. If even I cannot prevail, then you shall not proceed further, for this is the extent of your journey. The Void Blade began to gather energy. Once it descended, Xia Tianyu's mission would be declared a failure. In response, Xia Tianyu's eyes reflected a fierce defiance, yet at that moment, all he could perceive was the merciless sword descending upon him. It is over. Vigril's words echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears. Yet just as the Void Blade aimed for him, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. Silver flames surged forth like serpents of fire, enveloping Xia Tianyu entirely. Not only did these silver flames arise instantaneously, but they also resisted the full force of the Void Blade. This sudden turn of events left Vigril aghast, while Kid and the demonic servant watching the battle were equally astonished, for they sensed the terrifying power emanating from those silver flames. What is this? A gasp of confusion echoed within their minds. Chapter 46, Silver Flame of Calamity. What is that? A silver flame. It has unexpectedly neutralized Vigril's proud skill. Could it be that this fellow had concealed such terrifying power from the very beginning? The demon's servant and Kid were both struck with astonishment. They had believed that Xia Tianyu was doomed, yet they did not anticipate that, in this perilous moment, he would unleash such formidable and frightening strength. In fact, even Xia Tianyu was filled with perplexity. The silver flame coiled around his entire being like a serpent of fire, and at the moment it counterattacked Vegril with immense speed. Xia Tianyu was taken aback. He had thought he was undoubtedly facing death, yet at this critical juncture, the silver pupils erupted with such incredible power. The silver flame, akin to a fiery serpent, surged towards Vegril, who was utterly horrified as the terrifying flames enveloped his body, spreading rapidly. With a sudden gasp, Vegril stumbled back, his eyes trembling. The silver fire encircling him forced him to retreat several meters, and he cast a puzzled glance at Xia Tianyu. Just moments ago, had it not been for the void phantom step, Vegril would have faced a dire fate. Vegril panted heavily, realizing, I never expected. You possess such formidable strength. The one who was careless was indeed me. In response to Vegril's astonishment, Xia Tianyu, too, felt a twinge of confusion. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Your ghostly pupil has mutated, acquiring new energy. Silver Flame of Calamity. Silver Flame of Calamity. Upon striking the target, the effect lasts for 5 seconds, inflicting 750 damage per second. Current level, beginner. Can be upgraded. Cooldown, 5 seconds. What is this Silver Flame of Calamity? Although Xia Tianyu was bewildered, he could roughly surmise the reason for its existence. After all, he was well aware of his own capabilities. He did not possess such immense power. Yet now, in this challenging moment, the emergence of this calamity fire was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity for retaliation. As for why this calamity fire had manifested, Xia Tianyu could only speculate one possibility: his father. Thinking of his terrifying father sent a shiver down Xia Tianyu's spine, but considering the ongoing battle, he could not afford to dwell on it. Immobilize. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, this is understood by all. The calamity fire lasted approximately 3 seconds, so Xia Tianyu resolutely chose to attack. Sure enough, Vegril found himself immobilized, yet his consciousness remained crystal clear. He could see Xia Tianyu's blade aimed at his chest. 1090. Critical damage. Throughout the battle, Xia Tianyu finally dealt critical damage. However, Vegril's life force remained formidable, with at least 100,000 health points still intact. It seemed as though Xia Tianyu's strength had been liberated as he desperately inflicted damage upon Vegril, with thousands of points of damage erupting from Vegril's mind, rendering the scene horrifyingly gruesome. Clang, clang, clang. Vegril, being a master swordsman of a hidden profession, decisively launched his counterattack once the silver flames dissipated. Xia Tianyu found it challenging to resist, and once again they fell into a stalemate. However, the gleam in Xia Tianyu's silver pupils grew brighter. Those eyes, which could make one's soul tremble, reappeared before Vegril. In this battle, it seemed Vegril would emerge victorious. Kid observed the screen, watching Xia Tianyu's condition, and could almost ascertain Vegril's triumph. After all, fortunate occurrences seldom repeat themselves. Is that so? Not necessarily. The demon's servant wore a smile, his gaze towards Xia Tianyu brimming with anticipation. Was it not the case? To withstand Vegril's onslaught, had he not already exhausted all his strength? Indeed, as Kid had indicated, Xia Tianyu's body was nearing exhaustion, and his hunger continued to escalate. Before long, Xia Tianyu would meet his demise. In contrast, Vegril's combat awareness intensified. While Xia Tianyu grew increasingly feeble, the void blade struck towards Xia Tianyu without warning, sending him flying several meters away. With a blurred vision, he gazed at Vegril, eyes filled with unwillingness. Was this to be his end? Father. In that fleeting moment, Xia Tianyu recalled his father. The silver flame was undoubtedly the power left within his eyes by his father, yet within the game, he had not been able to unleash even a fraction of that strength. Lost in deep self-reproach, Xia Tianyu thought of this. Die. The terrifying void blade surged once more, and utterly exhausted, Xia Tianyu could hardly evade. He could only stand helplessly as the strike swept past him, inflicting horrific damage. Vegril, having executed the void phantom step, appeared before Xia Tianyu with a menacing expression. This game ends here. Prepare to die. As Vegril's booming voice echoed, Xia Tianyu's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. In his memories, his father was a powerful yet gentle man, though their time together was limited. As he had been sent to a harsh academy for training from a young age, his father remained a presence within him, just as now. The silver flame engulfed the heavens and the earth. Just as Vegril believed victory was within his grasp, the silver flame, akin to a fire dragon, entwined around him entirely. Vegril emitted a wail of agony, yet the silver flames showed no signs of relenting, enveloping him completely for a full 10 seconds. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the grand hall. At this very moment, within Xia Tianyu's silver pupils, It seemed as though only the silver flames existed. Ding. Your silver flame of calamity has leveled up. The system's notification resonated in his ears, while Vagral's screams echoed incessantly in his mind. Xia Tianyu, refusing to be complacent, felt his pupils quiver violently as the silver flames surged forth. The powerful silver fire encircled Vagral, and amid a cacophony of suffering, Vagral gradually lost his voice. When the silver flames finally extinguished, all that remained before Xia Tianyu was Vagral's lifeless body and the gleaming golden equipment. Had he succeeded? Seeing this, Xia Tianyu let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor of the Grand Hall. Chapter 47. Golden Equipment within the Grand Hall of the 70th level. After a grueling battle, Xia Tianyu finally lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to even glance at the tragic demise of Vargral. The blazing silver flames of the inferno continuously consumed Vargral's body. As Xia Tianyu caught his breath, he turned to witness Vargral's ultimate fate. Vargral was in agony, yet his expression remained indifferent. Upon meeting Xia Tianyu's gaze, he surprisingly smiled. I never expected to be the one defeated. From the moment Vargral engaged in combat with Xia Tianyu, he had deemed him unworthy of being his opponent, even harboring contempt for him. However, throughout the battle, he realized that Xia Tianyu possessed extraordinary qualities. Yet, as a mysterious swordsman, how could he possibly fail? Alas, fate had other plans, and Vargral was ultimately vanquished. With a sigh, he glanced elsewhere, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light, murmuring, "So, my mission is complete. Is liberation finally at hand?" The silver flames engulfed him entirely, transforming him into a cascade of experience points and gold equipment that appeared before Xia Tianyu. While his lifeless body lay surrounded by an abundance of wealth and dazzling gear, shimmering within the hall, Xia Tianyu, unable to pause for a moment to inspect, finally exhaled in relief at Vargral's fall. At that instant, the system notification echoed in his mind, igniting a wave of excitement within him. Ding! Your level has increased. The system chimed 5 times consecutively, sending Xia Tianyu into a state of inexplicable exhilaration as his level surged from 40 to 45, such a staggering pace of advancement. With enthusiasm, Xia Tianyu opened the leaderboard, discovering that he ranked 58,065 in the Huaxia region, inching closer to the forefront. However, the leading figure, with an almost inhuman speed, had already reached level 48. What a terrifying rate of leveling up! Were it not for Xia Tianyu's reliance on the trial tower, such rapid progress would have been unattainable. That leading individual was indeed a formidable force. Regaining his composure, Xia Tianyu turned his attention to the relics left beside Vargral. A few exquisite pieces of equipment lay quietly on the ground, their radiant sheen quickening his heartbeat. A sword, a set of armor, along with a skill book and a substantial amount of gold. Xia Tianyu rose and approached the corpse, collecting the gleaming items. Mad warrior armor, golden equipment defense, 400 strength, 200 required level, 50 required class, melee class, currently unidentified, golden equipment. What does this signify? Xia Tianyu was still in shock. The defense of 400 without identification was simply terrifying. Yet, what truly astonished him was far beyond that. This sword, blade, golden equipment attack, 390 to 459 strength, 150 required level, 50 required class, melee class, currently unidentified. Upon realizing this, Xia Tianyu inhaled deeply. The emergence of 2 pieces of golden equipment was no small matter, barring unforeseen circumstances. The Void Blade and the Mad Warrior armor in his possession were undoubtedly among the rarest golden equipment currently available in the game. Ding! Your equipment has entered the leaderboard. Would you like to disclose the information? The system's notification resounded once more in Xia Tianyu's ears. He had not intentionally chosen to conceal it. But the hidden attributes of the equipment mattered little to him. Simultaneously, a sigh escaped Kid's lips within the trial tower. I never anticipated Vargral's fate. Perhaps there is nothing amiss. For him, death may be a form of liberation. Yet, the secrets surrounding this fellow are increasingly intriguing. The gaze of the demon's servant bore into Xia Tianyu, filled with fervent intensity. In the celestial realm of the game, the weather was fair and bright, though it varied depending on the needs of different cities. For instance, in the snow-covered city of the Guardian faction, it was perpetually blanketed in thick snow, while others experienced rain or blazing sun. However, none of this dampened the player's enthusiasm for the game. On this day, a bored gossiping player opened the leaderboard within the celestial game, idly perusing various rankings. Upon opening the equipment leaderboard, his eyes widened in shock. Golden equipment, he exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. Players passing by turned their gazes towards the small warrior, intrigued by his mention of golden equipment. The player, perhaps still in disbelief, exclaimed again, 2 pieces of golden equipment. My heavens! Even the leading figure possesses only silver gear. Kid, what are you babbling about golden equipment? The surrounding individuals, filled with curiosity, could no longer restrain themselves from inquiring. Many current players had yet to even glimpse silver equipment. Yet this fellow claimed to possess golden weapons, and his expression seemed genuine. Golden equipment, 2 pieces appeared on the leaderboard, and astonishingly, both belonged to the same individual. The small warrior, in awe, addressed everyone. An orc stepped forward with a laugh. You must be joking. Even the esteemed leader possesses only silver gear. How could this be? As he spoke, he opened the equipment leaderboard. Upon seeing the information displayed, his words faltered, leaving him speechless. Equipment leaderboard NO. 1 Void Blade, golden equipment. Attributes hidden, holder, rainy day NO. 2. Mad Warrior armor, golden equipment. Attributes hidden, holder, rainy day. Who is this? Why have I never heard of such a name? Rainy day, do you know? My heavens, I don't even possess a full set of Xian iron gear. Yet this scoundrel wields golden equipment. This is unacceptable. Voices of resentment rose, filled with envy and jealousy, echoing throughout the game world. In no time, the news of 2 pieces of golden equipment appearing on the leaderboard spread like wildfire across the entire game realm. Moreover, the bearer of these 2 pieces of golden equipment was the same person, known as Rainy Day, a name seldom recognized, yet in that moment, it resonated throughout the gaming universe. Chapter 48. The equipment turmoil in the realm of Songqiong. Nearly 2 months have passed since the launch. With just 1 month remaining until the second batch of players is introduced in the Huaxiao region. This new wave will bring forth a new race and grant advantages that the first batch did not possess. Yet nothing can compare to the advantages held by those who entered the game first. Consequently, the initial players have been working tirelessly, fervently accumulating equipment and gold. Reports indicate that in 3 months, the in-game gold will be exchangeable for real currency, with a favorable exchange rate, as the drop rate in Songqiong is notoriously low. Common monsters hardly yield even copper coins. On this particular day, amidst what had been an ordinary and even tranquil game, the equipment leaderboard underwent a dramatic transformation. It seemed as if, overnight, a player known as Rainy Day had emerged, possessing 2 pieces of equipment that other players had scarcely dared to imagine. 2 pieces of golden gear. What does this signify? Any seasoned player understands its implications, a symbol of power and wealth. In the eyes of all players, early golden equipment is nearly equivalent to divine artifacts. At present, players at level 40 in Songqiong have begun to choose their factions and cities. Within the Guardian faction, there are 4 major cities: Order City, Lawful City, Guardian City, and Guardian King City. Conversely, the Chaotic faction comprises Sin City, Fear City, Demon City, and Purgatory City. However, there exists a city unknown to the players, a forsaken city, once renowned as Hero City. Regrettably, it is likely that no player will ever set foot there again. For it is a city of humanity. In the Guardian King City, a strikingly handsome man with sword-like brows had just closed the equipment leaderboard. As the radiant gleam of the golden equipment flashed in his mind, he turned to those nearby with a cold gaze, commanding them to locate this Rainy Day. If he is willing to join my ranks, I could offer him the position of vice president. Anything he desires, be it wealth or women, shall be his. The handsome man spoke ominously to his companions. One individual furrowed his brow, inquiring, what if he refuses? The handsome man, instead of expressing anger, smiled darkly, then let him disappear forever. The latter nodded, seemingly grasping the master's intent. Such circumstances were not confined to a single location. With Rainy Day's 2 pieces of golden equipment appearing on the leaderboard, he naturally became the target of various factions vying for him. To be precise, it was not merely recruitment they sought, but also elimination. Rainy Day? This fellow seemed unfamiliar. Could he be a master from the leaderboard? Yet that cannot be right. Thus far, no master has changed their ID. A seemingly refined man pondered aloud. All players are aware that they must never occupy the IDs of the 3 leaderboards, or face ruthless slaughter. It is rare for a master to change their ID. And in recent years, there has been no report of any master doing so. Most masters on the leaderboard have surfaced, even if there are still some. It is unlikely. Whispers arose among the crowd. Suddenly, a composed warrior stepped forward, his muscular physique exuding dominance. With piercing eyes, he uttered a phrase that sent shivers through the crowd. It's not from the leaderboard. It could very well be from the legendary list. Regardless, we must not be careless. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. If we can engage with him, perhaps he will consider selling the equipment or aligning with us. And if that fails? The refined man contemplated. We must strive to avoid conflict. A player capable of acquiring 2 pieces of golden equipment is no mere fluke. The imposing warrior stated gravely, and the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the chaotic faction, rainy day. In a temporary stronghold of the Dark Dragon Guild, which had yet to be officially established, the leader of the guild had merely rented this patch of land. This rainy day is no ordinary player. I underestimated him before, but one thing is certain. He is not a master from the leaderboard. Yet somehow he possesses 2 pieces of golden equipment. As he spoke, the faces of the Dark Dragon members gleamed with greed. Even the guild leader, Dark Dragon, was no exception. Leader, this brat has acquired such powerful equipment. He will likely become a problem for us. Black Dragon expressed concern, as the rivalry between the Dark Dragon and Rainy Day had become almost irreconcilable. Who knows what luck this scoundrel stumbled upon to obtain 2 pieces of golden equipment. The speaker, Feng Hua Shuiyu, remained fixated on the fact that this novice Rainy Day had achieved such success in Sangqiong, revealing a tinge of jealousy. Dark Dragon glanced at Feng Hua Shuiyu, but said nothing further, instead coolly stating, "The shot that strikes the headbird is rarely a good omen. Even with golden equipment, this fellow may not be safe. By now, he has likely become the object of desire for various guilds. But he is also a thorn in their side." Dark Dragon spoke these words through gritted teeth. Born in Coastal Town, had he chosen the chaotic faction, he would undoubtedly be found in Sin City. If discovered, it would be ideal to use him. If not, he would be eliminated. Dark Dragon issued an extermination order to all guild members. By the way, that group of women from Yuruyin has been developing rapidly in Sin City. Should we pay them some attention? Black Dragon returned to their original topic. A bunch of women, foolishly dreaming of establishing their own dominion in Sangqiong. Dark Dragon's voice dripped with scorn. Sin City. Although the names of the cities in the chaotic faction evoke a sense of evil, they are not as sinister as imagined. It is merely a matter of differing factions. 2 pieces of golden equipment. Heavens, this person's fortune is extraordinary. If we could acquire those 2 pieces, we could contend with those guilds, exclaimed a playful, charming girl, her innocence shining through as she gazed in astonishment at the equipment leaderboard. A group of stunning women gathered together was indeed a sight to behold. Yet the surrounding players regarded them with not only admiration but also a hint of respect. "Sister Yu, don't you think so?" The adorable girl, Shui Ling, turned her gaze toward a mature young woman, whose skin was as smooth as jade, though obscured by a veil, rendering her beauty a mystery. Clad in simple attire, her figure was nonetheless striking, with long legs and a curvaceous form that captivated many male onlookers. "Dear child, do not dwell on such frivolities. We must strive for our own success," the beautiful woman gently chided, her furrowed brow revealing her concern over the golden equipment issue. At this moment, far away on the ancient battlefield, Xia Tianyu remained blissfully unaware that due to such a seemingly trivial matter, he had garnered the attention of various powerful factions within Sangqiong. Chapter 49. The 90th layer in the realm of the main god. 2 prominent factions are widely recognized: the Guardian faction led by the god of life, and the chaotic faction ruled by the god of destruction. Beneath these 2 major camps, however, lies a lesser-known rebellious faction, a powerful and free nation that, regrettably, vanished from the world 10,000 years ago. Now, a group of forgotten races strives to restore the glory of yesteryears. After a millennium of waiting, the long-anticipated figure has finally emerged, and we hope he will not disappoint us this time. On the colossal screen, the fiery passion of Xia Tianyu as he ascends the trial tower has profoundly impacted the hearts of the demon's servants and Kid. Having reached the 89th layer, Kid is rendered speechless with excitement. Xia Tianyu's strength surpasses their wildest imaginations. Especially after unleashing the silver flame, Xia Tianyu seems to thrive, making remarkable progress with each battle, as if he is undergoing continuous evolution and transcendence. In the blink of an eye, he has now arrived at the interface of the 89th layer. The demon's servants, who initially harbored concerns, now perceive a glimmer of hope in Xia Tianyu's prowess. Since entering the trial tower, he has repeatedly astonished them while simultaneously growing stronger in combat. This has reignited the extinguished flames of hope within their hearts, leading them to believe that Xia Tianyu possesses untapped potential unknown to them. Chaos. Immobilization. Silver flame. In the 89th layer, the monsters have all been upgraded. The weakest is a level 45 B-class monster, with a total of 300 present. Xia Tianyu's mission is to annihilate the enemies, a daunting task. However, what may have been a formidable challenge for the former Xia Tianyu is now merely an opportunity for experience for him. This realization fills him with unbridled joy, as each battle stirs the long-buried spirit within him. Since Sister Shue's departure, his fighting spirit had waned. Had he not encountered Kid on the 6th layer, he might have succumbed to failure long ago. Indeed, Xia Tianyu owes a debt of gratitude to Kid. Drawing upon the power bequeathed by his father and the ever-evolving formidable abilities of his game companion, the Phantom Eye, Xia Tianyu now faces 300 level 45 monsters with ease. Admittedly, he is not yet capable of defeating them all simultaneously. He still requires ample time to achieve victory. As he weaves through the throng of monsters, excitement radiates from his face. With the 90th layer within reach, he is fervently determined to complete this legendary task. Consequently, his sword strikes with increasing ferocity, and his movements grow ever swifter. Yet, deep within, he yearns to equip 2 pieces of golden gear, a privilege reserved solely for melee classes. Regrettably, he has yet to encounter a weapon suitable for a modern class, a disappointment that weighs heavily on him. There is no boss in the 89th layer. The final foe is an elite monster of level 50, possessing formidable attack strength comparable to that of a level 30 boss. However, under Xia Tianyu's deliberate strategy of leaving 5 level 50 monsters alive, they ultimately turn on each other. This results in an abundance of elite gear dropping. And without hesitation, Xia Tianyu claims the spoils. Taking a moment to gather himself, Xia Tianyu assesses his inventory. 2 pieces of golden gear, 10 silver items, and a staggering 80 pieces of dark iron equipment. His journey through the trial tower has also netted him 293 gold coins, bringing his total fortune to a remarkable 500 coins. According to the current transactions in the Sky Black Market, this translates to a sum exceeding 10,000 RMB. The equipment he possesses has been meticulously selected, and had it not been for the impending 10 layers, his inventory would have been overflowing. Alas, among these treasures are items for archers, mages, warriors, and knights, yet none for modern classes, which saddens Xia Tianyu deeply, as only the gear for the abilities master is suitable for him. Regaining his focus, Xia Tianyu turns his gaze toward the entrance of the 90th layer. The prospect of completing this legendary task ignites a fervor within him, prompting him to quicken his pace as he steps into the 90th layer. Is it truly the 90th layer? Surely, an exhilarating confrontation awaits. As Xia Tianyu crosses the threshold, the demon's servant reveals a faint smile, while Kid remains silent, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The environment in the 90th layer transforms entirely. The moment Xia Tianyu enters, a system notification echoes in his ears. Ding! You have entered the 90th layer of the trial tower. Perseverance is victory. This round's mission: eliminate the enemy, Rogue. Mission completion yields 400,000 experience, 100 gold coins, and 1 piece of silver equipment. Mission failure results in a level decrease of 1 and a loss of 100 gold coins, along with the potential drop of 1 piece of equipment. Upon reading this mission prompt, Xia Tianyu's expression shifts slightly. This task is markedly different from those preceding it, introducing both penalties and rewards that were absent in the previous 89 layers. The appearance of Rogue, clearly a boss, heightens his sense of caution. Activating the Phantom Eye, Xia Tianyu remains vigilant, uncertain of the enemy's type. With the hunting blade poised defensively across his chest, he scans his surroundings warily. There is no need for such tension. My abilities have yet to reach you from this distance, Chosen One. Just as Xia Tianyu's brow furrows in concentration, a gentle laughter reverberates in his mind. In the distance of the 90th layer, a figure materializes before him, draped in a flowing gown, black hair billowing, and a handsome visage that incites envy in every man who beholds him. Though his seemingly innocent face radiates sincerity, the 2 ominous characters overhead leave Xia Tianyu utterly on guard. Rogue level. Health. Before Xia Tianyu stands the charmingly smiling, seemingly harmless boss Rogue, marking what will undoubtedly become his most arduous battle since entering the trial tower. Chapter 50. The Fierce Battle of Abilities Rogue. The name of the boss that appeared before Xia Tianyu evoked a sense of discomfort within him, a man who felt slightly outshone. This individual was excessively perfect in appearance. His skin and features rendered other men speechless and left women pale. His handsomeness bordered on the absurd, coupled with an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath and gripping his weapon tightly, Xia Tianyu dared not show any sign of complacency. His perception and the probing ability of his spectral eye yielded nothing but a question mark, indicating that the boss before him exceeded his level by 20. After all, the spectral eye had already leveled up during combat. It could only reveal information on opponents whose levels did not surpass his own by 20. This meant that Rogue was likely a level 65 boss, though the specifics of his classification remained unclear. Unlike other games, the tiering of bosses in this realm was unique. Currently, it classified them into 5 categories: normal, enhanced, elite, and domain. However, these were not the entirety of the data, much like the equipment provided. Xia Tianyu could ascertain that Kid, with whom he had previously battled, had certainly surpassed these classifications, not to mention the existence of a terrifying demon-s minion of unfathomable strength. He refrained from launching an immediate attack. This was a virtual game, with realism that far surpassed conventional online games. Especially within this trial tower, the intelligence of the bosses rivaled that of humans. "I hear you are an ability master? How intriguing. Allow me to witness your prowess," Rogue taunted. Xia Tianyu's inaction did not imply that Rogue would simply wait for him to strike. Just as Rogue's words fell, a flicker of golden light flashed within Xia Tianyu's spectral eye. Rogue vanished from his position, and an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped Xia Tianyu. When he turned to face Rogue, the distance between them had shrunk to less than a centimeter. Rogue stood silently behind Xia Tianyu, his words still echoing in the air. Instinctively, Xia Tianyu directed his spectral eye toward Rogue's eyes, and the palace fell into an eerie silence, their breaths mingling in the stillness. The spectral eye shimmering with intensity. The gaze lingered for a full 10 seconds, after which Xia Tianyu felt as though he had been struck by an immense force. He screamed in agony, retreating several meters, his expression one of profound distress. What had transpired during those 10 seconds? The spectral eye activated, and Rogue unabashedly met Xia Tianyu's gaze. Yet why did the ability not manifest? Instead, Xia Tianyu appeared to be in excruciating torment. His expression contorted for a full 5 seconds before he gasped, looking at Rogue with shock and dread. What was happening? An inexplicable fear surged within Xia Tianyu. The moment their eyes locked, his plan to ensnare Rogue in an illusion followed by an attack to gauge his strength had backfired. At that instant, Rogue seemed to transform into a primordial beast, unleashing a roar that sent Xia Tianyu's mind into disarray, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. Xia Tianyu lifted his gaze, astonished, only to find Rogue extending his palm toward him, gathering sparks of lightning within his grasp. Lightning crackled. Rogue's low murmur resonated like a spell within the palace, reverberating in Xia Tianyu's ears. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning surged forth, striking Xia Tianyu's entire being. Xia Tianyu let out a scream of agony as electricity coursed through him, crimson damage indicators floating above his head, along with a notification that he had entered a paralyzed state. The previous bolt, while dealing only 1,000 damage, was sufficient to allow Rogue to eliminate him multiple times over within the 5 seconds of paralysis. Despite the dread coursing through him, Xia Tianyu realized that Rogue had not even begun to fight earnestly. What an overwhelming and terrifying ability. Those eyes, are they your powers? Such a pity. As an auxiliary ability master, how could you possibly triumph over a combat-oriented ability master? Rogue observed Xia Tianyu's astonished countenance and sighed. Having already assessed Xia Tianyu's capabilities from that fleeting attack, in 5 seconds, Xia Tianyu could very well have perished, but it seemed Rogue had no intention of ending him. As the 5 seconds elapsed, Xia Tianyu regained his senses and distanced himself from Rogue. "Are you an ability master?" Xia Tianyu retorted coldly, having already deduced the truth the moment Rogue unleashed the lightning. "And what do you think?" Rogue's palm crackled with the sound of thunder, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he scrutinized Xia Tianyu. "Even if you are an ability master, I have yet to hear that my powers would falter against one like you. The spectral eye may indeed be an auxiliary skill, but I am confident in harnessing its full potential. Alas, today, I encounter an unprecedented sense of defeat." "Falter? No. Your so-called dual eyes should enable you to induce illusions, but frankly, that ability merely confuses the opponent's mind. Have you forgotten? The most formidable existence among ability masters?" Rogue's questions left Xia Tianyu momentarily speechless. Previously, Xia Tianyu had claimed that ability masters were not particularly powerful. They lacked the warrior's robust physique and the mage's terrifying firepower, their only highlight being their abilities. However, the true terror of ability masters lay in their formidable mental strength. Mental strength? A peculiar glint flickered in Xia Tianyu's eyes as he stood in shock. "Both mentally and physically. Evidently, you are not foolish. Your abilities may serve you well against those beneath you, but against an entity with superior mental strength, your powers are, dare I say, akin to a mere trifle. History has seen many like you among ability masters, yet they often achieve little to nothing," Rogue remarked with indifference, clearly unimpressed by Xia Tianyu's potential. Indeed, as an auxiliary ability, facing an opponent with greater mental strength would render one susceptible to backlash. Whether or not they were an ability master, such skills could hardly be deemed anything but trivial, could they? If you contemplate becoming a demon right now, you might stand a chance against me. As you are now, I need only lift a finger, and your demise is assured. Rogue regarded Xia Tianyu with an air of arrogance, extending a finger that shimmered with golden lightning. Xia Tianyu stared at Rogue in silence, not uttering a word. Chapter 51. The Roar of Thunder. What's the matter? Do you doubt my words? Rogue retorted with a dismissive smile, as Xia Tianyu remained silent. This time, Xia Tianyu did not choose silence. No, I believe what you say. At this moment, I truly am no match for you. Rogue observed the sincerity in Xia Tianyu's eyes, yet he could not fathom why Xia Tianyu's gaze remained so resolute. There was no hint of hesitation in his eyes, indicating that Xia Tianyu had not chosen to embrace the darkness of becoming a demon. If even Xia Tianyu himself acknowledged his inferiority, how would he confront the challenge? Was he merely clinging to a futile struggle? If you fail here, everything will come to an end, Rogue seemed to kindly remind Xia Tianyu. As he was still on a mission, and failure could mean the disappearance of this legendary task. I am fully aware of my actions. Indeed, I am currently too weak. As Xia Tianyu spoke, he lifted his gaze to meet Rogue's, exhaling a sigh of relief, which puzzled Rogue. However, just as Xia Tianyu's words faded, he suddenly made a peculiar move, extending his hand with a grin, saying, as long as I can make myself stronger, isn't that sufficient? As long as I become stronger than anyone else, isn't that enough? His words echoed throughout the palace, and in that moment, Rogue trembled in place, while the watching servants and kid felt as though they were witnessing a shadow merging with another. Years ago, the master had spoken with such unwavering conviction. The demon's servants trembled slightly. It had been so long since they had heard someone utter such words. Ha! Rogue laughed, but it was not derisive. Rather, his gaze towards Xia Tianyu brimmed with admiration and respect. If that is the case, then show me your strength. If you are the chosen one, perhaps you truly can achieve it. With a crack of thunder, Rogue launched his attack, not a mere greeting, but a genuine display of lightning-based abilities. The terrifying lightning flickered, and Rogue's figure vanished. Natural abilities? What a troublesome opponent. Transformation. Abilities can be categorized in various ways, broadly divided into 3 categories: natural abilities, psychic abilities, and beast transformation abilities. Natural abilities include elements such as wind, fire, and lightning. Psychic abilities pertain to individuals like Xia Tianyu, while beast transformation abilities allow the wielder to assume the form of animals. Among these abilities, there exists a spectrum of strength. Currently, Rogue, who wielded the rare natural ability of lightning, faced Xia Tianyu. According to Tsang Qiong, there could never be duplicates among players, meaning that each player who chose a supernatural vocation would possess unique abilities, excluding NPCs. As the lightning crackled, Rogue's attack missed, although it merely caused visual confusion. Xia Tianyu did not grant Rogue the opportunity for mental backlash, causing Rogue to fall for the trap. Are you aware of the weakness of mental backlash, hence employing such a feeble disguise? Though it is disgraceful, you executed it well. However, once you reveal yourself, you will fall within my attack range. This time, you cannot escape. Rogue coldly addressed the air, gesturing with his fingers, and the entire palace illuminated with golden lightning. The entire palace had become a battlefield, and Rogue's lightning ability had undoubtedly reached an A-grade level or higher. Otherwise, he could not have encompassed such a vast area. Xia Tianyu's transformation ability could not endure for long. Once he revealed himself, as Rogue had stated, he would inevitably enter the attack range. Considering the entire palace's layout, if there were any potential escape points, it would only be within 1 meter of Rogue. Everywhere else was engulfed in lightning, and Xia Tianyu had no time to seek the palace's blind spots for the lightning strikes. In other words, he had no choice but to confront Rogue head-on. What a pity. If I could use a skill like Void Step, I could have created a surprise attack, while acquiring 2 pieces of golden equipment. Xia Tianyu also obtained a skill book for Void Step. However, he regrettably could not learn it. If he could, his predicament would not be so dire. Now was the moment to act. Once the lightning struck, everything would be over. As Xia Tianyu gazed at the lightning controlled by Rogue, he resolved to give up his transformation and charge towards Rogue. Xia Tianyu was less than 3 meters away from Rogue. Fearing that Rogue might see through his disguise, he prepared to evade as soon as Rogue initiated his attack. Rogue, aware that once the lightning struck, only the space he occupied would be safe, seemed unperturbed by Xia Tianyu's approach. He too would strive to create an opportunity for himself to evade the impending strikes. But alas, I shall not grant you that chance. As the spellcaster, Rogue understood the enemy's thoughts. Thus he had prepared in advance. His left hand remained poised to summon lightning, while his right hand condensed golden lightning into a radiant sword, hurtling towards Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu was no fool. He had anticipated Rog's move and was ready to dodge. Successfully evading the lightning sword, Xia Tianyu took a few steps forward, but suddenly, his pupils quivered. Lightning arrow. Rog conjured a bow of lightning, releasing tiny arrows of lightning. Although these arrows appeared diminutive, they possessed the capacity to cause paralysis upon impact, ensuring death was inevitable. Desperate, Xia Tianyu clenched his teeth. Summoning his strength and charging furiously towards Rog, his gaze fixed on the opponent's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Rog smiled and stated, "Did I not mention? Your abilities are ineffective against me. I cannot be controlled by you." As Xia Tianyu surged forward, his expression shifted. Yet he returned Rog's smile. "Did I ever claim I would employ illusions?" "What?" Rog's heart sank, as a wave of searing heat enveloped him. In the depths of Xia Tianyu's dark pupils, silver flames flickered, and in an instant, the powerful and blazing silver inferno engulfed Rog entirely. Amidst this chaos, the thunderous roars of lightning echoed throughout the palace as Xia Tianyu entered the zone of absolute safety. Damn it! Rog's unwilling roar resonated amidst the thunder. Chapter 52. The mystery of Silver Eyes. Thunder roared and light flickered as golden lightning surged, enveloping the entire palace on the 90th floor. Within this vast expanse stretching over 1,000 meters, every corner crackled with brilliant electricity. One could only imagine the slim chances of survival amidst such overwhelming power. Had it not been for Xia Tianyu's reckless gamble and Rog's underestimation of him, it is likely that Xia Tianyu would have already perished, ravaged by the tempest of lightning. At times, fortune is indeed a facet of strength. The formidable skill of lightning strike lasted a mere 3 seconds. Its immense power necessitated a reduction in duration. Otherwise, such a broad area would rival the forbidden spells of mages. In this realm, forbidden spells differ from those in previous games. In reality, they are far less effective. A fact unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu. Within the attacking radius of the fierce lightning, only 2 individuals, encircled in a space less than a meter wide, remained unscathed: Xia Tianyu and the furious Rog. Rog's moment of carelessness led to this realization. He acknowledged Xia Tianyu's capabilities, finally understanding why Kid had warned him to tread carefully. Indeed, Xia Tianyu was extraordinary. He had concealed such power. The silver flame of Inferno lingered upon Rog's body for less than 3 seconds, yet it inflicted over 1,000 points of damage. The silver flame of Inferno, one of the abilities of the Shadowed Eye, dealt 400% damage to its target, with lingering effects dependent on the victim's resilience, and a cooldown of 5 seconds. This power, though not originally part of the game, emerged due to the game's extraordinary nature, a fact that brought Xia Tianyu a sense of solace. Having learned from past experiences, he was not overly surprised by the terrifying strength his father had bequeathed him. A fierce flame igniting in times of peril, an enigma none could unravel, for it was his father's essence. Yet, in this game, one must rely on oneself, Xia Tianyu mused. Do you know? When an individual's power cannot alter the world, they must transform themselves. Gazing intently into Rog's eyes, Xia Tianyu refrained from employing illusions. Rog's mental fortitude was formidable, and Xia Tianyu had no desire to suffer a backlash. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, it was not the right moment. But you are not the type to remain passive. You must change the world. This time, I will not hold back. As lightning surged, golden arcs enveloped Rog's form, his hair billowing from the electric currents. A fierce determination ignited within him, his eyes glinting with a trace of murderous intent. Xia Tianyu recognized that Rog was about to unleash his full potential. With the lightning dissipated, Xia Tianyu prudently retreated, ensuring he maintained sufficient distance to evade Rog's assault. At this juncture, he did not contemplate overcoming Rog, but rather focused on dodging his strikes. For Rog's speed surpassed that of sound. Such was the might of thunder. In an instant, Rog vanished, and Xia Tianyu's once dimmed silver eyes illuminated with newfound brilliance, encircled by shimmering silver. The world around him seemed to shift. Faced with an adversary whose strength lay in speed, Xia Tianyu had his strategies. As the silver hue enveloped his gaze, the scenes around him began to slow. Thunderclap. A thunderous roar erupted before Xia Tianyu, as a streak of lightning flickered before him. Rog's right hand, cloaked in electric light, emitted a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds taking flight. The speed of Rog's attack was so astonishing that it had claimed countless renowned figures. The truth remains that speed is the unrivaled truth of martial arts. Yet, before Xia Tianyu, even the swiftest of strikes could not evade his vigilant gaze. Employing the Z-pattern evasion technique, Xia Tianyu adeptly sidestepped Rog's attack, retaliating with a swift strike, the slash of the hunt, the silver flame of Inferno. 2 of Xia Tianyu's most formidable skills manifested, striking Rog without restraint, the silver flames coiling around him. But this was not the end. Binding. Under such conditions, Xia Tianyu invoked the immobilization ability of the psionic master. Rog had no chance to evade. As anticipated, Rog's body hung suspended at a diagonal 90 degrees in midair, unable to fall due to the binding effect. A punch connected with Rog's face. As a psionic master, Xia Tianyu was acutely aware that, at level 45, his life points were below 4,000. Even a level 60 boss would not exceed 20,000 life points. This was the balance of the game. Melee attacks inflicted greater damage upon a psionic master. Rog sustained significant injuries, losing over 3,000 life points in mere seconds, an accomplishment unattainable by ordinary players. However, as Rog regained his senses, a flicker of lightning surged, bringing Xia Tianyu's assault to a halt. Rog regarded Xia Tianyu with a mix of caution and disbelief. You actually managed to evade my attack. This is impossible. Though he did not consider himself invincible, Rog was convinced that Xia Tianyu could never dodge his strikes. Yet, as he scrutinized Xia Tianyu's eyes, his expression shifted dramatically. Your pupils. Xia Tianyu smirked. Are you familiar with the concept of fly vision? Fly vision? Rog echoed, perplexed. Xia Tianyu chuckled. Perhaps in this world, flies do not exist. In our realm, there exists a remarkable creature known as the fly, whose reaction time is 200 times that of the human body. When we perceive a rapid motion directed at a fly, it appears to be slowed down by 200-fold in its eyes. Do you comprehend my meaning? Rog pondered this revelation, murmuring, so, my previously swift attack was perceived by you as if it were slowed down 200 times? Rog was not dim-witted. Xia Tianyu smiled. For certain reasons, it is not quite that exaggerated. Nevertheless, witnessing your speed was sufficient. Given the nature of the game, I cannot unleash that terrifying power. But even a 50-fold increase in reaction speed is ample to perceive your attacks. Observing Xia Tianyu's nonchalant smile, Rog realized that the balance of this battle had been irrevocably altered. The scales, once tipped in his favor, now lay level on the same plane. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained an enigma. Chapter 53. The thunderous radiance at present. The highest level on the celestial rankings is still held by the Proud One. At level 49. For players who have ascended to level 49, they have discovered that the experience required to level up has surged to 10 times the previous amount. Thus, level 49 has become a watershed moment for players. At this moment, Xia Tianyu stands at level 45. Perhaps soon, everything shall change. At the pinnacle of the trial tower, two figures silently observe the battle on the 90th floor. For them, it is an unforgettable clash. Kid and his servant have experienced countless battles, their hands stained with blood from the battlefield. Yet even so, the fight between Xia Tianyu and Rog has carved a place in their hearts. They could hardly believe such extraordinary abilities existed in the world. Rog's advantages have been utterly obliterated. As Kid speaks, his face radiates excitement, seemingly taken aback by Xia Tianyu's current prowess, for he is shrouded in secrets. Indeed, it is remarkable. The demon's servant also gazes at Xia Tianyu, equally astonished that he could force Rog into such a predicament, rendering Rog's speed of little consequence. Rog's swiftness has been curtailed, and its effectiveness against Xia Tianyu is rapidly diminishing. It appears that the outcome of this battle is drawing near. Kid has formed his own judgment. However, the servant holds a differing opinion. He stares intently at the grand screen, speaking coldly, not necessarily. Although Rog's speed has become ineffective, their strengths are still disparate. Defeating Rog will not be an easy feat. The battle on the 90th floor rages fiercely, utilizing the unique capabilities of his silver eyes. Xia Tianyu has completely suppressed Rog's greatest asset, his speed. Consequently, the scales of victory appear to be tipping towards Xia Tianyu. With the hunting blade, the speed of the fly eye is 200 times that of a human, allowing Xia Tianyu to strike Rog accurately. While Rog is unable to inflict any harm upon Xia Tianyu, Rog's body is adorned with wounds, yet he seemingly remains tireless, launching repeated assaults on Xia Tianyu. Over time, it is Xia Tianyu who finds himself gasping for breath. Indeed, it seems Xia Tianyu is on the verge of victory. Yet one must not forget that Rog's true strength is not solely derived from speed. Observing the panting Xia Tianyu, Rog chuckles. It appears that in the end, it will be you who cannot endure. His gaze fixates on Xia Tianyu, and his words leave no room for rebuttal. This is indeed a reality. Although Xia Tianyu has suppressed Rog's speed with his silver eyes, the toll on his own stamina is mounting. His power and defense pale in comparison to Rog's. Should there arise even a fleeting moment of unsuccessful evasion, it would spell his defeat. If this deadlock cannot be shattered, Xia Tianyu is in grave peril. Thus, he must address this pressing dilemma. You seem to be contemplating how to tackle the challenges ahead. Huh. In truth, I have already devised a plan. Since my speed is ineffective against you then. As he speaks, the entire palace's magnetic field appears to shift, and Rog is enveloped in terrifying lightning. In an instant, the entire hall is suffused with radiant thunder. Xia Tianyu hastily retreats, yet the lightning continues to spread relentlessly. This is dire. Xia Tianyu's heart races. He comprehends Rog's intent. This is an indiscriminate assault, meaning the entire palace is within the attack's purview. Remain calm. There is still a glimmer of hope. I shall not afford you a chance. The thunderous radiance. Zzz. The sound of thunder is louder than before, and the frequency and intensity of the lightning are exponentially greater than the previous strikes. As the thunderous light fills the palace, the dense bolts dance across the floor. Xia Tianyu seems to abandon all thoughts of escape, standing still as the lightning flickers at his feet. The attack range is 1,000 by 1,000 within this palace. Unless one can ascend to the heavens, survival is impossible. Though Rog is grievously wounded, it does not diminish his striking visage. Before unleashing his final super skill, he retains that charming smile. Xia Tianyu, however, remains silent, repeatedly observing the lightning before him. Just as Rog suggested, every inch is cloaked in electric light. Xia Tianyu glances at Rog, pondering whether Rog refrained from utilizing his ultimate skill to accumulate the power for this tremendous attack. One skill alone has the potential to alter the tide of battle. Xia Tianyu finds himself with no avenue of escape. At this moment, there is no sanctuary left. Even with his eyes capable of discerning the lightning's every movement, without the ability to evade, it is a futile endeavor. Kid seems somewhat regretful, having reached this juncture. He no longer believes Xia Tianyu can bring them any surprises. If a miracle were truly possible, there would no longer be any necessity for the remaining trials. For surviving in such a perilous environment is already commendable. If he can endure, this trial will count as a success, and he will have earned the right to claim the lost weapon. Kid glances towards the demon's servant. Here, it is not his word that holds sway. The servant remains silent, fixated on the grand screen, while Kid also refrains from speaking, directing his attention to the combatants. Even if this challenge results in failure, one possesses the qualification to obtain legendary weapons. The demon's servant muses inwardly. Is there anything left to say? This battle is drawing to a close. With his entire being crackling with electricity, hair standing on end, Rog seems to declare the finality of the confrontation, confident that beneath such a powerful strike, Xia Tianyu has no hope of survival. He presents himself before Xia Tianyu as the victor. Indeed, this battle is nearing its conclusion. If there is still something you wish to convey, I hope you can spare me an item suitable for an ability user. Xia Tianyu gazes at Rog with an impassive expression, uttering words that astonish all present. In such dire circumstances, could Xia Tianyu still possess the strength to reverse the situation? No, this is implausible. Not only Rog, but even Kid does not believe Xia Tianyu can alter the outcome. Only the demon's servant trembles with anticipation. For Xia Tianyu's words send a shiver down his spine, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Is this the ultimate move from Xia Tianyu? Chapter 54, Rank 1 at this juncture. Is there still a fade of bravado? I think not. You cannot evade my assault. Only 5 seconds remain until the storm of thunder is unleashed. In 5 seconds, you will be reduced to ashes, and everything will come to an end. Rog glanced at Xia Tianyu and murmured, for as a formidable grade A ability user and the current boss of this domain, how could he possibly be defeated by Xia Tianyu? A mere charade? Perhaps, but with 5 seconds until the skill activates. Suddenly, Xia Tianyu placed the blade of hunting before his eyes and extended 5 fingers towards Rog, halting his words. With a sudden burst of energy, Xia Tianyu charged madly towards Rog. What is he planning to do? This question echoed in the minds of the few spectators watching the battle. In 5 seconds, I shall shatter you into pieces. Xia Tianyu's roar resonated in everyone's ears. Are you jesting? Rog immediately summoned lightning to attack Xia Tianyu. He had to delay him for those 5 seconds, or all would be in vain. Bolts of lightning surged furiously towards Xia Tianyu. However, aided by the eye of the fly, Xia Tianyu moved like a dancing butterfly, evading the oncoming lightning with grace and poise, closing the distance to Rog to a mere 10 meters. Previously, Xia Tianyu had retreated 20 meters out of fear, a fact Rog had anticipated. For instinct leads one to evade danger. Yet, upon Rog activating his skill, Xia Tianyu chose to confront it head-on, which seemed contrary to expectation. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a strange glimmer flickered in Rog's striking gaze, and though the frequency of his attacks increased, the accuracy of his strikes diminished. Boom. A bolt of lightning was deflected by Xia Tianyu's blade. Witnessing this, Kid and the demon's minion seemed to realize something. Xia Tianyu was relentlessly advancing towards Rog. 3 seconds had elapsed. Thunderous. Rog silently counted down. Victory was within reach, for the distance between him and Xia Tianyu was now just 5 meters. 2 seconds would surely be insufficient. Alas, Rog underestimated Xia Tianyu. Freeze. The immobilization skill was no illusion. The moment it was cast, Rog could no longer control the lightning to attack Xia Tianyu. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Tianyu dove forward, the blade of hunting and silver eyes both shimmering with skillful light. Hunting slash. Silver flame of inferno. The vicious strike struck Rog's body directly, while the silver flames coiled around him like ferocious serpents, relentlessly consuming him. Shining. Yet, in that precarious moment, Rog's skill finally activated. Simultaneously, the thunderous roar of lightning reverberated throughout the palace, the echoing thunder resonating in the ears of all present. The skill lasted a full 3 seconds. The ground was engulfed in smoke, a gray haze obscuring any view of the situation within. In the end, it was too late. Kid lamented, as when Xia Tianyu launched his assault, Rog's skill had also been unleashed. In that moment, Xia Tianyu had no chance to evade the powerful range of lightning. Thus, Kid's expression was one of sorrow. Why not go take a look and find out? The minion beneath the black robe uttered in a nonchalant tone, causing Kid to pause. On the 90th floor, amidst the rising smoke, residual lightning flickered. Yet the battle had concluded, leaving the outcome unknown. As the gray dust settled, 2 figures became discernible, one half kneeling, the other standing resolutely. Neither figure moved. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the kneeling figure was Xia Tianyu, his body scorched by lightning, hair standing on end, the scent of charred flesh lingering. Propping himself up with the blade of hunting, the standing man was Rog, though his condition was little better than Xia Tianyu's. His magnificent attire lay in tatters, and his flowing hair was but a remnant. Looking at Xia Tianyu, Rog suddenly smiled. I have lost. With those words, Rog collapsed to the ground, and a series of radiant golden lights erupted around Xia Tianyu's form. Upon witnessing Rog's fall, Xia Tianyu finally succumbed to exhaustion. This was a high-stakes gamble. Xia Tianyu's experience had reached 99%, and he too was wagering that Rog had little life left. Thus, he launched his attack, ultimately defeating Rog at the moment the thunder was unleashed, and his continuous leveling enabled him to withstand such a formidable skill, for with each level gained, life and mana would restore. Rog left behind 3 items, a dark, ink-like token, a resplendent robe, and a brilliant necklace, along with a scattering of gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on entering the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? Xia Tianyu, still immersed in the aftermath of battle, heard the system's prompt and hesitated for a moment, yet chose not to conceal it. Simultaneously, a monumental shift occurred in the ranking list of the Huaxiao region, as a man named Xia Tianyu became the foremost figure on the leaderboard in that fleeting instant. At level 49, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Huaxiao region's rankings, clearly indicating that Xia Tianyu's experience had surpassed that of the arrogant ones. At this moment, Xia Tianyu did not check the leaderboard, for his attention was fixated on the equipment left by Rog. The black token. Guild application token. Holders may apply for a guild in the city. A guild application token? Xia Tianyu perused the description. This item appeared to be essential for establishing a guild, which he unceremoniously tossed into his forgotten belt. At this moment, Xia Tianyu was still oblivious to the token's value, as players throughout the game world were spiraling into a frenzy over this guild token. What truly captivated Xia Tianyu was the splendid robe, its golden sheen unmistakable as a piece of golden equipment. Furthermore, being an item dropped by the ability user Rog, Xia Tianyu felt a surge of excitement. This equipment was undoubtedly tailored for ability users. Thunderstorm robe, golden equipment. Upon seeing this, Xia Tianyu had no desire to inspect the attributes. He merely glanced at the class requirements. Class requirement. Ability user, magic-based class. Seeing this, Xia Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief and took the time to appreciate the attributes of this golden equipment, its value far exceeding Xia Tianyu's imagination. Chapter 55. The Rise of Ranks. Gazing at the golden equipment before him, particularly the attributes of the thunderstorm robe, Xia Tianyu could not help but feel a tremor of excitement. Most importantly, this was gear designed for an extraordinary practitioner, undoubtedly sending Xia Tianyu's exhilaration to new heights. Thunderstorm robe, golden equipment. Magic defense, 800 physical defense, 800 mental power, 70 strength, 70 constitution, 100 additional, 50 increase in all resistance attributes additional. Thunderstorm cataclysm. Thunderstorm cataclysm harnesses the power of lightning to inflict 750 damage on the target, with an attack range of 50 by 50. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Consumes 50 of MP required level. 50 required class. Extraordinary Practitioner. Magic class Xia Tianyu was pleasantly surprised that this equipment did not require identification. However, he still needed to gain 30 of the experience to reach level 50, which equated to several 100,000 experience points. Nevertheless, the thought of the remaining 10 levels reassured him. After surpassing the 100th level, he would likely be able to don the Thunderstorm robe, significantly enhancing his attributes and attack power. He still had a golden necklace remaining, akin to the belt and earrings. A rare item in the game. Even a plain version held considerable value, and this necklace, being golden equipment, was of extraordinary worth. With anticipation, Xia Tianyu opened the details of the necklace. Graceful necklace, golden equipment magic attack, 102203 physical attack, 9098 mental power, 50 constitution, 50 agility, 50 additional, increases the user's evasion rate by 3 additional. Dance of Grace, Dance of Grace. The wearer moves with the grace of a swallow. Increasing speed by 150 for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Required level, 50 required class, Extraordinary Practitioner, Archer, Magic class. Modern Gunner, a powerful necklace left behind by a saint of magic, granting the wearer formidable lightning power. Truly, the attributes of this golden equipment brought Xia Tianyu immense joy. If he could equip these items at level 50, he was confident he could contend with those on the War King leaderboard. Without hesitation, he placed the equipment into his forgotten belt. He needed to reach level 50 swiftly, otherwise, he felt uneasy carrying so many valuable items. However, recalling the system's notification that he had entered the leaderboard, he eagerly opened it. On the equipment leaderboard, his Mad Demon armor and Void Blade had been pushed down to 3rd and 4th places by the Thunderstorm robe and Graceful necklace. To Xia Tianyu's astonishment, the Graceful necklace had even surpassed the Thunderstorm robe, claiming the top spot. Seeing that all 4 pieces of equipment bore his name, Xia Tianyu smiled subtly. As for why he did not hide his identity, he felt it unnecessary. While he preferred not to draw attention, he saw no need for excessive modesty, especially since it was merely a game. This was Xia Tianyu's first formal glance at the level leaderboard. Previously, he had only focused on one player, Arrogance, often merely casting a fleeting glance. However, this time, he did not do so. Upon opening the leaderboard, Xia Tianyu was taken aback. He had not expected his level to appear in the first position. Level Leaderboard 1. Rainy Day, Level 49, Class. Extraordinary Practitioner, Guild Info. None 2. Arrogance, Level 49. Class. Hidden, Guild Info. None 3. Dreamlike Beauty, Level 48, Class. Extraordinary Practitioner, Guild Info. None 4. Wicked Sunset, Level 48, Class. Hidden. Lume is Painted, Level 47, Class. Spirit Sword, Guild Info. None 6. Hao Yin, Level 47, Class. Magic Warrior, Guild Info. None 7. Moonlike Smoke. Level 46, Class. Swordsman, Guild Info. None 8. Underdog's Counterattack, Level 46, Class. Gunner, Guild Info. None 9. Anti-Seek's Protection, Level 45, Class. Hidden. Guild Info. None 10. Night Without Limits, Level 45, Class. Mage, Guild Info. None silently closing the leaderboard. Xia Tianyu noted several familiar names among the information on the 3 rankings. Yet, many strong players had yet to reveal themselves. Although he had become the top player on the leaderboard, Xia Tianyu did not feel overwhelming joy. After all, level did not encapsulate everything. It was merely a symbol of reputation. In Xia Tianyu's eyes, this was indeed the case. However, with the possession of 4 pieces of golden equipment, and having overtaken Arrogance to claim the top spot on the level leaderboard, a tremendous upheaval erupted across the entire Huaxiao district of the vast sky. Look at the equipment and level rankings. Everything has changed. A voice rang out in a city belonging to a player observing the rankings, prompting curious glances from those around him, filled with confusion. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, the man continued to speak to himself. 4 pieces of golden equipment have pushed Arrogance down, and now it's Rainy Day at the top of the level leaderboard. Who exactly is this Rainy Day? As the man's exclamation echoed, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. Though they held skeptical attitudes, they immediately opened the equipment and level rankings, the shocking truth before their eyes rendering them speechless. 4. Golden items, 1 person? Heavens, who on earth is this Rainy Day? The heavens have shown no justice. Possessing 4 pieces of golden equipment, how could I possibly compete with that? A previously unknown name, Rainy Day, an extraordinary practitioner, seemingly emerged overnight. Initially recognized for 2 pieces of golden equipment, he had, within a day, created an unimaginable miracle for pieces of golden equipment and the top rank on the leaderboard. In an instant, a flurry of discussions erupted throughout the vast sky. The name Rainy Day was indelibly etched into the minds of the players. Moreover, Xia Tianyu did not merely attain fame. He also attracted a wave of attention. If various factions had begun to notice him before, now every faction was keenly observing this individual capable of acquiring 4 pieces of golden equipment and ascending to the first rank. Surely, such a person could not be a mere triviality. In that fleeting moment, Xia Tianyu remained unaware that he had become the most sought-after player among the gaming community. Just as Xia Tianyu was about to enter the 91st level, 2 figures blocked his path. Recognizing them, he furrowed his brow and regarded them. As the entire hall fell into an unusual silence. Chapter 56. Renowned in the firmament. As Xia Tianyu tidied up the belongings left by Roger, he stood up, preparing to enter the entrance to the 91st floor. Suddenly, 2 figures blocked his path. Xia Tianyu was not unfamiliar with them. The 3 exchanged glances, and strangely, none of them spoke. What is this? Do you intend to take matters into your own hands? Upon seeing the 2, Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow in confusion, suspecting that they might be trying to prevent him from acquiring the legendary weapon and thus stop him here. The demon's servant took a step forward. Though devoid of murderous intent, his appearance was enough to instill fear. Xia Tianyu cautiously grasped his weapon, silently scrutinizing the servant. Beneath the black hood, the servant's features were obscured, yet as he approached Xia Tianyu, his voice trembled with evident excitement, stating, "It is not as you imagine. Rather, you have demonstrated your capability and have qualified to meet the master." "What did you say?" Xia Tianyu was taken aback. The surprise was quite unexpected. "At present, you may enter the 100th floor. If fortune smiles upon you, no. If it is you, there is absolutely no doubt that you can attain the unparalleled." The words of the demon's servant echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, a sudden delight that he had not anticipated. On a rainy day, within a dark forest, a handsome man wielding a spear and with flowing long hair furrowed his brow as he gazed at the leaderboard. In just a single day, this man, known as Rainy Day, had not only acquired 4 pieces of golden equipment, but had also shattered his own record. Reflecting on the information before him, his thoughts drifted back to a month prior in a certain forest, recalling his first encounter with that man, the human player, and the agreement he had made. The name of that individual was indeed Rainy Day, and through special means, he had learned about the human player's information that day. Fast forward to today. A month later, his previously held level 49 had finally been surpassed, and to his astonishment, that man he had underestimated had now outpaced him. With this thought, Pride could not help but chuckle. This fellow must have had some fortuitous encounters. However, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard is no easy feat. I am indifferent. But those others have already begun to fixate on you. I hope you have good fortune. Though Pride had lost his position, he seemed unfazed, almost relishing in the misfortune of Rainy Day, because he understood well that Rainy Day was certainly not an ordinary player. Otherwise, how could he have acquired so much golden equipment in such a short span and become the top player? Dark Dragon felt a surge of annoyance. He had not anticipated that Rainy Day, whom they regarded as a thorn in their side, would achieve such renown throughout the firmament. Boss, until we comprehend this fellow's background, it would be wise to avoid any confrontations. The most pressing matter is the guild application order. Urian and her crew have already begun to mobilize. Currently, our enemies are them. The elegant man beside Dark Dragon was the strategist of the Dark Dragon Guild. Indeed, President. Once we establish the guild and gather the Dark Dragon brothers, we need not fear those women or Rainy Day. Feng Huashui concurred. In truth, when referring to those women, it was clear that hatred was not the only sentiment present. A more lascivious glimmer lingered in their eyes. Urian, just you wait. The dynamics of the gaming world grew increasingly complex. In the city of Sin, the guild's influences became intricately intertwined. However, none possessed the guild application order, rendering the situation stagnant. Yet, once the spark is ignited, the flames of conflict may engulf the entire city. Within the city of Sin, the 2 most promising studios to establish a guild were the New Moon Studio and the Mad Dragon Studio, while the remaining 2 were the well-known guilds, Dark Dragon and Love Fate. The 4 powers began to compete fiercely within the city of Sin, yet none reaped any rewards. The weakest among them was undoubtedly New Moon Studio. Had they not been a group of striking women, they would have been swept away long ago. New Moon Studio. Without a doubt, this referred to the beautiful maidens and alluring women residing in Xia Tianyu's villa in real life. In the game, they exuded charm and maturity. Xinyue, known as Urian in the game, radiated an enticing allure, while the petite and stunning Lanxin, with her game ID Dandan Lanxiang, was equally captivating. Sister Yu. This rainy day is quite impressive, having 4 pieces of golden equipment. If the Void Blade were to be given to Sister Yu, we would have no fear of the big bad wolf. The cute and mischievous girl with a playful voice was undoubtedly Lin Yuqian. If that thunderstorm robe were to be used by Sister Lan, the big bad wolf would be doomed. The one agreeing beside her was Xiao Mingjia. And the big bad wolf they referred to was none other than the president of the Dark Dragon Guild, Dark Dragon. Alright, let us not dwell on that. Rainy Day is also an extraordinary adept. He will surely utilize the robe himself. As for the Void Blade and the Mad Demon armor, if possible, I will strive to acquire them. A determined glimmer flickered in Yu Ruyan's eyes. In truth, she was profoundly astonished by Rainy Day. If any discerning player lingered on the equipment rankings for a moment longer, they would realize that not only the top 4 golden pieces belonged to one individual, but at least 10 items among the top 20 were also attributed to him. Of course, they remained unaware that had Xia Tianyu not concealed the ownership of so many pieces of equipment, the entire gaming world might have gone into a frenzy. And some might even suspect that Xia Tianyu was the son of the head of the Virtual Alliance. Meanwhile, within the Guardian faction, at any cost, we must locate this Rainy Day. A handsome man with a fierce expression spoke to his subordinates. He was known as Hao Yin, a figure not only on the firmament leaderboard but also among the strong on the heavenly list. At this moment, he seemed filled with curiosity about Rainy Day. But what Hao Yin truly desired were the golden pieces of equipment belonging to Rainy Day. Xia Tianyu had already made a name for himself in the firmament, stirring up a tempest within the entire gaming realm. Chapter 57. The Master of the Grave, what did you say? Pass the test? Xia Tianyu looked at the demon's servant with a face full of confusion. There were still 10 levels to go before reaching the 100th, and nobody knew what could happen in those 10 levels. However, the demon's servant assured him that the task was complete. Ding dong. Legendary quest, the lost weapon. You have completed the task. In this level, Xia Tianyu was indeed fortunate. Not only had he slain the boss and obtained equipment, but he had also received a substantial amount of experience and silver gear as a reward. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for the forthcoming 10 levels. Yet, the task was already completed, leaving him with a lingering sense of emptiness. Indeed, there was no need to proceed further. You have demonstrated your capabilities. The foes ahead shall not pose a threat to you. Kid's words were not unfounded. With Xia Tianyu's fly-eye ability and silver flame, as long as the subsequent boss lacked a one-hit kill capability, the quest would undoubtedly conclude flawlessly. Therefore, there was no necessity to continue with the upcoming tasks. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu felt a flicker of joy in his heart. After all, he had gained recognition. Yet, the thought of reaching level 50 soon, relying on the challenges ahead for experience, left him somewhat dissatisfied with the cessation of the task. After pondering, Xia Tianyu fixed his gaze resolutely upon the demon's servant. What if I refuse and insist on continuing the subsequent tasks? At his words, Kid's expression shifted, while the servant's features remained inscrutable. Nevertheless, their eyes exhibited a hint of confusion. The servant coldly responded, "Why? Hasn't it already been completed?" Xia Tianyu grinned. "I have no habit of giving up halfway." Since entering the game, his character had been one of persistence. Once he set his mind on something, it was difficult to alter. Moreover, he was eager to equip the level 50 gear right away. In the silent hall, Xia Tianyu's words echoed in the ears of the two. Observing Kid and the servant who remained speechless, he felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. After all, he was facing 2 formidable bosses. Who knew how they might react? Perhaps this very statement could lead to his demise. Haraha, truly worthy of being chosen by the master. Whether in courage, composure, or wit, you are beyond reproach. Since you wish to continue, let it be as you desire. After all, the foes ahead are not your match. The servant's laughter was a sound Xia Tianyu had never heard before, and it was equally the first for Kid. Once the servant acquiesced to his wishes, Xia Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief as the entrance to the 91st level opened for him. He nodded at the servant and Kid, striding confidently toward the entrance. Just then, the servant spoke to him. "We shall await your arrival at the top." Xia Tianyu glanced back with a smile. "I believe I will." With that, he resolutely entered the entrance to the 91st level. As they watched Xia Tianyu's figure disappear, the servant and Kid exchanged glances. Kid smiled as their figures faded from the entrance of the 90th level. Within the 91st level, Xia Tianyu had already engaged in battle. His adversary was a formidable demon beast, a level 50 elite boss. Yet, before the current Xia Tianyu, it was no match. Approximately 10 minutes later, the battle concluded, leaving behind a silver weapon for melee classes as Xia Tianyu stepped into the 92nd level, 93rd level, 94th level, 99th level. After 2 hours of combat, Xia Tianyu finally vanquished the boss of the 99th level, obtaining a level 60 silver gear. He exhaled in awe. Level 60 felt like a distant dream. Upon arriving at the 100th level, his body was marred with wounds, and the durability of his silver weapons had worn thin. Clad in a top-tier level 40 silver set, it could be said he was rendered nearly useless. However, this fatigued body could not conceal the overwhelming aura Xia Tianyu radiated, especially his bright, clear eyes, filled with vigor. He promptly donned the thunderstorm robe, the agile necklace, and a level 50 silver weapon suitable even for an esper, the moon's silver sword. Its entire body gleamed silver, boasting an attack power exceeding 700. Combined with his attributes, Xia Tianyu's ordinary attacks could reach around 1,000 points. His physical and magical defenses soared above 2,000, a truly terrifying figure. This was the might of golden equipment. Draped in the robe, Xia Tianyu appeared transformed. His flowing hair and ancient, pale blue robe fluttering, wielding a silver sword, reminiscent of a legendary hero with an air of mastery. However, in the realm of online gaming, such an attire, wearing a robe and wielding a sword, did seem somewhat peculiar. The structure of the 100th level was starkly different from the previous ones, and the iron gate looked eerily familiar, resembling the entrance before he had arrived. At the doorway, two silhouettes seemed to have awaited Xia Tianyu's arrival. Upon his appearance, they greeted him with smiles. It was the servant and kid. Xia Tianyu approached them, though a sense of doubt lingered in his mind. By now, there should be no errors in this 100th level, right? Master is already waiting for you. Go forth, hope of humanity. The servant's ominous words echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, while he and kid stood flanking the iron gate, seemingly waiting for Xia Tianyu to enter. Xia Tianyu nodded, and the iron gate creaked open, the sound akin to an ancient melody that resonated with the soul. As the gate opened, Xia Tianyu stepped inside slowly. The pitch-black room enveloped him, shrouded in darkness. A chilling aura hit him head-on. Yet, Xia Tianyu remained unfazed, for there was no killing intent here. Only a potent sense of unsettling resentment that could shake one's spirit and possibly induce hallucinations. Just as Xia Tianyu pondered, the iron gate shut abruptly. A sudden blaze igniting in the air, illuminating the room, spanning 100 square meters, simply adorned yet thick with a murky purple mist, which left Xia Tianyu perplexed. His gaze fixated on the center of the room, where a figure sat before him. An enemy? Xia Tianyu immediately raised his weapon in vigilance. My chosen one, you have finally arrived. Suddenly, the figure's eyes turned a blood-red hue, and a deep, commanding voice reverberated in Xia Tianyu's ears. Xia Tianyu shuddered. Without doubt, this being was perhaps the master of this grave, a man known as the demon. Chapter 58. The Rise and Fall of Humanity. Are you a demon? Xia Tianyu's grip on his weapon relaxed slightly, and his expression became less tense. If this individual were indeed the master of the tomb, it would signify his absolute safety. Indeed, this is my name, and also how they refer to me. The man seated upon the throne spoke with a voice that was unmistakably that of a middle-aged man, deep and resonant. He sat quietly, yet an overwhelming aura of oppression emanated from him, exuding an air of authority. Xia Tianyu, however, felt no interest in the old man. He had not forgotten the purpose that brought him here. Although he had already gained considerable benefits, he had also endured significant hardships. Everything he possessed was earned through his own efforts, and thus, he would unreservedly claim the lost weapon. Are you alive or dead? How can a living person bury himself in a graveyard? Xia Tianyu, perplexed, inquired, unaware of the thoughts of these NPCs. I have perished, yet my heart lingers in this world. The man's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, but to Xia Tianyu, they resonated with a sense of melancholy. A once great hero had simply faded away. How tragic, how lamentable. Since you are dead, why cling to this world? Xia Tianyu had experienced the pain of parting in life and death, yet having faced it too often, he had become somewhat numb to it. The heavens are unjust. Our humanity has endured countless calamities and tragedies throughout the ages, yet we have never bowed our heads, nor have we ever been afraid. We have faced every challenge with our heads held high. But why does fate treat our kind in such a manner? Countless races and billions of soldiers stand at the gates of our brave city, destroying our homes and extinguishing our lives, regardless of age or frailty. All because our innate gifts threaten those so-called gods and demons. They seek to obliterate our humanity. I am unwilling. I am helpless, yet I cannot change the heavens. The man on the throne appeared to be deeply stirred, yet Xia Tianyu observed that his figure remained utterly still, even in his agitation. This means he is indeed dead. I have exhausted my life, yet I can only watch my kin perish. I possess the power to defy the heavens, yet I cannot protect my people. What use is this power? His roaring voice echoed throughout the grand hall, yet Xia Tianyu maintained a cold expression, for he understood that feeling. He too possessed immense power, yet he was unable to protect those he held dear. Xia Tianyu could deeply relate to that sentiment. You have done enough. Xia Tianyu, uncertain how to console someone, simply uttered these words in a subdued tone, knowing that individuals often heal themselves. There, in that corner, lies the cursed weapon that embodies the souls of all my kind, filled with their unyielding resentment. It is a weapon that even I cannot wield. Suddenly, the man pointed to a corner, where a rich purple mist swirled, emanating from a blade approximately 1.5 meters long. The blade was exquisitely crafted, yet its brilliance was shrouded by the purple gas, rendering its edge invisible, lending the entire weapon an eerie quality. If you are willing, take up this weapon, and from henceforth, you shall bear the fate of humanity. Perhaps this burden will weigh heavily upon your young shoulders, yet it is the collective dream of all our kind, the deep-seated enmity that must be entrusted to you. The man's powerful words reverberated in Xia Tianyu's ears. Perhaps moved by the man's sorrowful words, Xia Tianyu felt a stirring within. How can I, alone, stand against all the races of the divine continent? Xia Tianyu felt helpless, especially as he was merely a player. No, you can do it. The moment you set foot on this land, I knew the one I awaited had arrived. The blood of demons flows within you. You will, no, your future achievements will surpass any other in this continent. Xia Tianyu wanted to argue that such claims were unfounded. Yet the crimson glow in the man's eyes was so resolute that he found himself at a loss for words. Must I truly become a demon? Xia Tianyu realized that the path would not be so straightforward, but the burdens of demonic punishment weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him in a state of indecision. No, the time is not yet ripe. Your current strength is far too feeble. Once you become my inheritor, the various races of the divine continent will hunt you down. The demon's unexpected response caught Xia Tianyu off guard. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu wore a bitter smile, thinking to himself, you are aware of this, too. This blade, in your current state, you cannot wield the resentment it harbors. Hence, I shall seal it. Do not unseal it unless absolutely necessary. The cursed weapon floated before Xia Tianyu, and the previously exquisite blade was suddenly enveloped in a sheath, a layer of white cloth quickly wrapping around it, until only the hilt remained visible, adorned with a red seal. Remember, do not draw the blade unless it is a matter of utmost urgency. Your abilities are far too inadequate, the demon solemnly advised. As Xia Tianyu grasped the legendary weapon, an icy chill coursed through his hand, evoking a sensation that sent shivers through his very soul. Cursed weapon seal count, 10 attack, 400,484 strength, 100 additional effect. Resentment entwined, inflicts a state of exhaustion and chaos on the target for 3 seconds. Required level, 50. Required class, demon exclusive weapon. Due to its sealed state, there are no class requirements. Unique item, non-tradable, non-droppable, non-sellable, ding. Your cursed weapon can enter the equipment leaderboard. Do you agree? No, hide all information. Xia Tianyu immediately concealed the details. Simultaneously, a mysterious weapon, far surpassing the current equipment, soared to the top of the equipment leaderboard, all information hidden from view. Ding. You have completed the legendary quest. 1. Earning 300,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins, and 10,000 prestige with humanity. My inheritor, the rise and fall of humanity rests upon your shoulders. When fate deems it so, remember to seek out my sealed body. I have entrusted all that I am to you. As he spoke, the master of the tomb's crimson eyes gradually faded, dimming into nothingness. Yet his final words sent a jolt through Xia Tianyu. A sealed body? He has entrusted all of a demon's essence to me? This revelation deepened Xia Tianyu's confusion regarding the demon, humanity, and the history of the game world. Chapter 59, just passing through in a high-end villa district of Shanghai. Xia Tianyu had not logged off for nearly a month. In fact, even if he had perished in his room, it's likely no one would have noticed, as he was not well acquainted with the girl upstairs. Upon completing his mission, he promptly chose to log off and retreated to the long-neglected bathroom for a refreshing shower. Famished, Xia Tianyu resorted to consuming raw food while simultaneously preparing a cooked meal. The upper floor remained silent. With his keen hearing, Xia Tianyu discerned that the girls upstairs were absent. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he did not find himself lonely. However, being a flesh and blood man, he felt a pang of homesickness. His hometown was a beautiful city, and perhaps soon, he would return to visit his parents. By now, it was already 7 p.m. Although the allure of the game was captivating, he knew he could not indulge blindly. Had it not been for the task at hand, Xia Tianyu would have succumbed to impatience. Thus, he decided to take a stroll. In the chilly February weather of Shanghai, Xia Tianyu donned a coat and ventured into this unfamiliar metropolis. He had visited a few times for missions, but those encounters had been fleeting and devoid of sentiment. This time, he could truly appreciate the bustling nightlife of Shanghai. As he walked along the lively streets, surrounded by throngs of people, he ambled aimlessly until he found himself at the renowned Yanhuang Academy. A prestigious institution in the realm of education, it boasted tens of thousands of students, all of whom possessed notable backgrounds. Observing the grand entrance before him, Xia Tianyu couldn't help but smile, for after this winter break, he too would become an ordinary student here, having gained admission as a special recruit. After lingering at the entrance for a while, he sensed his energy waning and decided to return to the food street. He casually settled at a spot and ordered his favorite dish, spicy intestines noodles, savoring each bite. The vibrant women surrounding the food street were plentiful, yet to Xia Tianyu, they appeared as mere superficiality. If they were the girls from his villa, perhaps they would have caught his attention, but these heavily made-up women failed to pique his interest, overshadowed by the bowl of noodles before him. Time flew by swiftly. The evening spent enjoying his noodles was brief. However, had it not been for this moment, perhaps Xia Tianyu would not have had the opportunity to partake in a story akin to a glitch from the movies. As he relished his noodles, a shrill cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd towards a singular direction, gasps echoing from all around. In a place like the food street, the presence of small-time thugs was not uncommon, and incidents of harassment were frequent, especially in such a chaotic society. The sound of a woman's distress was all too familiar. The voice was melodious, yet tinged with the slur of intoxication. Turning to investigate, Xia Tianyu observed a throng of spectators hesitating to intervene, while at the center, two fashionably dressed, stunning women were encircled by a group of ruffians whose hair was dyed in eccentric styles. Xia Tianyu's sharp eyes caught sight of one particularly brazen thug brandishing a small knife before one of the beautiful women, rendering the pair motionless with fear. One of the women was Xia Mengyao, a celestial beauty, and the other was Xia Tianyu, eliciting a cold smirk from Xia Tianyu. The sight of such alluring figures ensnared in trouble was almost amusing. Those who pursued beauty were numerous, yet few dared to be so brazen in their harassment. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianyu, the thugs had drawn their weapons because these two women had trained in Taekwondo, and several thugs bore visible scars on their faces. You think you're tough? Why don't you make a move? The apparent leader of the group sneered at Xia Mengyao, his heart quaking with an unexplainable fear. In his life, he had never encountered a woman so breathtaking. Her delicate, fair skin and alluring curves ignited primal desires within him. Fueled by arrogance, the thugs had miscalculated, unaware that the two women were more than capable of defending themselves. Just as Xia Mengyao was signaling to her companions to call for help, and while she was contemplating how to stall for time, a strangely familiar figure emerged before them. The man wore a mischievous smile and spoke. "Ladies, do you require assistance?" His words elicited gasps from the crowd. Standing against 5 or 6 armed thugs, many bystanders fantasized about playing the hero, yet none dared to act. Thus, when Xia Tianyu appeared, every male in the vicinity felt a twinge of jealousy. However, upon realizing he was alone and appeared somewhat frail, they scoffed. Xia Mengyao and Xia Tianyu were equally surprised to encounter their enigmatic landlord after nearly a month. He seemed to have appeared like a deity descending from the heavens. Staring at the man with the playful smile, Xia Mengyao unexpectedly returned a smile of her own, leaving the thugs momentarily dumbfounded, while Xia Tianyu remained composed. "Yes, thank you. We do need help," Xia Mengyao beamed, and at that moment, she surprisingly believed that Xia Tianyu could save them. Having received the desired affirmation, Xia Tianyu clapped the thug's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. With a grotesque expression, the thug snarled, "You little brat, meddling in others' affairs will cost you." Bang! The thug was met with Xia Tianyu's fist, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The remaining thugs erupted in fury, charging at him. But the onlookers witnessed a bizarre scene as Xia Tianyu dispatched each thug with swift, decisive punches, leaving them sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. "Wow, you're actually that formidable." Lin Yuqian and her friends emerged, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed at Xia Tianyu. Xia Mengyao slightly parted her lips, her sensuous mouth effortlessly stirring desires within him. Xia Tianyu, hands tucked into his waistband, replied, "No need for such gestures, I'm merely passing through." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind an unforgettable silhouette. Chapter 60, Summer Mingyao's Invitation. "Hey, you handsome, are you leaving just like that? What if we encounter bad people again?" Unexpectedly, as Xia Tianyu turned to leave with an air of nonchalance, the adorable Qianqian called out to him. Having just walked a short distance, Xia Tianyu turned around, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he had merely been passing by. Yet Qianqian's words indeed held merit. Furthermore, many pedestrians around had not yet dispersed, while the ruffians had vanished without a trace. What if danger awaited him on the road ahead? After contemplating for a moment, Xia Tianyu smiled broadly. It is my honor to assist the ladies. With that, he returned to the group of women. Standing amidst such a magnificent assembly of beauties instantly drew envious glances from onlookers. The stunning summer, Meng Yao smiled gracefully. And under the admiring gazes of numerous male companions, Xia Tianyu strolled away with his entourage of lovely ladies. This brief interlude had no significant impact on Xia Tianyu, yet it subtly strengthened his rapport with the women. On the way home, the girls, wishing to express their gratitude, proposed to treat him to dinner. However, Xia Tianyu politely declined, knowing that the mature and beautiful Xinyuexin had a rather stubborn disposition, and thus he reluctantly agreed to a future occasion. Hey, you handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Hey, you brother, how old are you this year? Hey, uncle, if you keep ignoring me, I won't oppose to talk to you anymore. The playful Qian's sister and Meng Jia's sister bombarded Xia Tianyu with questions, each step accompanied by a new inquiry, which left the less talkative Xia Tianyu wearing a wry smile. Qian, first of all, I am only 20, not an uncle. Moreover, I am still single. Is that satisfactory? Xia Tianyu replied, amused by the two naive girls. Humph, you're the one ignoring me. Qian pouted, feigning grievance. Mr. Xia, thank you. The two little beauties concluded their inquiries, and Meng Yao expressed her gratitude as well. Her subtle smile was captivating, and among the girls, Meng Yao's charm was truly irresistible. It was merely a passing encounter. You may call me by my name. Xia Tianyu responded casually to Meng Yao's words, then turned his gaze toward the somewhat shy Xinyuexin, who had spoken little throughout the journey. Regardless, I believe some gratitude is still in order, I assent it. Meng Yao smiled gently, her curiosity about Xia Tianyu evidently growing. How has Lanxin been lately? Xia Tianyu inquired openly, directing his attention to Lanxin, while the other girls observed with intrigued expressions. Even Xinyuexin wore a puzzled look as Xia Tianyu's question inevitably sparked their imaginations. Though shy, Lanxin was a refined young lady and nodded at Xia Tianyu. I'm doing well. Oh, should you require assistance, feel free to approach me. Xia Tianyu, unperturbed by trivialities, considered his offer normal, yet the girls perceived it differently. Hey, uncle, do you like my sister Lan? Qian whispered conspiratorially to Xia Tianyu. With such a straightforward question, Xia Tianyu merely smiled. What do you think? His smile was enchanting, far surpassing that of any celebrity, and his innocent demeanor further enhanced his unique charm. Taken aback by his inquiry, Lanxin lowered her head shyly. Thus, the group returned from the commercial street to the villa. Though it seemed challenging for such delicate ladies to walk home, Xia Tianyu had overestimated their fragility. Upon opening the door, he graciously gestured for the ladies to enter. The two little beauties led the way, followed by Xinyuexin and Lanxin, with Meng Yao bringing up the rear. As she passed by Xia Tianyu, a distinctive fragrance wafted past him. Meng Yao nodded and smiled at him. By the way, may I ask if Tianyu also placed Sanxiong? Meng Yao turned back politely to inquire, calling him by name, which seemed to lend a touch of intimacy to their interaction. However, the honorifics indicated they were merely acquaintances. Xia Tianyu, unsure why the beautiful Meng Yao would inquire about his gaming habits, nodded. Yes, I play. Sanxiong is indeed an enjoyable game. Hehe. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our studio? Meng Yao's unexpected invitation took Xia Tianyu by surprise. However, he had no interest in guilds or studios and shook his head, politely declining. If Mr. Xia is willing, our Xinyu studio would warmly welcome you, Xinyuexin chimed in, trusting Meng Yao's instincts despite her confusion over Meng Yao's sudden invitation. Xinyu studio? Perhaps if I find myself in a bind, I might consider seeking refuge with the enchanting Meng Yao. Ladies, good night, Xia Tianyu said as he slipped into his room. Aside from the innocent Qian and Meng Jia, he perceived that both Meng Yao and Xinyuexin possessed considerable capabilities, and he preferred not to deepen his ties with such formidable women. Although beautiful women can be alluring, they are often fraught with peril. This is an immutable truth. Meng Yao, why did you invite Xia Tianyu? Once Xia Tianyu had departed, Xinyuexin could not contain her curiosity as they ascended the stairs. Meng Yao's countenance had returned to its frosty demeanor. Xinyuexin, the conflicts in the city of Sin are escalating. Our Xinyu studio is still in its infancy. While our charm has attracted attention, we struggle to establish a foothold. We must recruit fresh talent, and sometimes, male players are necessary. In the gaming realm, few capable women can stand alone and build their own domains. Yet, even those who can command respect are often backed by a cadre of supporters and a formidable group of protectors, the majority of whom are men. Xinyu nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Mingyao. Very well, I will expedite the search for the guild application. Mingyao assured Xinyu. Lanxin, what troubles you? Xinyu, regaining her composure, noticed Lanxin's distracted demeanor and inquired. Lanxin started, Sister? It's nothing. I will do my best. Xinyu and Mingyao exchanged a knowing glance, shaking their heads in resignation. This Mingyao is truly extraordinary. She shares the Xia surname? Little do they know, their conversation was overheard by Xia Tianyu, who listened intently. Chapter 61. Farewell on the Battlefield Creek. The ancient and solemn iron gate opened once more. Two men, stationed outside the gate, had been waiting there for some time. When they beheld a figure clad in an ornate robe, wielding a blade wrapped in white cloth, appearing before them amidst the rain, a flicker of covert delight flashed in their eyes. It was a success. Undoubtedly, the weapon in Xia Tianyu's hand was the unforgiving blade. Although its current attributes merely paralleled those of a typical silver weapon, Xia Tianyu valued its potential. Moreover, due to its sealed state, he was now able to wield the unforgiving blade. However, Xia Tianyu now faced a grave dilemma. While the demon had allowed him to complete his task, it had not facilitated his departure. Thus, he had no choice but to place his hopes in Kid and the demon's servant before him. Naturally, the likelihood rested more with the demon's servant. Xia Tianyu speculated that if he could not return after completing the task, he might very well be driven to delete his account in frustration. The unforgiving blade seemed sealed, but he mused, it was of little consequence. At least he had succeeded. The demon's servant spoke with a hint of amusement. Xia Tianyu nodded slightly, his demeanor markedly different from before, coupled with the effects of his equipment. He now emanated an undeniable aura of pressure. Now, even I wish to engage you in battle, Kid exclaimed, his excitement directed at Xia Tianyu. Yet, Xia Tianyu, lacking any inclination towards masochism and doubting his ability to defeat Kid, chose to disregard his words. Tell me, how do I return? Xia Tianyu inquired, directing his gaze towards the demon servant. The task was complete, but due to his failure to transition into a demon, the second phase of the mission was temporarily stalled. The demon had also warned him of the numerous challenges he would face should he attempt to transition now. The servant stood silently, aware that Xia Tianyu was determined to leave. He neither pleaded nor beat around the bush, stating plainly, I can escort you out, but I cannot accompany you. What do you mean? Xia Tianyu discerned the underlying implication. It was evident that the demon's servant's mission encompassed more than merely guarding the graveyard. Since you have encountered the master, you should comprehend that he is already deceased. The last vestige of his soul has just been extinguished. The figure you saw there was not the demon himself. Do you understand this? The servant gazed at Xia Tianyu, seemingly inquiring. Xia Tianyu was taken aback. He had not clearly seen that figure, but had presumed it was the master of the grave, the demon. The master's body is sealed across various locations in this world. This grave of the demon, in truth, contains nothing. My will to guard here is merely to await a new master. You have appeared, yet you have not become a demon. The servant succinctly clarified the situation to Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu was astonished, contemplating that the servant's words were particularly provocative. The implication was clear. Should he become a demon, the servant would transform into his loyal companion, a formidable ally. Observing the servant's enigmatic strength, a ripple of intrigue stirred within Xia Tianyu. Should you leave now, you may find no means of re-entry. Therefore, I present you with this summoning scroll. You may use it 3 times. I will assist you. After 3 uses, it will become ineffective. When you become a demon, I will stand by your side when you summon me. With that, the servant handed Xia Tianyu a pitch-black scroll. Summoning scroll of the demon's servant. Uses remaining. 3-3. The servant was a man of decisive action. After delivering the scroll, he asked, if you wish to leave now, I shall activate the magic circle for you. Xia Tianyu nodded. The servant said nothing further, and, alongside Xia Tianyu and Kid, they vanished from the graveyard. In an instant, they found themselves in a cemetery adorned with tombstones, and as the long-lost sunlight and fresh air enveloped him, Xia Tianyu took a greedy breath. The servant extended his hands towards the earth, and a black magical pattern materialized before Xia Tianyu. Soon, a mysterious glow enveloped the ground. Distinct from the power wielded by the prophet, this was a pre-existing teleportation magic circle. Step inside, the servant instructed Xia Tianyu. He complied, entering the circle and being enveloped by its radiance. As he gazed upon the cemetery, both unfamiliar and familiar, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yet, he felt no attachment. A man's departure is often silent, and the 3 remained mute. As the magic circle's light intensified and Xia Tianyu sensed a powerful pull, the servant finally spoke. Beware of other races. We shall meet again, Kid remarked indifferently. Xia Tianyu silently nodded. Regardless of whether I become a demon, I will never allow them to tarnish the dignity of humanity. Being human, Xia Tianyu naturally held pride in his identity. Under the watchful eyes of the servant and kid, Xia Tianyu vanished, departing quietly. The month-long adventure came to a close at this moment. However, for Xia Tianyu, his journey in the gaming realm had only just begun. By day, it resembled night. Such was the scene deep within the Blood Desolation Forest. No longer an uninhabited land. The forest had transformed due to the rise in player strength. A group of leveling teams now faced the impending doom of annihilation, having encountered the Blood Desolation Demon King, a level 60 elite boss. For the current player teams, victory was still a daunting challenge. Roar. The echoes of a menacing roar reverberated through the forest. This team comprised 6 members, the maximum for the Sky team, yet 3 had already perished, leaving the remaining 3 on the brink of death. Captain, you must flee. A shield warrior sacrificed himself to buy time for his comrades. Clearly, this was a long-standing team. Otherwise, the members would not have been so willing to let their captain escape. Dying together, the captain shouted fiercely. With that, he charged forward. But the Blood Desolation Demon King remained unfazed by such melodrama. With his bloodied longsword, he mercilessly swung down upon the captain. Captain, cried a female archer, her face paling in horror, unable to bear witnessing the gruesome demise of their leader. Clang. However, at that critical moment, a sharp clang echoed through the depths of the forest. The captain gazed in confusion at the man who had blocked his path. Adorned in a splendid robe and wielding a tattered long knife wrapped in cloth, his long hair cascading before him. Chapter 62, 6 seconds of memory. The reverberation of clashing weapons echoed in the ears of the beleaguered team members. Just as the team leader succumbed to despair, a swift figure interposed itself before him. Upon discerning the blocking technique employed by this newcomer, he was rendered speechless. A man clad in a robe and wielding a long blade executed a defense technique typically reserved for formidable tanks. Nevertheless, it was not difficult to surmise the man's profession, for such attire was all too familiar in the realm of traditional online gaming, particularly in the world of Sky. An Esper. The man who had come to his rescue was indeed an Esper player, possessing exceptional skill. At that moment, the team leader no longer cared whether the newcomer was aiding him or merely seeking to claim the monster for himself. At the very least, he and the remaining female team member were now safe. Had this fellow lost his mind? The individual who thwarted the monster was none other than Xia Tianyu, who had just returned from the ancient battlefield to the Blood Wilderness Forest. He seemed intent on tracking down an elder, but had found no traces. Fortuitously stumbling upon this scene, Xia Tianyu was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but would he confess, "I am here to seize the monster"? Before him stood a fortified elite boss, already level 60. Defeating it would surely yield coveted equipment. With the team leader still present, Xia Tianyu made a decisive turn and unleashed his strength. With a resounding crash, he propelled the boss several meters away using sheer physical force. Without hesitation, Xia Tianyu charged forward, seizing the opportunity while the boss was momentarily unsteady. He launched an attack without utilizing any skills, astonishing the team leader and the female player. A mere standard attack inflicted over 1,000 points of damage. By the time they registered the shock, Xia Tianyu had struck the boss 10 times in rapid succession, dealing a total of 10,000 points of damage. Yet, Xia Tianyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Though the weapon unyielding was indeed formidable, its damage output was currently insufficient. Were it not for the effective lingering resentment effect, it would be akin to a useless relic. Pondering this, he switched to his previous level 50 silver weapon, the Silver Moon Sword. Bathed in the gentle light of the moon, Xia Tianyu unceremoniously aimed for the boss's head and unleashed moonlit radiance, capable of inflicting an astonishing 750 damage. The attack registered a critical hit, 3,092. The terrifying number left the two spectators in utter disbelief. However, the boss retaliated fiercely. The Blood Wilderness Demon King let out a thunderous roar, brandishing its bloodied sword and charging at Xia Tianyu. What followed was a relentless onslaught. Spectral gaze. The boss's bloodied sword halted inches from Xia Tianyu's eyes, rendered immobile. Seizing this moment, a silver light surged forth from his gaze, enveloping the boss in a furious blaze of silver flames. Xia Tianyu wasted no time. He executed a binding spell, a basic immobilization spell, yet under Xia Tianyu's adept manipulation. It had been elevated to an advanced skill, extending its duration to 6 seconds. What could transpire in 6 seconds? The team leader and the female player were privileged to witness the entire spectacle. Xia Tianyu commenced his assault, his speed astonishingly rapid, so swift it was almost unfathomable. The team leader could hardly fathom how many times the Esper struck within those 6 seconds, for when he regained his senses, the Blood Wilderness Demon King lay defeated. The level 60 elite boss possessed a health pool of 200,000, and though his team had whittled it down considerably, this man had vanquished the Demon King in a mere 6 seconds. Was it truly possible? Yet, it had all transpired. The spoils from the elite boss were bountiful. Nearly 500 gold coins, a level 50 silver weapon, the War Axe, with an attack power of 600 and an additional earth/skill, along with a pair of boots named Blood Wilderness Shadow, enhancing movement speed by 50% and agility by 80. Xia Tianyu could utilize them, so without hesitation, he replaced his 30-level silver boots. Glimpsing the still astonished pair of players, Xia Tianyu approached them. The team leader appeared to be a young man of around 25, unremarkable in appearance, while the female player was merely average. Their levels were not high, both only at 30. It was understandable, as most players above level 30 had already entered major cities. Their equipment was lacking, the man possessing only a single piece of silver and the rest of his gear made of dark iron, while the woman had not even a full set of dark iron. Xia Tianyu frowned, entirely unaware of the immense value of his own equipment. After a moment's contemplation, he casually tossed the warrior gear dropped by the Blood Wilderness Demon King towards them, along with 300 gold coins. This is the loot from the Blood Wilderness Demon King. I've taken the boots, the rest belongs to you. With that, Xia Tianyu paid them no further mind and began to walk toward the forest's edge. He still needed to return to the class transfer area to learn new skills before making his way to the city. The team leader, recovering from his shock, hurriedly picked up the equipment and gold coins, wishing to return them to the Esper. However, when he and the female player regained their composure, they discovered that the Esper had vanished without a trace. Staring at the level 50 equipment and 300 gold coins before him, the team leader realized he was in possession of wealth he had never dreamed of. 300 gold coins, in black market transactions, could fetch as much as 2,000 RMB if fortunate. The value of the level 50 silver equipment was even more staggering. 10,000? 100,000? The team leader dared not to imagine further, oblivious to the fact that for Xia Tianyu, silver equipment held no allure whatsoever. The gear Xia Tianyu had given him, along with the memory of those 6 seconds in which he had annihilated the boss, would forever alter the course of the team leader's life. Xia Tianyu, with his nonchalant demeanor, had acted out of sheer happenstance. After all, he possessed over 100 silver weapons, for golden ones, an ancient artifact, and a guild application token, items of immeasurable worth, all of which rendered a single silver piece inconsequential. Humming a tune and buoyed by his good fortune, Xia Tianyu returned to the long-cherished entrance of coastal town, where the number of players had dwindled. The initial wave had long since ventured into major cities, leaving only a scant few behind. In a matter of days, it seemed that the second wave of players would enter the realm of sky, and Xia Tianyu needed to prepare for his own entry into the city. His first order of business would be to learn the skills of an Esper, for his current abilities were woefully inadequate. Lost in thought, he found himself before the class transfer location. Chapter 63. Learning skills. The once thriving job transfer center in coastal town now lay in desolation. Xia Tianyu retrieved the belt, a relic of his past, and surveyed the familiar surroundings, recalling the memories of players from the human faction leaping from the heights. Reflecting on his current achievements, a faint smile graced Xia Tianyu's lips. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Without effort, where lies the reward? Without unwavering belief, how could one conjure miracles beyond imagination? At the very least, Xia Tianyu had succeeded. His figure approached the job transfer center, and he vividly remembered that fateful night when he first sought to change his class. The once bustling transfer center now hosted but a few players, who hastily exchanged tasks before departing. Yet, when they spotted a player adorned in magnificent gear entering, they couldn't help but steal a few glances. The environment remained largely unchanged. The ability mentor lounged in his chair, eyes closed, relishing his leisurely moments. Suddenly, sensing an obstruction to his vision, he slowly opened his eyes to find a cold-faced man before him, an all-too familiar visage, though his name eluded him momentarily. However, upon meeting Xia Tianyu's gaze, the mentor leapt to his feet in excitement, exclaiming, "It's you! You're still here?" Throughout his career, the ability mentor had facilitated countless class changes for various races, yet the most memorable was a certain man known as Rainy Day, a human adventurer whose stubborn gaze and piercing eyes lingered in his memory. However, after that encounter, the adventurer seemingly vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. After attaining a certain level of strength, one must learn new abilities, yet this individual never returned. Perhaps, the mentor mused, like many others, he had chosen to give up. Yet, a month had passed, and this man stood before him once more, radiating an aura of profound transformation, an overwhelming presence, fierce and commanding, with eyes that remained resolute and unsettling. "I am here to learn skills," Xia Tianyu stated plainly. He bore little fondness for the NPCs present, instead harboring a deep respect for the souls of the ancient battlefield. "You." The ability mentor gazed curiously at Xia Tianyu, only to realize, with a start, that he had reached level 50. The mentor's expression shifted, and he hesitated to respond. Opening the interface for ability skills, Xia Tianyu remained silent, observing the skills before him. The level 15 abilities for the ability master included two options, Phantom Duet and Layered Waves, alongside a passive skill, Body Enhancement. Phantom Duet, the signature move of the ability master, enhanced movement speed by 100 at the initial level. However, he could only select one, and naturally, Xia Tianyu chose Phantom Duet. At level 20, three skills were available, Shadowbind, Explosive Starfall, and the passive skill, Ability Enhancement. Shadowbind functioned similarly to immobilization skills, while Explosive Starfall was a pure offensive skill. The description of the passive ability enhancement caused Xia Tianyu to pause. Upon learning it, abilities would unconditionally upgrade to level 1. After much contemplation, Xia Tianyu found himself wavering. He desired a more violent offensive skill, yet the plethora of options made decision-making difficult. Thus, he resolved to peruse the skills available at levels 25 and 30. The level 25 skills included Seal Technique, Binding Technique, and the passive skill Enhancement Technique. At level 30, formidable offensive skills awaited, and Xia Tianyu immediately fixated on the skill Reversal Dragon. Reversal Dragon required the prerequisite skill Seal Technique. It dealt 1,000 damage to the target, with a cooldown of 10 seconds and a 75 MP cost. Seal Technique applied a seal that increased all attribute power by 200 for 5 seconds, requiring a 2-second rest afterward and consuming half of the MP. Thus, these were the skills available before level 30. To acquire higher-level skills, one must journey to larger cities. Xia Tianyu, now level 50, was more than capable of leaving, which further puzzled the ability mentor, who could not fathom why Xia Tianyu lingered in coastal town. Having silently learned Phantom Duet, Seal Technique, and Reversal Dragon, Xia Tianyu departed quietly. As he exited, the mentors in the transfer center regarded him with apprehension. Xia Tianyu felt he could not be so fearsome, puzzled by their demeanor. Upon stepping outside, the mentors collectively exhaled in relief, but just then, Xia Tianyu turned back, causing their hearts to race once more. "Oh, by the way, how do I get to the city?" "Turn right upon exiting and seek the city teleporter," the ability mentor replied. Nodding, Xia Tianyu vanished from the transfer center, allowing the mentors to finally breathe easy. "Humans truly are as formidable as ever," the ability mentor murmured, for in their hearts, humanity represented the most fearsome entity on the entire divine continent. Upon leaving the transfer center, Xia Tianyu hurried to the location of the city teleporter. Though coastal town was modest, it mirrored a first-tier city in reality. Without a clearly defined route, he might have easily lost his way. After 5 minutes, he found himself before an elderly man with a white beard, the city teleporter without a doubt. Inquiring directly, the elder soon presented a selection of cities: Sin City, Fear City, Demon City, and Inferno City. Xia Tianyu frowned. As a member of the rebel faction, he found himself limited to choosing from cities aligned with chaos. Was coastal town aligned with the forces of chaos? With little time to ponder, he glanced at the 4 cities and casually selected Sin City. The elder's eyes lit up, and as Xia Tianyu stepped into the teleportation array, he vanished from coastal town in the blink of an eye. With a flash of white light, darkness enveloped him. When Xia Tianyu opened his eyes again, he found himself at a bustling city gate, a grand entrance where players flowed past him like a river. A surge of ambition welled within him. At last, have I entered a great city? He mused. First, he would learn his skills and store his equipment in the warehouse. This marked the first step of his journey. Chapter 64. A surge in power amidst the chaotic faction, the City of Sin. In the vast expanse of the sky, there exist 8 principal cities, 4 dedicated to guardianship and 4 to chaos, with the remainder serving as hidden sanctuaries for various races. However, these secretive cities are not easily found by ordinary folk. Amidst the throng of people, Xia Tianyu, a member of the human race who had intentionally altered his appearance to blend in, remained inconspicuous. Nevertheless, his chosen race compelled passing players to cast him a second glance, for the streets were predominantly occupied by towering demons, burly orcs, or dashing elves. A human player like him was decidedly a rarity. Xia Tianyu's foremost objective was to locate the warehouse manager to store the vast array of equipment he had accumulated. Presently, his inventory boasted over 100 silver-tier items, all acquired from the Trials Tower, and his gold reserves had reached an impressive 8,000. Until the currency exchange feature was activated, he was undeniably wealthy. Thus, he had no intentions of selling his equipment. Following the map's guidance, he spent 10 minutes navigating through the city until he finally arrived at the warehouse management office near the South City Gate. Upon recognizing Xia Tianyu as a human adventurer, the amiable yet portly manager shamelessly levied an additional 10 gold coins as a management fee. Since the basic warehouse could only accommodate 50 items, Xia Tianyu opted to invest 5,000 gold coins to upgrade to a higher tier, thereby increasing his storage capacity to 500. The warehouse management office was bustling with players. Were it not for the privacy measures in place, the sight of his stored equipment would likely have incited considerable commotion. After securely stowing away his belongings, he carried with him the item Unyielding Destiny, which he held no fear of losing, as it was bound to him. Next, he perused the map in search of the level 40 class transfer location, for his skills were yet insufficiently formidable. Following the designated route, Xia Tianyu strolled through the city for 5 minutes before reaching the transfer station. The area surrounding the transfer guild was teeming with people. To the east lay the Adventurers Guild, while to the south was the Mercenary Guild. The Adventurers Guild comprised a long-term team of 6 players who could apply to form an adventuring party by paying a certain amount of gold, provided their other affiliations did not conflict. Mercenaries operated on a slightly higher tier, with reports of S-tier mercenary groups boasting numbers as high as 5,000. Not far from these 3 bustling player hubs was a trading stall area, which should not be underestimated, as it served not only as a marketplace for player transactions, but also as a venue for NPC trades. Upon entering the transfer station, Xia Tianyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the location of the Psychic Master. To his surprise, the mentor was a young and strikingly beautiful woman, surrounded by a throng of admirers who occasionally inquired about her. As he stood in line, Xia Tianyu soon realized that this girl was indeed a player. It was rumored that some large guilds within the game were now hiring players, a refreshingly humane touch in an otherwise fantastical realm. "Greetings, I am delighted to assist you." A radiant and youthful beauty addressed him, stirring a flutter in his heart. Yet this time the beauty was focused solely on Xia Tianyu. "I wish to learn skills beyond level 40, he replied with an air of indifference. She met his gaze, and upon looking into his eyes, felt a chill, yet maintained her smile as she replied, "Very well, please hold on a moment." Soon, a skill list materialized before Xia Tianyu. Level 40 Psychic Master Passive Skill, Reversal. Restoration Level 40 Psychic Master Active Skills, Dimensional Wave. Laser Blade Level 50 Psychic Master Passive Skills, Forced Dimensional Wave. Forced Laser Blade Level 50 Psychic Master Active Skills, Gale Wave, Flame Weaving. Players beyond level 40 could only learn 1 active and 1 passive skill every 10 levels. After meticulously reviewing the skill details, Xia Tianyu selected Reversal, Dimensional Wave, Forced Dimensional Wave, and Flame Weaving. Reversal, Passive Skill, automatically restores 5 MP per second, ineffective in combat. Dimensional Wave, Active Skill, releases a powerful shockwave from the hand, dealing 800 damage to the target, stunning them for 2 seconds, cooldown of 5 seconds, consuming 790 MP. Current level, Novice. Forced Dimensional Wave, Passive Skill, initiates the wave without interruption. Flame Weaving, Active Skill, inflicts burning damage of 900 to the target using fire as a catalyst. Cooldown of 20 seconds, consuming half of current MP. Current level, Novice. Skill upgrades required payment in gold, and shortly thereafter, Xia Tianyu had spent another 100 gold coins before departing the transfer station with satisfaction. He then opened his attributes for a brief overview. ID, Rainy Day. Level, 50. Experience, 1, 280, 509, 596, 840. Human Prestige, 12,000. Guild, none. Adventurer Party, none. Mercenary, none. Faction, Rebellion, not activated. Physical Attack, 12, 801, 350. Magical Attack, 13,001. 400. Physical Defense, 2,090. Magical Defense, 2,102. Gazing at his attributes, it was evident that both his attack and defense were of the highest caliber. With his power surging, Xia Tianyu was eager to test his newfound strength against monsters. Coupled with the satisfaction of acquiring new skills, he felt an insatiable urge to venture forth. As he quickened his pace, he had long abandoned any hopes of completing quests. He understood that the Trials Tower was a singular opportunity that would not present itself again. From this point onward, everything would rely on his own efforts. However, as he passed through the stall area, a commotion erupted nearby. While it initially seemed inconsequential, The mention of an artifact piqued Xia Tianyu's interest. Could it be that an artifact had surfaced in this inconspicuous stall? He scoffed at the notion and attempted to move on. Yet the ongoing clamor from the crowd compelled him to halt. Not far off, a distraught player was vehemently berating an elderly man with a white beard, who remained oblivious. Eyes closed and expression indifferent. The surrounding crowd murmured in sympathy. Through their conversations, Xia Tianyu gleaned that this old man had been there for several days, claiming his stall held artifacts, and that for a mere 1,000 gold coins, one could select an item. Many players had fallen victim to his deception, yet they were powerless against the NPC. After all, it was a consensual transaction. Xia Tianyu mused, pondering how an artifact could possibly be available at such an unremarkable stall. The crowd soon dispersed, prompting Xia Tianyu to consider leaving, but at that moment, the old man's gaze locked onto him. "Young man, what say you? Are you interested in tempting fate?" The old man's words resonated in Xia Tianyu's ears. Chapter 65. The Birth of a Divine Artifact Fate? I have never subscribed to such notions. The old man spoke, causing the players, who were gradually dispersing, to halt in their tracks. As they turned to look, they witnessed the exchange between Xia Tianyu and the elder. He. The white-bearded old man chuckled lightly. Whether you believe or not, everything is predestined in the grand scheme of things. For a mere 1,000 gold coins, you may perhaps claim a divine artifact from this place. The elder, resembling a tyrant, extended his hand and gestured for Xia Tianyu to choose freely from his display, which boasted extravagant swords, exquisite long knives, radiant necklaces, and mysterious daggers. "Are you so certain that I will make a purchase?" Xia Tianyu inquired, observing the elder with keen interest. Indeed, divine artifacts are immensely appealing to any player. However, Xia Tianyu remained unfazed. Despite his youthful age of 20, he had endured experiences beyond the imagination of the ordinary. Understanding the harsh realities of life, gaming included. No toil, no gain. "You old fraud, are you attempting to deceive us players again?" A middle-aged man, seemingly a deceived mage player from before, stepped forward to warn Xia Tianyu. Unlike the others who reveled in schadenfreude, this man stood out, prompting Xia Tianyu to regard him with a curious glance. His ID read, Nostalgia, a level 45 berserker, an advanced warrior class. Unperturbed, the elder continued to smile at Xia Tianyu. "Come now, young man, test your luck. Indeed, 1,000 gold coins for a divine artifact is worth the risk," Xia Tianyu remarked, producing the coins for the elder. The mage warrior shook his head in resignation. Why bother with such folly? In truth, Nostalgia felt regret for having squandered his in-game savings on such meaningless pursuits. Having paid the fee, Xia Tianyu was determined to treat this opportunity with the seriousness it deserved. He scrutinized the items laid out before the elder. The mysterious dagger, the exquisite long knife, the extravagant sword, and the armor shimmering with iridescent hues. Yet, among the opulent display, there were also some unremarkable, dull, and even tattered items. Rings, necklaces, earrings. "Choose that dagger." "No, take the sword." "Wait, it must be the pistol." The scattered crowd once again gathered, and the majority began to jeer. For 1,000 gold coins in the hands of a fledgling player indicated they were no ordinary individual. Thus, Xia Tianyu's casual display of wealth drew considerable attention. Ignoring the spectators, his pupils were enveloped in swirling silver, attempting to discern the true nature of these items. Alas, he gleaned no insights. As the elder continued to watch him with a smile. "So, have you made your decision? Every adventurer here has a single chance. But whether you are destined for a divine artifact depends solely on your choice. Do you believe I am destined for a divine artifact?" Xia Tianyu countered with a smile, sensing a hint of mystery about the old man. His experience told him that every NPC must have a purpose, much like the prophet who awaited countless eons in the blood-ravaged forest. If indeed a divine artifact resides here, then the price of 1,000 gold coins would represent an equitable exchange. I have mentioned it before. Is this not fate? The elder squinted his eyes, replying with a smile. "Very well, I have made my choice," Xia Tianyu declared, pointing decisively at a ring that, when compared to the other opulent gear, appeared somewhat shabby. Yet, amidst the ordinary items, this ring seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. The elder's eyes glimmered momentarily, but he maintained his composure. "Young man, are you certain?" "Yes, I am certain." Once Xia Tianyu made a decision, it was resolute. The elder's fleeting change in expression did not escape Xia Tianyu's watchful gaze. As he reached for the ring, the elder's thin yet strong hand grasped Xia Tianyu's wrist. "What? Do you wish to retract your choice?" In a crowd, one must guard their wealth. The elder uttered this cryptic phrase before releasing his grip. Xia Tianyu, grinning, swiftly seized the ring, and almost immediately, a system notification chimed. Despite the crowded surroundings, the game was an era of information. Xia Tianyu could not hide his acquisition the moment he claimed the ring. The equipment leaderboard reflected a sudden shift, as the infamous weapon of vengeance was dethroned by an artifact called the Ring of Shura. Instantly, the news of a divine artifact's emergence sent ripples through the entire realm. Ring of Shura, fragmented artifact, strength 10, spirit 10, constitution 10, luck 10 bonus. Shura body, when activated, enhances speed, strength, and defense by 200% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. An item belonging to the Shura King. This ring is a fragmented relic, capable of only a fraction of its true power. Gazing at the ring's description, Xia Tianyu felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the artifact's attributes seemed rather lackluster, and it was not yet bound to him, meaning it could be lost upon his demise. Yet, the power of the Shura body was formidable, even if it was merely a fraction of its potential. The Ring of Shura? Xia Tianyu had never anticipated acquiring a divine artifact, yet the reality had unfolded before him, and he sensed the intensity of the gazes directed at him from the surrounding players. My word, a divine artifact has appeared on the leaderboard. Players, noticing Xia Tianyu's composed demeanor and his prior interaction with the Elder, curiously opened the equipment list, only to find the weapon of vengeance usurped by the Ring of Shura. As they pieced together the unfolding scenario, a collective gasp echoed, igniting a wave of excitement. Yet, when they turned their attention back to Xia Tianyu, to their astonishment, he had vanished. Quickly, find that player. He has obtained a divine artifact. A shout rang out, and the surrounding players suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The cries of divine artifact, resonating throughout the marketplace. While divine artifacts are indeed splendid, they can also be a double-edged sword. Chapter 66. The first emergence of brilliance in the city of sin. The emergence of a divine artifact in the marketplace spread like wildfire, akin to the arrival of a solar storm, igniting fervor and rapidly disseminating throughout the 4 major cities of the chaotic faction. The cities of the 2 opposing factions shared this excitement, yet the travel time between them, such as from Sin City to Fear City, was approximately 3 days and nights. This estimate was based on the attributes of a typical rogue. Analyses had suggested that even the swiftest among them would require at least a full day and night without rest to arrive. Consequently, upon the revelation of the divine artifact in the City of Sin, players from the other 3 cities could only watch helplessly, unable to take action. In stark contrast, local players in the City of Sin sprang into action as soon as word of the artifact's appearance spread. Adventuring parties and guilds alike began a fervent quest to locate it. Soon, an intelligence organization named Jianghu Tong released a photograph of the artifact's unveiling, capturing only the profile of the man who had acquired it, prompting various factions to offer bounties in pursuit of him. This organization profited handsomely from the situation, but the true story must be recounted from a moment earlier. In the marketplace, as attention turned towards Xia Tianyu, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and swiftly exited the throng. Strangely, Xia Tianyu neither logged off nor lingered in the safety zone. Instead, he headed towards the city entrance. Aware that the news of his possession of the artifact would soon circulate throughout the game, he felt no obligation to relinquish it, having already secured it for himself. First, he aimed to quiet the restless individuals who sought to disrupt him. With this thought, a smile crept across Xia Tianyu's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory coldness. Upon exiting the city gates, he noticed several groups of players trailing behind him, calling out in an attempt to expose his acquisition of the artifact. Xia Tianyu was not oblivious to their pursuit. Ever since Kid awakened the warrior spirit within him, he had transformed, and with his newfound skills, he felt an eagerness that surpassed that of his pursuers. As he stepped beyond the city gates, his progress was abruptly halted by a group of players who encircled him. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Tianyu sought an alternative route, but a player ahead blocked his path. "You think you can just walk away?" the player taunted. "I need to level up. Of course I'm leaving," Xia Tianyu replied boldly. "Cut the act. Hand over the artifact, and we'll let you pass unharmed." The leader, already informed of the artifact's presence, knew that few could maintain their composure in the face of such temptation. They seemed to forget that Xia Tianyu was fully aware of the danger, yet chose to confront it, indicating his fearless resolve. "Artifact? I possess no such thing." Xia Tianyu grinned. His words met with skepticism, yet, whether he spoke truthfully or not, they had no intention of letting him go. "You are making a grave mistake. Nothing escapes the grasp of the Dark Dragon Guild," the leader proclaimed, revealing the might of his faction, causing gasps among the surrounding crowd. The Dark Dragon was a formidable force within the City of Sin. However, upon uttering the name of the Dark Dragon, Xia Tianyu, propelled by a sudden gust, appeared before the leader. Did you just mention the Dark Dragon? Xia Tianyu had not forgotten how he was oppressed by them during his time in Coastal Town and the Novice Village. Had he not escaped by chance, he would have already fallen victim to their cruelty. Now, with the opportunity for vengeance at hand, he would not let it slip away. Xia Tianyu was resolute. He remembered those who had aided him and harbored deep-seated animosity towards his enemies. Now is the time to surrender the artifact. It's not too late, the man smugly asserted, assuming Xia Tianyu had succumbed to fear. Want the artifact? Come and take it. Xia Tianyu retorted defiantly, unleashing a powerful skill for the first time at such close range. Dimensional wave. A tremendous force erupted from his palm, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent the leader flying, inflicting 6,000 damage and obliterating him instantly. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the onlookers. A level 45 warrior, typically with around 6,500 health, had been slain without hesitation by Xia Tianyu's skill, an unprecedented feat for an Esper. How could this be possible? Moreover, he had employed dimensional wave rather than an Esper ability. How terrifying was this individual? Unbeknownst to them, Xia Tianyu's attack was devastating, and the critical hit had guaranteed a kill. The Dark Dragon's members were thrown into chaos, their leader vanquished. In a frenzied response, they howled in rage, intent on eliminating Xia Tianyu, and thus, the battle commenced. Kill. Approximately 20 players surged towards Xia Tianyu, archers and gunners swiftly preparing their skills. Yet, as they lunged at him, an eerie twist of fate occurred. Their attacks inexplicably turned against their own comrades, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Xia Tianyu, standing amidst the chaos with his silver sword, dispatched the 20-plus Dark Dragon players with ruthless efficiency, each strike as if slaughtering livestock. In less than 5 minutes, the carnage was complete. As the bodies of the defeated players lay strewn around him, the remaining members of the Dark Dragon Guild remained oblivious to the manner of their demise. The onlooking crowd, initially intent on seizing the artifact, held their breath in terror, their ambitions extinguished by Xia Tianyu's demonic prowess. Yet, the allure of the artifact proved too potent, overwhelming their senses. Die! A rogue finally seized an opportunity behind Xia Tianyu, believing he had found his moment. Just as his dagger was poised to strike, Xia Tianyu executed a swift maneuver, appearing behind the rogue. With a hand resting on the rogue's head, he coldly declared, "Dimensional wave." The powerful shockwave struck the rogue's head directly, resulting in another instant kill. Is there anyone else who desires the artifact? Xia Tianyu coldly inquired, his chilling words echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Chapter 67. The Artifact Turmoil. Is there anyone else who desires the artifact? At the gates of the notorious evil city, a single utterance from Xia Tianyu rendered the surrounding players, who were eyeing him with predatory intent, utterly motionless. Within a mere 5 minutes, he had obliterated a small squad from the Dark Dragon faction, leaving an indelible impression from the earlier scene of their internecine conflict that still haunted them. In that moment, no one dared to advance a single step. Xia Tianyu snorted disdainfully and began to stride outward. Observing his departure, the crowd clamored for guidance on how to proceed against the looming threat of Xia Tianyu. The consensus was clear: they must not allow him to escape. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the players hastily encircled Xia Tianyu once more, though a palpable fear lingered in their gazes. Furrowing his brow, Xia Tianyu realized the allure of the artifact was indeed formidable. He had intentionally revealed a fraction of his power to deter these bothersome flies, yet they persisted. If they sought a confrontation, he would not be at fault. Drawing his silver moon sword, he coldly declared, "If you truly wish for death, I can oblige." His hair billowed in the wind, and his ensemble, cloaked in the radiant aura of a heavenly thunder robe, lent an eerie resonance to his words, akin to a prelude to the grim reaping of souls, resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlookers. As his gaze hardened with lethal intent, the surrounding players found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence. To retain Xia Tianyu amongst them would undoubtedly mirror the fate of the Dark Dragon faction, yet, to let him go would leave them with an untenable explanation. Just as the crowd found themselves ensnared in this dilemma, one player stepped forth. "My dear friend, I harbor no ill will. I merely inquire if you might be interested in selling the artifact in your possession. Our guild leader is prepared to offer a handsome price." "Your guild leader?" Xia Tianyu inquired nonchalantly, to which the player responded with palpable pride, "Forgive my rudeness. I am but a humble member of the Qunju Guild." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment. It was well known that within the evil city, the most formidable faction was not the Dark Dragon, but rather the Qunju Guild. Although they followed an elite path with fewer members than the Dark Dragon, their leader, Xia Tianyu, was a powerhouse ranked amongst the top 10 on the Celestial leaderboard. infinitely stronger than the Dark Dragon. I possess no artifact, even if I did. Do you truly believe I would part with it? If there are no further matters, I would appreciate it if you could step aside. As I harbor no desire for bloodshed, Xia Tianyu replied coldly. In truth, he was reluctant to offend a guild as formidable as the Dark Dragon upon his arrival in this grand city, though he was unperturbed by the prospect. He simply abhorred being pursued by these incessant nuisances. The self-proclaimed member of the Qunju-En Guild wore a look of discomfort. Although the Qunju-En Guild was on par with the Dark Dragon as a first-rate organization, the influence of their leader, Xia Tianyu, could compel even the most formidable players to acquiesce. The current individual, upon hearing the name of his guild leader, displayed no signs of trepidation, suggesting two possibilities. Either he was oblivious to the celestial rankings, indicating he was a novice, or, more ominously, he might not fear his guild leader, implying that he was shrouded in an unfathomable power. Realizing this, the mage made a shrewd decision. Since you have spoken so amicably, I shall not press the matter further. I bid you farewell, and should you wish, the doors of our Qunju-En Guild are open to you. With that, the mage departed without hesitation, leading a few strong members of the Qunju-En Guild away. As they passed by Xia Tianyu, he could ascertain that these four were no ordinary players. You have made a wise choice, echoed in the mage's mind as they brushed past each other. With the Qunju-En Guild's members retreating, Xia Tianyu paid no heed to the other mixed factions surrounding him, striding forth unimpeded, as none dared to obstruct his path. Thus, under the gaze of many, he gracefully exited the encirclement of the various factions. Yet the spectacle of the battle at the gates of Evil City reverberated throughout, particularly the extraordinary abilities Xia Tianyu had displayed whilst being besieged by over 20 players, which captured the attention of many. Soon, others began to covertly trail Xia Tianyu, but none returned with any success. Reports indicated that those who attempted to follow him quickly lost consciousness, only to find Xia Tianyu had vanished without a trace. Of course, as no one was privy to Xia Tianyu's true identity, his combat footage remained undisclosed, and due to the rapidity of the events, no one had managed to capture any evidence. However, the situation was far from settled. You incompetent fools, over 20 of you couldn't even lay a finger on one individual, and you still failed to annihilate him. At that moment, within a training ground, a member of the Dark Dragon faction erupted in foul language upon hearing of their defeat. On the other end of the communicator, the player delivering the news remained silent, clearly feeling the sting of shame. Over 20 players, and they hadn't even touched the hem of Xia Tianyu's garment. Was there anything more embarrassing? Find out the details of our opponent. If he belongs to a major guild or a large studio, we can let it slide. If he is a lone player or from a smaller faction, we must seize the opportunity to snatch the equipment and eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, the Dark Dragon leader arrived at this resolution. Due to his aggressive style, he had made too many enemies, and upon entering the celestial realm, he had to adopt a more cautious approach. Indeed, well done. Given the uncertainty surrounding our opponent, this course of action is prudent. Those arrogant fools of the Dark Dragon. Humph. Meanwhile, within the Qunju-En Guild, their leader, Xia Tianyu, had also learned of the events that transpired and commended the mage for his sound judgment. Sister, I heard rumors that an artifact has appeared in Evil City and that a scramble has begun. An artifact? Pay it no mind. What matters most is the guild application. Yu Ruyun, known in reality as Xinyue Xian, furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something within the forest. Thus far, no guild had emerged in the celestial realm. Should Yu Ruyun seize this opportunity to become the first player to establish a guild, it would greatly facilitate their future development. Chapter 68, Undercurrent's Sister. Is the information from Jianghu Tong really reliable? A faint fragrance of orchid lingered in the air, emanating from Xian Lanxin, whose handsome visage bore a hint of concern. At this moment, several members of the Xianyu studio gathered together in the infamous leveling paradise of the Sin City, the Abyssal Canyon. Here, the average level of the monsters was around 50, and rumors spoke of a level 60 domain boss lurking within, solidifying its status as a sanctuary for leveling. However, such a revered place inevitably witnessed countless skirmishes, with bloody scenes of clearing and player killing occurring daily. In response, the alluring leader did not halt her stride, casually remarking, "The intelligence from Jianghu Tong should be credible. The issue lies in the fact that they do not sell information exclusively. Now that we are aware, it is likely." A flicker of worry crossed Xian Yuexin's beautiful eyes. If they were informed, the other factions within Sin City would surely be aware as well. Thus, Xian Yuexin hastily brought her group of sisters from Xianyu Studio to the Abyssal Canyon in search of the boss. Although there were rumors of a level 60 domain boss that could potentially drop a guild application, no one had ever witnessed it. Within Xianyu Studio, apart from the sisters Xianyu Eshin and Xian Lanxin, there were also the charming Lin Yuqian and Xia Mengjia, both of whom had chosen the rogue class. Additionally, two other stunning beauties, Yao Yu and Lian Yu, specialized in psychic abilities and healing, respectively, dressed in a female swordsmaness armor. Xianyu Eshin wore a suit that conformed to her figure, with her ample bosom accentuated and her long, beautiful legs draped in a light pink skirt. The delicate veil could not obscure her captivating beauty. Xian Lanxin, clad in a mage's robe, though not as maturely beautiful as Xianyu Eshin, exuded an air of purity and elegance. Despite her modest proportions, her figure remained pleasingly full, affirming that Xianyu Studio possessed its own unique charm. Sister Yu. Given the situation, it is likely that the other two factions in Sin City have already mobilized, and without a doubt, the Quanglong Studio will also be involved. This is the early stage of the game. Even though Onlong and Qingyuan are well known, many players share our sentiments. Therefore, we must hasten our pace. Although Yao Yu might not be considered a top-tier beauty, her appearance was still striking, and the game's context lent her an alluring quality. Xianyu Eshin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must locate the boss before they do. But what if the boss is too powerful for us? Qian, the innocent girl, posed a naive question, which indeed presented a dilemma for Xianyu Studio. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. Only Xianyu Eshin smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Sister Mengyao has already set off for Sin City. Upon hearing this, the ladies' expressions brightened with excitement and joy as they ventured deeper into the canyon in search of the so-called domain-level boss. As they noted, the pursuit of the domain-level boss was not exclusive to Xianyu Studio. Players from across the vast realm were likely hunting as well, with Sin City merely a minor battleground. In fact, a mere 10 minutes prior to Xianyu Eshin's arrival, elite members of the Onlong Guild had already infiltrated the Abyssal Canyon, led by their guild leader, Onlong himself. Upon discovering the boss, clear the area immediately. We must not allow anyone to interfere. In pursuit of the guild application, Onlong had rallied all members of the Sin City Onlong faction, though the total number barely exceeded 2,000. After all, even if each member aligned with the same faction, their origins dictated their respective teleportation cities. Players like Xia Tianyu, who could choose cities freely, were few and far between, though this fact had escaped Xia Tianyu's notice. Yes, the members of Onlong Guild promptly dispersed. Lacking a formal guild, they formed small teams of 6, ostensibly leveling while searching for the boss's whereabouts. With a stroke of luck, they might indeed stumble upon it. Today, the Abyssal Canyon buzzed with activity, not only populated by players from Onlong and Xianyu Studio, but also a multitude of elite players from the Qingyuan Guild. Naturally, large studios like Quanglong were not lagging behind, and while peripheral players watched with curiosity, they were not surprised. After all, the monsters of the Abyssal Canyon were ideal for leveling. Yet, some seasoned players sensed an unusual atmosphere. Moreover, players were particularly attentive to the recent artifact turmoil. Despite Xia Tianyu's formidable means of obtaining the artifact, scaring off those who harbored intentions against him, the allure of the artifact remained undeniable. As a rogue, Xia Tianyu had originally set out to seek leveling grounds, simultaneously eliminating those who followed him. In the realm, there was no concept of a red name. Killing increased one's infamy, and the higher the infamy, the greater the likelihood of equipment dropping. The drawbacks of infamy manifested in various areas, such as purchasing items. However, Xia Tianyu was indifferent. As being human, he faced obstacles regardless. Moreover, he was not the one initiating conflict. 3 rogues had been tailing him, evidently familiar with one another. They stealthily followed at a distance of 20 meters from Xia Tianyu, unaware that he had already detected their presence. At this moment, he had entered the Wild Ridge, where the monsters averaged a level of 40, an area now considered obsolete for leveling. As he concealed himself behind a rocky corner, Xia Tianyu vanished from sight. The 3 rogues, upon noticing this, immediately followed suit, but when they rounded the corner, Xia Tianyu had inexplicably disappeared. The trio froze in shock, their vigilance unwavering to prevent Xia Tianyu's escape. Yet, how could he have vanished right under their noses? Searching for me, are you? Just as the 3 were engulfed in confusion, they suddenly heard a voice tinged with amusement from behind. Despite still being in stealth mode, Xia Tianyu accurately identified their numbers. A chill ran down the spines of the 3 rogues as an ominous premonition engulfed their hearts. Chapter 69. The Valley of Deadly Gorges. Are the 3 of you looking for me? Upon hearing Xia Tianyu's words, the 3 thieves trembled slightly. However, they quickly reassured themselves. in their stealthy state. Even if the ability user sensed something amiss, they had not given themselves away, and thus, the adversary should remain oblivious. With this thought, the trio composed themselves, turning to fix their gaze firmly on Xia Tianyu, their hands tightly gripping poison daggers. These scoundrels were truly treacherous. Noticing their lack of reaction, Xia Tianyu wore a faint, enigmatic smile. These individuals were shameless, not only poisoning their daggers, but also feigning ignorance of being detected. A cold smirk crept across Xia Tianyu's face as he decided to play along. Strange? Could I be mistaken? Xia Tianyu could hardly be called petty, yet he was certainly no gentleman. He muttered to himself, shaking his head nonchalantly as he approached the trio of thieves. The thieves exchanged glances, feeling a surge of delight. Indeed, Xia Tianyu was merely attempting to deceive them. At that moment, Xia Tianyu was utterly unsuspecting, presenting a plethora of vulnerabilities, which only fueled the thieves' greed. The thought of eliminating this human player and claiming a divine artifact quickened their breaths. As Xia Tianyu passed right before them without a hint of caution, the three thieves simultaneously launched their assault. Blind, bludgeon. To ensure success, two of the thieves executed control skills, while the third, wielding a poisoned dagger, aimed directly for Xia Tianyu's throat. A dizzying icon appeared above Xia Tianyu's head, and his vision momentarily darkened. With their attack initiated, the thieves revealed their true forms. The last thief, his face twisted in a snarl, brandished his dagger and bellowed, "Die. Blame your incompetence for failing to guard the artifact." Throat slash? It had been mentioned before that the mechanics of Sky were not akin to traditional online games. After all, this was a hyper-realistic virtual experience. Even a novice could sever the head of a powerful opponent, rendering the mightiest player powerless. This was what the game termed a fatal blow. Xia Tianyu's neck erupted in a spray of crimson, creating a gruesome spectacle. The three thieves, witnessing this, were elated, thinking Xia Tianyu was merely a pretender. Just as they bent down to collect the loot, they discovered that Xia Tianyu's corpse yielded nothing. Startled, they thought, surely, this human player cannot be so fortunate. Yet upon seeing that Xia Tianyu's body bore no sheen, a sense of disquiet began to creep in. By the time they regained their senses, they realized their own bodies were now drenched in blood, their life force rapidly diminishing. In mere moments, they transformed into the very corpses they had sought to claim. In the instant of the thieves' demise, clarity returned to them, and they beheld Xia Tianyu standing unscathed behind them, his expression cold and his gaze piercing. Even in death, they could not comprehend how they had been vanquished. It felt surreal. Indeed, it was surreal. For when they locked eyes with Xia Tianyu's ethereal gaze, their fate was sealed. As the three thieves fell, they dropped 3 gold coins and a dagger, astonishingly of silver quality. Xia Tianyu scoffed, unceremoniously pocketing the loot. After ensuring the absence of foes in the distance, he sprinted further away. According to recent map alerts, to locate a leveling area suitable for those above level 50. The closest was the Valley of Deadly Gorges, where most monsters ranged from levels 50 to 60, and potentially even higher beings lurked deeper within. Xia Tianyu considered venturing further. But the distance was daunting. After all, movement in the game relied entirely on the player's own legs. Despite anticipating a bustling crowd in the Valley of Deadly Gorges, he resolved to delve deeper, undeterred by the presence of other players. Thus, without hesitation, Xia Tianyu proceeded towards the Valley of Deadly Gorges. Along the way, he encountered numerous players. As a member of the human race, he attracted considerable attention, which he detested. He envisioned returning to town to procure something to conceal himself. Perhaps a black cloak akin to that of a demon servant. He pondered if that might come across as overly ostentatious. Xia Tianyu was one to act boldly, yet preferred tranquility in his demeanor. This, however, did not imply he was a modest individual. As a man, he believed in standing firm when duty called. Lost in thought, Xia Tianyu soon arrived at the fabled Valley of Deadly Gorges, a perilous expanse formed of 3 gorges and dense ancient forests. Most who ventured here were grouped players, making it rare to find a solitary individual like Xia Tianyu. "Brother, are you alone? Our team is short one member. How about it?" Upon his arrival, a dwarven warrior extended an invitation to join his party. Xia Tianyu merely shook his head, surveying the throng of leveling players surrounding him, and proceeded into the depths of the Valley of Deadly Gorges. "Captain, you're being overly sentimental, aren't you? This kid is far too arrogant." A discontented elven swordsman scoffed. The dwarven captain chuckled lightly. "Some things you simply don't understand." In truth, the captain harbored different thoughts. A human player capable of traversing the Valley of Deadly Gorges alone was certainly no ordinary player, though he could not be bothered to explain. "Stop right there. Who goes there?" Xia Tianyu had not ventured far when he was halted by a group of players stationed at the forest's edge. A frown creased his brow as he sensed an unusual aura. Just players leveling up, he replied coolly, harboring no goodwill towards them. Leveling up? This area is already claimed by our Dark Dragon Guild. One of the men blocking his path replied imperiously. Dark Dragon again. Xia Tianyu mused internally. However, remarkably, he chose not to provoke them. Instead, he silently turned away. Given the current state of guilds in the city, the number of players they could muster was undoubtedly limited. For the Dark Dragon to monopolize this area during such a period suggested ulterior motives. After departing, Xia Tianyu made his way to another entrance, stealthily infiltrating the Valley of Deadly Gorges. True to form, he refused to allow his enemies to seize what he desired. This was a fundamental truth imparted by his instructor. Regardless of the Dark Dragon's intentions for being here, Xia Tianyu would not allow them to succeed. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, he found no peculiar discoveries, though traces of slaughter seemed evident deeper within the gorge. These individuals appeared to be frantically hunting monsters. Chapter 70. The struggle in the Abyssal Valley. As Xia Tianyu gazed upon the chaotic scene of monstrous corpses littering the Abyssal Valley, among which lay several fortified elite bosses, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The state of the bodies suggested that the battle had taken place not long ago. Hastening his search, Xia Tianyu soon discovered traces of player activity after tracking for several kilometers. It appeared to be a team of around 20 individuals, yet they were not members of the Dark Dragon Guild that Xia Tianyu was familiar with. It was also possible that they were simply unfamiliar members of the Dark Dragon. Or perhaps another faction had made its presence known in the valley. This team was fiercely engaged with the monsters at the gorge, demonstrating impeccable teamwork and the seamless collaboration of various classes. Notably, in the realm of the sky, the distribution of race and class options was distinctly defined. Curiously, the human race was the only one permitted to choose any class, yet they faced considerable challenges in completing quests. Among the currently available races, humans, elves, demons, dwarves, orcs, and giants. The elves could select from the swordsman, archer, or rogue classes. Dwarves could choose between warrior and rogue. Orcs were limited to a single class, the warrior. As for the giants, their singular path was that of the warrior. Would one truly expect a rampaging giant, already endowed with physical prowess, to wield a bow and shoot arrows at their foes? Or to envision a rather sneaky giant rogue emerging from behind, presenting a rather ludicrous scene? Such thoughts elicited a chuckle, yet it also highlighted the fairness of the sky. While humans could choose any class, their success rate in quest completion was a mere 1 in a million. The battle before him was nearing its conclusion, and Xia Tianyu had no intention of interrupting or seizing the spoils. He quietly withdrew, all the while keeping his objective firmly in mind. The Abyssal Valley was unusually lively that day, not only hosting the presence of the New Moon Studio, which was revered as a goddess by the male players, but also the elite guilds of Dark Dragon and Affection, along with remarkable studios like Mad Dragon. Clearly, the Abyssal Valley was a place of extraordinary significance. As Xia Tianyu trained in the Abyssal Valley, he encountered several groups of players. Based on his experience, he concluded that these players belonged to different factions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he discreetly retreated deeper into the gorge, opting for solitary training. With his skills and the perceptive ability of his shadow eyes, Xia Tianyu swiftly ventured into the depths of the Abyssal Valley, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Meanwhile, the contention within the valley grew increasingly chaotic. A cadre-level player from the Dark Dragon Guild unfortunately crossed paths with an elite team also belonging to the Dark Dragon, intensifying the already existing rivalry between the two guilds. The leader of the Dark Dragon squad quickly recognized the members of the Affection Guild, yet surprisingly, these two adversarial factions did not engage in conflict. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, they silently parted ways. Damn it, the Affection Guild is indeed here. Notify the guild leader immediately, muttered a leader of the Dark Dragon as they departed. A member of the Affection Guild furrowed his brow. If you dark dogs can come, why can't we? Did you create this game? The tension escalated as both sides, initially simmering with animosity, were ignited by this exchange. In an instant, both teams drew their weapons, ready for confrontation. With nearly equal numbers, and all members above level 45, equipped similarly, neither side stood to gain from a fight. The leaders restrained their subordinates, opting for diplomacy rather than violence. Li Chuanfeng, inform your guild leader that the application order belongs to us, the Dark Dragon leader provocatively remarked, clearly recognizing the head of the Affection Guild. Don't waste my time with empty words. Why not have a word with Legends? The outcome is yet to be determined. The mere mention of Legends sent a shiver down the spine of the Dark Dragon players. Even those from the Affection Guild felt a pang of anxiety, for Legends was the paragon of all guilds. Let us wait and see. The Dark Dragon leader said with a grim expression as he led his team away. Damn it, those Dark Dragon scoundrels. The players of the Affection Guild appeared deeply displeased with the Dark Dragon, yet held back, wary of escalating tensions. Let us hurry and find it first, they urged, quickening their pace. In this city of sin, these two guilds were the most formidable. Whoever located the objective first would seize the advantage, boasting an 80% chance of acquiring the application order. However, both guilds were overly confident. Oblivious to the age-old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada, there was always someone waiting in the shadows. Indeed, in this realm of the sky, anything could transpire. And the subtle machinations of rivalry intensified, filling the abyssal valley with an air of peril. Among the delicate beauties of the New Moon Studio, the player Xia Tianyu stood out with her level of 47, marking her as a top-tier player. Yet surprisingly, her beauty was not merely skin-deep. Her intelligence, charm, and gaming prowess were equally remarkable. Leading her fellow sisters from the New Moon Studio, they gradually approached the depths of the gorge, securing a slight advantage while keeping pace in their leveling. How strange, the monsters seem to be dwindling here, Xian exclaimed, noting the peculiar change in their surroundings. Indeed, replied Yao Yu and Lian Yu, who followed closely behind. The group of women began to sense the unusual nature of the area. Upon hearing this, Xian's face lit up. The reduction of monsters signifies the presence of a boss nearby. With this revelation, the women exchanged excited glances and quickened their pace. Filled with hope, if they could locate the boss and secure the application order, the New Moon Studio's prospects would soar to new heights, deep within the abyssal valley. With eager anticipation, Xian and her companions hastened their search for the boss. Upon cresting a hill and arriving at the valley's rear, they indeed discovered the legendary boss. However, a new dilemma arose, with only 6 of them in total. Could they possibly defeat the formidable creature that resided in the depths of the gorge? Chapter 71. The Fire Phoenix of the Abyss. Deep within the abyss, there resided an extinct boss, undisturbed by any creature in the past. However, today was different. A group of enchanting women stumbled upon its trace. Upon reaching the depths of the abyss, the ladies, astonished, found themselves at a loss for words, as they had never anticipated such a place hidden behind the valley. The waterfall of the abyss cascaded like the Milky Way descending to the earth, with the spring water pooling into a shimmering lake, surrounded by verdant mountains. Flocks of white cranes grazed by the water, and traces of hamsters scurried across the grass, painting a picture of tranquility. Yet, within this serene land lurked a terrifying creature. Undoubtedly, it was the most formidable and fearsome boss inhabiting this realm, the Fire Phoenix, whose flames contrasted starkly with the surrounding beauty, casting a crimson hue over a small area. The other creatures dared not approach it. Fire Phoenix, domain level boss level, 60 health, 800,000 skills, fiery elegance, flames boiling. Rebirth in flames. In the vast sky, every profession possessed a semblance of perceptive abilities akin to that of an anomaly master, such as the scout skills of rogues, the eagle-eyed vision of archers, the detection prowess of warriors, and the arcane sight of mages. These abilities allowed for the reconnaissance of information, though players exceeding a certain level or equipped with mysterious gear were often difficult to detect. Remarkably, only the level 47 New Moon Xin could perceive creatures of approximately level 58. With a furrowed brow, she glanced at her companions, who confirmed they too could see the boss's attributes. This indicated a shared visibility of the boss. Any player, regardless of their level, could recognize the boss, suggesting that this Fire Phoenix was likely prepared for players, a domain-level boss only attainable through a guild application order. Upon this realization, the ladies of New Moon Studio felt a surge of excitement, their faces brightening with hope. Yet, the pressing question remained. Did they possess the capability to successfully defeat the Fire Phoenix without being discovered by their adversaries? Even New Moon Xin herself harbored no certainty. Sister, what should we do? New Lawn Xin fretted, as dreams danced tantalizingly before them, yet felt just out of reach, a sentiment shared by anyone unwilling to concede defeat. New Moon Xin remained silent, yet within her heart, ripples of hope began to form. If the Fire Phoenix could indeed yield a guild application order, it could transform the trajectory of New Moon Studio and her own fate. The decision to fight or not hung in the balance. If discovered by the Dark Dragon or Xia Tianyu, their chances of seizing the boss would vanish. At this moment, it was their only hope. With a resolute tone, New Moon Xin declared, "We must act." Hearing this, hope blossomed within the hearts of the others, each preparing for battle. As a swordswoman, New Moon Xin also assumed the roles of tank and commander. Within their ranks, Lianyu served as the healer, Xian as the mage, and two others took on the roles of rogues, while Yao Yu was the anomaly master. Though their team composition was not perfect, forming a squad to hunt the boss posed no issue. The rogues and anomaly master possessed control skills, while Lianyu, as the healer, and Xian, the mage, would support New Moon Xian in withstanding the boss's onslaught, offering them a fighting chance. Without hesitation, New Moon Xian and her companions swiftly arranged themselves into a combat formation. Although not a hidden profession, her skills were remarkably refined. Cautiously approaching the Fire Phoenix, Lianyu gripped her sacred white staff, the tension palpable among the ladies. Suddenly, a piercing call echoed throughout the canyon as the Fire Phoenix sensed the intruders. Its seething flames coiled around it like serpents, and it launched an attack on New Moon Xian. Moon Slash. Moon Slash unleashes a massive crescent slash, inflicting 700 damage to the target, with a chance to stun or weaken, cooldown of 5 seconds. New Moon Xian executed her Moon Slash, soaring towards the Fire Phoenix. To the astonishment of her companions, the Fire Phoenix evaded the attack with remarkable speed, charging directly at New Moon Xian. "Be careful, Moon's sister," her friends cried out in alarm. In that critical moment, New Moon Xian unswervingly countered with her sword, closing her eyes briefly. When she reopened them, the sound of clashing steel resonated as she managed to fend off the Fire Phoenix's unexpected assault with a well-timed parry. The Fire Phoenix screeched once more, its flames surging. At that moment, the ladies finally caught a glimpse of its true form. 3 tail feathers, yet its head disproportionate to its body, a design intended for maximum protection, making it difficult for any ordinary attacker to land a fatal blow. However, New Moon Xian had successfully withstood the creature's attack. At that juncture, Yao Yu, who had been preparing, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Freeze. The immobilization effect manifested above the Fire Phoenix, prompting the two young girls to act swiftly, unleashing a barrage of blinding, stunning, and weakening effects upon the airborne creature. Mask of the Sky, Soul's Gem. Flowers drifting in the wind. Cyclone. The Cyclone was a powerful spell acquired by New Moon Studio, and without hesitation, New Moon Xian unleashed this formidable magic against the mighty Fire Phoenix. The skies roiled with turbulent winds as a terrifying tempest engulfed the Fire Phoenix. Yet, the ladies overlooked a crucial detail. In this celestial realm, everything operates under certain principles. Even the 5 elements of creation and destruction held sway. As the storm swept over the Fire Phoenix, its cries resonated throughout the abyss. Before long, the fearsome tempest transformed entirely into flames, revealing the Fire Phoenix's form, its blood-red eyes now ablaze with fury. A furious roar erupted, and in an instant, the surrounding flames expanded to a 20-meter radius. Flames boiling, at that moment, the Fire Phoenix activated its exclusive boss skill. Be cautious, retreat quickly. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Anxiety gripped the hearts of New Moon Xian and her companions. Chapter 72. The Mighty Fire Phoenix. That is the call of a bird, sharp and piercing. Yet, upon closer listening, one can sense the profound rage within the heart of its owner at this moment. Xia Tianyu, possessing an extraordinary sense of hearing since birth, raised his head towards the depths of the 3 secluded valleys. Undoubtedly, the sound emanated from there. Could it be that the battle has commenced? Or perhaps the dark dragons have entered this place with the intent to slay the boss? Xia Tianyu murmured to himself, acting on impulse as he dashed towards the back of the valley. Meanwhile, a graceful figure flitted through the depths of the valley, encountering numerous players along the way. Yet she was akin to a fleeting shadow, disappearing from their sight. It was evident that this figure belonged to a woman, one of alluring and elegant form. She was racing towards the rear of the valley, her gaze fixed ahead, silently urging herself to hold on. The range of fiery eruption spans 20 by 20, and given the proximity of Xia Tianyu and her companions to the Fire Phoenix, they were undoubtedly in grave peril. Qian and Ming might still have a chance to escape. Yet the 2 girls were still too inexperienced. As the skill activated, the women found themselves completely engulfed in flames in their moment of shock. This is bad. Xia Tianyu's expression turned anxious, but the fiery eruption had already been unleashed. With a thunderous roar, the valley was suffused with intense flames. After the explosion, silence enveloped the surroundings. What would the outcome be? The furious cries of the Fire Phoenix still reverberated through the valley, amidst the smoke. Could Xia Tianyu and her companions endure? Absolute barrier. The gasping voice sounded somewhat hoarse as a faintly visible beautiful figure raised her hands to uphold a translucent blue energy shield. It was this absolute barrier that shielded the women present. Yao Yu. Xia Tianyu's face lit up with joy. At this critical moment, Yao Yu, the psychic, exhibited unimaginable strength, managing to sustain the absolute barrier to protect everyone. Yao Yu appeared somewhat drained. As a psychic, her abilities fell within the realm of the supernatural, a power known as domain, which could weaken the attributes of enemies entering her vicinity while also serving as a defense. However, the overwhelming force of the fiery eruption clearly demanded all of her strength to maintain. Sister, I'm sorry. Yao Yu realized she might not be able to fight any longer. After level 40, players' stamina and hunger combined form their physical capacity, and if this capacity wanes, rest is the only way to recover. Unlike others who could restore themselves with potions, physical capacity could only be replenished through rest. You have done exceptionally well. It is my impatience that has led to this. Xia Tianyu expressed her guilt, yet no one would blame her. They all understood that bittersweet sensation when a dream lies just within reach, yet feels heartbreakingly elusive. As women, they seemed to share this understanding. Sister, now is not the time to despair and give up, is it? Xia Tianyu smiled brightly, and her innocent expression prompted Qian and Meng to echo her sentiment. Xia Tianyu smiled. She nodded. Yes, how can one fulfill a promise by giving up before achieving it? The women regained their spirits. Instead of fear, their gazes towards the fire phoenix brimmed with hope. Lianyu, protect sister. We will focus on offense. After the fire phoenix unleashed the fiery eruption, there appeared to be a brief lull, and it did not initiate an attack. The women seized the opportunity to launch another assault against the fire phoenix. Forced. Crescent slash. A powerful skill erupted forth, a crescent-shaped strike from the sword aimed directly at the airborne fire phoenix. Although the fire phoenix had a small head, a glimmer of despair flashed in its crimson eyes. Crescent slash struck the fire phoenix unexpectedly, dealing over 1,000 damage and stunning it for 5 seconds. We can do this. We will prevail. Seeing such damage inflicted, the women ignited with fervent hope, launching powerful attacks against the fire phoenix. Lianyu's healing, though not exceptional, was steady as she tended to Xia Tianyu's life, allowing them to engage in a prolonged battle with the boss. However, being a group of women, facing a level 60 domain boss with their equipment, they were rife with vulnerabilities in output, healing, and defense. After a flurry of fierce attacks, the fire phoenix suddenly ascended into the air, leaving the women dumbfounded, as their skills could not reach it from that height. Yet, the fire phoenix was unfazed. With wings of flame larger than its body, and 3-tail feathers swaying in the wind, a fiery crown atop its head ignited with raging flames. This is bad. It is about to unleash a skill. Fiery Meteor. The attack range of Fiery Meteor extends within 100 meters, and with the fire phoenix in the air, it held a distinct advantage. The fiery meteors descended like a rain of destruction, mercilessly ravaging the beautiful valley, causing surrounding creatures to flee in terror. As Flora was consumed in flames, leaving behind charred remnants, the relentless barrage of fiery meteors inflicted unbearable pain and despair upon the intruders. The might of the fire phoenix surpassed the imagination of Xia Tianyu and her companions. Lanjin, the anguished cry echoed through the canyon. Xia Tianyu's heart ached unbearably as she witnessed her sister Xen Lanjin struck by a fiery meteor. The most cherished person fell before her eyes. How many could truly comprehend the agony of such helplessness? From the front, a fiery meteor hurtled towards Xia Tianyu. At that moment, she felt a wave of desolation wash over her, contemplating if ending things here would indeed be preferable. Why must she resist a fate that seemed unchangeable? Sister Yu. As Xia Tianyu faced imminent impact from the fiery meteor, Yao Yu, Lianyu, Qian, and Meng cried out, still expressing concern for her. Xia Tianyu felt a pang of guilt. If not for her stubbornness, they would not have to endure such suffering. The meteor fell from the heavens, and barring any unforeseen events, their mission would end here, leaving Xia Tianyu with a lasting psychological scar. Unless a miracle occurred at this moment, the only outcome would be the annihilation of their team. Just as the fiery meteor was about to strike Xia Tianyu, a resounding crack and a rush of frigid air enveloped the canyon, transforming the descending meteor into ice sculptures in an instant. A wave of white coldness shrouded the entire rear of the valley. Chapter 73. A beauty like a dream from the skies descended a meteor of flames, mercilessly ravaging the land. At the moment of Xia Tianyu's sacrifice, when Xia Tianyu felt overwhelmed with guilt and lost the courage to fight, the destructive flames transformed before the eyes of the women into blooming ice flowers. A frigid white mist enveloped the depths of the boss domain in an instant. Even the formidable fire phoenix was ensnared by this sudden icy power, becoming a crystalline ice sculpture. In the face of this indescribable shock, The women of Xianyu Studio were rendered speechless. The flames of the meteor had solidified into blocks of ice before Xianyu, who gazed at the now snow-white valley, suddenly hearing a faint voice echoing in her ears. Yuexin, have you given up before even beginning? Such thoughts will prevent you from becoming a strong woman. Do you understand? As Xianyu pondered what had transpired and who had rescued Xianyu Studio, the melodious voice lingered in their hearts, refusing to fade away. Sister. Xia Mingjia, the adorable younger sister, was the quickest to react, calling out the true identity of their savior. Before Xianyu stood a figure in flowing white akin to a snow fairy, gradually appearing. The woman, clad in white, possessed a voluptuous figure with ample curves and long, graceful legs concealed beneath her gown, exuding an alluring charm that quickened the pulse. Although her face remained obscured, one could only imagine her breathtaking beauty. Is that you, Sister Mingyao? Xianyu instinctively questioned, her mind racing. Could this familiar yet enigmatic woman truly be Xia Mingyao from reality? In truth, due to the distance of the city, Xianyu had never encountered Xia Mingyao in the game, yet she was aware of her identity within the realm. The woman's ID was enough to drive any man mad and incite jealousy in every woman. She was none other than the number one on the leaderboard, a beauty like a dream. Sister Mingyao. The women of Xianyu Studio were overwhelmed with excitement, for within the same studio, how could they not comprehend Xia Mingyao's true identity? She was another member of their studio. The only ones unaware were Yao Yu and Lian Yu, who had only recently become acquainted with Xianyu Studio in the game, and while they may have met in reality, it was not now. Had Sister Mingyao arrived sooner, Lan's sister would not have perished. Even the usually lively Lin Yuqian felt a shadow of sorrow at that moment. Who is she? Yao Yu and Lian Yu were filled with astonishment, as everyone in Xianyu Studio gazed at this woman with not just respect, but an almost fervent admiration. No one answered their question, for after 10 seconds of freezing, the cry of the fire phoenix resonated once more in their ears. Everyone, step behind me. Upon Xia Mingyao's arrival, the fire phoenix broke free from its icy prison. Her calm voice echoed in the ears of the women. Upon seeing Lanqing's lifeless body, Xia Mingyao felt a twinge of self-reproach for arriving too late, yet now was not the time for sorrow. The fire phoenix, engulfed in flames, soared into the sky, its crimson gaze now even more intense, clearly perceiving Xia Mingyao as a threat. Sister Mingyao, be careful, Qian said softly, playfully sticking out her tongue. Xia Mingyao smiled lightly. It's all right. I believe I can handle this domain-level boss. As she spoke, there was no hint of arrogance. She simply wished to ease the worries of her companions. In truth, this was Xia Mingyao's first encounter with a domain-level boss, yet from the current situation, she felt confident in her ability to confront this fire attribute adversary, as her powers were perfectly suited to counter it. A shrill cry pierced the air, compelling everyone to cover their ears. After instructing the women to retreat, Xia Mingyao stepped forward, wielding a sword imbued with a chilling aura. Though the women were anxious, they dared not interfere. The battle had yet to commence, yet the atmosphere was already electrifying. One exuded an icy chill, while the other radiated searing flames. A standoff ensued. Suddenly, the fire phoenix launched its assault, diving from the sky towards Xia Mingyao. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her beautiful eyes, and her exquisite form began to flow gracefully. The silver sword in her hand traced arcs in the air, unleashing a blade of ice that blossomed like a flower, hurtling toward the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix, swift in its movements, easily evaded Xia Mingyao's initial attack. However, just as it believed it had triumphed, a wave of ice ripples surged toward it, causing a flicker of fear in its blood-red eyes. Ice break! Xia Mingyao exclaimed, launching a powerful, chilling strike that cleaved the sky. The fire phoenix, hindered by the icy ripples, let out a mournful cry and attempted to flee, but unbeknownst to it, Xia Mingyao had already ensnared its claws with her ice. And the ice break struck its front. 4,300. One strike inflicted 4,000 damage, and this was against a domain-level boss. From a distance, Yao Yu and Lian Yu were left speechless in shock. Heavens, who is this sister? Such a powerful female player. They could hardly contain their excitement. Beside them, Xianyu gazed at the stunning woman with admiration, softly stating, Yao Yu, I forgot to tell you, this is a member of our studio, Sister Xia Mingyao. And you know her ID as well. Huh. The two women were momentarily stunned, glancing at Xianyu in confusion. Xianyu smiled knowingly. Sister Mingyao is indeed the beauty like a dream. Indeed, she is my biological sister. Xia Mingjia chimed in suddenly. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu and Lian Yu were utterly astonished. Only after witnessing Xia Mingyao battling the fire phoenix did they regain their composure. If she truly was the beauty like a dream, the #1 female powerhouse, it was no wonder her strength was so formidable. Damn, Xia Tianyu studio has such a powerful presence? I must inform the president immediately. A voice of discontent emerged from a concealed thicket. Chapter 74, The Most Potent Abilities in the Abyssal Canyon. The anxious dark dragon was desperately searching for the boss when he unexpectedly received a hard-won message from one of his subordinates. Have you found the boss? The New Moon Studio is already engaged in battle? Excellent work. Relay the coordinates at once. Upon hearing this news, Dark Dragon could not contain his excitement and shouted out loud. Accompanying him were at least 10 elite players, all above level 47. At this announcement, a furtive joy spread among Dark Dragon's members. Quickly, tell me the coordinates. Dark Dragon was eager to establish the first guild. President, no time for idle chatter. Your reward is assured. At this moment, Dark Dragon was unwilling to listen to anything else. What was New Moon Studio to him? Merely a group of inconsequential women. He dismissed them entirely. Coordinates, 1293. 1233. The communicator swiftly relayed this information. In truth, he wished to inform his guild leader that a formidable female player had emerged on the side of New Moon Studio, and she was quite troublesome. Quickly, inform everyone to move swiftly and discreetly to the coordinates at the back of the Abyssal Canyon. Dark Dragon instructed his companions. Soon, news of the boss's appearance reached every member of the Dark Dragon Guild. Approximately 2,000 Dark Dragon members began to surge from all directions into the depths of the canyon. President, Dark Dragon has discovered the boss's whereabouts. Concurrently, a member of the Affection Guild also received this news and promptly relayed it to the guild leader, Sunny. What is happening? Speak. Sunny did not inquire about the source of the information, for their faction had its own channels for acquiring crucial news. It said that New Moon Studio made the discovery, and a Dark Dragon player happened to see it. They are already on their way. The speaker was a level 48 mage, who was none other than the man who had conversed with Xia Tianyu the other day, the elder of the Affection Guild. Known as Songhai Shao. All right, the Affection Guild must hasten to the canyon's back. We cannot allow Dark Dragon to seize the initiative. In truth, even Sunny did not regard New Moon Studio with much seriousness, as it was a guild established by a woman. Aside from Yu Yen, who possessed some skill, the rest were merely ornamental. Not every woman could wield power as effectively as the likes of Rumo and Lu Mei Ruhu. The Affection Guild had approximately 1,500 members, while Dark Dragon boasted 2,000. Despite the superior strength of the Affection members, if Dark Dragon arrived first, their chances of obtaining the application order would plummet from 80% to 30%. After all, in these early stages, no faction could contend against such a multitude of players. However, both factions overlooked a significant issue. First, the trump card of New Moon Studio. Second, the unpredictable elements. And third, they underestimated the power of the masses. At the back of the Abyssal Canyon, the news of a potential guild application order spread amongst some opportunistic players. But they only learned of it after Dark Dragon and Affection had arrived. At this moment, an intense battle was unfolding in the back of the Abyssal Canyon. A clash of ice and fire. Which side would emerge victorious? A man observed everything with keen eyes. This woman, she seems familiar. Xia Tianyu had arrived at the canyon's back, witnessing the entire battle of this stunning beauty. Without a doubt, as soon as the woman struck, Xia Tianyu identified her profession, an ability master. Unlike his supportive psychic abilities, this woman possessed an extraordinarily rare power, one with only a 1% chance of occurring. Nature, specifically ice. An ice ability master was undoubtedly a powerful asset, and not only was this woman fortunate, but her prowess in combat against the Fire Phoenix was remarkable. Even more terrifying was the fact that the Fire Phoenix's weakness lay in its head, a vulnerable area well guarded by the system. Yet, with exquisite precision, every ice blade the woman unleashed found its mark on the Fire Phoenix's head. What did this signify? It indicated that she was not only a formidable ability master, but also a superlative player. Among the top 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity, only 2 could boast such extraordinary women. One was Lu Mei Ruhu. The other, Rumo. Yuan Tong. ID. Rumo, indeed. Upon activating his Eye of the Abyss, Xia Tianyu confirmed the woman's identity, and his blood surged with excitement. Yet, at this moment, Xia Tianyu remained oblivious to the fact that these delicate women were merely tenants of his villa, as their faces were obscured. However, a field-level boss was not easily subdued. Knowing the woman's identity only heightened Xia Tianyu's anticipation for the ensuing battle. Having faced such terrifying entities before, he understood their might. Iceblade Bloom. An ability master could deftly wield their powers and explore even greater strengths from their abilities, much like Xia Tianyu's Eye of the Abyss, which evolved and mutated to reveal capabilities akin to chaotic silver flame and fiery inferno. The battle raged fiercely, but the flames of the fire phoenix waned as Xia Mengyao's attacks grew increasingly relentless. The phoenix's speed was gradually suppressed, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Xia Mengyao. Goodness, sister is on the verge of victory. At this moment, it was evident to all that Xia Mengyao was close to triumph. Yet, she remained vigilant, controlling her ice blades to attack the fire phoenix while her sword never wavered. In her heart, Xia Mengyao harbored thoughts and concerns. Should the battle drag on, more people would arrive, and defeating the boss within a short span would prove challenging. Nevertheless, opportunities were not entirely absent. A single, decisive strike. This was Xia Mengyao's only chance, and thus she relentlessly targeted the monster's weaknesses, hoping to resolve the conflict swiftly. Otherwise, the ensuing situation would surpass her imagination. Xia Tianyu's Eye of the Abyss granted him an expansive field of vision. Simultaneously, he heard the thunderous footsteps of thousands approaching from outside the canyon. Pressing his ear to the ground, he listened intently. A moment later, a smile crept onto his lips. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 75, Rebirth from the Ashes in the Heart of the Jungle. Shadows flitted about as Dark Dragon and a multitude of guild members ventured toward the rear of the deep valley. However, a strange cry echoed from the depths of the canyon, casting a veil of uncertainty over them. Surely, this must be the roar of the boss. Damn it. It seems that the women from New Moon Studio possess some prowess after all. Anyone could discern that this boss's roar was akin to a lamenting wail. Upon hearing it, the members of Dark Dragon quickened their pace, the sound of thousands of footsteps merging into a cacophony. Yet, they were not the only ones who heard the boss's anguished cries. The players from the Destiny Guild, the Mad Dragon Studio, and several other promising studios, as well as smaller guilds, also made their way into the depths of the jungle. Even if they lacked the strength to secure an application token, they were unwilling to miss out on this grand spectacle. Approximately tens of thousands rushed toward the abyssal gorge, eager to witness the dawn of a transformation that would reshape the city of Sin. At the back of the abyssal gorge, the intensity of the battle had far surpassed anyone's expectations. Dreamlike beauty, this was the first time Xia Tianyu observed the combat of renowned players up close. The previous display of arrogance had been fleeting. Due to the rapidity of the attack and the player's lack of mastery over advanced skills, it merely showcased individual technique. Now, however, the ice elementalist, Dreamlike Beauty, exhibited not only exceptional skill, but also formidable power, perfectly harnessing her ice abilities. Her graceful form evaded attacks like a dancing butterfly, leaving onlookers in awe. Every movement radiated beauty as icy blades traversed the air, relentlessly assaulting the head of the fire phoenix. The tide of battle seemed to favor Dreamlike Beauty, yet she found herself struggling to overcome the fire phoenix. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for the women of New Moon Studio. Xia Mengyao and Xia Tianyu were acutely aware of this reality. Xia Tianyu felt a surge of anxiety but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, she loathed her own helplessness. Xia Mengyao, observing her distress, quickened her actions, but the Fire Phoenix, being a domain-level boss, proved to be a formidable opponent. The Fire Phoenix's head was impeccably shielded, and landing a precise lethal strike was no simple feat. However, if the current trend continued, Dark Dragon's members would surely arrive soon, wouldn't they? Watching the standoff from the sidelines, Xia Tianyu recognized the deadlock. If Dreamlike Beauty failed to vanquish the boss during this crucial moment, the challenges they would face would extend beyond merely defeating the boss. What would you do? Xia Tianyu was keenly interested in witnessing the prowess of a strong fighter, as it would afford him greater learning opportunities. In the midst of this arrogant battle, Xia Tianyu adeptly employed the technique of the skyward block and independently comprehended the Z-drift, even creating a skill of his own. Let us not forget, Xia Tianyu was currently the top-ranking player, a level 51 elementalist. In truth, had it been Xia Tianyu facing the Fire Phoenix, it would have already perished, for his fly-eye ability would allow him to strike the opponent's head with precision. Suddenly, Xia Tianyu was taken aback as Dreamlike Beauty unexpectedly ceased her assault and retreated several meters. What was she planning to do? Xia Tianyu regarded the stunning beauty before him with keen interest. Step back a little, Xia Mengyao instructed her companions, her brows furrowed. She clearly understood that prolonging this battle would give other factions an opportunity to capitalize. Thus, Xia Mengyao resolved to end the conflict decisively. As Xia Tianyu and the other women nodded and retreated a few steps, a chilling aura enveloped the ground beneath Xia Mingyao's feet, instantly freezing it over. The surrounding temperature plummeted by at least 20 degrees. A frigid chill descended to -10 degrees. Xia Tianyu could distinctly feel the temperature drop. As a layer of snow and ice blanketed the area, was she about to unleash her trump card? Noticing this, Xia Tianyu grinned. Veiled and surrounded by an oppressive cold, Xia Mingyao exuded an intense chill, the white mist becoming hazy as it spread across a 50-meter radius in the blink of an eye. The fire phoenix seemed to sense the impending threat and erupted in flames. Ice ceiling from 100 paces. With a delicate exclamation from Xia Mingyao, a powerful wave of cold surged forth. The players watching gasped in astonishment as a formidable frost emanated from beneath her feet, swiftly encasing the ground in ice within mere moments. The fire phoenix, too, was caught within this icy domain, its 50-meter radius completely frozen. Such a skill range in only a few seconds? This woman was truly terrifying. The hidden rogue in the distance wore an expression of dread, having found himself here. He was no ordinary player. Women possessing such capabilities were rare in the gaming world, with only 2 exceptions. Realizing this, the rogue from Dark Dragon felt a wave of apprehension. If this woman truly was one of those 2, they would be unwise to provoke her. Yet, the battle did not conclude with the freezing. Xia Mingyao soared gracefully through the air, her elegant form poised to strike. With a swift motion, the icy blade severed the fire phoenix's frozen head, sending the ice-encased head flying through the air. Blood splattered against the icy surface, staining it crimson. A fatal blow. The battle concluded, and the victor was clear. As the boss's head fell, it seemed as though everything had settled into place. Is it over? The rogue from Dark Dragon muttered, discontent evident in his tone. Regardless of whether this woman was as formidable as he suspected, he had already entertained thoughts of risking everything for the guild application token, awaiting the moment the ice would recede. With the boss's demise, Xia Mingyao finally exhaled in relief. However, just as she approached to await the thawing of the ice to collect the boss's loot, a terrifying blaze suddenly engulfed the entire icy landscape. The roaring flames evaporated the ice in an instant, and the seemingly lifeless fire phoenix soared once more, its chilling aura dissipating to reveal its true form. Astonishingly, the severed head began to regenerate, and the flames engulfing its body signified that the fire phoenix was very much alive. How is this possible? The women gasped in disbelief. Indeed, was this a rebirth from the ashes? Xia Tianyu's expression grew serious. The fire phoenix was truly extraordinary. Rebirth from the ashes. Xia Mingyao's demeanor shifted, as she seemed to have discerned the cause of the boss's resurrection. However, the revival of the fire phoenix posed an immense threat to them. Chapter 76. The contest of all parties. The resounding cries of the fire phoenix echoed throughout the rear of the abyssal gorge, its fiery form and furious calls heralding its resurrection, with flames consuming its very essence. With a clang, the fire phoenix, in the throes of battle, utilized its ability of fiery rebirth, sacrificing 50% of its defense to gain overwhelming offensive power. However, the revival of the fire phoenix was not merely a straightforward affair. A sudden system notification received by Xia Mingyao, Xinhua Xian, and the others astonished them, sacrificing 50% of defense for formidable attack power. The fire phoenix, already a fearsome entity, had mutated at this critical juncture. The flames surged. Terrifying fire began to engulf the earth, mercilessly devouring everything in its path and drawing dangerously close to Xia Mingyao and her companions. Initially, with the speed of the raging flames, they could have easily evaded the onslaught. Yet just as they prepared to dodge, the silhouette of the fire phoenix appeared behind them. Fiery elegance. A consecutive skill? Xia Tianyu's expression shifted as Xia Mingyao and the others turned pale with fear. Such a powerful ability would surely be restricted by the system, yet at this moment, the fire phoenix was capable of unleashing 2 super skills in rapid succession. Meteoric flames rained down from the heavens, while the earth was scorched by the inferno, leaving Xia Mingyao and her companions with no escape route. In the distance, a rogue sneered, while Xia Tianyu remained silent, showing no inclination to intervene. This is bad, Xia Mingyao thought, dread washing over her, but the wrathful attack of the fire phoenix had already struck the ground before their eyes. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the back of the abyssal gorge, akin to an earthquake. The collision of the flaming meteors with the earth erupted into a shower of fiery blossoms, leaving the ground in disarray. Above, the fire phoenix emitted a piercing cry, seemingly reveling in the triumph of its vengeance. Ha ha ha! With this, those women are doomed. The rogue could not contain his laughter. While Xia Tianyu cast a disdainful glance at the lecherous rogue, then turned his gaze towards the catastrophic battlefield. Suddenly, his pupils quivered in disbelief. Could it be? They survived? Xia Tianyu stared incredulously at the scorched and devastated earth, as from the thick smoke arose a chilling white aura, forming a massive semicircular sphere of ice that shielded Xia Mengyao and her companions within. As the icy enchantment thawed, the figures of Xia Mengyao and the others gradually reappeared, appearing almost unscathed, except for Xia Mengyao, who visibly showed signs of overexertion, her body swaying precariously. Sister Mengyao, Xingyue Xin, and the others paled at the sight. Xia Mengyao was their primary combat force, and now, she had exhausted her abilities to protect them, her stamina surely depleted. Xin, I'm sorry. Xia Mengyao's apologetic gaze met Xingyue Xin's. Xingyue Xin suppressed her heartache, guilt-ridden as she replied, Sister Mengyao. It's my fault. We cannot give up easily. Is that not what Sister Mengyao taught us? Xingyue Xin suddenly regained her resolve, brandishing her sword as she approached the fire phoenix. Xia Mengyao gazed at Xingyue Xin's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. Unless a miracle occurred, the situation appeared dire. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps pierced the air, causing the women of the Xingyue studio to change their expressions. As they turned, they were met with the appearance of the Dark Dragon. The scene was exceptionally eerie. Boss. The Dark Dragon had finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the devastated battlefield and the soaring fire phoenix. He disregarded the women from the Xingyue studio, his face alight with excitement as he addressed his comrades. Immediately seal this area. Do not allow any faction to enter. The remaining teams, follow me to slay the boss. The Dark Dragon shouted passionately, moving swiftly, not wishing for any errors in this critical moment. The boss was discovered by us first, Dark Dragon. What do you mean? Xingyue Xin retorted sharply, positioning her sword before him. Urian, are you too naive? In both reality and the game, strength is paramount. The weak cannot survive. If today you had sufficient power, would it not be I who leaves this place? The Dark Dragon brushed past Xingyue Xin, his words leaving her momentarily stunned. Kill the boss. The Dark Dragon bellowed. And over 500 members of the Dark Dragon Guild charged toward the boss. If you want the boss, you must first contend with me, Xing Tian. Just as the Dark Dragon prepared to attack the Fire Phoenix, a shadow swept past, and within mere seconds, a dashing figure clad in a heroic outfit, wielding a long sword, stood before him and his allies. Meanwhile, approximately 1,500 individuals surged in from other entrances of the forest, confronting the players of the Dark Dragon Guild. Qing Yuan. The members of the Dark Dragon were taken aback, astonished by the rapid arrival of the Qing Yuan Guild. The Dark Dragon's expression darkened. The arrival of Qing Yuan posed a significant threat. Qing Tian, what is the meaning of this? The boss was discovered by my Dark Dragon first. Haha, Dark Dragon, have you forgotten what you just said? If you possess the capability, go ahead and claim the boss. I, Qing Tian, shall remain unfazed. Qing Tian smirked, mocking the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon's expression shifted. Do you truly believe my Dark Dragon fears you? However, do you wish to see us fight to the death, allowing others to reap the benefits? Both Qing Tian and the Dark Dragon were leaders of their respective guilds. Such basic reasoning was not lost on them. The disparity between the two sides was minimal, and once battle commenced, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction, thereby benefiting other factions. Qing Tian's face darkened as he pondered, eventually raising his head. Is there only one boss? What do you propose we do? Let us each dispatch 5 squads to collaborate in defeating the Fire Phoenix. The remainder shall seal all entrances, preventing any intruders. After slaying the boss, we will determine the allocation of the guild application through a roll point system. The Dark Dragon declared resolutely. Qing Tian fell silent, glancing at the Dark Dragon. Leave it to fate? Very well, I accept your proposal. Upon hearing this, the Dark Dragon grinned. Both parties would each send 5 squads, totaling 30 individuals to engage the boss, with Qing Tian and the Dark Dragon among them. However, unbeknownst to both sides, 2 figures observed coldly from the sidelines. One was the recovering beauty, Jia Renru, and the other was a man lurking in the shadows, his eyes glinting with chilling intent. Dark Dragon, I shall not allow you to attain what you desire. This boss is mine. With that, Xia Tianyu smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 77, Swift Sword in Clear Skies. Deep within the Abyssal Valley, the battle had commenced. Although numerous players had gathered upon hearing the news, they found themselves blocked by the 2 formidable guilds of the Sinful City, unable to enter and forced to observe the fierce contest for the boss from a distance. In truth, the most vexed among them was undoubtedly the Crescent Moon Studio. The 2 great factions appeared to disregard their presence entirely. As if Crescent Moon Xian was nothing more than a forgotten player, with clear skies and dark dragon passing by her without acknowledgement. Crescent Moon Xian trembled, the echoes of dark dragon's words resonating in her mind. Yes, if she possessed sufficient strength, she would not be the one left behind today. Yet, lacking such power, she could only watch helplessly as their efforts went to waste, their dreams dissolving into nothingness. The ache in her heart was palpable, her body quivering in frustration. She silently returned to the side of Xia Mingyao, forcing a faint smile. Sister Mingyao, Mengxin, miracles often befall those who persevere. What seems impossible to all may indeed be achieved by others, thus earning the title of miracle. Do you believe we have lost hope? No. It is not yet the final moment. We still hold hope. Xia Mingyao's words struck a chord deep within Crescent Moon Xian. Casting a glance back, she saw clear skies and dark dragon collaborating to vanquish the boss. To her, it appeared that Crescent Moon Studio had lost its prime opportunity. They were left with no viable chances. It was not a lack of confidence on Crescent Moon Xian's part, but rather the harsh reality that shattered their dreams, leaving them in disarray. The other girls seemed to sense the melancholic undertone in her gaze, and the charming girls, Dream and others, fell into a thoughtful silence, unsure of how to comfort her. Meanwhile, Yao Yu and Lian Yu wished to speak, yet upon witnessing Crescent Moon Xian's expression, they hesitated. Indeed, as Dark Dragon had remarked, both in reality and in the game, it was a society governed by power and wealth. Without sufficient strength, how could one hope to realize their dreams? With a sigh, Xia Mingyao knew she must act swiftly. As the boss approached its demise, she needed to restore her vitality. Having overexerted herself to protect the others, she understood that once she regained her strength, opportunities would still be within reach, for she was a renowned beauty, a woman who had once dominated the leaderboard. The battle raged on. One was a top 10 player known as Clear Skies, while the other was Dark Dragon, also a top 10 player. Both factions fielded their finest elite members. Although they were adversaries, as professional players, their coordination was seamless. 5 priests tended to the 2 tanks, while the rest focused on delivering damage. However, only the 6-member teams led by Dark Dragon and Clear Skies had the chance to obtain loot. Clear Skies was a swordsman, akin to Crescent Moon Xian, yet he was already a figure of renown, wielding a silver-grade longsword that relentlessly struck at the fiery phoenix above. Dark Dragon, a warrior, served as a tank in this boss encounter. His blocking technique, akin to the one-line sky, was undoubtedly masterful, befitting a top 10 player. Though Clear Skies did not exhibit any extraordinary traits, it was precisely this calm demeanor that drew attention. In the face of a level 60 domain boss, Clear Skies managed to remain inconspicuous while enduring each of the boss's attacks, a testament to his formidable prowess. The fiery combination of skills, boiling flames and fiery elegance, had inflicted considerable hardship on Dark Dragon and Clear Skies' team. Nevertheless, the boss's health was dwindling. Having sacrificed 50% of its defense for formidable offensive capabilities, the Fiery Phoenix, with 800,000 health, could not withstand much longer. However, aside from its defense, the boss's other attributes had surged by 200%, rendering it far beyond the current player's capacity to contend against. Consequently, their attacks did not always connect, and both Clear Skies and Dark Dragon wore frowns of concern. With the boss's health at 50%, 5 players on their side had already perished, though promptly replaced. The overwhelming firepower of the boss suggested that they would continue to suffer losses. Clear Skies, if you hesitate any longer, our team will be wiped out. At that point, the spoils will fall to others. Dark Dragon, aware of Clear Skies' strength, was infuriated by his reluctance to engage. Turning to Dark Dragon, Clear Skies' gaze sent a chill down his spine. "Tanks, fall back," he commanded coldly. Dark Dragon and another tank retreated to the team. Song Haishao observed the scene and spoke. "President, Clear Skies sent a message to Song Haishao. Be wary of Dark Dragon." Song Haishao nodded solemnly. Although the 2 guilds collaborated, the sincerity of their alliance was questionable. Given Dark Dragon's cunning nature, one could not afford to be careless. Mengxin, keep a close watch on Clear Skies' battle. Xia Mingyao instructed Crescent Moon Xian as she recuperated. Crescent Moon Xian turned back in confusion. Xia Mingyao murmured, "Swift sword in Clear Skies." He was renowned for his speed in previous games, but this time in the Celestial realm. He has chosen the path of the night. He may be even faster. Crescent Moon Xian gazed at Clear Skies with anticipation. Yet, the moment she turned her head, a stunning scene unfolded. Clear Skies, sword in hand, brushed past the fiery phoenix in a blur. No one witnessed how he struck. The entire sequence was eerily surreal. 3 seconds later, the phoenix let out a mournful cry, and one of its wings was severed by Clear Sky's blade. The airborne phoenix lost its balance, teetering dangerously. And in that instant, the system deemed it to be in a state of near fatality, its health plummeting to 25%. The wingless phoenix emitted a pained groan, its body plummeting from the sky. Witnessing this, Clear Skies launched another attack. This time, everyone was prepared, yet they still could not discern how he executed his move. His figure flickered, accompanied by the sound of clashing swords and the phoenix's anguished cries, yet no trace of his action remained. When the scene returned to Clear Skies, he was seen sheathing his sword, having struck twice and left all the observing players in awe. As the wind blew, Crescent Moon Xin felt a sudden fervor for the sword ignite within her heart. This was Swift Sword in Clear Skies. Dark Dragon found himself reassessing Clear Skies, his strength instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Chapter 78, the contest for the token from the rear of the Abyssal Valley. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment from players, as news of the boss's presence had spread, drawing tens of thousands of players to this secluded gorge. The actions of Sunny, akin to a splendid performance, captivated the audience, earning him resounding cheers. However, the Dark Dragon, as a rival faction, wore a grim expression, feeling an undercurrent of danger in Sunny's remarkable prowess. What astonishing speed! Could he be a full agility swordsman, concealed within the thicket? Xia Tianyu couldn't help but commend Sunny's might. His swiftness was impressive, and his strikes even more so. Yet, Xia Tianyu lamented, if he could not land a decisive blow, the swift swordsman would ultimately be rendered ineffective. Sunny's emphasis on speed detracted from his attack power, and his 2 successful hits on the Phoenix were achieved only through overwhelming force. As a top-tier player, identifying weaknesses was not a challenge. The real difficulty lay in the execution of an attack. Sunny's intellect was equally formidable, targeting the Phoenix's wings, a move reminiscent of a man facing a grievous injury. The Phoenix lay prone, its wings severely damaged. Having already utilized its rebirth ability, it had sacrificed its defenses, leaving it with diminished combat capabilities. Even without further attacks, the Phoenix's life force was steadily waning. None dared to approach. Even the Dark Dragon was intimidated by Sunny's commanding presence. He strode towards the Phoenix, whose bloodshot eyes had returned to their original state, now reflecting sorrow and despair. Sunny, perplexed by his own perception of the Phoenix's anguish, made an almost foolish gesture, an apology for the law of the jungle. Aiming for the Phoenix's head, the atmosphere grew tense as all present held their breath. The pivotal moment had arrived. If the Phoenix were to issue a guild application token, it would herald the birth of the first guild in the City of Sin. Indeed, it would mark the inaugural guild within the vast expanse of the sky, as the realm-level bosses were notoriously elusive, leaving few players capable of soloing them. Thus, the emergence of a guild had yet to occur. However, today might witness the dawn of the first guild in the skies. As Sunny raised his sword, the Dark Dragon signaled his subordinates. Just as the decisive moment approached, the Dark Dragon suddenly charged at Sunny, shouting, "Kill!" His members surged toward the Phoenix. These treacherous individuals seeking not only the guild application token but also to claim all the boss's loot for themselves. Repel the flames. Yet, the players from the Affectionate Fate Guild were not caught off guard. At the instant the Dark Dragon's members lunged for the Phoenix, Song Hai Yishao, a mage, swiftly cast a spell of repulsion, sending everyone back to their original positions. What do you mean, Dark Dragon? Sunny, a full agility swordsman, skillfully evaded the Dark Dragon's attack. His face darkened with a cold inquiry. What do I mean? Hee, can't you tell? The Dark Dragon's expression twisted into a malevolent grin, revealing his ill intentions. Sunny's demeanor soured as the confrontation between the Dark Dragon and Affectionate Fate caught the attention of the players. The onlookers were stunned. Who could have anticipated that the two factions, once allies, would so swiftly become foes? I anticipated your actions. I am not surprised. Perhaps due to his understanding of the Dark Dragon's nature, Sunny was unfazed, though he hadn't expected such impatience from him. The boss was still alive, yet he had already begun the struggle for dominance. However, Sunny would not allow the Dark Dragon to prevail. Both their gazes were fixed upon the Phoenix's position. Attack! Almost simultaneously, they charged towards the boss, their final strikes aimed at its head. The Phoenix, unable to evade, could only watch helplessly as two blades pierced through its body and into its skull. In the fleeting moment of the Phoenix's demise, a radiant glow illuminated the scene, revealing a blood-red battle armor glimmering with golden light, nearly blinding the spectators. Golden equipment. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Guild application token. A voice rang out, and beside the Phoenix's corpse lay a pristine white guild application token. Players who dreamt of establishing a guild inhaled sharply. Even Xingyue Xian could not suppress a shudder of excitement. The object of her desire was now within her sight, igniting her fervor. Xingyue, remain hidden. If anything seems amiss, activate your return scroll immediately. The previously dejected Jia Ruan, like a dream, stood resolute, her gaze fixated on the guild token. Dream Yao Jia. Xingyue Xian attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Xia Mengyao. Rest assured, I will reclaim that guild application token for you. Sunny and the Dark Dragon held their breath, their eyes darting between the token and the golden equipment. The entire assembly stood still, yet ultimately, it was the Dark Dragon who faltered. Seize the token. With the Dark Dragon's roar, the crowd surged forward like hungry wolves, pouncing upon the guild token and golden equipment. The scene devolving into chaos. True to his status as a full agility swordsman, Sunny's speed was unmatched among the players. Just as he was about to grasp the guild application token, the Dark Dragon's anxiety peaked. At that very moment of intense competition, a chilling aura swept across the terrain. The application token. I shall take it. A graceful figure materialized before the Dark Dragon and Sunny. Sunny's hand was mere centimeters from the token, yet he found himself immobilized, for their feet had been encased in ice. Gazing at the woman before them, the Dark Dragon and Sunny felt a surge of regret. They had underestimated the New Moon Studio, which had made a pivotal comeback at this crucial juncture. Yet, no amount of remorse could alter the outcome. Like a celestial being, Xia Mengyao approached, bending to collect the items. The eyes of the Dark Dragon and Sunny widened in disbelief, their hearts bleeding at the sight of her actions. Just as Xia Mengyao reached for the equipment and token, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and in the next instant, a figure clad in a mage's robe appeared before the golden equipment and guild application token, unhesitatingly claiming all the loot dropped by the Phoenix. In that instant, the once boisterous scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 79. The challenge of a clear day bending down. To pick up. Two actions so simple they could hardly be simpler, yet they ignited the fervor of the powerful factions present. Their eyes bulged, whites reddened with rage, wishing fervently for 3 heads and 6 arms or duplicates of themselves to rend the shameless scoundrel into pieces before their very eyes. The icy mist, the dust of gunpowder. The clash between the Dark Dragon and Clear Day, combined with the stunning prowess of the enchanting beauty, had led the onlookers to believe that the application would fall to the Crescent Moon family. Little did they know the age-old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow finch lies in wait. Draped in a robe of law, the silver moon soared at his side. An ordinary-looking human player stood before them. Who else could it be but Xia Tianyu? Calmly, he maneuvered through the formidable trio of Clear Day, Dark Dragon, and Enchanting Dream, effortlessly seizing all the treasures released by the Fire Phoenix, including equipment, gold coins, and the guild application. As he gathered his spoils, the previously stunned silence erupted into chaos once more. Enchanting Dream reacted the fastest. Even this proud and beautiful woman could not help but exclaim at that moment, "Leave the items behind." In a blink, Xia Mengyao, without hesitation, launched an attack on Xia Tianyu, her icy sword releasing a chilling slash. However, Xia Tianyu easily sidestepped and swiftly evaded the encirclement of the crowd. At this moment, Clear Day and Dark Dragon found themselves ensnared by the frost, their fury boiling as they witnessed the man taking what rightfully belonged to them. "You bastard!" Dark Dragon finally recognized the player before him and could not suppress his furious roar. Xia Tianyu, having evaded to the rear of the crowd, turned to Dark Dragon with a faint smile. "Indeed, it is I. What do you intend to do?" Dark Dragon hissed, his voice low as he struggled to contain his anger. He had not forgotten the significance of the 3 IDs representing the rainy day, the top player on the celestial rankings. "What do I intend to do?" Xia Tianyu pondered, but at that moment, Xia Mengyao, consumed by rage, would not afford him the luxury of thought. A wave of frost rippled forth as she made her move. Clang! Xia Tianyu, unfazed, raised a defensive barrier, blocking Xia Mengyao's attack, and grinned at Dark Dragon. "Naturally, I do not wish for you to obtain what you desire." Upon hearing this, everyone from Dark Dragon's guild erupted in outrage, with Dark Dragon gritting his teeth, his entire face trembling in fury as he pointed at Xia Tianyu. "Rainy Day? Must you make an enemy of me? Rainy Day?" The furious roar drew gasps of astonishment from all present. The number 1 player on the rankings, Rainy Day? Possessor of 4 pieces of golden equipment? The murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary human player was indeed the illustrious Rainy Day, who had surpassed the arrogant man. He is the one who obtained the artifact. Song Hai Yishao was taken aback. He recalled the conflict at the city gates of the sinister city, and even he admired his past decision. Rainy Day not only possesses golden equipment, but also an artifact. Recognizing Xia Tianyu's visage, a player in the crowd gasped, stirring another wave of astonishment. Furrowing his brow, Clear Day observed as Xia Mengyao momentarily ceased her assault, while the women of the Crescent Moon Studio gazed at Xia Tianyu with bewilderment. The first player on the rankings, the treasure-laden Rainy Day. Moreover, upon learning that Xia Tianyu possessed an artifact, the onlookers' admiration morphed into greed. After all, you were the first human player to change classes, Xia Mengyao remarked sweetly, her voice melodious. Yet, dealing with such a breathtaking woman, Xia Tianyu had to tread carefully. He smiled faintly. Oh, what is it? Xia Mengyao's brows furrowed, her expression serious. Leave the guild application, and I will allow you to depart. Xia Tianyu laughed. I wish to leave, and no one can stop me. His domineering declaration echoed in their ears, the boldness igniting fervor among some ordinary players. I wish to leave, and no one can stop me. How audacious. Is that so? Allow me, Clear Day, to give you a taste of the top player on the celestial rankings. With the frozen state lifted, Clear Day approached Xia Tianyu and Xia Mengyao, his demeanor resolute, eyes brimming with anticipation for battle. The swift sword of Clear Day was about to strike. The onlookers trembled in excitement, one being a steadfast powerhouse among the three rankings, the other a formidable dark horse, the top player, Rainy Day. Even Xia Mengyao felt a flicker of anticipation. She too wished to witness what made this man, who had surpassed arrogance to claim the title of the Celestial Rankings champion, so exceptional. The atmosphere thickened with tension, breaths held in unison, as some stilled in silence, awaiting the impending clash. Xia Mengyao quietly withdrew, yet remained within 10 meters of Xia Tianyu. The players here were resolute in their pursuit of the guild application, stirred by the emergence of Rainy Day, which had unsettled the situation. The first on the celestial rankings? Make your move. Clear Day, with his own dignity, arrogantly proclaimed, though the crowd bore no resentment towards his pride, having witnessed Clear Day's prowess before. It was lethal. Swift sword Clear Day. Huh. Do you fear I lack the opportunity to strike? Yet, you may go first. I have no desire to waste time. Xia Tianyu was no fool. Having seized Dark Dragon's application, he did not wish to offend others. Moreover, lingering here even a second increased his peril. Retreating swiftly was the wisest course. At his words, fear flickered in the eyes of the surrounding players. Yet, the aura exuded by the top player of the celestial rankings commanded respect, and the crowd gazed upon Xia Tianyu and Clear Day with admiration. Clear Day's handsome visage tightened. His instincts told him this man was formidable and truthful. Taking a deep breath, he positioned his sword at his waist, readying himself for a strike. Will you let Clear Day strike first? Xia Mengyao observed the impending duel, allowing Clear Day the first move. To many, it seemed an unwise decision for Rainy Day, yet they were concurrently eager to discover what abilities he possessed. I will strike. Clear Day seemed to signal to Xia Tianyu, yet he remained unguarded, standing still. Clear Day felt a twinge of disappointment, believing the top player of the celestial rankings would fall so easily beneath his sword. Swish! With the sound of a sword being unsheathed, the scene of Clear Day slaying Fire Phoenix was about to repeat, but this time it was different. As Clear Day flashed forward, the players' expressions morphed into sheer horror, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition, a scene of sheer disbelief. What transpired before them that could evoke such terror? Chapter 80. The unveiled brilliance. The sword's edge rises, the blade's tip descends. The sound of the sword resonates through the soul. The swift sword known as Clear Sky ranks 5th among the top 10 on the Earth list. His prowess unquestioned from the past to the present. In truth, during his attempt to ascend the heavenly list, Clear Sky faced misfortune, encountering the top 5 contenders, leaving his ranking unchanged. If one were to consider it carefully, perhaps he could indeed secure a position within the heavenly list. Thus, his strength is indisputable. When Xia Tianyu allowed Clear Sky to strike first, almost everyone envisioned the scene of the foremost figure of the cosmos, Rainy Day, falling to defeat. Various scenarios of Rainy Day's demise flashed through their minds. However, the scene before them defied all expectations. The sword was drawn only halfway when Clear Sky stood before the foremost figure, Rainy Day, yet was effortlessly blocked by Xia Tianyu with a single hand, his fingers resting upon Clear Sky's arm. Blocked? It took a full 5 seconds for the crowd to comprehend that the swift sword Clear Sky had been thwarted by Xia Tianyu's singular hand. How could this be? Gasps of astonishment echoed, reverberating through the valley. How? Is this possible? An expression of disbelief washed over Long's face. Clear Sky's speed was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Previously, during his encounter with Huo Luan, no one had witnessed his strikes. No, in truth, both Xia Tianyu and Xia Mengyao had seen it. Yet even Xia Mengyao, the number 1 on the heavenly list, would not dare to counter in such a manner without assistance, while Xia Tianyu achieved it effortlessly. The crowd was astonished, but the true shock lay with Clear Sky himself. Xia Mengyao remained silent, yet the flicker of astonishment in her bright eyes was unmistakable, while those behind her, including Xin Yue Xian, were equally taken aback. The one known as the Swift Sword could not even draw his weapon? Was this not a blatant affront? In that moment, Clear Sky's heart felt as if it had sustained a grievous wound. As the one to initiate the attack, he found himself in an offensive posture. Upon gazing up at Xia Tianyu's indifferent countenance, he felt as though this man towered above him like Mount Tai, instilling an inexplicable pressure within him. How could this be? Clear Sky stared at the half-drawn edge of his sword, unable to fathom his own failure. After all, he was acutely aware of his capabilities. And in the realm of the cosmos, he pursued the pinnacle of speed as a fully agile swordsman, drawing his sword faster than a thief could flee. Too slow. Xia Tianyu's indifferent words weighed heavily upon Clear Sky's heart. Too slow. His own speed faltered before this person? Xia Tianyu observed Clear Sky's expression in silence. Suddenly, Clear Sky, his countenance bewildered, erupted into laughter. His mirth reached the ears of the spectators, who remained clueless about his transformation. Yet Xia Tianyu sensed the boiling battle intent within him. It had been a long time since Clear Sky felt such fervor, reminiscent of earlier days. Clear Sky abruptly retreated, bearing a bloodthirsty and exhilarated grin as he unleashed his original assault. The blade's point directed at Xia Tianyu, who effortlessly evaded. Yet Clear Sky charged forth like a frenzied beast, relentless in his advance. This man. Xia Tianyu's gaze shifted, no longer daring to take him lightly. At this moment, Clear Sky resembled a ferocious beast, his gaze towards Xia Tianyu not that of a predator eyeing prey, but instead a challenge posed to a mightier adversary. Filled with fervent battle spirit, the sword swept across all directions. Clear Sky executed a spin, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that surged towards Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu refrained from employing the Shadow Eye or the Silver Eye. His previous defense against Clear Sky's attack was entirely his own prowess, unaided by external forces. As the onslaught approached, Xia Tianyu abruptly drove his sword into the ground, supporting himself with one hand as he leapt into the air, the sword energy cascading around him. Clear Sky anticipated Xia Tianyu's evasion. After all, his speed was extraordinary. Taking advantage of the pretense of attack, he dashed towards Xia Tianyu, striking a pose to draw his sword. His speed has increased again. This time, Xia Tianyu lacked the opportunity to block the assault with his hand. Reluctantly, with silver sword in hand, he launched a sudden counter, the two weapons clashing, igniting fierce sparks against the backdrop of earth and sky. Clang! Bang! The violent clash of their weapons resonated like the pounding of anxious hearts. Their battle unfolded in the blink of an eye. Clear Sky grew more exhilarated with each encounter, while Xia Tianyu's expression darkened. Unbeknownst to him, the route of escape he had chosen became encircled by Enlong's players. If he did not move soon, his situation would become dire. A mere Clear Sky posed sufficient difficulty, compounded by Enlong's formidable presence, with their combined forces numbering in the thousands. Xia Tianyu's gaze caught sight of the watchful beauty, Jia Rinrumo. Clear Sky and Enlong were one matter, but here stood the number one on the heavenly list. Inadvertently overlooked Clear Sky's feelings. Even Clear Sky himself recognized this oversight, and thus, this formidable man was enraged. He suddenly withdrew, opting not to compete with Xia Tianyu. Instead, with bloodshot eyes filled with fury, he glared at Xia Tianyu, his body trembling. Clear Sky performed a bizarre action, the sword's edge slicing into his own flesh. His blood stained the silver blade, and soon, a surge of crimson light enveloped the sword in his grasp. At this sight, a sense of imminent danger surged within Xia Tianyu. Blood sword, dyeing the heavens. Swish! Clear Sky unleashed his speed to its utmost, launching a furious strike towards Xia Tianyu. Yet, oblivious to Clear Sky's intentions, Xia Tianyu raised his hand, signaling for a halt. His gaze somber as he regarded Clear Sky. Apologies, I do not have the luxury of time to squander. The Shadow Eye. A faint afterglow enveloped Clear Sky as he came to a standstill before Xia Tianyu. However, this seemingly indifferent gesture from Xia Tianyu propelled the battle within the valley to a crescendo. The image of him halting the wild beast Clear Sky with a single hand resonating deeply within the hearts of the players. What audacity! What strength! In that moment, the swift sword Clear Sky was thoroughly vanquished by Xia Tianyu. And what made it all the more humiliating was that throughout the encounter, Xia Tianyu had scarcely lifted a finger against him. Chapter 81, Overwhelming Obstacles with a Single Hand. The confrontation unfolded. Sister Mingya. The resurgence of Xia Tianyu astonished everyone. No one had anticipated that the top player on the celestial ranking would possess such formidable prowess. Many had assumed he was merely fortunate, having acquired divine artifacts and golden equipment. However, it was now evident that he was truly skilled. Xia Mingyao furrowed her brows. Do not worry, the guild application order is ours. Yet, despite her words, she felt no assurance within. The might of the rainy day had exceeded their expectations. Regardless, the guild application order could not be relinquished to him. It would be a grave offense. Almost immediately, Song Haishao positioned himself to block Xia Tianyu's path of escape. Xia Tianyu frowned, remaining silent. The encirclement of rainy day was evident to all. It was clear that Sunny had been defeated, and the duel was over. Now was not the time for heroics. So the players from the Dark Dragon Guild and the Affectionate Alliance unhesitatingly surrounded Xia Tianyu. The 5 seconds of immobilization quickly passed. When Sunny regained his senses, he glared at Xia Tianyu with seething anger. Rainy day, as a man, face me in an honorable duel. Xia Tianyu smirked. Do you still believe this is a fair fight? He was surrounded not only by the players of Dark Dragon, but also by thousands from the Affectionate Alliance. Escaping this encirclement seemed nearly impossible. Xia Tianyu might as well have been trying to fly. Fuming with indignation, Sunny had summoned his utmost strength. Yet Xia Tianyu had yet to make a move. As a master swordsman, this was a grievance he found hard to swallow. Players of Affectionate Alliance, stand down. At Sunny's command, the players from the Affectionate Alliance retreated without hesitation. Xia Tianyu regarded Sunny, realizing that this individual was indeed a fervent warrior, still eager to fight even at this juncture. If you can defeat me in a head-on confrontation, I, Sunny, will guarantee your departure. Should you lose, you must surrender the guild application order, Sunny declared to Xia Tianyu. Agreed. Xia Tianyu did not hesitate, readily accepting the challenge. He welcomed the opportunity to engage a formidable opponent. Since Sunny had offered him a platform, he was eager to test the true capabilities of the top players on the 3 rankings. Let us begin. Xia Tianyu drew his silver moon sword, devoid of a sheath. As the weapons of heroes often lacked such adornments, the surrounding crowd parted, creating an arena for the duel. Unbeknownst to anyone, Dark Dragon wore a grim expression, covertly maneuvering its members, seemingly preparing to ambush Xia Tianyu. However, such cunning schemes were not lost on Xia Tianyu's keen perception. Yet, the battle with Sunny could not be prolonged. It had to conclude swiftly. Unleash your strongest attack. This time, I shall not evade. Holding his sword with one hand, the tip touching the ground, the wind stirred, his robes billowing, exuding the aura of a true hero. Observing this, Sunny did not hesitate either. Holding his breath and centering his focus, a surge of energy enveloped his sword, creating a vortex at its tip. This Sunny was likely formidable in reality as well. Xia Tianyu also gathered his focus, determined to defeat Sunny with a single blow. No matter how splendid his skills, they would be futile if they did not connect. Gripping his sword tightly, he inhaled deeply. Kill. The two surged toward each other simultaneously, seemingly eschewing the use of skills. The spectators, keenly aware of their intentions, realized they aimed for a decisive strike. Surprisingly, not inferior to Sunny. At that moment, Xia Mingyao fully grasped the capabilities of Rainy Day. His speed matched Sunny's, or rather, surpassed it. With a resonant clash, the sound of swords echoed in the air as Xia Tianyu and Sunny's figures intertwined. As they drew their swords, their speed was so swift that none could discern their movements. The audience held their breath, awaiting the ultimate outcome. After a full 5 seconds, blood erupted from Sunny's neck as a fatal strike severed his right carotid artery, resulting in a swift loss of life. President. The players of Affectionate Alliance rushed towards Sunny, witnessing the fall of his equipment and his lifeless form. Their faces contorted with rage as they turned their wrath upon Xia Tianyu. Stop. The president has decreed. Do not harm Rainy Day. Everyone retreat and await his return. Death after level 10 required corpse running. In a state of soul, mobility would increase. The players of Affectionate Alliance contained their fury, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Xia Tianyu. Surveying the situation around him, Xia Tianyu realized that now was the time to flee. He charged forth without hesitation. Trying to escape? You'll have to answer to me first. Dark Dragon had awaited this moment for long. Almost the instant Xia Tianyu lunged forward, members of Dark Dragon surged from all directions, forming a human wall that encircled him completely. With his sword raised before him, Xia Tianyu's expression darkened. He had anticipated this. With Dark Dragon's treacherous nature, escape was unlikely. A wall of nearly 2,000 players loomed, each one watching him with predatory intent. Even if he managed to carve a path through, it would not be as simple as it appeared. Among this throng, no fewer than 10 groups were fixated on the guild application order contained within his possession. Rainy Day, No matter how strong you are, I wonder how you will escape from this encirclement of thousands. Dark Dragon gazed triumphantly at Xia Tianyu. With Sunny and Amp, Appo's foolish promise not to trouble Rainy Day, the loss of such a formidable adversary left Dark Dragon unchallenged. In their eyes, Xia Tianyu had become a fish in a barrel. Furrowing his brow, Xia Tianyu contemplated how to navigate this predicament. Fleeing was simple. This crowd could not possibly hold him. Yet, should he escape, it would lead to a fierce contest, marking him as a target for many. It seemed prudent to devise a means of concealment moving forward, Xia Tianyu mused. Sister, what should we do? Surrounded by Dark Dragon's players, Xia Tianyu's team at New Moon Studio grew anxious. Had it been only Xia Tianyu, perhaps there would have been a chance. But the current situation was dire. Xia Mingyao too pondered how to obtain the guild application order ensconced around Xia Tianyu. It was crucial to note that dying did not guarantee the loss of the guild application order. The complexity of the situation was escalating rapidly. Chapter 82. Breaking through the siege. The situation grew increasingly complex, as more players lurked menacingly within the Valley of Desolation. It is noteworthy that across the entirety of the Huaxiao region, 30 million players were evenly distributed between two major factions and 8 cities. In the case of the City of Sin, the forces at play were far from simple, with some hidden powers lurking in the shadows proving to be the most formidable. Xia Tianyu could distinctly sense the avarice emanating from the surrounding players. It was not just the guild application order that drew their attention. Many were likely fixated on him as well. The larger the tree, the more the wind blows. Even if Xia Tianyu wished to remain low-key, it proved to be a daunting task. On a rainy day, surrender the guild application order along with the golden equipment dropped by the Fire Phoenix, and of course, your mad demon armor. Dark Dragon gazed at Xia Tianyu with a sense of arrogance, confident that under such circumstances, Xia Tianyu had no chance of escape. Xia Tianyu smirked. This old fool not only desired the application order, but harbored ambitions for his golden equipment as well. You want it? I fear you might choke on it. Xia Tianyu retorted. There's nothing I cannot handle. If you dare, then take it from me. Dark Dragon, infuriated, commanded, tear him apart. He is merely toying with us. Upon realizing this, Dark Dragon ceased further dialogue, and the massive net formed by the thousands of players began its assault, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a grand cinematic spectacle. Shrouded. Having just acquired the divine artifact, Xia Tianyu had yet to experience its full potential. With the acquisition of a new skill, the urge to test it grew stronger. Thus, he decided to utilize Dark Dragon's minions as fodder for his experimentation. Activating the Shrouded, an ethereal purple silhouette emerged behind Xia Tianyu, instantly enhancing his defensive attributes. As the ominous eyes appeared, evading the onslaught of countless players would require the aid of the Fly Eye technique. With the Fly Eye activated, the barrage of attacks slowed to a crawl before Xia Tianyu's eyes. He moved with the grace of a fish gliding through water, deftly avoiding the deluge of swords and magic. Onlookers were left awestruck, their mouths agape in disbelief at the sight of someone flawlessly dodging such a relentless onslaught. The miss indicators floated continuously above Xia Tianyu's head as he reveled in the thrill of evasion. Ding! You have created an SS-level step. As previously stated by Cang Qiong, this was a game that allowed players to forge their own skills. Hence Xia Tianyu was not taken aback. Ding! Please name your skill. The self-created SS-level skill was a delightful surprise for Xia Tianyu, who felt as though he danced like a wolf amidst the chaos. Wolf step. Ding. Naming successful. Soon, an emblem of a wolf and Appo's claw appeared among Xia Tianyu and Appo's self-created skills. Wolf step. Under the influence of the ethereal eyes, this skill enhanced evasion rate by 80%, with a cooldown of 5 seconds and a marvelous MP consumption of 5%. Dark Dragon was utterly stunned amidst such a dense barrage. Xia Tianyu managed to find openings and evade every attack flawlessly. This bastard, just how terrifying is he? Continue the assault. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. Dark Dragon exclaimed in frustration. Evade? Is it truly necessary? Xia Tianyu chuckled coldly, for unbeknownst to him, he had already maneuvered directly in front of one of the attacking players, raising his hand to unleash a strike imbued with the skill of the Silver Moon Sword, sending a crescent wave of force slicing through the air. 2383, 3988. Two horrifying damage numbers erupted from above the warrior and Amp, Appo's head. Xia Tianyu surged forward, delivering a fatal blow that cleaved into the opponent's neck, instantly creating an opening through which he charged. Quick, stop him! Dark Dragon shouted in panic as Xia Tianyu attempted to break free. However, an unforeseen scene unfolded. At least 100 of Dark Dragon's players descended into chaos. attacking their own comrades instead of pursuing Xia Tianyu. MD, is this guy a monster? Dark Dragon recalled his earlier encounter with Xia Tianyu and recognized the latter's uncanny prowess. Surround him. Surround him. Dark Dragon's voice rang out once more, but as Xia Tianyu quickened his pace, he noticed the greedy gazes of the players encircling him. 100 steps icebound. Just as Xia Tianyu was about to be ensnared once more, a chilling wave emanated from behind him, freezing the footsteps of Dark Dragon's players entirely. Is it her? Xia Tianyu's expression shifted, unable to comprehend why the enchanting woman would come to his aid. Yet, he had no time for contemplation as he leaped into the crowd, his figure swiftly vanishing. New Moon Studio. Dark Dragon seethed with rage, directing his ire towards the New Moon Studio. However, the members, including Xian, swiftly retreated to the city, while Xia Mingyao pursued Xia Tianyu along the icy trail. Curse it! Follow her! Dark Dragon bellowed, prompting his followers to take action. Yet, upon closer inspection, where was Xia Tianyu and Appo's figure? Boss, what should we do? A group of elite players who had been observing from a distance now wore expressions of urgency. If Xia Tianyu managed to seize the guild application order, it would be a missed opportunity. The burly figure among them furrowed his brow and declared, "Pursue. The chances are slim, but we cannot afford to abandon this." This group of players belonged to the Wild Dragon Studio of the City of Sin. As the flames of battle spread outward, many players were eager to ascertain whether Xia Tianyu would succeed in obtaining the application order, thus following the main force toward the periphery of the Valley of Desolation. Xia Tianyu? As he sprinted, the ethereal state of love and fate caught sight of Xia Tianyu, though he remained oblivious to the presence of players in their spectral forms. Sunny hastened back to resurrect, yet a graceful figure whisked past him. Upon glancing at her, he realized this woman was no ordinary player. He had also witnessed the frantic Dark Dragon, and a sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that Xia Tianyu was indeed making off with the application order. As long as Dark Dragon did not acquire it, there remained a glimmer of hope for love and fate. So this woman had such intentions. As Xia Tianyu continued his flight, he cast a glance at the enchanting figure trailing closely behind. He finally understood why she had chosen to assist in his escape, eliciting a wry smile as he contemplated the depths of this murky situation. Chapter 83. 3 days and 3 nights, he must not escape. Chase him. On this rainy day, no matter how far he runs, he shall be shattered to pieces. The roar of the Dark Dragon still echoed in Xia Tianyu's ears, resonating from the depths of the abyssal valley to its entrance, leaving the players bewildered. Upon inquiry, they learned that the top-ranked player, Rainy Day, had snatched the application orders from both the Love Guild and the Dark Dragon Guild, causing a tremendous uproar in the City of Sin. To dare seize items from 2 guilds and escape unscathed while being pursued by thousands is no small feat, and as the crowd marveled, they joined the pursuit. Soon, a serpent-like procession of tens of thousands appeared in the abyssal valley. Xia Tianyu led the charge, followed closely by the enchanting Jiren Ryun. The Dark Dragon Guild pursued relentlessly, soon joined again by the Love Guild, for they were determined not to let the Dark Dragon seize the application order. Sister, what should we do? The ladies of the New Moon Studio, having returned to the city, wore faces of concern. They had followed Xia Mingyao's instructions to return, but at this moment, their minds were preoccupied. With the fate of the application order uncertain, anxiety weighed on everyone's heart, particularly for Xian Yuexin, whose studio was finally on the right track. Securing the application order was vital. Once obtained, the allure of the New Moon Studio would attract a vast following, and establishing a guild of first-rate strength would be within reach. These were not mere fantasies for Xian Yuexin. Once Xia Mingyao entered the guild established by New Moon Studio as Jiren Ryun, the entire gaming world would be astounded. The powerful fans of Jiren Ryun would flock to join them. Hence, Xian Yuexin harbored such grand ambitions. Yet, the twists and turns surrounding the application order presented a grim challenge. Returning to the abyssal valley, Xia Tianyu paid no heed to where he fled, darting towards areas with fewer pursuers. He hastily stowed his silver moon sword and fled without looking back. To his astonishment, the players behind him remained relentless, seemingly tireless in their pursuit. Xia Tianyu scoffed, "Let us see how long you can keep this up." The solitude of the ancient battlefield had fortified his endurance. He doubted these players could sustain the chase indefinitely. As the sun rose, the pursuit continued unabated for 6 hours. Finally, some players succumbed to fatigue, unable to continue due to exhaustion and hunger. However, many still pressed on, including the Dark Dragon, Qing Tian, and Jiren Ryun, who persistently followed Xia Tianyu. Initially, the pursuing army numbered over 50,000. Now, fewer than 30,000 remained. Xia Tianyu did not relent, for the relentless woman was still on his tail. And the dark dragon seemed equally undeterred. Damn it, Xia Tianyu thought, astonished by their astonishing stamina. 6 hours had passed without a sign of fatigue, and he could still hear the dark dragon cursing behind him, its spirit seemingly unyielding. Compared to the dark dragon, the other players appeared quieter. Xia Tianyu, swift in his pace, began to close the gap, though he seemed reluctant to engage, silently observing the woman trailing Xia Tianyu. As night fell, visibility diminished, and Xia Tianyu sensed an opportunity. He slipped into the thicket, quickening his pace until he vanished from sight. He dared not log off, for the Dark Dragon and Love Guild members were numerous. If he stopped, he would be attacked and forced into combat. His only option was to flee. Once all grew weary, he would have a chance to rest. However, Xia Tianyu underestimated Jiren Ryun. Under the cover of darkness, she relentlessly pursued him, her silver attire radiating a luminous glow, illuminating the surroundings. I almost forgot. In the dim light, her gear shone brightly. Xia Tianyu hesitated not, diving back into the brush to continue his flight. Rainy day, you miserable wretch, don't let me catch you. In the darkness, the dark dragon's roars echoed intermittently, though they were now punctuated by heavy breaths, indicating their fatigue. This guy is terrifying, Xia Tianyu thought, glancing at his stamina. At this rate, he would exhaust himself within 2 hours. Though he had replenished his hunger earlier to keep going, he knew he wouldn't catch Xia Tianyu if this continued. Yet, a sliver of hope lingered in everyone's hearts. Perhaps in the next moment, Xia Tianyu would falter. From the abyssal valley, they ventured westward into the desolate grasslands. By the second day, many players chose the most straightforward route back to the city, death. The party dwindled to fewer than 100, with the Dark Dragon and Xia Tianyu still among them. Jiren Ryun, too, was nearing her limit. She gazed at the seemingly tireless Xia Tianyu and, with gritted teeth, resolved to follow. Eventually, both the Dark Dragon and Xia Tianyu could no longer endure. They sat to regain their stamina, exchanging glances, both realizing they had become losers in this contest. This guy is simply a cheat, a bug, a monster, a devil. The Dark Dragon cursed as he replenished his energy and hunger, while Xia Tianyu silently watched Jiren Ryun and Xia Tianyu vanish into the shadows. On the barren grasslands, if Xia Tianyu continued his dash, he would reach the chaotic camp of Hell City. They had run for 3 days and nights, and on that fateful night, under a dark moon and howling winds, Xia Tianyu finally came to a halt. Are you still not giving up? Is this application order truly of such importance to you? Xia Tianyu turned, perplexed, to the woman clad in white like snow behind him. She panted, and if not for the veil covering her face, one might witness her slightly parted lips, flushed with exertion. Regaining her breath, the woman and Appo's soft voice reached Xia Tianyu and Appo's ears. For the fate and dreams of that person, I must bring back the application order. At her words, Xia Tianyu paused, the evening breeze brushing past them. Chapter 84. Teasing dream, Yao. The evening breeze caressed their bodies, gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, whose rapid breaths caused her bosom to rise and fall spectacularly. Xia Tianyu instinctively retorted, a man. The enchanting dream Yao, perceiving his question, coldly and swiftly replied, a woman. Xia Tianyu's gaze towards her shifted to a peculiar scrutiny, appraising the exquisite beauty before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally ventured, you can't possibly be a lesbian. Dream Yao's face flushed with indignation, her delicate brows knitting together in annoyance, yet she disregarded his words, asking, how can I obtain the guild application order? In their current predicament, a battle appeared nearly impossible, for they barely had the strength to stand. Well, there's no rush. Let's sit down and have a chat first. Without regard for her feelings, Xia Tianyu took a seat by himself, promptly producing a bun to satiate his hunger and restore his energy. Dream Yao clenched her teeth, feeling an overwhelming urge to dismantle Xia Tianyu, yet found herself powerless. Resigned, she chose to meditate, reflecting on how many days had passed, with the sounds of communication from the real world echoing several times. Surely, Xinyu and the others must be worried about her. However, having finally tracked down Xia Tianyu, she was reluctant to abandon her pursuit. Their gazes locked, and as she scrutinized the seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic Xia Tianyu, Dream Yao felt an unsettling familiarity, though she could not pinpoint its source. Restoring energy was not a task to be accomplished in an instant. It required ample time, perhaps until logging off, when she might regain her strength. Dream Yao fixed her gaze on Xia Tianyu, wary of any tricks he might employ, yet she could not afford to prolong the conversation. State your conditions. How can I obtain the guild application order? Do you truly desire this? Noticing the urgency in her eyes, Xia Tianyu, feeling weary and bored, playfully asked. Absolutely. The determination in her response was unmistakable, though her eyes also reflected a hint of disdain towards Xia Tianyu, whose gaze seemed somewhat lascivious at that moment. State your conditions. Dream Yao urged eagerly. Upon hearing her commanding tone and haughty demeanor, Xia Tianyu scoffed, but soon, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He grinned. I can grant you the application order, but first, you must allow me a glimpse of your appearance. At his words, Dream Yao and Appo's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Unfazed, Xia Tianyu brandished the application order, causing her fury to rise, her trembling hands finally steadying. With delicate hands, she lifted her veil, revealing a stunning visage to Xia Tianyu. Her exquisite features, a delicate nose, rosy lips, and large eyes, were breathtaking. Below her alabaster neck, her ample bosom was clearly discernible beneath her snow-white attire, which seemed insufficient to conceal her voluptuous form. However, what truly astonished Xia Tianyu was not her beauty, but the realization that he recognized this woman. Wasn't she the stunning Dream Yao from his own villa? Xia Tianyu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Yet, in her perception, Dream Yao regarded him as a mere rogue, for in her eyes, his bright gaze bore no distinction from that of a lecher. Dream Yao was the enchanting Dream Yao? Then, the previous group of girls must have been from the Xinhua studio. Xia Tianyu was taken aback, but as the realization struck him, he pondered how this beautiful woman could embody such confidence and hope. How perplexing. Yet, now Xia Tianyu found himself in a quandary. Although he knew her, their acquaintance was superficial. Should he grant the application order or not? Look again, and I might just pluck your eyes out. Perhaps unable to endure Xia Tianyu's intense gaze, Dream Yao exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Yet, Xia Tianyu, known for his penchant for soft persuasion, stood up, imagining how this high and mighty goddess would react when teased. As he approached her, Dream Yao instinctively stood, a hint of panic evident in her demeanor. Having encountered too many men with lascivious gazes, especially one like Xia Tianyu, who deliberately wore a flirtatious smile. Surprisingly, Dream Yao is indeed a great beauty. I had assumed you were a recluse. How embarrassing. I've suddenly thought of a splendid idea. If you would grant me a kiss, I would gladly relinquish the application order. Xia Tianyu's smile grew more pronounced. Rogue. Dream Yao trembled with anger, her clenched fists quaking. A rogue? Why? Thank you for the compliment. Committed to teasing this beauty, Xia Tianyu unabashedly continued his antics. Shameless. Dream Yao's delicate face radiated fury, yet Xia Tianyu remained unfazed. The audacity of this rogue to barter the application order for such a demand incited her ire, and she felt a surge of rage, wishing to eliminate Xia Tianyu on the spot. Well, do you agree or not? I am about to log off for the night. Xia Tianyu feigned preparation to leave. Wait. Dream Yao, in a sudden rush, called out to him. What is it? Does the beauty wish to share a slumber with me? Xia Tianyu shamelessly teased. You. Despicable, shameless, lecherous creature. Dream Yao, a paragon of beauty, felt exasperated, having never encountered such audacity. In truth, having been protected like a precious gem, she had never faced such situations. Thank you for the compliment. Xia Tianyu paid her scorn no heed, realizing that this man was nothing but a beast. Dream Yao found that cursing him was not only futile, but also an affront to her dignity. Suppressing her fury, she trembled but fell silent upon seeing the application order in Xia Tianyu's grasp. I hope you keep your word. To Xia Tianyu's surprise, she had actually consented. He stepped closer, observing her fair, rosy cheeks and slightly squinting eyes, which seemed to quiver, embodying the essence of a fairy, a rare beauty seldom seen in the mortal realm. Though she had acquiesced to his shameless demand, he could still perceive her trembling form and tightly clenched fists. Dream Yao closed her eyes, reassuring herself that it was merely a game, akin to being bitten by a dog. Are you not afraid I might kiss you and then renege? Xia Tianyu leaned in, adopting a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Dream Yao's eyes widened in alarm. You shameless rogue. What more do you want? I would rather fight to the death than endure your humiliation. Her chest heaved with agitation, the intensity of her emotions palpable. Take it. Perhaps we shall meet again. With a casual flick, Xia Tianyu tossed the application order to Dream Yao and activated the log-off sequence. The winds swirling around him as his figure gradually faded from the grassy expanse. Dream Yao stood, bewildered, gazing at the gleaming guild application token in her palm, her mind swirling with confusion as she looked back at the spot where Xia Tianyu had vanished. In that moment, her tranquil heart was stirred, rippling with faint waves as if disturbed by an unseen oar. Chapter 85, A Feast for the Eyes with a Flash of White Light. Xia Tianyu chose to log off, unaware that his actions had inadvertently struck a chord in a young girl's heart. After removing his helmet, He stepped into the bathroom and enjoyed a refreshing shower. Once rejuvenated, he approached the refrigerator and retrieved his dinner. Following a swift meal, he savored a glass of milk. A lifelong habit he had cultivated. Well done, sister. Thank you, Mingyao. As Xia Tianyu reveled in his solitude, he was jolted by the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from upstairs. It was evident that Xia Mingyao had shared the news with Xinyuexin and the others. On the second floor of the villa, the Xinyu studio was currently occupied by 5 individuals: Xinyuexin, Zhenlangxin, Xia Mingyao, Xia Mingjia, and Lin Yuqian. However, Xia Tianyu was no longer concerned about their future endeavors. With a formidable woman like Mingyao in their ranks, what was there to worry about? Lost in thought, a bevy of stunningly beautiful ladies suddenly appeared before him in the hallway. Even for one who had encountered countless beauties, Xia Tianyu found himself captivated. Xia Mingyao donned a light blue t-shirt, its neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite figure. Her long, slender legs were encased in tight-fitting jeans, accentuating her curves, particularly the impressive fullness of her bosom, which was at least a 36D. In contrast, Xinyuexin, while perhaps slightly less mature than Mingyao, exuded an air of cold elegance. In truth, had it not been for the events of the previous night, Xia Tianyu would have regarded Mingyao as the epitome of icy beauty. Yet, the stunning woman had also revealed a softer side last night. Zhenlangxin, though reminiscent of Xuejia, lacked her alluring charm, instead radiating youthful shyness. The 2 lively sisters, along with Qianmei, were naturally endearing in their own right. It was clear that the group of beauties had noticed Xia Tianyu and Apos' presence. They exchanged polite nods, acknowledging him. Though Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Ladies, you must be careful venturing out like this." At his words, the ladies' cheeks flushed, evidently recalling their previous encounter. Yet, Xinyuexin, perhaps buoyed by her happiness today, responded with a playful smile. "If you don't mind, shall we go together?" "Yes, handsome you. You intentionally said that because you want to join us, right?" Qianmei, always one to stir the pot, interjected, already linking her arm with Xia Tianyu and Apos'. Eager to lead him away, Xia Tianyu could only sigh in resignation. He merely intended to offer a kind warning, yet this girl was so quick to act, plunging them both into a precarious situation. Xia Mingyao politely nodded at Xia Tianyu, her face still tinged with red, seemingly lost in thought. As she gazed at his helpless expression, it struck her as oddly familiar, though she couldn't and Apos' quite place it. In the game, Xia Tianyu had altered his appearance, so she failed to recognize him as the one who had teased her on that rainy day. In truth, upon noticing Mingyao's attention, Xia Tianyu deliberately evaded her gaze. Wishing to keep his identity a secret, he resolved to conceal himself once online again. Considering that they 2 wore veils, a dark cloak would serve him well, providing a rather cool servant's guise in his aesthetic. "Yuqian, Mingyao has spoken. You wouldn't refuse a lady's request, would you? Besides, what if danger arises?" Mingyao smiled brightly, her words leaving little room for refusal. "Xia Tianyu, fine." He reluctantly acquiesced, glancing at Zhenlangxin, concerned for the group's safety. After all, he had promised to look after her. The ladies chuckled, their wariness of Xia Tianyu having lessened since the last time he played the gallant hero. Given their similar ages, they found no reason to harbor disdain towards him. In truth, young men like Xia Tianyu, who led a disciplined life and bore no scandals, were quite rare among the wealthy elite. It was no wonder the ladies felt at ease with him, especially since he rarely ventured out and never brought female friends home. Despite Mingyao, Zhenlangxin, and Xinyuexin coming from affluent backgrounds, they were not haughty. After joining Xia Tianyu, they casually entered a small tavern. As they walked in front of him, they inevitably attracted the attention of many onlookers, given it was around 7 p.m., prime dinner time. Once seated, it was clear that the ladies from Xinyu Studio were in high spirits, as they ordered 2 cases of beer. "To the success of Xinyu Studio," they exclaimed, raising their glasses. Xia Tianyu suddenly felt as though he had been rendered invisible, as the ladies chattered away, leaving him as merely an observer. Yet, he could surmise the topic of conversation. Mingyao had received the application order, which would be directly sent to Xinyuexin once they logged in. As he watched their excited smiles, he too smiled faintly, feeling that he had made the right decision in giving the application to Mingyao. As the conversation continued, the ladies finally remembered Xia Tianyu. "What level are you, Tianyu? What is your in-game name? Would you like to join our guild?" The barrage of questions left him feeling overwhelmed, forcing him to concoct vague excuses to deflect them. He stole a glance at Mingyao, wondering what her reaction would be if she discovered he was the one from that rainy day. Xinyuexin interjected, "Once the guild is established, we must remain vigilant against the schemes of Dark Dragon and other factions. We must be cautious in our recruitment, especially since we are just starting out in Santian. A failure now would mean the end of our opportunity. Meng Yao solemnly reminded them, acknowledging the significant gap they faced against established guilds. Despite having a strong figure like Meng Yao, it was still not enough for their fledgling studio. With Meng Yao around, how could we possibly fail? Jianmei chimed in, sipping her drink while the others refrained from letting her indulge in alcohol. As they raised their glasses, anticipation danced across their faces. Xia Tianyu smiled faintly. After a decade of a tumultuous life, embracing a new existence felt rather refreshing. As night fell and it became 9 p.m., he settled the bill and escorted the lovely ladies back to the villa, relieved that no troublesome individuals approached them along the way. Upon returning to the villa, Xia Tianyu felt an unusual excitement, unable to sleep. He dove back into the game. Chapter 86, The Bloodwolves and Oppos, Assault on the Vast, Tawny Grasslands. The howling wind echoed across the desolate expanse, while a silver moon loomed in the sky amidst a constellation of twinkling stars, occasionally illuminated by streaks of brilliant starlight. In this radiant landscape, a solitary figure emerged. The cold night breeze brushed against the thin fabric of his robe, causing Xia Tianyu to furrow his brow. As he surveyed the scene before him, astonishment flickered in his eyes when he opened the map. Desolate grasslands, border of Purgatory City. Xia Tianyu could hardly believe that after 3 days and nights of relentless pursuit by the girl, he had found himself at the border of Purgatory City. This was a monumental blunder. He had yet to familiarize himself with Sin City, let alone Purgatory City. Furthermore, with Xia and launching in Sin City, he had no inclination to explore other towns. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to the return journey, considering it merely an opportunity to level up, as he harbored no expectations of any extraordinary outcome. Just as Xia Tianyu contemplated retreating to Sin City, a sudden flash of white light appeared before him. The goddess, clad in snow-white attire, stood amidst the grasslands, her garments billowing in the evening breeze, her ample figure accentuated by the night. The enchanting maiden, seemingly oblivious to Xia Tianyu's presence, frowned and turned on her heel without uttering a word. Xia Tianyu, aware of her true identity, chose not to provoke her further. "Why are you following me?" After a brief pause, the enchanting maiden, known as Ru Meng, turned back and exclaimed, her disdain for the shameless rogue palpable. "I must return to Sin City, so naturally, I would take this route." Xia Tianyu replied tersely. This time, it was Xia Mengyao who appeared taken aback, staring incredulously at Xia Tianyu. "Dawn and Oppos, do you have a return scroll?" "What? A return scroll?" Xia Tianyu was momentarily bewildered by the question. Ru Meng stifled a laugh, seemingly mocking Xia Tianyu for not having prepared a return scroll for himself. Xia Tianyu was puzzled. Logically, Xia Mengyao should also wish to return to Sin City, yet she. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Tianyu retorted, "Aren't and Oppos, you also heading to Sin City? Why Haven and Oppos, you used a return scroll?" Xia Mengyao and Oppos' expression shifted, and she stomped her foot in frustration before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Xia Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle. "You criticize me, yet you haven't brought one either." Thus, the two, each without a return scroll, trudged together across the desolate grasslands. It is worth noting that on this moonless, windswept night, fierce beasts roamed the plains. Despicable rogue, scoundrel, shameless. As the chilling wind swept across the dark grasslands, the pair found no solace in solitude. Meanwhile, Xia Mengyao continued her tirade of curses directed at Xia Tianyu, wishing for his demise from a collision or a misstep. During their journey, the alluring Mengyao had already dispatched a guild application back to Sin City via the system mail. However, unbeknownst to them, Sin City was currently under tight security, with the Dark Dragon faction conducting a citywide search for Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu was oblivious to all this and remained indifferent to Mengyao's curses, having grown accustomed to solitude. He wondered whether having the captivating, goddess-like Mengyao by his side was a blessing or a curse. Maintaining their distance, the two encountered monsters along the way, with Xia Tianyu taking the lead, as if on a treasure hunt. The sight of him bending down to collect coins from the grass infuriated Xia Mengyao. Greedy, vulgar. Xia Tianyu dismissed her completely, yet the beautiful maiden seemed intent on antagonizing him. Resolute, he declared, "If you keep this up, I might just post that video online and see the expression of the top-ranked goddess." Xia Mengyao immediately halted, turning back with indignation. "What video are you talking about?" "What video?" "The one depicting the goddess succumbing with her eyes closed, of course," Xia Tianyu said with an exaggerated drawl. "On a rainy day? You are despicable and shameless, not a man." Xia Mengyao stomped her foot, wishing she could slay him on the spot. "Wrong. I am a man. A very normal man at that. Care to test that?" Xia Tianyu regretted his words the moment they left his mouth, unable to resist the impulse when confronted with Meng Yao's haughty demeanor. You, Frostblade. Xia Meng Yao, infuriated, unleashed an ice blade towards Xia Tianyu. Reacting swiftly, he deftly evaded her attack and drew his weapon. If you strike, I shall not hold back. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The furious beauty countered, both drawing their swords, glaring at one another. Perhaps consumed by anger, Xia Meng Yao failed to notice the lurking danger nearby. As they locked eyes, suddenly, Xia Tianyu's expression changed, and before he could explain, he lunged at her. You rogue. Xia Meng Yao's ice blade pierced through Xia Tianyu's right chest, a crimson 2,000-point fatal damage marker appearing above his head. In that instant, Xia Tianyu's body collapsed onto Xia Meng Yao, the softness of her figure providing a fleeting sense of comfort, yet he had no time to savor it as he instinctively raised his sword in defense. Moon Flame Slash. The powerful attack surged from the silver blade, striking a shadow directly. The shadow let out a roar, jolting Xia Meng Yao from her shock. Without hesitation, Xia Tianyu retrieved a health potion and drank it hastily. Damn it, we might be surrounded. Xia Meng Yao, taken aback, finally observed the scene around them. Numerous shadows lurked, their blood-red eyes fixated on the pair. These are level 40 blood wolves, she exclaimed in alarm. Level 40 was not a significant threat to either of them, but the crucial issue was that blood wolves were pack animals. Sure enough, in mere moments, hundreds, even thousands of wolves had materialized before them. Damn it, how did we not notice these beasts? Xia Tianyu felt a pang of guilt, knowing that with his abilities, he could have avoided such a predicament. However, their bickering had cost them the perfect opportunity to escape, and they now found themselves ensnared in the wolves' encirclement, signaling a dire crisis for both Xia Tianyu and Xia Meng Yao. I'm sorry. Seeing the blood slowly fading from Xia Tianyu's chest, Xia Meng Yao felt remorse, realizing that the rogue had acted to protect her. This is not the time for apologies. We must figure out how to escape this wolf pack, Xia Tianyu stated coldly, his gaze fixed on the encroaching blood wolves. The blood-red eyes of the wolves glimmered with hunger, their maws dripping with viscous liquid. It was evident that Xia Tianyu and Xia Meng Yao had become the main course for these predators, and it seemed they were in for a lavish feast. Chapter 87, Bloodstained Wolf Pack on the Desolate Prairie. The night is particularly terrifying, filled with fierce and savage beasts. Level 40 blood wolves may not pose a singular threat to players, but in the presence of hundreds or even thousands, the scenario becomes entirely different. Whether it was a stroke of luck or sheer misfortune, Xia Tianyu found himself facing such a horde, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Although the enchanting beauty, Xia Meng Yao, possessed considerable strength, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two of them to break through the encirclement of the blood wolves. The relentless nature of the wolves' attacks was something Xia Tianyu had noted in the monster and Oppo's description. Blood wolf, elite monster level, 40 health, 5,000, a ferocious pack of carnivorous wolves inhabiting the prairie. Should you encounter them, your first course of action should be to flee, and your second should be to run for your life, for their attacks on prey are unyielding. Upon reading this brutal description, Xia Tianyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. These damned wolves were relentless in their pursuit of a target. What a disheartening predicament. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The priority was to devise an escape plan. Casting a brief glance at Xia Tianyu, Xia Meng Yao noticed his intense focus on the blood wolves, which eased her anxiety. Her brows furrowed as she assessed the surrounding terrain and remarked, "There are at least 1,500 of them. The chances of breaking through are virtually non-existent." Xia Tianyu shot her an incredulous look. "I know that without you saying it. The real question is how to respond, since this pack of wolves won and amp. Oppos, grant us the luxury of time." A chilling howl pierced the night as the blood wolves lunged towards Xia Tianyu and Xia Meng Yao like hungry predators. If it were anyone else, Xia Tianyu could have simply fled, but knowing Xia Meng Yao's true identity made it impossible for him to abandon her. Find a way to escape the wolves. I will hold them off, Xia Tianyu declared, turning to face her. In that moment, as he gazed upon his unassuming features and piercing eyes, Xia Meng Yao felt as if she was witnessing a different person altogether. Yet, the sound of howling soon shattered her reverie. Use Ice Seal, then escape. Xia Tianyu activated his Shura form, wielding the silver moon sword, charging into the pack, determined to carve out a bloody path for Xia Meng Yao to flee. Regaining her composure, Xia Meng Yao, with her stubborn nature, immediately joined the fray. You men always try to show off. If you can end amp, Oppos, do it, don't let pride get in the way. With that, she entered the battle. Xia Tianyu understood that Xia Meng Yao was tough on the outside, yet soft on the inside. Now is not the time for petty disputes. If you don't leave, I will. Otherwise, we will both perish here. His fierce gaze admonished her, and to his surprise, Xia Mingyao fell silent. Those who knew her would be astounded to see the normally proud beauty bow her head before a man. Unexpectedly, Xia Mingyao nodded in agreement, bringing relief to Xia Tianyu's heart. Use Phantom Duet and Ice Seal to escape. I will handle the rest. Activating his silver eyes, the surrounding world became crystal clear. With the silver sword in hand, he stood as a unique silhouette against the dark night, ready to confront the wolves. Begin. With a commanding shout, the true battle commenced. Xia Tianyu surged forward, penetrating the heart of the wolf pack. The blood wolves, meeting his fierce gaze, suddenly descended into chaos as hundreds of them turned against one another. 100 steps Ice Seal. Phantom Duet. In an instant, as Xia Mingyao unleashed her Ice Seal, she created several phantoms that dashed through the wolves and oppose, encirclement, while Xia Tianyu pressed onward, leaving a trail of severed wolf heads in his wake. Once Xia Mingyao broke free from the encirclement, the wolves quickly regained their senses, unwilling to let their prey escape. As Xia Tianyu attempted to break free as well, he found himself surrounded by thousands of blood wolves. Faced with the furious and famished wolves, Xia Tianyu remained solemn. He could not afford to be careless. Activating his fly eyes, he evaded the charging wolves with remarkable agility while also retaliating. In the distance, Xia Mingyao watched in awe. Having anticipated Xia Tianyu's strength, but still underestimating the prowess of the top-ranked player. Despite the overwhelming numbers, he remained unscathed. Indeed, Xia Tianyu's situation was perilous. One misstep could lead to him becoming prey. Dimensional Wave. With this opportunity, he began to familiarize himself with all the abilities of an ability master. The Dimensional Wave possessed immense impact power and could induce dizziness. Reverse Dragon. Accompanied by the roar of a dragon, a white reverse dragon surged from Xia Tianyu's hand towards the wolves. This area attack skill, however, lacked significant power, perhaps due to its low level. The wolves, growing frustrated from their inability to subdue Xia Tianyu, began to charge madly from all directions, a sight that even made Xia Mingyao gasp in disbelief. From this angle, Xia Tianyu appeared to have no chance of escape. Xia Tianyu was taken aback as well, realizing the wolves and oppos' unexpected intelligence. They surged from all sides, leaping towards him without leaving any gaps for escape. As the pack and oppos' ferocious charge closed in, Xia Mingyao and oppos' voice rang out in alarm. In the blink of an eye, Xia Tianyu was engulfed by the horde. On a rainy day, Xia Mingyao felt a complex mix of emotions towards this man. He seemed like a rogue toying with her. Yet in critical moments, he transformed into a different person, displaying a focused seriousness. Even with an ordinary face, his captivating gaze drew her in, leaving her astonished at how much she cared for a man she had scarcely spoken to in the game. Silver Flame Inferno. As the wolves charged towards Xia Tianyu, his figure became almost invisible, but then, from within the pack, a terrifying silver flame erupted forth. What are you waiting for? Run. In an instant, Xia Tianyu used Phantom Duet to appear before Xia Mingyao, grasping her hand without hesitation, and they sprinted away, the roars of the blood wolves echoing behind them. Chapter 88. The 100 Steps of Ice. Why are you still frozen? Run. Grasping Xia Mingyao's hand, Xia Tianyu dashed forward without hesitation. His sole desire at that moment was to break through the encirclement of the blood wolves, without any further thoughts. However, for the young girl, this was an entirely different experience. It was Xia Mingyao's first encounter. In truth, apart from her closest family members, she had never before come into contact with a male body. Even though it was within a game, it still left her heart in disarray. That hand was solid and warm. Xia Mingyao glanced at Xia Tianyu, only to find him intently scanning the escape route. Perhaps he was oblivious to her feelings. She thought to herself, damn, the number of blood wolves far exceeds our expectations. Holding Xia Mingyao and oppos' hand, Xia Tianyu himself was also unaware. After all, he was naturally faster, and thus instinctively felt the urge to protect her. The howls of the wolf pack echoed behind them, and if they were to stop, they would be faced with countless wolves. Therefore, Xia Tianyu dared not linger. If it were just him, he might have been able to escape using his illusionary skills. But with Xia Mingyao by his side, he could not abandon her. His agility was now at least 1500, swift as the wind. Yet he still underestimated the speed of the blood wolves. Though they were only at level 40, their agility, by attribute calculation, surpassed at least 1800. Having just sprinted less than 1000 meters, the pack of blood wolves caught up to them from both sides, and the wolves leapt into the air, recklessly attacking Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao. Get away from me. With a swift strike of the moon flame slash, the oncoming blood wolves lost their balance and fell as if struck by a vehicle, their speed at that moment reaching at least 60 miles per hour. Dimensional Fluctuation. Once Xia Mingyao regained her composure, she began to counterattack. Both of them were capable of wielding extraordinary powers and possessed formidable strength. However, the ferocity of the wolves exceeded their expectations, and as the blood of their companions stained the ground, their revengeful wrath intensified, relentlessly pursuing Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao. Roar! This time, the number of wolves leaping from the sides surged, with at least dozens launching an assault on the two. Faced with this unending chase and attack, Xia Tianyu was enraged. Die! With a thunderous shout, circles of silver light enveloped his eyes. A powerful surge of heat surged forth, and silver flames suddenly entwined the approaching wolf pack. Xia Tianyu then turned his gaze towards the wolves approaching the enchanting Xia Mingyao. The flames erupted in a frenzy. Just as the astonished Xia Mingyao turned to look at Xia Tianyu, catching sight of his eyes shimmering with silver light. At that moment, Xia Mingyao felt a jolt. Xia Tianyu appeared so incredibly captivating. Wait! In her mind, the figure of the man before her suddenly overlapped with another man. Their gazes were strikingly similar. Even their physiques. On a rainy day, you! Xia Mingyao nearly exclaimed in surprise, but Xia Tianyu had no time to consider her thoughts. Hurry! You! Let go of me, she said, her face slightly flushed. Only then did Xia Tianyu realize he was still holding this beautiful girl in Appo's hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. He released it. They both fell silent, eyes fixed on the surrounding wolves. Xia Tianyu knew that if this continued, they would inevitably meet their demise. Heaven knows if the wolf pack had stamina. If they could recover indefinitely, it was still the players who would die. As if in a dream. If we continue like this, we will surely be surrounded by the wolves. Rather than exhaust our stamina, it would be better to fight. Xia Tianyu was not one to shy away from danger, and facing the relentless pursuit of the wolf pack, he felt a growing irritation, rather than perish from exhaustion. It was far better to engage in a glorious battle. Upon recalling the true identity of the rainy day, Xia Mingyao felt a surge of anger at being teased. Yet as she thought of his selfless actions, her cheeks flushed, and she unconsciously nodded. If she could die alongside him, it wouldn't Appo's be so bad, this rogue. All right. Thus, Xia Tianyu came to a halt. As they paused, a gust of wind swept through, and the wolf pack immediately focused their predatory gaze on the two formidable foes. In the eyes of the wolves, these were the individuals who had slain many of their companions, making them powerful adversaries. The wind rose, stirring up dust from the ground. Thousands of wolves faced off against a man and a woman on the vast grassland. This was a brutal battle, a fight where life itself was at stake. Death was not feared. What was truly terrifying was the dread of death. Kill! Xia Tianyu did not hesitate, his silver eyes glimmering as he unleashed his inferno. With a similar impact to the wolves and Appo's charge, he almost instantly plunged into the heart of the pack, his figure soaring among the wolves, his bloodied sword dancing, his robe billowing, and his keen gaze creating a stirring scene at that moment. Is this what it means to be a man? The enchanting Xia Mingyao, surrounded by ice, gazed in fascination at Xia Tianyu's every move. He had downplayed his appearance, appearing quite ordinary, but at that moment, he shone like gold. What are you doing? Attack quickly. Xia Tianyu turned back, seeing the entranced Xia Mingyao, and could not help but shout in frustration. Xia Mingyao smiled gently. You have saved me twice and even provided us with the application order. This time, it is my turn to help you, is it not? I dislike being in debt to others. Am I not right, Xia Tianyu? At her words, Xia Tianyu was taken aback. Xia Mingyao knows her identity. It was only a matter of time. Xia Tianyu felt no surprise. What truly puzzled him was what this girl intended to do. The ice surrounding Xia Tianyu became increasingly formidable. Her entire being seemed enveloped by a chilling current. A frenzied blood wolf lunged at the beautiful woman. But just as it neared her, it transformed into a statue of ice. What a terrifying ability. This time, consider it a repayment of your favor. Xia Mingyao fixed her gaze on Xia Tianyu, her hands moving slightly. Xia Tianyu, perplexed, could not fathom her intentions but sensed an unsettling omen. 100 steps of ice. In comparison to the previous feeble 100 steps of ice, this time it radiated an aura of terror, a force several times greater than that which had defeated the fire phoenix. Creeping frost spread forth, a dreadful chill swiftly engulfing the wolf pack. In an instant, the entire grassland was enveloped in this icy wave, and at the moment of contact, the blood wolves transformed into ice wolves. And this time, the range of the 100 steps of ice extended within 100 meters. Hurry! However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Xia Mingyao could not freeze them all. She cried out, her voice reaching Xia Tianyu's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. Chapter 89. That flutter of the heart upon the frigid expanse of the plains, where the icy winds assailed the battle-worn wolf pack. A formidable cold front enveloped the wolves within a mere instant. The potency of such extraordinary abilities is contingent upon the wielder, yet the sheer magnitude of this force indicated a desperate unleashing of all power. The conjurer, too, would inevitably suffer. The ethereal form of the enchanting woman was nearly encased in frost, her delicate veil transformed into shards of ice. The exquisite visage of Iran, renowned for her unparalleled beauty, was laid bare to the elements. This was no mere act of aiding Xia Tianyu's escape. It was an act of self-sacrifice. Could a man truly permit a woman to risk her life while he fled? Xia Tianyu could not. Yet as he contemplated returning to rescue Xia Mengyao, the animosity of the wolves converged upon her, their blood-red eyes brimming with hatred. The ravenous pack lunged at Xia Mengyao, her formidable natural abilities manifesting as her body began to crystallize. Some wolves plummeted from the air, their insides frozen solid. Upon landing, they might shatter into countless pieces. This woman, Xia Tianyu, was awestruck by Xia Mengyao's strength, yet a flicker of anger surged within him. Although he did not disdain assertive women, he despised those who flaunted their strength unnecessarily. The cold front persisted, intensifying the night's biting winds. Xia Mengyao's complexion turned ashen, clearly nearing her limit. Yet, despite the presence of over 1,000 wolves, she valiantly clung to her precarious state. Slaying a level 40 wolf pack would yield little experience for either Xia Mengyao or Xia Tianyu, likely not even enough to gain a single level. Thus, despite her numerous kills, Xia Mengyao remained stagnant in her progression. Xia Mengyao, as he witnessed her becoming a tomb for both the wolves and herself. Xia Tianyu and Appo's voice erupted in a desperate roar, while the outer wolves continued their frenzied assault against the cold front. Guilt gnawed at him. Would he once again be forced to watch a woman perish before his eyes? Though this was merely a game, his heart remained tumultuous. The wolves encircled Xia Mengyao, her form obscured within the icy tempest. Xia Tianyu silently closed his eyes, his clenched fists trembling, his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. If those brutes knew I would perish to save a man, what a stir that would cause, Xia Mengyao mused bitterly, her strength waning. Simultaneously, Xia Tianyu's silhouette faded from her vision. As a professional player, he had likely already fled, she pondered, recognizing his rare outings. Gradually, her consciousness dimmed, the bodies of the frozen wolves beginning to collapse, while the remaining wolves continued their relentless charge. Was this the end? Her fading gaze caught the final glimpse of the wolves lunging toward her before she surrendered to darkness, awaiting the moment of her own dismemberment. Woman, cease your self-righteousness. Just as Xia Mengyao resigned to her fate, a powerful voice pierced the air, causing her to snap her eyes open. The wolves soared around her, and a figure surged forth. In an instant, she felt herself lifted. The searing flames melted the frost enveloping her, not only dissolving the ice, but also thawing the heart of the young woman. Xia Tianyu, encircled by silver flames, declared, at times, a woman should stand behind a man. I disdain those who feign strength. Spell of sealing. A swarm of black runes enveloped Xia Tianyu, even adorning his face. The activation of the spell enhanced all attributes, not for the purpose of battle, but for escape. Confusion, illusion, freeze. Previously, Xia Tianyu had initiated his silver eyes, locking gazes with all the blood wolves. The power of the silver eyes surpassed that of the shadowy eyes, extending the realm of illusion. The wolves became disoriented, a number entering a state of paralysis, compounded by the frozen wolves. Seizing this moment, Xia Tianyu took Xia Mengyao and dashed in another direction. Though the wolves' terrifying roars echoed behind them, none pursued. Yet, Xia Tianyu remained vigilant, hastening his escape from the menacing circle of wolves. After what felt like an eternity upon the desolate plains, he finally spotted a grove where he could seek refuge. Without hesitation, he plunged into the thicket, gasping for breath. He inhaled the air greedily, the tension in his body finally easing, yet he held the enchanting woman closely. Have you had your fill? Xia Mengyao inquired, casting a glance at him. Just as Xia Tianyu was about to retort, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, causing him to clutch them, stifling any sound. Had he overexerted himself? Are you all right? Noticing the pallor of Xia Tianyu's face, Xia Mengyao's concern blossomed. His frantic sprint while carrying her had already etched itself into her memory. Had you not acted impulsively, we would have escaped long ago. Now, look at our predicament. He grumbled, gently setting Xia Mengyao against a tree trunk. Her expression shifted as she retorted, Xia Tianyu, I never expected you to be so callous beneath that composed exterior. You are no different from other insufferable men. How shameless you were. Her cheeks flushed. The words left unspoken. What of it? With the crisis averted, Xia Tianyu gazed at the stunning young woman, unable to resist teasing her. Enough. Xia Mingyao averted her gaze from him. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart fluttered, a sensation that rendered her breath quick and shallow. Observing the beautiful girl before him, her breath quickening, Xia Tianyu smiled. Both had overexerted their abilities, their physical strength and hunger waning. Let us rest for a moment. Our stamina and hunger are dwindling, and our abilities require restoration. The system prompted them, indicating the need for recovery after excessive use of powers. Xia Mingyao nodded, and beneath the tranquil night sky, silence enveloped them as they awaited their strength to return, unaware that their bond was gradually drawing closer. Chapter 90. The thoughts of Mingyao the Blood Wolves had ceased their pursuit, returning to their vast grasslands after losing their target. Meanwhile, after an hour of frantic running, Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao found a place to rest, exhausted from the overuse of their powers, albeit still on the outskirts of Hell City. What are you looking at, you ruffian? After discovering Xia Tianyu and Apos' true identity, Xia Mingyao had not been kind to him. The mere thought of him having teased her ignited her anger. Is it a crime to appreciate beauty? Xia Tianyu, replenishing his stamina and hunger, could not resist jesting as he gazed at the stunning Xia Mingyao. How pretentious. Xia Mingyao, biting into an apple, her alluring red lips exuding temptation, captivated anyone who beheld her. In fact, only Shui Jie could rival Xia Mingyao and Apos' beauty in Xia Tianyu and Apos' mind. Xia Tianyu fell silent, seemingly lost in melancholic memories, and quietly murmured to the moon above, Shui Jie, are you well over there? The sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, their brilliance fleeting. Hey, perhaps sensing Xia Tianyu and Apos' somber gaze, Xia Mingyao called out to him. What? He replied, seemingly indifferent. I wasn't looking at you, nor teasing you. Xia Tianyu averted his eyes, appearing disinterested in engaging with the woman before him. I really can and Apos' understand you. By the way, are you a local from Shanghai? Xia Mingyao rested, her long legs crossed, her white dress billowing gently under the moonlight, resembling a fairy. Not at all. Xia Tianyu replied coldly. Xia Mingyao found his answer unsatisfactory. Why the pretense of indifference? After a moment and Apos' thought, she asked, then what brings you to Shanghai? And why purchase such a large villa? Humph, trying to pry into my affairs. You and Apos' a bit naive. Of course. Xia Tianyu kept that thought to himself and, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, I came to study. Studying and buying a villa? Who would believe that? Especially one where Xinyue Studio is located. Xia Mingyao refrained from saying this aloud and continued her inquiry. Which school? Yinhua. Xia Tianyu remained impassive. Yinhua? Xia Mingyao was taken aback, thinking it might be too coincidental. Yinhua's semester began in April, later than most schools, but it was already mid-March, and the opening day was approaching. Xia Tianyu was aware that not only Xinyue Xian and Xian Lanxin, but Xia Mingyao also attended Yinhua, albeit a year ahead of Xinyue Xian, as a junior. Yinhua Academy was, in essence, a bastion of privilege. To Xia Tianyu, however, it merely represented worldly aristocracy, a gathering of wealthy second-generation elites and bureaucratic offspring. Had they been in the academy he graduated from, they would have faced numerous failures. Hey, Xia Mingyao intended to extract more information from Xia Tianyu, but he interrupted. First of all, I have a name, and secondly, your questions are rather excessive. I never intended to spend the night here with you. With that, Xia Tianyu stood up, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. He opened the map and noted that they were still on the outskirts of Hell City, but had seemingly distanced themselves from the Blood Wolves' territory. Arrogant. Xia Mingyao muttered under her breath. Xia Tianyu paid no heed to her and contemplated whether he should return to the city of Sin. By the way, those girls must have received the application order and should be close to establishing the guild by now. Arin and Apos, to you going back? Xia Tianyu inquired, puzzled. Mind your own business. Xia Mingyao and Xia Tianyu bickered like adversaries. Just as she finished speaking, her communicator beeped. Didi, Moon Xin. Sister Mingyao, are you not back in the city yet? Xinyue Xin had been waiting at the guild application office, but Xia Mingyao's prolonged absence had left the girls in anxious anticipation, prompting her to send a message. There was a minor incident, and I won't be back quickly. You don't need to wait for me. Go ahead and establish the guild, lest others beat you to it. Xia Mingyao considered the situation, knowing that others in different cities would surely be making moves. Establishing the first guild would likely come with substantial benefits. All right then. In the city of Sin, at the application office, after hanging up, Xinyue Xian glanced at the application administrator and led the other girls inside. In that moment, her gaze turned steely, for she understood that there would be no turning back. The moment the guild was established, Various crises were destined to unfold. Xia Tianyu observed Xiao Mingyao's actions, but chose not to comment. He calculated the journey back to the city of Sin, estimating that at full speed, it would take approximately 2.5 days. If he dawdled, at least 10 days would pass. Damn, why does this game have to be so torturous? Nevertheless, Xia Tianyu had grown accustomed to such trials. Since his job change, he had not encountered a single smooth situation, except for the trial tower. I and Oppos, am leaving. You can find your own way back. Xia Tianyu thought it unwise to return with this woman, uncertain of what troubles might arise, and without hesitation, he ventured alone into the jungle. Choosing a route back to the city, Xia Mingyao stomped her foot. You ruffian, you have no sense of gentlemanly decorum. Yet both had forgotten that the game's route calculations were based on the shortest distance, meaning their path back was, once back. I must purchase several return scrolls to avoid such a situation again. Xia Tianyu mused as he walked, not wishing to relive this delightful adventure a second time. Along the way, encountering monsters, Xia Tianyu charged in without a second thought. Following him, Xia Mingyao occasionally furrowed her brow, yet at times, a smile graced her lips. Xia Tianyu could be mischievous like a child, yet at other moments, he exuded strength and dominance. Even when Xia Mingyao was in his embrace, she could feel his gentleness. Recalling the scenes from before, she couldn't and Oppos, help but blush. He was a mysterious man, igniting a flicker of interest within her. As the saying goes, when a woman develops an interest in a man, the time until love is not far off. Even Xia Mingyao herself had not anticipated that this adventure would become one of her life's most cherished memories. One she would never forget. Chapter 91. The first guild. The night has deepened, yet it cannot extinguish the fervent enthusiasm of the players. Even at such a late hour, many players, grappling with their physiological needs, continue to battle through the night, occasionally feeling that taking time to eat is merely a waste of precious gaming time. Numerous individuals, stifled in the real world, losers, laborers, have discovered confidence and aspirations within this virtual realm, liberating all their suppressed desires that they dared not express in reality. In just 3 short months, the vast expanse of the game has become humanity's second world. As a second world, it naturally harbors the pursuit of fame, wealth, and power, still coveted by many. The game has provided everyone with a fresh start. For Xia Tianyu, this also represents her sole opportunity to defy fate. She harbors no fondness for her father's arrangements and is even less inclined to marry the man chosen for her. Thus, she places all her hopes within the game. The notion of achieving wealth through gaming is not far-fetched. Indeed, over the past decades, numerous players have substantiated this reality. They have not only gained fame within the game, but have also emerged as affluent figures in the real world. Consequently, Xia Tianyu has invested all her hopes in this endeavor. Within her package lies the guild application letter, quietly resting. Though she is unaware of the means by which Sister Mingyao procured it, Xia Tianyu can imagine the perilous nature of seizing the application from the hands of the formidable adversary, Rainy Day, the strongest player in the realm. This gesture, this sentiment, is etched in Xia Tianyu's heart. Sister Xia Tianyu stands beside her, sensing Xia Tianyu's excitement. In fact, the mood among the beautiful members of the Xia Tianyu studio has reached a serene state, as perhaps the first guild in the game will be born from their efforts. Jia, are you excited? With every small step, Qianyu seems to tremble with anticipation. And you, Qian? The two mischievous girls are surprisingly quiet today, their rogue leather armor enveloping their delicate skin. Though they may not stand out now, in 3 years, they are likely to blossom into stunning beauties. Sister Yu is about to become the guild leader, and we will be the founding members. The two beauties giggle as they follow Xia Tianyu into the guild application area. The current guild application hall is nearly devoid of players, save for a few NPCs. After all, the guild has yet to be established, so naturally, no one is taking on guild-related tasks. Now, with players finally arriving, the NPCs take notice. Xia Tianyu surveys the surroundings and spots the guild administrator's location, approaching him with determination. Hello, I would like to create a guild. Young lady, creating a guild requires a guild application letter. The administrator replies kindly, initially doubting that this group of young girls would possess such a document. However, when Xia Tianyu presents the silvery guild application letter, the administrator and Oppos' expression changes. A silver application letter? Is there a hierarchy to these application letters? Xia Tianyu and her companions are taken aback. You are unaware. Guild application letters are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, and black gold levels, with black gold being the highest, allowing for an immediate upgrade to a level 5 guild. Your silver application letter permits an upgrade to a level 2 guild, the amiable administrator explains. Please assist me in establishing the guild. Xia Tianyu responds politely. The cost for establishing a guild is 1,000 gold coins, and the guild application letter will deduct the corresponding player reputation, the administrator murmurs. Xia Tianyu nods, having prepared for this day long ago. After handing over the 1,000 gold coins and the guild application letter, Xia Tianyu holds her breath. In this moment, she might be on the brink of creating the first guild in the vast realm. Deducting reputation, 10,000 gold coins. 1,000 application letter, 1. Do you agree? The system and Oppo's S prompt resonates around her, yet Xia Tianyu and Oppo's S complexion pales. Sister, what and Oppo's S wrong? Xia Tianyu asks, puzzled. Xia Tianyu trembles all over. Tianyu, we need a reputation of 10,000. What? The group gasps in unison. Establishing a guild requires specific details from the management office, and none of them anticipated that reputation would be a requirement. Sister, how much do you have? Xia Tianyu inquires calmly. Only a few hundred, Xia Tianyu replies, her heart sinking. In the early stages of the game, players can earn reputation almost exclusively through completing quests, which yield only 10 or so points. To amass 10,000 points, one must achieve a system announcement, akin to Rainy Day and Oppo's S feats. Instantly, Xia Tianyu and Oppo's S spirits plummet. Just as they feel disheartened, a message reverberates across the skies, invigorating them all. Ding. Player Yao Xia as Sunset establishes the legendary guild, becoming the first guild in the realm. The system rewards this player with 1,000 reputation and 1,000 gold coins. As the inaugural guild founder, the guild level is immediately raised by 1. Ding. Player Yao Xia as Sunset opens the guild leaderboard, rewarding this player with 1,000 reputation and 1,000 gold coins. All players strive to create a renowned sect that will be remembered through the ages. Beneath the tranquil darkness of the night, the legendary guild established by Yao Xia as Sunset once again garners acclaim throughout the realm. Xia Tianyu trembles, once having dared to dream that this honor would belong to her. Yet, disappointment sets in, and she finally understands why many powerful players have delayed establishing their guilds. It is due to the reputation requirement. Perhaps there were players who had obtained application letters, but were delayed by their lack of reputation. Xia Tianyu appears somewhat despondent. Sister, now that we have the application letter, what is there to fear? The most pressing matter is to gain reputation. Xia Tianyu declares resolutely, gazing steadfastly at her sister. Xia Tianyu clutches the application letter. Lost in thought. Indeed, how could she let everyone down? Just then, the information prompt resonates in her ears. Far away, across the vast and desolate plains, Xia Mingyao furrows her brow. Xia Tianyu also hears the system prompt and, perplexed, remarks, how could someone else have gotten ahead of us? Yao Xia as Sunset. I've never heard of this name. It seems this name doesn't appear on any of the 3 leaderboards, Xia Mingyao muses. Creating a guild requires a reputation of 10,000. No wonder those players have delayed. It seems we have underestimated the situation, she continues thoughtfully. That and Amp. Oppo's. Why I dislike overly ambitious women. Xia Tianyu shakes his head and resumes walking, while behind him, Xia Mingyao retorts indignantly, not that I need your approval. With that, she follows in his footsteps. Chapter 92. The Eerie Mountain Village Guild Rankings. 1. Legends Founder. The Malevolent Sunset Guild Level. 2. Is it the Malevolent Sunset? Murmured Xia Tianyu to himself as he closed the leaderboard. He glanced at the somewhat dejected Xia Mingyao behind him. To him, it was of little consequence, after all. He had done his utmost to assist Xia Tianyu. The sunset, indeed, it appeared that the malevolent, the fragmented, and the bloodstained had also entered the game. But could they truly endure such a prolonged silence? After silently observing the guild and level rankings, and confirming that only the malevolent had made the list, Xia Mingyao's thoughts became increasingly elusive. Disappointed? Xia Tianyu asked, puzzled by the expression on this strong woman's face, which was rather unfamiliar to him. Xia Mingyao shot a glance at the human player. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. What does this have to do with me? Xia Tianyu, at a loss for words, replied, why do you keep dragging me into this? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be trapped here. It's infuriating. Who plays without a return scroll? Xia Mingyao retorted. Although she possessed a return scroll, it was to the City of Fear. Even if she returned there now, the journey to the City of Sin would take several days, far easier to just walk back. As a player of the City of Sin, Xia Tianyu had notably not carried a return scroll. The very thought made Xia Mingyao somewhat irate. I'm quite content, actually, Xia Tianyu replied cheerfully, having completely forgotten about the existence of a return scroll. Had he remembered, he wouldn't have had to run such a distance. He could have simply returned to town after disengaging from the battle. The two of them, like sworn enemies, fell into silence again. Xia Tianyu opened the map and was pleasantly surprised to discover a village just a few hundred meters ahead. It must be a novice village. Perhaps they might find some scrolls for sale, he thought, hastening his pace. Noticing Xia Tianyu's quickened steps, Xia Mingyao cast him a disdainful glance. With a heart full of hope, Xia Tianyu dashed into the mountain village. However, as he reached the summit and gazed down, his body trembled and he stopped in his tracks. Despite the darkness, his keen eyesight allowed him to survey the entire novice village from above. And he stood on high ground. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the ground beneath him, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. What has happened? Beast, why are you standing there like an idiot? Xia Mingyao approached from behind. But no sooner had she spoken than she covered her mouth, suppressing a gasp. Her beautiful eyes flashing with horror. Xia Tianyu crouched down, for before him lay a corpse, its body entirely blackened. As if all its flesh and fat had been siphoned away, resembling a desiccated cadaver. Devoured villager, met an untimely death, unknown perpetrator. What on earth transpired here? Xia Mingyao and Appo's voice broke the heavy silence, for there was not just one corpse before them. As far as the eye could see, the village was strewn with lifeless bodies. Xia Tianyu unsheathed his silver moon sword. With the cover of darkness, he activated the glow of his equipment. In an instant, golden and silver light radiated. Even the Shura ring emanated a dazzling black sheen. Now it was Xia Mingyao's turn to be astonished. She was aware that Xia Tianyu possessed golden equipment, yet she had not anticipated that he lacked even a single piece of gear below silver grade. The black gleam undoubtedly belonged to the legendary Shura ring. Xia Mingyao's gaze towards Xia Tianyu deepened in perplexity. In the early game, it was improbable that someone could be so extraordinarily fortunate. However, she remained on guard, drawing her cold moon sword and positioning it protectively before her ample bosom, as the method of death for these NPCs was quite peculiar. Stay behind me, Xia Tianyu cautioned Xia Mingyao. Lowering her head, she took a step forward to join him. Unfazed, Xia Tianyu led them down to the foot of the mountain, where they discovered that all the corpses appeared emaciated, their eyes vacant, as if they had encountered a horrific event. The pair scoured the village, finding no signs of destruction. Livestock had also perished in a manner identical to the villagers. The blacksmith shop and the apothecary showed no signs of looting. Xia Tianyu stepped into the apothecary, quickly grabbing any useful potions without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? Well, it's an abandoned village now. What is there to fear? He nonchalantly took the potions and headed to the blacksmith shop, where he had little interest in the low-grade weapons. He proceeded to the village chief's residence, only to discover that the chief's entire family had met the same fate. Furrowing his brow, Xia Tianyu pondered that while NPCs could be killed, excluding certain fixed ones, who would be so idle as to slay these villagers? An NPC? The thought lingered, as it seemed the only possibility. This must be a quest, Xia Mingyao speculated, her words reminding Xia Tianyu of the task at hand. However, despite searching their surroundings, they found no conditions or NPCs to trigger a quest. What are you doing? Though Xia Mingyao was a strong woman, the sight of so many desiccated bodies drained the color from her face, and she stayed close to Xia Tianyu. Turning back, he replied, I'm burying them. Utilizing dimensional fluctuations, Xia Tianyu excavated a large pit in the ground, burying over 30 villagers. Afterward, he and Xia Mingyao scoured the village perimeter but found nothing more, compelling them to leave this eerie place, as the villagers' grotesque demise was far too chilling. As the night wind blew, the novice village lay in a terrifying stillness. What had transpired here before their arrival to result in such bizarre deaths? 10 kilometers away, another village awaited. Xia Tianyu opened the map and discovered yet another similar mountain village beyond 10 kilometers, though he dismissed it, suspecting it was merely the result of some malevolent NPC. They had not triggered any quests. In this strange night, formidable beasts lurked nearby. Xia Tianyu extinguished the glow of his equipment and activated his shadow eyes. Although he feigned indifference towards comforting Xia Mingyao, in moments of danger, his foremost thought was to safeguard the woman behind him. Xia Mingyao trailed Xia Tianyu, silent, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment and indignation. Thus began their peculiar alliance. Chapter 93, The Mysterious Shadow in the City of Sin. Damn it, is there still no news of the rainy day? Dark Dragon roared in frustration upon hearing the reports from his subordinates. It had been nearly 4 days, and it seemed as if the rainy day had vanished from the City of Sin without a trace. In fact, according to Dark Dragon's deductions, Rainy Day should have returned to the city by now. President, although we have not discovered Rainy Day applying for a permit, something did happen last night. Fenghua Xiuyue whispered in Dark Dragon's ear. Upon hearing this, Dark Dragon's expression changed. Speak. It was about New Moon Heart last night. Fenghua Xiuyue recounted her observations from the previous evening. Dark Dragon's eyes lit up at the mention of New Moon Studio. Could it be that formidable ice-wielding woman? They have indeed been boosting their reputation lately. He grinned with a sinister smile. Similarly, news of New Moon Studio's permit application quickly reached the ears of the Affection Guild. Sunny Sky chose not to act immediately. Let's observe the situation for now. There is something I must clarify before making a decision. But President, Dark Dragon sighed. Song Hai Yishao pondered. Realizing that if their guild did not take action, Dark Dragon would undoubtedly act upon the information he received. Of course, we cannot allow Dark Dragon to succeed. At the right moment, we should assist New Moon Studio. Once the situation becomes clear, I will make my decision. Sunny Sky was plagued by a lingering doubt that he felt compelled to resolve in order to determine their subsequent actions. He gazed beyond the forest. Who are you really? Recalling the woman in white from the Valley Contention, he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. Last night, the malevolent sunset established the first guild, causing a tumult throughout the celestial realm. Countless powerful players rushed to seize sufficient benefits before the system update. As the distribution of the second batch of helmets was nearing its end, and soon a multitude of players would flood into the celestial realm. In the city of Sin, the girls from New Moon Studio toiled diligently for reputation. The process of boosting reputation was arduous, as completing a single reputation task yielded a maximum of only 100 points. To achieve their goals, they needed to complete at least 150 tasks, which, even without rest, would take a minimum of 5 days. Moreover, they required assistance from others. The items needed for tasks could be purchased or sought in the marketplace, thereby accelerating their progress, although some items necessitated hunting monsters in the wild. Still 9,600? New Moon Heart gazed at the progress bar with renewed hope for establishing the guild. She continued with her reputation tasks, while Xian Lan Xian, Yao Yu Yanyu, Lin Yuqian, Xia Mengjia, and others sought every possible method to aid her. As time passed, these excited ladies remained oblivious to the fact that they had become prey in the eyes of others. Ultimately, it was New Moon Heart's youth and inexperience in the game. Knowledge largely gleaned from Xia Mengyao, who was not present with them at this moment. For Xia Mengyao, returning to the city of Sin was not an easy feat. In the dead of night, 2 solitary players evaded the terrifying beasts lurking in the darkness. Seemingly unwilling to delay their journey, Xia Tianyu's position as the top-ranked player had already been surpassed by the arrogant one, with him still at level 51. While the arrogant had reached level 52. In 3 months, only the arrogant and Rainy Day had reached level 50, while most players lingered around level 40. However, unbeknownst to anyone, there were secrets within the game that players remained oblivious to. In a desolate village, the corpses of villagers lay strewn about, their appearance indicating they had been dead for quite some time, yet in reality, they had perished less than an hour ago. These corpses had all withered, becoming mummies. Just as Xia Tianyu and his companions had encountered before, beside a dry well, a mysterious figure in black was lifting a struggling villager, his right hand pressed against the victim's neck. Soon, the NPC ceased to struggle, transforming into a lifeless mummy. TCH, these souls are far too weak. They are of no use to us. The shadow seemed dissatisfied after absorbing the soul, casually discarding the corpse. Stop complaining. If we get discovered, we won't fare well. Let's go. These souls will sustain us for a while. By the dry well sat a mysterious figure in black, their entire form obscured except for their eyes, which appeared even more terrifying and eerie in the dark of night. With that, the 2 enigmatic figures vanished into the night. Who were these individuals? NPCs or players? However, these mysterious figures seemed unaware that in a small corner, an untidy old man, reeking of alcohol and resembling a corpse, silently observed everything unfolding before him. Not far away, another village awaited them. Hopefully, we will have good fortune and find some scrolls. In truth, Xia Tianyu merely approached with a casual attitude, skeptical that such a small village would possess teleportation scrolls to major cities. As Xia Tianyu stepped into the village entrance, he instinctively furrowed his brow. The perception of the psychic alerted both him and Xia Mengyao to a sense of unease. It was too quiet here. The entire scene felt peculiar. Upon entering the village, they indeed discovered a multitude of corpses, over 30, scattered at the entrance, on the hillside, by the well, and within the houses. The expressions of Xia Tianyu and Xia Mengyao darkened as they recognized the unsettling reality. Although they were NPCs, The manner of their deaths evoked a profound sense of sorrow within them. As per usual, Xia Tianyu unleashed a dimensional shockwave that resonated through the night, quickly creating a large pit in the ground. Subsequently, he located the villagers one by one and buried them in the earth. "Pervert, come here quickly." Suddenly, during his search, Xia Mingyao's voice rang out in alarm. Xia Tianyu's expression shifted, and he rushed to her side at full speed. In front of a thatched hut, they discovered an old man, tattered and frail, looking scarcely better than a corpse. Yet, astonishingly, he was still alive. "Did you bury the villagers' bodies?" The old man, gasping for breath and clutching a bottle, glanced at Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao before falling silent. Exchanging glances, Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao nodded, even without words. They understood. A quest had emerged. Yes, indeed, it was us. Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze fixed upon them. Perhaps the strange occurrences in this village could be unraveled through the NPC's account. "Old man, what has transpired here?" "On our way, we discovered another village that resembled this one." Xia Tianyu politely addressed what appeared to be an elder of the elven race. Though this individual had long since lost the grace and beauty characteristic of elves, the old man took a swig of his drink. "Has another village met a similar fate?" "Yes, old man, what exactly is happening here? Do you require our assistance?" Xia Tianyu dove straight into the matter, hoping to procure a quest from the elder. The old man, glancing at Xia Tianyu with resignation, replied, "There are some things you are better off not knowing. Knowing too much may not bode well for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu sensed an opportunity. "Old man, we will do our utmost to find the culprit and bring justice for the villagers." Xia Tianyu, with righteous fervor, thought to himself that the old man had no reason to refuse the task. However, to his surprise, the elder sighed and said, "You may leave. As an old man nearing the end of my days, I have little assistance to offer." "Old man, do you truly not require our help?" Xia Tianyu persisted, unwilling to give up. The elder remained silent, ignoring him entirely. "Perhaps we can genuinely assist you," Xia Tianyu continued. The elder, revealing the veins on his forehead, shouted, "Get lost." At that moment, Xia Tianyu began to doubt his own appearance. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyao could hardly contain her laughter, prompting Xia Tianyu to cast a scornful glance her way. "What is so amusing? If you're capable, go ahead." "I will," Xia Mingyao declared, approaching the elderly man. Looking at his tattered robe, she felt a pang of sympathy and gently asked, "Grandfather, you surely know what has transpired, right? You wouldn't wish for the villagers to die without reason, unable to find peace even in death. If you need our help, please do not hesitate to ask." Her sincere words caught the elder's attention, making him glance at her once more. "Lecherous old man." Xia Tianyu scoffed at the elder's gaze. The elder took a swig from his gourd, his demeanor tinged with melancholy as he said, "Child, I speak for your own good. Some matters are better left as secrets, don't you think? But if you insist on seeking the culprit, I shall offer you a clue. Ding dong. Would you like to accept the SSS level quest to find the mysterious black-clad killer?" Hee. Xia Mingyao turned to Xia Tianyu, a triumphant smile on her face. Xia Tianyu shot a disdainful look at the old man, cursing inwardly, "You perverted old fool. How could this be an SSS level quest?" Upon accepting the task, Xia Mingyao's expression changed. In the game, quests varied in difficulty from ordinary to easy, hard, challenging, narrative, epic, and legendary. However, any quest denoted with letters indicated that unexpected events could arise at any moment. The letter A signifies the highest rank, while S is a legendary classification. Yet now, Xia Mingyao found herself facing an SSS level quest in the desolate mountains. One could only imagine that the elder's earlier words were not mere ramblings. Perhaps this task was indeed perilous. Nonetheless, Xia Tianyu was infuriated by the thought that Xia Mingyao could accept the quest while he could not. He accused the old man of gender discrimination and contemplated lodging a complaint. "What is the task content?" Hearing the SSS level designation, Xia Tianyu displayed a hint of surprise. To his astonishment, Xia Mingyao displayed a mischievous side. "Want to know? You take it." Unconvinced, Xia Tianyu approached the elder, saying, "Old man, I can assist you as well, and I am far more capable than that woman. Get lost." The elder dismissed Xia Tianyu completely. "Ha-ha-ha." Xia Mingyao's laughter rang like silver bells, her ample bosom quaking with mirth, which finally pushed Xia Tianyu over the edge. He drew his silver moon sword, pointing it at the elder's head, declaring, "Whether you have a quest or not, you will provide one, or I shall sever your head and hang it at the entrance of the novice village." He gestured towards the railing at the village entrance. Xia Mingyao's laughter ceased as she realized the gravity of the situation. Xia Tianyu was likely the first in the entire game to threaten an NPC to accept a quest. As she contemplated this, she couldn't help but chuckle again. Will you give it or not? Xia Tianyu released a hint of murderous intent. Humph. The elder snorted dismissively. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Ding dong. The mysterious elder's affinity for you is now 50, now lowered to disdain. Ding dong. Would you like to accept the SSS level quest, find the mysterious black-clad killer? Yes. Xia Tianyu eagerly accepted, feeling triumphant despite the elder's lack of goodwill. In the game, the higher the NPC's affinity for a player, the greater the rewards. Retracting his sword, Xia Tianyu smugly opened the quest log, casting a proud glance at Xia Mingyao. Is that even allowed? Xia Mingyao was taken aback by Xia Tianyu's audacity to threaten an NPC for a quest. Yet, no one anticipated that Xia Tianyu's desperate act would set a precedent for future human players, who would resort to drawing swords against NPCs when unable to accept quests. This moment became a highlight in the game, with many players exclaiming, "So that's how you can accept a quest." Find the mysterious black-clad killer, quest level, SSS quest difficulty, unknown quest content. Numerous villagers have met untimely deaths, and the mysterious elder has witnessed the killer's actions. Perhaps heading eastward may yield further discoveries. Now, you must seek out the mysterious black-clad figure to uncover the truth. Quest rewards, unknown quest penalties, unknown quest hint, perhaps. You may very well lose your life during the quest, so proceed with caution, caution, and more caution. Xia Tianyu glanced at the quest details, questioning how a task as seemingly simple as finding a killer could be designated as SSS level. Moreover, the quest hints suggested an underlying complexity, with 3 warnings urging caution. Let us go, Xia Mingyao said with a smile, appearing delighted by the prospect of an SSS level quest, as high risk often correlates with high reward. However, Xia Tianyu remained uneasy, sensing that this task was far from straightforward. Little did they know, from the moment they accepted this quest, they had unwittingly become entangled in the grandest conspiracy within the realm. Chapter 94. The Movements of the Murderer, as the saying goes. On a moonless night with a chilling wind, it is a night conducive to murder. However, the night within the game is far more complex than it appears in reality. Beasts hunt more fearsomely under the cover of darkness. In a canyon known as Black Mountain Valley, 2 enigmatic figures cloaked in black face off against a terrifying pack of black panthers. Should any players be present, they would be utterly speechless. For the number of panthers exceeds 2,000, while the 2 cloaked figures are vastly outnumbered. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, these 2 advance steadily, causing the panthers to recoil in trepidation. A bunch of inferior beings, unworthy of controlling souls. Begone. One of the cloaked figures sneered disdainfully at the panthers. The other remained silent, perhaps tacitly agreeing with his companion's words. The Panther King, perhaps understanding the intruder's disdain, glared with fury from its emerald eyes. It would be a grave mistake to regard the panthers as mere monsters. The panthers encircling the 2 figures are at least level 50, and the Panther King itself is a level 60 domain boss. Roar. The panthers' roar reverberated through the valley, as if the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Beasts will forever remain beasts, the cloaked figure retorted, unmoved and dismissive. With a ferocious assault, thousands of black panthers charged at the 2 mysterious figures. One of the cloaked figures stepped forward, their hands enveloped in dense black smoke, seemingly intent on confronting such an overwhelming number of panthers. As the moonlight scattered across the earth, illuminating the path to the east, a task prompt urged the duo, Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao, to change their course towards the eastern direction. Despite their relentless pursuit, they found no trace of the murderer, yet they remained undeterred. Hey, what do you think the reward for this task will be? Xia Mingyao inquired, perhaps bored. Xia Tianyu, focused on scanning the surroundings for any signs left by the murderer, shot her a glance, muttering, "Now I understand why some say that a large bust comes with a lack of brains." Upon hearing this, a glint of malice sparkled in Xia Mingyao's beautiful eyes. Xia Tianyu, what do you mean by that? What do you want me to say? How would I know? I'm not the system's deity, Xia Tianyu retorted dismissively, paying no heed to the increasingly frustrated Xia Mingyao. Frustrated by his lack of romantic sensibility, Xia Mingyao stomped her foot in an effort to calm herself. This guy is not normal. I must not lose my temper. Ding. You have entered the location map, Black Mountain Valley. Xia Tianyu paid little attention to Xia Mingyao's mounting agitation. He was solely focused on completing the task swiftly. As an unsettling feeling grew stronger within him, he had never doubted his instincts, much like in his childhood. Opening the map of Black Mountain Valley, he noted that the creatures within had a minimum level of 50, with the maximum level unknown. Sensing a looming crisis, he steeled himself and ventured into the valley. A glance back at Xia Mingyao revealed that her playful demeanor had faded, which eased his concern. He understood that if she truly lost control, he might not withstand her formidable ice powers. Within the depths of the valley, Xia Tianyu looked up at the moonlit sky. Though the canyon's walls obscured much of the view, he activated his gear's effects, concealing the dark glow of the Shiro ring. Two golden pieces of equipment radiated a brilliant light. As an ability master, Xia Mingyao lacked any additional gear from him, apart from her weapon and robe. Everything else was of the Xian Iron class. Unbeknownst to him, he was indeed fortunate. In the entire game world, his gear was the most formidable. Given Xia Tianyu and Appo's current attributes and equipment, it was not a false claim to say he was the strongest of all. No, he had already been surpassed by the proud and arrogant. Hey, look ahead. What is that? Xia Mingyao, perceptive as ever, noticed something unusual as they delved deeper into Black Mountain Valley. Xia Tianyu hurried forward, exclaiming, "Corpses! Monster corpses!" While monster corpses might not seem significant, the fact that thousands of Black Panthers had met their demise in a manner identical to the villagers and Appo's deaths was alarming. Their bodies appeared as though they had lost something vital, reduced to mummified remains. The enemy may be nearby. Xia Tianyu observed the dark surroundings cautiously, drawing out his silver moon sword, aware they might face an unknown and formidable foe. Be careful, he cautioned, glancing back to see Xia Mingyao nod in understanding. She recognized the necessity of vigilance. With a prudent demeanor, Xia Tianyu activated the power of his Eye of Shadows, expanding his field of vision as they continued through the valley. Along the way, they encountered even more monster corpses, Black Panthers, Black Bears, Black Tigers. Indeed, this was Black Mountain Valley, where all creatures bore the name Black. However, as they ventured further, the air grew increasingly oppressive. Even within the game, they felt an unsettling chill. A mysterious killer, an SSS-level task. It seemed that Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao had unwittingly taken on a perilous mission. Gazing at the corpses before him, Xia Tianyu sensed the depths of this situation growing more profound. Xia Tianyu, hush! Just as Xia Mingyao felt the tension rising and attempted to lighten the mood, Xia Tianyu and Appo's expression turned grave. He gestured for silence and concealed themselves behind a massive rock, gripping his sword tightly as two figures cloaked in black came into view. Black cloaked figures, Xia Mingyao whispered. Ding. A system prompt chimed. Player Xia Mingyao requests team formation. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Xia Mingyao agreed, and they swiftly formed a team. Xia Tianyu's voice echoed in the channel. No matter what you see, do not make a sound. These two are formidable. Though Xia Mingyao had not known Xia Tianyu for long, his typically indifferent demeanor had shifted. Now, his expression was serious, and the weapon he gripped trembled slightly. Indeed, upon activating the Eye of Shadows and spotting the two cloaked figures, Xia Tianyu felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Those two mysterious figures in the valley. At last, they had uncovered the trail of the murderer. Chapter 95, Secrets of the Night Roar. Roar, the king of beasts, an indomitable and formidable creature, reigns supreme in the Black Mountain Valley. The mightiest of monsters here is none other than the so-called king of beasts, which is neither a lion nor a tiger, but the fire-departing beast. Fire-departing beast, level 70 domain boss, engulfed in flames, it moves with fiery hooves, resembling a blend of lion and tiger, with hooves akin to those of a bull. This powerful creature stands 3 meters tall and measures 6 meters in length. Such a terrifying and formidable boss presents nothing but questions for Xia Tianyu and his companions at this stage. Yet, these two mysterious figures in black face the seemingly insurmountable level 70 fire-departing beast without a hint of fear, hiding behind a massive rock. Xia Tianyu cannot see the faces of these black-clad individuals, but he senses their lack of trepidation toward the beast. The hushed conversation between the two enigmatic figures reaches his keen ears, unmistakably clear. A level 70 domain boss, quite intriguing. I did not expect to encounter such a creature here. One of the black-clad figures speaks with a hint of amusement, casually referring to the formidable fire-departing beast as merely a curiosity. Roar. The fire-departing beast, perhaps sensing a modicum of threat from the two, unleashes a furious roar. But do not underestimate the impact of its roar. Within a certain radius, it can cause targets to become dazed. Yet, the two figures appear unaffected. Even Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao, hiding behind the rock, instinctively plug their ears to avoid the disorienting effect of the roar. Is this a provocation? I shall not grant you a moment's respite. With that, one figure steps forward, the tips of his black cloak revealing a blade that flickers like flames, seemingly not fully drawn. Wait. Just as one of the black-clad figures prepares to act, the other steps forward first. How about this? Perhaps a fine watchdog. Let me handle it. After speaking, the first figure advances toward the fire-departing beast, while the other retreats with a smile. Their exchange leaves Xia Tianyu, who is eavesdropping, in a state of shock and awe. To them, the level 70 boss appears as if it could be effortlessly dispatched. At this moment, Xia Tianyu surmises that these two mysterious individuals are NPCs of extraordinary power, as it is inconceivable for any player to possess such strength at this stage. Peering cautiously, he catches a glimpse of the figure wielding the blade as dark smoke begins to swirl around his hands. This ominous smoke emanates an eerie aura, and as the figure approaches the fire-departing beast, the enraged creature launches an attack. A torrent of flames accompanied by a terrifying gust surges toward the black-clad figure. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure seizes the beast's hoof with both hands and forcefully throws it, flipping the level 70 domain boss onto its back. The fire-departing beast struggles on the ground, roaring in fury, but the figure has already grasped its head. The enigmatic black smoke intensifies, enveloping the beast's skull within mere seconds. In its crimson eyes, a flicker of despair seems to appear, and its roars morph into a haunting wail, reminiscent of a desperate struggle before death, as if sensing its imminent demise. The entire ordeal lasts less than 10 seconds. Once the fire-departing beast falls silent, Xia Tianyu, peering from behind the rock, is overtaken by horror. What manner of power has this black-clad figure employed to subdue it so swiftly? This NPC is terrifying beyond belief. Even the prospect of reward surpassing divine artifacts renders Xia Tianyu uneasy about the task at hand. To his astonishment, as the dark smoke dissipates from the figure's hands, a sinister grin emerges from beneath the black robe. From this moment forth, your master shall be none other than me, he declares, as the once motionless fire-departing beast rises and obediently crawls beneath the black-clad figure like a docile pup. A cold sweat breaks out on Xia Tianyu's brow. He had sensed that this task would not be simple, and now it is evident that a level 70 boss is being manipulated so effortlessly by a mysterious figure. His gaze lingers on the black-clad figure, but as he does so, the figure seems to sense something, turning back, yet finding nothing amiss. Xia Tianyu, now drenched in cold sweat, hastily conceals himself. He understands that discovery by these monstrous beings would spell near certain doom for both him and Xia Mingyao. What is it? You rascal? What troubles you? Xia Mingyao, lacking Xia Tianyu's perceptive abilities, can only observe from a distance, oblivious to the unfolding events. Noting Xia Tianyu's pallor, she suspects he has uncovered something alarming. Let's go. We must leave immediately. Xia Tianyu urges, his first words upon regaining composure, emphasizing the urgency of their retreat. Why? Our mission is not yet complete. Xia Mingyao replies, puzzled. Xia Tianyu has no time to elaborate, grasping her hand to lead her away. Although she is perplexed, she surprisingly offers no resistance to his insistence. In critical moments, he has a way of instilling trust. Hey, what transpired? Is the task exceedingly difficult? Xia Mingyao inquires as she is pulled along. Xia Tianyu, treading carefully to evade detection, responds, the task may prove far more arduous than we anticipated. For now, let us depart. Understood, Xia Mingyao replies, somewhat disheartened. What's this? Are you trying to leave? Just as they prepare to escape, an oddly inquisitive voice echoes from behind them. At the sound, Xia Tianyu's body stiffens, and he draws his weapon, slowly turning to face the source. The black-clad figures. Indeed, their presence has been detected, likely due to Xia Tianyu stealing a glance. Even though Xia Mingyao is bewildered, she recognizes the peril they are in. Xia Tianyu, however, must remain composed. Scanning their surroundings and recalling the formidable black-clad figures, he states, we are merely passing through. As he observes the expressions of the black-clad figures, he finds himself unable to discern the faces concealed beneath their dark robes. Passing through? Regardless of your intentions, since you have seen us, your only recourse is to silence yourselves. Another figure emerges, perched atop the fire-departing beast. His words instill an inexplicable dread within Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao. Chapter 96. The Valley Confrontation Shut Up? Is that even possible? This is merely a game, perhaps in the hearts of countless players. They hold such simple and naive thoughts. However, after the events of this night, the perceptions of Zhang Qiong, Xia Tianyu, and Xia Mingyao may undergo a subtle transformation. Are these two the culprits? Xia Mingyao may not yet comprehend the gravity of the situation, since they are not a match for these two. The worst that could happen is a free return to the city. Of course, dying here and resurrecting would be exceedingly difficult. Xia Tianyu gripped his weapon tightly, sensing that something was amiss. The words of the cloaked figure riding the flame beast instilled a sliver of fear and unease in him, a feeling he had never experienced before. We do not wish to be your enemies, even if we were to forever silence our voices. It would be of no consequence to us adventurers. Xia Tianyu calmly proposed the possibility of survival. For he knew that against these terrifying beings capable of subduing level 70 domain bosses in an instant, he and Xia Mingyao together would not stand a chance. The cloaked figure atop the flame beast chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing through the dark valley, sending chills down their spines. Perhaps you have misunderstood my meaning. Very well. Although I do not relish in making things clear to the dying, allow me to provide you with 2 points. The figure smiled, revealing a row of teeth that appeared both bloodthirsty and sinister. First, you shall become soulless, mindless husks. Second, we are not the NPCs you imagine. The figure's words reverberated within the dark valley, stirring a tempest of dread in the hearts of Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao. What did these two truly mean? Xia Tianyu had no time for further contemplation, for the cloaked figure had already taken action. He leapt from the flame beast, blocking their escape route. The flame beast roared and leapt, soaring above Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao, effectively sealing off their path of retreat. The two cloaked figures stood their ground, and Xia Tianyu realized the unusual nature of the situation. He glanced at Xia Mingyao. Her gaze seemed devoid of the tumultuous thoughts that plagued him. Perhaps she had yet to grasp the true meaning behind the words of these two men, while Xia Tianyu had witnessed their capabilities. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility struck him. If their abilities could also affect humans. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and droplets of perspiration formed on his forehead. This might be the most horrifying and bizarre battle they had encountered since entering the game. If the opportunity arises, just remember to flee. This is not the time for recklessness. Xia Tianyu cautiously reminded Xia Mingyao through the channel. And you? Xia Mingyao glanced at him, the wind swirling, making her appear enchanting and captivating. I have my own means of escape. Xia Tianyu replied solemnly. The two fell silent, their eyes warily fixed on the two enigmatic figures. This woman, she would make a fine choice as a plaything, one of the cloaked figures remarked, surveying Xia Mingyao with interest. Her face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, You seek death. Xia Tianyu was taken aback. He had not expected this NPC to utter such words. What kind of game designer allows this? Xia Mingyao charged at the cloaked figure, and Xia Tianyu could not intervene in time, for the man who had subdued the flame beast had already appeared before him. Xia Tianyu glanced at Xia Mingyao, cold sweat dripping to the ground, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Dimensional wave. Xia Mingyao advanced, employing her powers as a dimensional mage, but the mysterious cloaked figure effortlessly evaded her attack, appearing behind her with the tip of a burning blade barely visible beneath his cloak. Be careful, Xia Tianyu exclaimed in alarm. Phantom duet. In contrast to Xia Tianyu's immature use of the technique, Xia Mingyao executed it with remarkable finesse, transforming into an illusion and dodging the cloaked man's strike in an instant. Do you still have time to worry about others? The mysterious figure facing Xia Tianyu manifested dark smoke between his hands, causing Xia Tianyu to grip his weapon tightly, fully aware of how the formidable flame beast had been subdued. Who are you? You do not resemble NPCs. Although the two had claimed they were not the NPCs imagined, Xia Tianyu assumed they merely considered themselves powerful beings, not ordinary NPCs, and thought little of it. However, the other cloaked figure's comment about Xia Mingyao made Xia Tianyu feel that these two were anything but simple. Those about to die did not need to know. Silver eyes. Xia Tianyu dared not be careless, activating his strongest state. Gradually, his mind became devoid of distractions, filled only with the essence of battle. At this juncture, even Xia Tianyu could only engage with all his strength. Impressive vision, but alas, you shall never see again. The cloaked figure suddenly lunged at Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu's expression hardened. The cloaked figure had vanished. Fly's eye. Instantly, Xia Tianyu activated the ability, slowing down everything around him. However, to his astonishment, when he finally spotted the cloaked figure, he found him already behind him, hands poised at his temples, black gas surging toward his head. The memory of the flame beast remained vivid in Xia Tianyu and Appo's mind. His eyes widened as he maximized the fly and Appo's eye effect, rolling on the ground at the critical moment to evade the attack. The mysterious cloaked figure seemed equally surprised by Xia Tianyu's ability to dodge in such a scenario, remarking, I see it is those eyes. In that case, I shall first extract your eyeballs. His words were casual, yet sent a chilling shiver down the spine. Xia Tianyu could not afford to be careless. A moment's lapse could lead to irrevocable consequences. The temperature around them began to rise. A consequence of the battle between Xia Mingyao and the other cloaked figure, frost beginning to spread within the dark valley. Amidst the biting winds, Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao faced their most enigmatic and formidable foes yet, their true identities remaining a mystery. Chapter 97. Dual System Abilities. My dear, It would be wise for you to remain my servant. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. The cloaked figure deftly dodged the icy blades, refraining from an immediate attack on Xia Mingyao, instead opting to taunt her incessantly. Xia Mingyao, having long relinquished her feelings of shame and anger, was consumed by a singular desire to eliminate this insolent black-clad NPC. Perhaps, in her heart, she had always regarded him as mere NPC, thus enabling her to confront the enigmatic figure without trepidation. Dimensional wave. My dear, why must you resist? Follow me, and I assure you a life of opulence. Even if you desire the moon, I shall pluck it from the sky for you. Just as Xia Mingyao prepared to unleash her dimensional wave, the mysterious figure seized her arms. Ding dong, would you like to use punishment? The system's prompt echoed in Xia Mingyao's ears. Yes. A radiant barrier of red light enveloped Xia Mingyao, propelling the cloaked figure backward and causing him to lose nearly 80% of his life. One must not underestimate the system's protection of women. Humph, that wretched system. The black-clad figure grimaced, losing patience as he regarded the beauty before him. His voice darkened with irritation. I offer you one final chance. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise, although I would rather not witness it. Frustration flickered within him, for her beauty had nearly betrayed his true identity. With a sudden resolve, a murderous aura began to emanate from him. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Xia Mingyao conjured an ice shield around herself, her eyes now reflecting a newfound seriousness. Glancing at Xia Tianyu's struggle, she realized that the two antagonists appeared to be playing a game of cat and mouse, while her own situation was perilously dire. Vile scoundrel. The thought slipped from her lips, yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, she made a fatal error. Are you particularly concerned about that boy? Alas, your opportunity has slipped away. I told you, you shall be my slave. The mysterious figure closed the distance between them, swirling his sleeve as a flash of fire ignited. In the next instant, Xia Mingyao's ice shield shattered, and the figure lunged forward, his blazing sword reflected in her wide eyes. Freeze. At that critical juncture, a terrifying silver gaze flickered, halting the black-clad figure's blade mere inches from Xia Mingyao's face. Xia Mingyao was no fool, and in that instant, her keen eyes narrowed. Compulsory. Dimensional wave. To prevent any interruption of her attack, she unleashed a forceful dimensional wave, sending the cloaked figure flying 10 meters away. However, an unexpected number appeared above his head, 2,983. Xia Mingyao's strike had dealt over 2,000 points of damage to her opponent. Xia Tianyu, observing this, realized that these black-clad figures were not as formidable as he had presumed, especially after the encounter with the fire beast. Turning to face his own adversary, he suddenly discerned that victory was within reach, his gaze igniting with fervor. Do you believe you can triumph over us? The black-clad figure sneered at Xia Tianyu. Unfazed, Xia Tianyu replied, Isn't that the case? Ha ha ha. So you truly think so? Then allow me to bestow upon you a taste of despair and agony. His words sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, he addressed another black-clad figure. How long will you remain asleep? Hee. I never anticipated this little lady's skills were quite impressive. But since you've spoken, let us conclude this matter. The figure, having been struck by the dimensional wave, stood once more. With every step he took, the true form of his flaming sword began to reveal itself. Xia Tianyu's heart raced, realizing that these foes had not fought earnestly from the beginning. Just now, you were concerned for that woman, weren't you? The black-clad figure mocked Xia Tianyu with a cold smile. Xia Tianyu remained silent, but the figure continued, This time, can you save her? I eagerly await your answer. Mingyao, be careful. Xia Tianyu suddenly recalled something and shouted back to Xia Mingyao. The sword-wielding figure vanished in an instant, prompting Xia Tianyu to activate his fly-eye skill. What? Shock washed over Xia Tianyu. The fly-eye had failed to detect his opponent's presence. How could this be? With the reaction speed of fly-eye at level 75, it should have sensed him. This adversary surpassed the capabilities of the fly-eye. Oh no, Xia Tianyu's heart raced. Indeed, the cloaked figure reappeared in a flash, lunging towards Xia Mingyao's chest with his dagger. Though Xia Tianyu might have had a chance to react, Xia Mingyao lacked his speed, leaving her fate seemingly sealed. As he prepared to act, the black-clad figure unleashed a cloud of black smoke directed at Xia Tianyu. Damn it! Xia Mingyao. Xia Tianyu's roar echoed throughout the inky valley. Xia Mingyao, too, was taken aback by the figure's terrifying speed. She had relied on her ice to immobilize her opponent, yet now, she had no opportunity to retaliate. Even Xia Tianyu sensed her impending doom. As he fought desperately to save her, Xia Mingyao offered him an enigmatic smile, as though reassuring him to remain calm. In that moment, as the dagger drew perilously close to her heart, a surge of lightning enveloped her position, and she vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Xia Tianyu was left speechless, and even the attacking black-clad figure paused in disbelief. Another flash of lightning illuminated the air, accompanied by a melodic shout, "Thunder Piercer!" A spear of lightning erupted from the back of the sword-wielding figure, piercing through his dark attire. A staggering damage value of 3,000 appeared above the figure's head. Xia Mingyao's graceful form emerged before the astonished eyes of the three, and with a playful flick of her tongue, she flashed a mischievous smile at Xia Tianyu. Dual system. Abilities? Xia Tianyu gazed at the stunning beauty in disbelief, realizing that Xia Mingyao was, indeed, a dual system ability wielder. Chapter 98. The Agony of Despair. Beauty, you are actually a dual elemental ability user? Why didn't you say so earlier? The roar of Xia Tianyu echoed in the team channel. Xia Mingyao sent a cute image and replied, "You rogue, what am I to you that I should tell you?" Xia Tianyu was momentarily speechless, yet amidst the crisis, he felt a sense of relief. His concern was not that Xia Mingyao had concealed her true strength and dual elemental class, but rather that she might be in danger. However, given the current circumstances, with Xia Mingyao wielding the formidable powers of both lightning and ice, it seemed that he should be the one worried for his own safety. The existence of dual elemental abilities was not an impossibility. The professional documentation had mentioned that exceptionally lucky players might have the chance to acquire them. No wonder Xia Mingyao's class remained hidden on the level leaderboard. If revealed, it would surely incite envy in countless others. Dual elemental abilities? An undeniable game-changing advantage, just as demonstrated moments ago. With a smile on his face, Xia Tianyu remarked, "What is this? Perhaps the one truly at a disadvantage is you?" With newfound confidence, he grinned provocatively at the cloaked figure. The cloaked man, perhaps caught off guard, did not anticipate that Xia Mingyao had such hidden talents. This is truly unexpected. You two must be among the strongest players at this stage. How delightful. If we could capture you both, it would certainly bolster our strength. However, what took Xia Tianyu by surprise was the unexpected response of the cloaked man after his provocation. "You might continue to be disappointed," Xia Tianyu said coldly, regaining his stern demeanor. At least for now, he need not worry about Xia Mingyao. It was time for him to fight earnestly. "Hey, rogue, do you need help?" came Xia Mingyao's delicate voice. Xia Tianyu shook his head, his gaze turning fervent. "I don't want a woman's assistance. Isn't it time for your conversation to come to an end? Or do you naively believe you are our match?" The cloaked man's tone turned icy as he faced Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu's expression hardened. "There is no need for empty bravado. You are correct. Let us start with that woman over there. I'm quite eager to see if your face and demeanor can remain so proud in the face of despair." As the cloaked man's words fell, a chilling smile emerged behind him. "Ha ha ha. Woman, I am growing increasingly fond of you. Become my slave." The previously paralyzed knife-wielding, cloaked man suddenly ensnared Xia Mingyao completely. Startled, Xia Mingyao immediately activated the system as punishment, but the cloaked man remained unfazed. Even as his life force waned, he clung tightly to Xia Mingyao. His knife vanished, replaced by hands that emanated thick black smoke. "Damn it!" Xia Tianyu exclaimed in shock. He had initially believed that the knife-wielding cloaked man lacked such abilities, but his judgment had proven flawed. Xia Mingyao was struggling. She could sense the danger emanating from the cloaked man's hands. Yet, she did not realize that this was merely the manifestation of a mission's attack. Xia Tianyu understood this, and thus he left his junior to confront the enemy, employing his illusory double technique to rescue Xia Mingyao. "You dare to underestimate me." In that fleeting moment, as he lunged towards Xia Mingyao, the cloaked man placed one hand upon Xia Tianyu's back, striking with a single blow. The dense black smoke struck Xia Tianyu's back, causing him to spit blood, losing 4,000 life points. At level 51, he had merely 500 life points. Another hit would be fatal. Yet, the black smoke from the knife-wielding cloaked man was already encroaching upon Xia Mingyao's head. Grinding his teeth, Xia Tianyu suppressed the pain radiating from his back and, in that instant, unleashed an unprecedented speed. He charged forth with his silver sword aimed at the cloaked man. The knife-wielding adversary raised his right hand to block Xia Tianyu's strike, a roar emanating from beneath his dark cloak. As the sound of metal fracturing reverberated through the valley, the mysterious cloaked man forcibly snapped Xia Tianyu's silver weapon in two. However, Xia Tianyu was indifferent to the loss of his silver weapon. He swung his fists with determination. Force. Dimensional wave. A thunderous clash erupted as his fist collided with the cloaked man's head. The cloaked figure was sent flying, crimson damage markers floating above him. Xia Mingyao's peril was temporarily averted, yet Xia Tianyu faced a new challenge. The previously engaged mysterious cloaked man had now appeared behind them. "I warned you. You will experience despair and pain." His body too began to emanate black smoke, sprouting appendages resembling tentacles that simultaneously ensnared both Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyao, capturing them effortlessly. I must admit, to render Yasha in such a state, you are indeed formidable. However, this is where it ends. Your actions have shown that you deserve to be one of us. Yet, you are but soulless husks, the cloaked man murmured, revealing that the knife-wielding man was named Yasha. To risk your back to a powerful enemy just to save this woman, she must be quite significant to you. The cloaked man remarked, his gaze fixed upon Xia Mingyao. Bound and restrained, she appeared as if her fiery essence could burst forth from her attire, undeniably captivating. Xia Mingyao, overhearing, felt her cheeks flush crimson, remaining silent, while Xia Tianyu glared darkly at the cloaked figure. With the enemy's gaze obscured, Xia Tianyu found no opportunity to employ his illusions. It matters not if you choose not to respond. Let us commence with this woman. I shall ensure her soul dissipates before your very eyes. As he spoke, the cloaked man's hands reached for the top of Xia Mingyao's head. Upon witnessing this, Xia Tianyu's pupils constricted. Bastard, what do you intend to do? Who are you? Xia Tianyu could no longer maintain his composure, as he could not bear to witness Xia Mingyao's fate mirroring that of the fire beast. Are you already feeling helpless? This is merely the beginning. The pain you have yet to fully comprehend, the cloaked man taunted. Original realm extraction. The cloaked man's hands emerged from above Xia Mingyao's head. And at that moment, a faint blue ethereal silhouette slowly began to detach from her. Ah! Xia Mingyao's anguished scream reverberated in Xia Tianyu's ears. Stop, please, he cried out. You scoundrels! Xia Tianyu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the vision of her soul being drawn out, an unattainable rescue leaving him engulfed in despairing agony. Utterly powerless in the face of the unfolding tragedy. Chapter 99. Desperate blade drawing in the vastness of the sky, there emerged a sovereign unparalleled. However, in the annals of virtual gaming history, even the most popular games have reportedly succumbed to closure after merely a decade of operation. Yet, Ascension stands as a mysterious game that materialized after many such games had met their demise, managed by the enigmatic Virtual Alliance. Remarkably, the true architects of this game were not the technologies of the Virtual Alliance, but rather the elusive mastermind behind Ascension, whose final server is shrouded in secrecy, known to no more than 5 individuals in the entire world. On a desolate, uninhabited isle, a passageway can be accessed from its center leading to an abandoned research facility. This passage, resembling an unfathomable well, extends into the abyss of the ocean, concealing the ultimate server of Ascension beneath the depths of 10,000 meters. Yet, this enigmatic installation remains unsettlingly silent, devoid of guards, as its high-tech perimeter is fortified with alarms capable of obliterating any intruder in an instant. Only those who have undergone rigorous authentication may enter, without exception. Within the expansive research chamber, the central server of Ascension lies protected as 2 figures appear to be in confrontation. Here, Yang Tian, the designer of Ascension, finds himself at the mercy of a dark gun barrel aimed at his head. Why are you doing this? Yang Tian fixates on the man threatening him, grappling with the surreal notion that a brother he had once trusted would turn against him in such a manner. Do you not perceive the magnificence of wielding dominion over the world? The man grins, sharing the same ambition of developing Ascension. Yet, the unfolding circumstances remain inscrutable, perhaps known only to fate itself. Impossible. This experiment is a blasphemy against humanity. Have you lost your sanity? Yang Tian seethes. What is divine? Those who wield power are the true deities. Initially, I wished for you to live and witness my magnificent revelation, but you uncovered my plan too soon. Thus, you have but one fate. A male voice resounds from the depths of the ocean, followed by a muffled gunshot. No, under the shroud of night, the anguished scream of Xia Tianyu echoes, as he cannot bear to witness Xia Mingyao slipping away from him, perhaps due to past experiences. He cannot tolerate the recurrence of such tragedies. Have you tasted the bitterness of suffering? The enigma grins sinisterly, exposing its malevolent glee. Xia Mingyao's cries of agony reverberate in Xia Tianyu's ears, conjuring memories of a day he had desperately wished to forget, blood-soaked ground beneath a pitch-black sky. In the chilling wind, Xia Tianyu stands against a bloodied man, demanding, why do this? The man, holding the life of Xia Tianyu's most cherished woman hostage with a dark handgun pressed against her neck, falters, I don't know. My body seems beyond my control. Release Sister Shui. She is our sister. Xia Tianyu's voice is cold. Tears stream down the man's face as he replies, Captain, I am sorry. Bang. The gunshot rings out, and blood scatters across the sky. Ah! In a flash, Xia Tianyu transforms into a fleeting shadow, delivering a devastating blow to the man's chest, staining his arm with crimson. He swiftly cradles the fallen beauty in the icy winds. Sister Xue, Captain, I have failed everyone. The man lies in a pool of warm blood, and as Xia Tianyu's features contort in rage, he gazes at his fallen comrades. Why is this happening? Oh! He bellows defiantly at the heavens. Sangqiong, Captain, if it were you, you would surely avenge us. The man utters this final sentiment before succumbing to his fate, and the emergence of the Sangqiong game offers Xia Tianyu a glimmer of hope. Can resistance no longer be sustained? Perhaps it is better this way, easier to control. The dark-clad figure scoffs at Xia Tianyu, who seems to have lost his fighting spirit. However, just as the assailant prepares to strike at Xia Mengyao, Xia Tianyu abruptly raises his head, his fervent silver eyes igniting with a terrifying silver flame. Silver flame of devastation. This hidden prowess surges forth, engulfing the assailant in its fierce embrace, causing his dark hands to dissipate in smoke. Xia Tianyu swiftly secures Xia Mengyao, stirring up clouds of dust beneath their feet. Xia Mengyao, are you all right? He anxiously pats her fair face. Xia Mengyao's eyes flutter open, perverted rogue. Are we dead? I do not wish to die alongside you. Fear not, we are not dead yet. Xia Tianyu rolls his eyes at her, dismissing her banter. The silver flame of devastation has inflicted considerable damage upon the dark figure, but its duration is fleeting. As the dark-clad man regains his composure, his tattered garments reveal a glimpse of his face, one marked by a grim determination. You have thoroughly provoked the one you should not have angered. I shall obliterate you both. Beneath his shadowy visage, a pair of eyes glint with murderous intent. Xia Tianyu finds himself bereft of weapons, left to rely solely on his hands while safeguarding Xia Mengyao, rendering victory implausible. Weapons. Ah, he remembers, he still possesses a weapon. Xia Tianyu retrieves a long blade, its hilt wrapped in white cloth, bearing an emblem of sealing. Gazing at the blade, he recalls the words of the tombsmaster, in dire straits, never draw your sword. However, faced with a life-threatening predicament, Xia Tianyu has no choice but to gamble everything. I shall tear this woman apart. Another dark figure seems to regain composure, and both figures advance menacingly towards Xia Tianyu. Clenching the weapon tightly, he closes his eyes, placing his right hand on the hilt and his left on the scabbard, adopting the stance to draw his sword. When Xia Tianyu's eyes burst open once more, he exerts force upon the hilt, unleashing the legendary weapon once wielded by demons. Now poised for upheaval. Chapter 100. The Demon-S Weapon in the Dark Valley, where fierce beasts howled under the night sky. Two formidable gaming champions, Xia Tianyu and Xia Mengyao, faced their most powerful adversaries yet. Gently, Tianyu leaned the weakened Mengyao against a massive stone, while he himself brandished a long blade. Shrouded in white cloth, this was a weapon once wielded by a demon. The demon's spirit warned Tianyu never to unsheath the sword unless absolutely necessary, for he had not yet embraced the darkness and might be unable to withstand the overwhelming malice contained within. However, confronted by two mysterious assailants clad in black, Xia Tianyu had no choice but to draw the weapon, known as the Lost Blade, the Demon-S war knife. As his hand gripped the hilt and he slowly unsheathed the blade, the crimson runes began to quiver, and the entire weapon trembled. Uncertain of what would ensue after drawing the sword, he prepared for the confrontation. Soul-cutting. The black-clad figures launched their assault, believing any action Tianyu took would be futile. A murderous intent permeated the valley as one attacker approached from the left and the other from the right, charging directly at him. Phantom duet. With a flicker, Tianyu evaded the strike from the armed assailant, but in that fleeting moment, he heard another voice behind him. Too slow. Startled, Tianyu swiftly turned. Jian, burn. Boom. A searing flame erupted from his hand, igniting beneath the feet of the black-clad figure. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyu pivoted 180 degrees and appeared behind the attacker. Retracting his right hand, forced. Dimensional wave. If wielded correctly, the dimensional wave could unleash power far beyond the imagination of any player. Aimed at the back of the assailant's head, it struck with a resounding crash, reverberating through the space. However, as the attack landed, Tianyu felt it connect, as if striking a sponge, weak and ineffective. As the flames dissipated, he was aghast to discover the opponent had merely blocked his assault with a hand. The black-clad figure seemed to smirk, conveying an unsettling sense of confidence. Yet, Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Silver flame of catastrophe. Damn, the attacker cursed, feeling the searing heat of the flames. Although he managed to evade most of the fire, the silver flames still licked at his body. He leapt back to join the other figure, known as Yasha, and together they glared at Tianyu amidst the chilling wind. With the blade in hand, Tianyu regarded the two menacing figures cautiously, his right hand returning to the hilt. I must admit your talent given enough time. You could potentially become a formidable ruler. Destroying you, I must confess, would be a regrettable loss. The black-clad figure seemed quite confident in his ability to eliminate Tianyu, his words laced with hidden meaning. Tianyu glanced at the unconscious Xia Tianyu before fixing his gaze back on the two enigmatic figures. Suddenly, he made a peculiar gesture, relaxing his entire body. The black-clad men showed no sign of hesitation. Instead, Tianyu spoke. I understand your strength surpasses mine. I even suspect you are not mere NPCs. Yet, even in death, I deserve to know, who exactly are you? The black-clad figures were taken aback by his inquiry, sensing his intent to abandon the fight. One of them grinned beneath his cloak. Do you think we are so foolish? Prepare to become a lost soul drifting in the void. However, I can reveal to you before he could finish, he was suddenly at Tianyu's side, whispering ominously in his ear. With a swift motion, a black hand pierced through Tianyu's chest, blood staining the earth below. Yet, astonishingly, no damage values floated above him. What was happening? You truly are cautious since you refuse to provide the answers I seek. It seems this battle is nearing its end. Suddenly, Tianyu emerged from another direction, unharmed. The two black-clad figures were startled, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Even formidable foes like them could not comprehend how Tianyu had survived and reappeared. A smile crept across Tianyu's lips. Indeed, although he could not ascertain whether the black-clad men were gazing into his eyes, the activation of his illusion proved his point. Those eyes, they were truly disconcerting. The black-clad figures quickly realized they had fallen prey to Tianyu's illusion, their vision temporarily obscured. You are correct. Everything will come to an end. With that, one of the figures swiftly dashed to the massive stone and approached the unconscious Mengyao. Tianyu's expression darkened. How about it? Can you still save this woman? The black-clad figure leaned down, dark smoke swirling around his hands. I advise you not to take another step closer. Just as he intended to lift Mengyao, a cold voice echoed before the two black-clad figures. To be so arrogant when death is at your doorstep. You are merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Do you truly believe you can oppose us? The armed Yasha erupted, lunging towards Tianyu with his blade poised to strike. Tianyu's face darkened. In the dim environment, his eyes were hidden from view. Yet, at the moment Yasha charged, Tianyu suddenly lifted his head, gripping the hilt of his sword with renewed vigor. With a resounding clang, the night air resonated with the sound of the blade being drawn. As the demon's weapon was unsheathed, a torrent of powerful and terrifying malice surged forth, enveloping the area within 100 meters. Accompanied by Tianyu's roar, black mist coiled around him, an ominous amalgamation of resentment from all humanity. As the dark figures rushed toward him, the spirits born from this malice manifested before Yasha, freezing him in his tracks. In that moment, he felt his very soul tremble in response to the overwhelming aura. I have declared it, this battle will come to an end. As the black-clad figures locked their gaze upon Tianyu, they beheld a grotesque visage, black mist intertwining like serpents around him. The eerie long blade radiated an immense and vengeful power. Chapter 101, Horror and Resentment Ding. You have drawn the legendary weapon of eternal enmity. Resentment has possessed you, causing an exponential increase in all attributes, and you have entered a state of resentment possession. Ding. Due to your physique not having undergone the baptism of demonic blood, you cannot withstand the entirety of the resentment. The state of resentment possession can only be sustained for 5 minutes. Resentment possession increases all attributes fivefold and grants the skill, Resentment Shatter. Resentment Shatter utilizes the formidable power of resentment to crush the enemy's body, with damage determined by the strength of both the caster and the target. There is no cooldown or consumption, but each use will inflict the same pain of resentment upon the user. The demonic weapon is indeed terrifying. Summer Tianyu understood that this weapon was originally in a flawed state. Even so, the demon had to seal it with 7 seals before granting him its use. Now, having merely utilized a fraction of its resentment, he found himself engulfed in pain. The default pain threshold set by the system was 5%. However, at this moment, Summer Tianyu's agony seemed to transcend that limit, as if all his veins and flesh were writhing. If this continued, he might not only fail to defeat his enemies, but could potentially perish from the strain himself. The moment he drew the weapon, he finally comprehended why the demon had warned him never to draw it unless absolutely necessary. This weapon of eternal enmity was exceedingly domineering. Yet, in order to save Xia Mengyao and to ensure his own safety, Summer Tianyu had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain. Thus, when the two cloaked figures saw him, he appeared fierce and menacing, exuding a powerful aura of terrifying soul pressure beneath the swirling black mist of resentment. making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly at him. Feeling the blood boiling within him, his body seethed with energy. And in stark contrast to the black fog was the shimmering silver of his eyes. When his gaze fell upon the nearby Xia, the latter sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis, as if being scrutinized by a monstrous predator. Xia Tianyu stepped forward, brushing past the Xia, who was drenched in cold sweat. However, Xia Tianyu did not strike him, but instead turned his attention to another cloaked figure, clearly far stronger than the Xia, and holding Xia Mingyao captive. So, there exists such hidden power. But, to rescue the hostage from my grasp, you may still. Yet, just as the cloaked figure began to speak, a powerful gust surged past him, accompanied by an intense black mist materializing before his eyes. Have you finished your nonsense? As Xia Tianyu's voice echoed in the cloaked figure's ears, he was horrified to see Xia Mingyao, who had vanished from his grasp, now cradled in Xia Tianyu's arms. You. The cloaked figure faltered, unable to articulate his disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the speed of Xia Tianyu. Gazing at the figure enveloped in swirling black mist, he felt a flicker of fear ignite within him. Filthy scoundrel. Xia Mingyao seemed to regain a semblance of consciousness. Upon seeing Xia Tianyu's contorted, fierce visage and the dense black mist surrounding him, she felt an unexpected sense of safety and warmth in his embrace. Just a little longer, and it will all be over. Gently setting Xia Mingyao down. The sole reason Xia Tianyu dared to do so was that he possessed ample confidence in overcoming the two cloaked figures before him. As Xia Tianyu's gaze returned to the cloaked figures, the mysterious one, now less than a meter away, found his hands enveloped in thick black mist, which coalesced into twin swords. I admit I underestimated you, but this is where it ends. Soul dance, soul assault. The cloaked figure's speed, already formidable, escalated to terrifying heights. Previously, they had dismissed Xia Tianyu as weak and had not utilized their full power against him. Now, however, he emanated a formidable threat, compelling even the previously hidden cloaked figure to unleash his true strength in battle. Yet, he still miscalculated the sheer dominance that Xia Tianyu displayed after drawing his weapon. The mysterious figure surged forward, swords resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, black gas swirling in a direct parallel to Xia Tianyu. However, they had gravely underestimated him at this moment. With the weapon of eternal enmity striking the ground, Xia Tianyu's expression hardened, and he let out a roar, resentment entwined. Suddenly, a powerful surge of black resentment shot forth from Xia Tianyu's body, the previously vanished cloaked figure reappearing, now ensnared by Xia Tianyu's resentment. With only 5 minutes to spare, Xia Tianyu wasted no time in launching Resentment Shatter. The blade of the weapon, shrouded in black resentment, obscured its true form as he raised the weapon and cleaved. Resentment Shatter. A spiraling black slash erupted from the blade, aimed directly at the mysterious cloaked figure. Even ensnared by resentment, he harbored no doubt that he would meet his demise with this strike. However, in that critical moment, the Xia, who had remained passive until now, finally sprang into action. Just as the cloaked figure sensed death approaching, the Xia unexpectedly shielded him. Go! Bang! The Xia uttered but a single phrase before his entire form exploded, transforming not into a corpse like a player or NPC, but into a pool of black liquid. Xia! The cloaked figure roared in fury, but Xia Tianyu continued his assault. The mysterious figure was struck with terror. Xia Tianyu's strike had obliterated the Xia in an instant. Such power was beyond what he could withstand at present. In truth, he was unaware that while unleashing Resentment Shatter, Xia Tianyu was also subjected to a backlash of pain. Although the cloaked figure might suspect that Xia Tianyu's state could not be sustained, he dared not gamble his life against him. Thus, when the entangling effect dissipated, the mysterious cloaked figure chose to flee. He sought to escape. Yet Xia Tianyu would never allow his enemy to withdraw unscathed. Whoosh! Dust billowed from the ground as Xia Tianyu appeared before the mysterious cloaked figure, aiming a strike at his head. Swish! The cloaked figure felt a pang of fear but, remaining composed, evaded Xia Tianyu's black slash. Lacking the courage to confront his bizarre power directly, the cloaked figure leapt back and immediately took flight, but as Xia Tianyu prepared to pursue, an intense pain surged through his body. His vision blurred, yet he could still discern the cloaked figure's form. Enduring the agony, he raised the weapon of eternal enmity once more to unleash Resentment Shatter, propelling it toward the cloaked figure. A scream echoed in the night as the cloaked figure fled, bellowing at Xia Tianyu. Do not presume this is the end. Opposing our organization will lead to your utter demise. And not just for you. Everything related to you will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 102. The Wandering Soul. Does everything concern me? If you can, feel free to attempt it. I wouldn't mind in the least. The words left by the cloaked figure elicited a cold smile from Xia Tianyu. However, he did not immediately lower his guard. After using his silver eyes to ensure the black-clad individual had retreated, he let out a sigh of relief, sheathing his sword. And the swirling black smoke that coiled around him like a fiery serpent gradually dissipated. Xia Tianyu sensed that he had overexerted his silver eyes. As his vision returned to that of an ordinary person, he felt his body swaying precariously. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted to his nostrils, and a delicate hand steadied his faltering form. Gathering his composure, he looked up to behold a face of unparalleled beauty. "Are you all right?" Xia Mingyao did not call Xia Tianyu a scoundrel, for the events of the day would forever be etched in her heart. This bond, even if it led the enchanting Xia Mingyao down a perilous path, was worth it for the man who had risked everything to save her, and she did not harbor a single regret. Xia Tianyu shook his head. "I am not so weak as to require assistance from a woman." He pushed Xia Mingyao away and staggered forward alone. Observing this obstinate man's retreating figure, Xia Mingyao surprisingly felt no anger. Instead, she smiled brightly. What a nonchalant man. With that, she quickened her pace to match his. "Scoundrel, when did we complete the mission? Why was I unaware of it?" Strange. After regaining some strength, the two intended to return to the manor. When Xia Mingyao believed the mission had failed, Xia Tianyu informed her that it had indeed been accomplished. Upon checking the mission log, she found everything marked as complete, yet she remained blissfully ignorant of the details. Xia Tianyu paid no heed to her words, his thoughts drifting back to the harrowing battle. He still recalled the words spoken by the mysterious cloaked figure, echoing in his mind. In truth, "We are not the NPCs you imagine." This was what the black-clad man had declared while attacking Xia Tianyu, to which he had responded with an inquiry about their true identities, receiving an answer that left him bewildered. "We are not ordinary players." Upon uttering this, the task had concluded, yet Xia Tianyu found himself unable to escape, thus resorting to fighting. Neither NPCs nor players. What, then, are they? Moreover, it seemed there existed a formidable force behind them. Xia Tianyu gazed at the sky, unaware of when the night began to retreat, yielding to the dawn tinged with a hint of crimson. His thoughts raced, and though Xia Mingyao occasionally sought to engage him in conversation, his silence rendered her quiet, leaving a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Upon returning to the village, what should have been a modest yet joyful place had taken on a desolate air. As the first light of dawn illuminated Xia Tianyu and the beautiful girl's faces, they spotted a frail old man in the village. Seeing Xia Tianyu and the young maiden return to the village entrance, the old man displayed a flicker of surprise. "You seem astonished that we have returned?" Xia Tianyu remarked coldly, probing the old man's words. He recalled the man's earlier remarks when accepting the task and sensed something amiss. The old man appeared averse to the sunlight, huddling in a shadowy corner, remaining silent. "Do you know their identities?" Xia Tianyu pressed on, but the elder remained mute. However, Xia Tianyu had gleaned the answers he sought. "Miss, there are matters I wish to discuss with the elder privately. Please step aside," Xia Tianyu suggested to Xia Mingyao. Sensing she might not be privy to too many details, though somewhat dissatisfied, Xia Mingyao nodded and stepped away. "What is the situation?" After Xia Mingyao departed, the old man initiated a conversation with Xia Tianyu. "One dead, one escaped," Xia Tianyu replied. The elder's gaze turned incredulous, as if unable to fathom how Xia Tianyu could instigate such a dire predicament. Yet, their safe return served as the strongest testament. The old man sighed. "Some things. Perhaps it is better for you not to know. As players, you ought to enjoy the game, should you not? Never attempt to unearth the truth. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, are they not? As the achievers of an SSS-level task, you shall receive corresponding rewards," the elder added with a hint of melancholy. "I do not wish to wade into murky waters, but do you believe they will allow me to live in peace? I do not wish to be led by the nose by my enemies." Xia Tianyu did not perceive this task as simple, having accepted it and encountered these events. The old man must have his reasons for existence. The elder regarded Xia Tianyu's resolute gaze, recalling the mysterious cloaked figure. "Indeed, those marked by them would likely have no respite. There are matters I cannot yet disclose, but for now, you should be safe. The future, however, is uncertain." The elder appeared somewhat candid yet reluctant to divulge more. Xia Tianyu did not press further, but remained curious about the true identities of those enigmatic figures. Who were they? Truly? The elder lowered his head, seemingly lost in recollections, murmuring, "Once, there existed a group chosen to become test subjects in a game. This trial began a century ago. Eventually, all discovered the ruse. In the end, they became the wandering souls within the game. Young man, when you possess sufficient strength, perhaps you may explore this, But without such power, it is best to distance yourself from this secret forever. The elder raised his head, his expression grave as he spoke to Xia Tianyu. This is the reward you are due. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the SSS level task. The system's notification resonated in Xia Tianyu's ears, yet his mind echoed with 4 words. Wandering Souls. Chapter 103. Farewell to the beauty scoundrel. What secrets must I not overhear? What transpired during my unconsciousness? Xia Mingyao refrained from eavesdropping on the conversation between Xia Tianyu and the elder, for such an act would be deemed disrespectful for a lady of her stature. Yet, as she cursed Xia Tianyu in her heart, her concern burgeoned regarding the events that transpired while she was in a stupor. Vivid fragments lingered in her mind, being captured by cloaked figures and the sensation of something enigmatic detaching from her being, as her consciousness waned. In her hazy state, she faintly recalled the frantic visage of Xia Tianyu. After that, her memories faded completely. However, the words of the dark-clad man brought an inexplicable delight to Xia Mingyao's heart. The thought of Xia Tianyu risking himself against a formidable foe to rescue her indicated his concern for her well-being. This contemplation filled her with a sense of joy. Yet, the image of Xia Tianyu's aloof demeanor provoked her to chastise him. She could only remember that he had transformed into a terrifying figure, yet paradoxically, he provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. Stealing a glance at Xia Tianyu conversing with the elder, her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head, chiding herself. Xia Mingyao, what are you thinking? Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the SSS level task. You have gained 10,000 reputation points among your kin and 100 reputation points in the divine realm. Ding. You have earned 135 million experience points. Ding. You have acquired a golden equipment piece. I soul. The task is complete. As Xia Mingyao indulged in her fanciful thoughts, a series of system notifications filled her with exhilaration. Radiant lights encircled her as she leveled up continuously, while Xia Tianyu remained indifferent and aloof, seemingly burdened with his own thoughts. Once their conversation neared its conclusion, Xia Mingyao approached him. Scoundrel, what have you obtained? I have secured a piece of golden equipment. However, her excitement faded as she realized the futility of comparing herself to him, who possessed divine artifacts, let alone golden gear. Xia Tianyu merely cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent. What did you discuss? Xia Mingyao's irritation flared at his reticence, revealing her feminine frustration as she lightly stomped her foot. Now that the task is complete, it's time to depart. Xia Tianyu, disinterested in Xia Mingyao's antics, perhaps wished to shield her from the dangers that lay ahead. Casting her gaze toward the elder, she noted he had closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. With Xia Tianyu leaving, she had no choice but to follow suit. Hey, scoundrel! What did you acquire? Wow, you've reached level 54. The sound of Mingyao's exclamation followed him. Upon completing the task, Xia Tianyu's level had indeed risen to 54, reclaiming his position at the top of the celestial leaderboard, while Xia Mingyao trailed closely behind at level 53, securing second place. Xia Tianyu chose to ignore her. The conversation with the elder had unveiled the complexities of this game, rendering him disinterested in engaging with the enchanting beauty at his side. Seeing his silence, Xia Mingyao's frustration deepened, prompting her to withdraw and check the leaderboard herself. To her astonishment, aside from the divine artifacts, her Eye Soul and another weapon had dominated the equipment rankings. Moon Slayer, golden weapon. This is the premier golden equipment beneath divine artifacts, owned by Rainy Day. The second being Mingyao's Eye Soul, Moon Slayer, golden attack, 780830 strength, 180 agility, 120 additional, increases user's hit rate by 3 additional, critical strike 1 additional skill. Moon Slayer, releases a powerful strike formed from spiritual energy, creating a massive crescent-shaped attack on the target, inflicting a fixed damage of 2,000 points, with a chance to weaken the target by 50, consuming 70 points of the user's spiritual energy, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. These were the attributes of the Moon Slayer in Xia Tianyu's possession, far surpassing that of his previous weapon, and without hesitation, he equipped it. As for the previous weapon, he likely wished to avoid enduring such torment again. It was a double-edged sword, inflicting heavy damage upon oneself as well as the enemy, and should not be wielded unless absolutely necessary. The two continued their journey. Yet this time, Mingyao remained silent. In truth, she hoped Xia Tianyu would initiate a conversation, but he remained uncommunicative, which only exacerbated her annoyance. The repercussions of this were beyond Xia Tianyu's consideration. Once, Shuijia had remarked upon Xia Tianyu's emotional ineptitude. A simpleton. Xia Tianyu's retort was that he was but a fool for Shuijia alone. Such a straightforward sentiment allowed them to entrust their lives to one another, to risk everything for each other. In this chaotic and sordid world, such love may seem non-existent, for Xia had departed from his life. Despite the delay caused by the SSS-level task, they had traversed a considerable distance and finally approached the outskirts of the city of Sin. With a determined pace, they could reach the city within a few hours. As the city loomed closer, Xia Mingyao unconsciously slowed her steps. Perhaps Xia Tianyu noticed her hesitance. "We are nearing our destination, yet you linger. I shall not wait for you." Ignoring him, Mingyao pondered that she would have preferred Xia Tianyu to speak up sooner rather than in this moment. Noticing her silence, he too chose to remain quiet. As dusk fell, they stood once more before the gates of the city of Sin, gazing at the unfamiliar city. Yet, for the two who had wandered to the borders of Hell City, a sense of belonging enveloped them. "All right, let us part ways here." Xia Tianyu's indifferent words pierced Mingyao's heart like a sharp blade. She looked up at the man with whom she had shared several days, feelings swirling within her that were beyond articulation. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away in the opposite direction. At that moment, Xia Mingyao felt an overwhelming urge to call out to him. Yet ultimately, she restrained herself. Their figures brushing past one another, a gentle breeze swept through. The two grew further apart. She could not help but glance back. Yet Xia Tianyu did not. His silhouette vanished into the throng. In that moment, for reasons unknown, a sense of bittersweet longing surged within Mingyao, a feeling she could only name as loss. Chapter 104, Crisis in the Studio, the chaotic camp of the evil King City. In truth, according to the official website and accompanying explanations, the 8 major cities of the two factions appear to be transitional settlements. Yet, despite this, the struggle for supremacy among these cities remains inevitable. When a faction gains control over a city, the opportunities for exploitation are plentiful. For instance, they can extract a portion of the earnings from the trading area players and seize the materials needed in the surrounding crafting zones to sell for profit. Of course, the avenues for wealth creation extend far beyond these, with profits exceeding one's wildest expectations. However, before establishing a prosperous era, necessary conflicts and plunders are unavoidable. Among the 8 cities, only the Yao Xie Sunset has established a legendary guild. Everyone understands the significance of such legends and what they represent. Yao Xie Sunset, in the eyes of many, stands as a legendary figure. Even the most arrogant would not dare approach him with any semblance of carelessness. The competition among cities has grown increasingly complex with the emergence of various factions, particularly in the Evil King City, where the population averages between 3 to 4 million. Many players possess formidable strength, and there are countless guilds with substantial combat capabilities. To seize the initiative, there exists but one method: the Guild Application Decree. In the Evil City, for the top-tier factions Dark Dragon and Love Bond, the Application Decree poses a significant challenge. Under the siege of thousands of elites, acquiring the Guild Decree during the reign has led to a loss of face for both factions. Following this, rumors surfaced that the New Moon Studio had once established a guild, but due to issues of reputation, it remained stagnant. During the long trek undertaken by Xia Mingyao and Xia Tianyu, Dark Dragon and Appos, a suppression of New Moon Studio has occurred more than once. Initially, the conflict was merely provocative, lacking any true engagement in battle. However, over time, New Moon Studio's forbearance emboldened the Dark Dragon Guild, and with the allure of New Moon Studio's beautiful members, the Dark Dragon's despicable behavior culminated in war. In this conflict, the average level of the New Moon Studio's beauties plummeted by 5 levels. The Dark Dragon's members, in a frenzy, guarded the corpses of New Moon Studio's members for 5 days and nights, killing them upon their return online. Ultimately, New Moon Xian and her companions chose to log off, yet Xia Mingyao remained online, unwavering. Although New Moon Xian was anxious, she refrained from disturbing Xia Mingyao, fully aware that her sister and Appos' steadfastness meant she must be encountering some fortuitous event. At this moment, Xia Mingyao returned to the Evil City. Despite feeling vexed by Xia Tianyu's attitude, she quickly collected her thoughts. For having completed an SSS-level task, her reputation had reached the threshold for establishing a guild. She aimed to surprise New Moon Xian and the others. However, upon opening her friend list, she found that all her studio sisters were offline. Noting the time, Xia Mingyao sensed something amiss. Dinner had not yet arrived, and even if Lanxin had prepared it early, they would not collectively log off. A flicker of foreboding crossed her mind. Just as she logged off, a group of players passed by her. Their conversation immediately captured her attention. Alas, those beauties from New Moon Studio may never dare to log on again. The Dark Dragon scum are relentlessly guarding their corpses. Xia Mingyao's expression hardened. a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her eyes, and she promptly logged off. As her spirit returned to her body, Xia Mingyao removed her helmet and dashed out of her room. Indeed, in the living room on the second floor, New Moon Xian, Xian Lan, Mengjia, and Qian displayed expressions of sorrow and unease. Mingyao. As Xia Mingyao burst through the door, the girls collectively stood up, hope illuminating their faces. Even the typically strong-willed New Moon Xian could not help but rush into Xia Mingyao's embrace. Do not weep. Though merely 22 years old, Xia Mingyao bore the weight of being the eldest. Witnessing her sisters in such distress ignited a surge of rage within her. Tell me what transpired, Xia Mingyao inquired. Thus, New Moon Xian recounted the events. After Xia Mingyao's disappearance, news of their intention to establish a guild spread, attracting the attention of the Dark Dragon. Initially, it began with verbal insults and teasing, but soon escalated to violence. After being killed, New Moon Xian and her companions found themselves besieged by the Dark Dragon, logging in only to be met with death, resulting in the loss of all their equipment. One can only imagine the helplessness of these delicate women facing a pack of predatory males, with no means to resist. New Moon Xian felt immense guilt, even detesting her own powerlessness. What of the application decree? Xia Mingyao's eyes blazed with fury, silently marking Dark Dragon as the primary enemy of New Moon Studio. In the warehouse, New Moon Xian sobbed, recounting how the delicate beauties had endured great humiliation, too fearful to log in, waiting for Xia Mingyao's return. Dark Dragon, very well. Bullying women, your nature remains as vile as ever. The application decree had not been lost, providing some solace to Xia Mingyao. However, upon seeing her sisters endure such oppression and humiliation, this formidable woman finally revealed her fierce spirit, her beautiful eyes igniting with a chilling glow. Where are you located? I shall revive and come forth immediately. Xia Mingyao resolved to let Dark Dragon know they had wronged the wrong person. New Moon Xian quickly relayed the coordinates, and soon, the 5 women returned to their room, donned their helmets, and prepared to reclaim their dignity. It seems that New Moon Studio has numerous issues to address. Relying solely on Xia Mingyao may not suffice. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xia Tianyu overheard the conversation clearly while bathing, yet he shook his head, dismissing it as unrelated to himself. However, thoughts of Xia Mingyao stirred an indescribable feeling within him, akin to the moment of their separation in the game. Though they lived together, an elusive sensation lingered. Yet it was not love, for Xia Tianyu knew that from the moment Xue Jie departed, his heart had perished. Can Xia Mingyao thaw the frost encasing Xia Tianyu's heart? That remains an enigma. Chapter 105. The fury of the enchantress in the southeastern part of the sinful city, within the jungles where the little demons roam. These creatures, though diminutive at level 40, possess a charm akin to goblins, albeit without the grotesqueness. Their black, petite forms exude a certain endearing cuteness. To gain reputation, hunting demons is the most expedient method. Once a quest is accepted, demons can be farmed indefinitely, yielding substantial prestige. However, danger lurks in this very endeavor. On a day graced by radiant sunshine and a gentle breeze, ideal for flirtation and romance, a tragic incident unfolded in the sinful city's Demon Ridge. 100 elite members of the Dark Dragon Guild surrounded 4 young women from the New Moon Studio, who were diligently farming for reputation. Initially, the players did not perceive the gravity of the situation, for the Dark Dragon members merely engaged in playful banter. Naturally, such provocative remarks incited a spirited response from the delicate beauties, but the arrogance of the Dark Dragons escalated, as they brazenly threatened to annihilate the New Moon Studio. In the interest of maintaining peace, the astute New Moon Xian chose to endure the insults, inadvertently allowing the Dark Dragons to become increasingly audacious. With their taunts becoming more explicit, the daughters of the elite, accustomed to privilege, had never before endured such humiliation. Thus, a conflict was ignited. Although the Dark Dragons boasted numbers, New Moon Xian possessed remarkable skill, and, along with her companions, they managed to eliminate several of their assailants, which ultimately escalated the conflict further. Under relentless assaults, New Moon Studio found itself unable to withstand the onslaught. Initially, the determined women revived after each death, but when their levels dropped by 5 and their precious equipment was lost, the harsh reality of their limitations dawned upon them. The Dark Dragons, emboldened by their triumph, continued their merciless pursuit, reviving only to be slain again, each time with increasing disdain. New Moon Xian felt a profound sense of guilt and remorse. Without the presence of Xia Mingyao, her studio seemed insignificant. Overwhelmed by the weight of her companions' expectations, she finally grasped the despair that had eluded her before. This sensation pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her in anguish. The dark dragons jeered, believing the women would no longer dare to log in. Yet, rumors of New Moon Xian's beauty persisted, and her companions were equally striking, igniting a longing in the hearts of many. With dozens of Dark Dragon members stationed to guard their fallen foes, the guild issued a command to extract a guild application order. However, after 5 attempts without success, hope dwindled. The Dark Dragons were astute enough to deduce that the New Moon members would not carry such a critical item. Thus, they initiated a private chat with New Moon Xian, offering to cease their onslaught in exchange for the guild application order. Yet, how could New Moon Xian relinquish her sole hope? Despite her kindness, the thought of allowing her sisters to endure further indignities weighed heavily on her. If Xia Mingyao did not return, she contemplated surrendering, abandoning all resistance against fate. To their astonishment, the seemingly defeated women chose to revive once more. Amidst Dark Dragon discussions, several forlorn bodies began to emanate a white glow, signaling their return to life. Indeed, they revived, gaining a brief period of invulnerability. However, encircled by the Dark Dragons, they were swiftly vanquished again. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. With a chilling voice resonating from behind, a breathtaking figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in garments as white as snow, the icy words sent shivers through the Dark Dragon players. It was her, Xia Mingyao, renowned among the elite for her prowess. The moment she appeared, hesitation evaporated among the Dark Dragons. They charged forth with a fervent cry. As Xia Mingyao drew her weapon, the gleam of her golden blade dazzled all present. In that fleeting moment, chaos ensued. 10 steps of ice. An expanse of frost radiated from her feet, immobilizing all 50 players. With a fierce glint in her eye, she declared, "Return and inform the Dark Dragons that this is merely the beginning. Sisters, let us strike." The immobilized members of the Dark Dragon Guild became easy targets. The women of New Moon Studio, including the sisters Yaoyue and Lianyue, launched a frenzied assault. In mere moments, the elite members of Dark Dragon lay lifeless, dropping a bounty of gold, potions, and even equipment. Finally, we have avenged ourselves. Qianqian and Mingjia squealed in delight, while New Moon Xin's face brightened with relief. "Sister, we must leave quickly. They will soon return to revive," she urged. Yet, Xia Mingyao wore a serene smile, her eyes glinting with cold determination. "Those who dare to harm my sisters will learn the heavy price of their actions. This is far from over." Xia Mingyao chose not to flee, but to await the revival of the Dark Dragon elite. Captivated by the fierce resolve and commanding presence of Xia Mingyao, New Moon Xin found herself in a state of fervent admiration, yearning to emulate such a powerful woman. Unbeknownst to the Dark Dragons, they had awakened the wrath of an indomitable woman, one who was both beautiful and formidable. Chapter 106. Women must be strong. That wretched woman. I must eliminate her. In the resurrection point of the sinful city, over 50 members of the Dark Dragon Guild, in a state of despair, cursed vehemently, having failed to even graze the enemy's hem. How could an elite squad of the Dark Dragon Guild be completely annihilated? 50 souls, instantly frozen to extinction. What a laughingstock this would be if it spread. Such an embarrassment was not something they dared to report back to the Dark Dragon. Thus, they resolved to resurrect immediately, eager to make that woman experience the taste of despair. With sinister thoughts, they hastened their steps, uncertain whether the women of the New Moon Studio were still nearby. As they returned to the demonic ridge in their spectral forms, joy illuminated their faces. The women of the New Moon Studio were indeed still present. The players of the Dark Dragon Guild smirked. Did they truly believe they could kill them again? This was the collective thought of the Dark Dragon members, oblivious to the fact that Xia Mingyao and the enchanting women of the New Moon Studio were merely 10 meters away from their corpses. Without hesitation, they chose to resurrect. As the 50 corpses glimmered with the white light of rebirth, the women of the New Moon Studio, poised with weapons, grew cautious. Only Xia Mingyao remained eerily calm, her demeanor instilling fear. Grasping the ice soul, she silently observed the Dark Dragon players reborn in a luminous glow, an aura of chill gradually enveloping a 30-meter radius around her. "Seize the moment of invincibility, brothers. Charge!" roared the leader of the Dark Dragon upon resurrection, seeking to exploit the fleeting 3 seconds of invulnerability to plunge the women into utter despair. Yet, as they recklessly surged toward the New Moon Studio, a frigid wind swept through their bodies, rendering them shuddering with dread. They looked down at their feet, only to realize that they were ensconced in ice. Frost, snow, and moonlight danced upon them. Though the members of the Dark Dragon were not dead, their consciousness heightened their terror. They watched helplessly as the women of the New Moon Studio wielded their weapons to slice through their frozen forms, reducing them to shards of ice scattered across the ground. Xia Mingyao approached them steadily, wielding the ice soul, and a unique cold current surged forth, shattering them into fragments. Despite the ice soul's rank being lower than that of Xia Tianyu, its inherent abilities harmonized splendidly with Xia Mingyao. Accompanying skill, Icebound Wilderness. It encased a 30 by 30 area in ice for 3 seconds. However, due to Xia Mingyao's ice abilities amplifying the effect, it reached an extraordinary magnitude. Their overall strength, though slightly enhanced, paled in comparison to the terror Xia Mingyao instilled. She was a dual elemental powerhouse, a fact even Xia Tianyu acknowledged. The players of the Dark Dragon could not fathom that such a beauty could be a harbinger of death. Yet the women of the New Moon Studio were indifferent to such thoughts. They unleashed their pent-up fury for the transgressions the Dark Dragon had committed against them. Before long, this resurrected elite squad of 50 faced annihilation once more. Although it was the handiwork of the New Moon Studio, in truth, only one woman instilled fear. Witnessing their demise again, the faces of Xia Tianyu and her companions radiated with exhilaration as they expressed fervent admiration for Xia Mingyao's formidable return. A sentiment shared even by Yao Yu and Lian Yu. Yes, sister is indeed the best. Those despicable beings bullied us before, and now they shall taste the bitterness of their own actions. Though Xia Mingyao was not yet mature, her youthful beauty and the delightful blush of revenge made her captivating. Qian nodded in earnest agreement. Yuexin, this is the rule of this world. Do not feel discomfort. It is a survival of the fittest. If you wish to claim dominion in this realm, you must forget you are a woman and remind yourself that you are a warrior. Xia Mingyao cautioned, observing the fervent admiration in Xia Tianyu's eyes. Blind idolization and the confidence she had cultivated were two distinct matters. She did not wish for Xia Tianyu to develop a strong sense of dependence, which had been her rationale for initially choosing another city. Xia Tianyu nodded, seemingly enlightened, and Xia Mingyao addressed the others. You must also remember, in the early stages of the game, do not offend others. However, should they offend us, do not fear. The women nodded in unison. At that moment, Yao Yu and Lian Yu felt that joining the New Moon Studio might indeed be a splendid choice. Dreaming sister, do we still need to wait? Xia Tianyu's heart brimmed with boundless hope, her smile illuminating the mask she wore. Wait. Why wait? They must pay a heavy price. Teaching the Dark Dragon what it means to offend the wrong person. As she spoke, her eyes glinted with cold resolve. This woman is truly one to repay any slight. A dark figure on the demonic ridge scoffed, perhaps mocking himself for finding his way to such a place, a mystery even to him. Once again, the Dark Dragon members revived, their fury driving them to reclaim their fallen bodies, desperate to recover their lost equipment and levels. How could the players of the Dark Dragon resign themselves to such a fate? They have revived again. Perhaps Xia Mingyao's words had thoroughly inspired the delicate beauties of the New Moon Studio. When the Dark Dragon members resurrected yet again, the women displayed excitement and combat readiness. Upon their revival, surprisingly, Xia Mingyao did not immediately encase them in ice. The Dark Dragon members believed they glimpsed hope. However, they were mistaken. This time, the women of the New Moon Studio attacked like wolves, though Xia Mingyao would assist them in times of crisis. Xia Tianyu's reason for wielding her weapon this time was different. She had forgotten she was a woman. No, even if she were a woman. What of it? Who said a woman cannot reign? Who said a woman cannot be a warrior? Women must be strong. Kill. The women of the New Moon Studio were nearly blinded by rage. With Xia Mingyao's aid, although each beauty sustained injuries, they felt the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. This was true combat. Chapter 107. Utilizing Opportunities. Boom. In the city of Sin, the land of the wolf demons, a pile of massive stones shattered into dust, and the perpetrator was none other than the president of the Dark Dragon Guild. At this moment, they were engaged in the extermination of a level 50 boss, aiming to amass a substantial stockpile of equipment and gold coins. As the system was about to welcome a new wave of players, when that time came, returning to the beginner's town would yield considerable profits. The entrance of this second batch of players signified the exchange between gold coins and real currency. Dark Dragon felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, reveling in the thought of those women from the New Moon Studio facing misfortune. Most importantly, Dark Dragon could not comprehend why their higher-ups had instructed him to keep an eye on such a small studio, particularly one comprised of women. Reflecting on the individual behind him who had urged him to pay attention to New Moon Studio, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had even questioned it at the time, only to be informed that this group had caught the interest of the upper echelons. he had promptly chosen to remain silent, daring not to voice his thoughts. What kind of entity could command the allegiance of such a powerful force? And what merit did New Moon Studio possess that warranted such attention from higher authorities? Nevertheless, regardless of the reasoning, Dark Dragon was certain that New Moon Studio would soon meet its demise at his hands. With this thought, he felt a surge of pride. Envisioning the scene where those women would submit their application for mercy, the sound of personal messages interrupted Dark Dragon's daydreams. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the leader of the team responsible for guarding the corpses. Dark Dragon felt a thrill of delight. Had those women finally decided to surrender? President, he interrupted. I know. They must have given in, right? I'll come over immediately. No, President. The woman in white from New Moon Studio has returned. We have been wiped out 4 times. The group had resurrected out of stubbornness, but faced dismal defeat once more. Hence, they felt compelled to inform Dark Dragon, as the situation was growing increasingly dire. Upon hearing this, Dark Dragon, still engaged in boss combat, exploded with rage. What? You 50? With an average level over 47, were defeated by a single woman. What use is there in keeping you worthless trash? His furious tirade rendered the others speechless. They dared not utter a word in response. Everyone, return to Demon Ridge with me, Dark Dragon commanded, and the elite team of monster exterminators promptly turned back. Though they were oblivious to the events unfolding, they had grown accustomed to Dark Dragon's unpredictable temper. It was not only Dark Dragon who received this news. Every player of note within the City of Sin was aware of the woman in white from New Moon Studio returning for vengeance. After all, there were other players at Demon Ridge. These players quickly became vital sources of information, and soon enough, even as night fell, many players headed towards Demon Ridge, eager to witness the prowess of the women from New Moon Studio. In truth, although New Moon Studio lacked immense fame, the women within had garnered a significant following in the City of Sin. While Xia Tianyu did not make an appearance, the charming and innocent appearances of Yao Yu, Lian Yu, Qian Qian, Jia Jia, and Lan Xian had already attracted considerable attention. Has that woman returned? A figure clad in a flowing cloak wielding a long sword crushed a return scroll at a training spot under the bright sky, eager to ascertain the identity of this woman. Simultaneously, various factions in the City of Sin dispatched capable players to Demon Ridge. The fact that Dark Dragon's elite team was being thwarted was not overly alarming, but it sparked curiosity. How could a small studio like New Moon Studio turn the tables? Previously, it had been New Moon Studio that faced relentless guarding. It seemed that the roles had now reversed. Weren't you all so formidable before? Why aren't you reviving now? In a state of limbo. The players could not see the chat, yet the women from New Moon Studio continued to engage in lively conversation in the regional chat. Faced with the banter from these charming ladies, members of the Dark Dragon Guild exchanged glances, though they longed to revive and retaliate against these women. The sight of Xia Tianyu's cold countenance sent shivers down their spines. This woman was terrifying. Even if 50 of them revived simultaneously, they would still be frozen in place. It was humiliating to be cornered by a group of women, and Dark Dragon's members felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Most importantly, players around them had begun to gather in increasing numbers. President, hurry and come. Though they had already lost face, the priority for all was to ensure that these women paid for their insolence. Sister, we are at a disadvantage. They have only fallen 4 times, while we have fallen 5. The women from New Moon Studio had achieved a sense of balance, and their equipment had been refreshed. The elite team of 50 was adequately equipped. While they lacked silver-grade gear, a complete set of dark iron was certainly attainable. Wait until they revive. The formidable Xia Tianyu was approaching madness. Would a beautiful woman truly dig her own grave? Certainly not. She awaited Dark Dragon's arrival, viewing this as an opportunity. Casting her gaze over the growing number of players, Xia Tianyu knew it was time for New Moon Studio to shine, and this time, she was determined to seize the moment. She would confront Dark Dragon and make a name for the studio. The abilities of an extraordinary master, honed through training, could extend limitlessly. At least for now, Xia Tianyu was acutely aware of the situation within a 20-meter radius around Demon Ridge, where players were congregating. Comprising various factions from the City of Sin, the wind stirred. Under the cloak of night, the whispers of discussion grew chaotic as all eyes were fixed on the impending events. They could not fathom how such a small entity as New Moon Studio could muster the courage to confront a formidable force like Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon's arrogance and dominance persisted, and there must have been reasons for his continued existence. Yet, it was precisely this that piqued the interest of the surrounding players, who were eager to understand how New Moon Studio dared to challenge Dark Dragon.